A few hours before the agreed time, Xiexia ran to the F1 area to find Tang Ranran. And then he cried miserably. The 5-colored linglong fruit. Such a big way to make money. Is gone. Gone! It was so sad. He wanted to cry. Although he was very unwilling. He couldn't change his mind. And military use was given priority. This was no longer a matter of whether he had a close relationship with Tang Xian, but had risen to another level. And it was already a dimensionality reduction attack. So even though Xiexia was heartbroken and couldn't breathe, he could only accept this reality. His exclusive agent position of Wuguang Linglong fruit was gone. After pouring out his grievances miserably and gaining a wave of sympathy, Xiexia got to the point and asked Tang Ranran for her consent. Then I contact them and ask them to come over now? Yes. Good. Let them go directly to my pharmacy laboratory. After that, Tang Ranran led the way. Let's go there first. Okay. I notify them. Yes. Tang Ranran Mansion has several pharmacy laboratories. The ones in the layers of formations underground are her exclusive ones and are shameful. She also has 3 ordinary pharmacy laboratories. There is nothing shameful inside. And they are open to the public. Tang Ranran took Xiexia to the largest public laboratory. A large pharmacy room that can accommodate dozens of pharmacists working at the same time. Following Tang Ranran into the pharmacy, Xiexia said, "They've arrived. Just at the gate of F1 area. I open the permissions." Okay. Received. After sending a message, Xiexia released his mental power to guide them. Tang Ranran immediately noticed 2 mental power fluctuations. 1 SS level and 1 SSS level. Guessing that they were 2 drivers. Sure enough, 2 space cracks gradually formed in the room. The 2 space drivers were both 1 with 2. The SSS level 1 was Xiexia driver and bodyguard. And the SS level 1 was a stranger. Not handsome. Tang Ranran glanced at him and passed by. Among the 4 pharmacists, Xie Mian was the oldest. An old man? Well, not too old. More than 140 years old. With a face that looked like a face of about 50 in the modern world. Although he was no longer handsome, it can be seen that he must have been a top-notch handsome man when he was young. Yes, anyone who can be Xie Xinxi's husband must have extraordinary looks. There are 2 more middle-aged people, estimated to be over 100 years old. Anyway, they are all uncles. And not handsome. Tang Ranran's eyes fell on the last person after a quick glance. And then stopped. It's a woman. A very beautiful young woman. Long wavy hair. A white silk shirt with a hip skirt. And high heels over 10 centimeters on her feet. She is a queen. As for her appearance, Tang Ranran can only say, as beautiful as peaches and plums. As beautiful as celestial beings. Her face is as beautiful as a flower in the moon. And she is full of life. Tang Ranran, who usually only likes to look at handsome guys, was always bright and amazed. She is really very beautiful. The kind of beauty that a man will think of in his heart when he sees her. After being amazed for 2 seconds, Tang Ranran turned to look at Xiexia. And then at the beautiful woman. White skin. Peach blossom eyes. Quite similar. Although they are of different genders. The 2 people are at least 4 or 5 points similar in appearance. They are probably relatives. Could she be Xiexia's sister? Tang Ranran had a guess in his mind. Master Tang. I have long heard of your name. I am Xie Mian. I am honored to receive your guidance today. Xie Mian spoke first. Lowering his posture and looking very respectful. Academics are not divided by age. Since he came to ask for advice, Xie Mian sincerely showed his respect for teachers. Master Xie, you are too polite. There is no need to be so polite. Just treat it as an academic discussion. Master Tang, you can take time out of your busy schedule to guide us. Thank you so much. After another polite word, Xie Mian made a simple introduction. This is Xie Tong. SSS level wood healing system. Xie Huahui. SS level healing system. Xie Sinu. SS level healing system. The people who were named saluted Tang Ranran one by one. Master Tang. I have long heard of you. Tang Ranran nodded. When Xie Sinu opened her mouth to salute, Tang Ranran couldn't help but put on a smile out of appreciation for her beautiful face, and added a line. No need to be so polite. The young lady is really beautiful. And her voice is nice. I want to give her a reward. Really. There are countless handsome guys who can make her heart beat. But there are really not many beauties of the same gender. The different treatment obviously means that she has been favored. Siesinu was a little surprised. When she looked up, she returned a bright smile. The peach blossom eyes, that were exactly the same as Sieshiho, were sparkling and shining with bright light. When their eyes met, the bright and obvious admiration in her eyes, Tang Ranran suddenly had an idea. Wait, she is not interested in Tang Xian, right? Without waiting for Tang Ranran to think too much, after a simple understanding of the process, Xie Mian continued, the four of us have studied the tutorials published by the Institute in detail, but we still have some confusions. Please give us some advice. Master Tang. The three of them clasped their fists and bowed again in unison. Please give us some advice. Master Tang. Tang Ranran waved his hand. No need to be polite. Just ask any questions you have. Next, the students asked questions, and the four of them had a lot of questions. Although not very professional, Tang Ranran could basically answer a few questions, which could be regarded as answering questions and solving doubts. The theoretical questions were solved, and then Tang Ranran said, since there are no other questions, I will demonstrate it on the spot. Thank you, Master Tang. The main ingredients of the medicine. The 5-color exquisite fruit. The first step. Tang Ranran explained and demonstrated the configuration of the medicine on the spot based on the materials that had been prepared on the workbench. By deliberately slowing down the speed, the original 2-hour medicine refining time was extended to 2.5 hours. Tang Ranran finished successfully without any mistakes. 5 finished potions. Xie Mian secretly glanced at him, and Xie Shiha came to Tang Ranran. Do you have any use for this potion? If you can you sell it to us? I don't need it. Take it if you need it. Well, we talk about it later. Xie Shiha happily received the potion. Tang Ranran asked the 4 students, do you want to actually make it? The other 3 looked at Xie Mian in unison. Xie Mian hesitated. Even after Tang Ranran guidance and on-site observation, he was still only 70% to 80% sure. The raw materials were too expensive. If there was any mistake, trillions would be scrapped. After struggling for a while, Xie Mian gritted his teeth and made a decision. Please ask Master Tang to help check it. If there is any improper operation, please point it out in time. No problem. As long as you follow the steps and don't rush, there will be no problem basically. Tang Ranran comforted him. Next, Xie Mian actually operated it, and the relevant materials were naturally prepared by themselves. After more than 2 hours, Xie Mian succeeded in one go under Tang Ranran guidance. After various thanks and politeness, Xie Mian and his group left, and Xie Shiha stayed alone. Xie Shiha stayed alone, and first discussed the price of 5 medicines. Tang Ranran was easy to talk to, so he added 0.2 trillion auxiliary materials. Xie Shiha transferred the total price of 1.2 trillion on the spot. He paid taxes separately. He also talked about some recent cooperative planting projects. And Xie Shiha ended with please order more dishes. Got it. Let's talk about it next time. I'm busy recently. There was too much money, and it was completely unusable. Tang Ranran didn't even want to pick up the money. I thought that after the usual urging to plant vegetables, people should leave. But Xie Shiha didn't leave. Instead, he winked mysteriously. What do you think of Siesinu? Pretty. After the 2-word comment, Tang Ranran's heart was hanging. Would he really introduce her to her? It must be said that she guessed it right. That's great. Xie Shiha was happy and said quickly. She admires you very much and has a good impression of you. Wait. What do you mean? Match us together? Tang Ranran was upset. Well, you are a pimp. Oh. Be more polite. Matchmaker. Yes. 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 Xie Shiha nodded hurriedly. And the 2 brothers said, I tell you, in our family, Xiuyu is definitely the first on the list of single goddesses. The dream lover of more than 80% of the unmarried boys in the family. I don't need to say much about her appearance. You have seen it yourself. Right? And her strength is now SS level healing system. You know, she is only 26 years old this year. And her father is SSS level. She still has a lot of hope to break through to SSS level before she turns 30. By then, if she spends a set of magic fruit potion package, it is possible to be promoted to 4S level. A woman with 4S strength. There are not many in the history of our empire. That is rarer than national treasures. You are fighting for it. Tang Xian. I treat you as my brother. So I introduced you to you. Oh. You don't have to worry about family issues. Although it is said that good things should be kept within the family, high-level female supernaturals in the family generally do not marry outside the family. But you are powerful and special. Even if you don't want to marry into the family, as long as you really like each other, the elders will not object. Xie was like a machine gun, firing a lot of words. Tang Ranran became more and more speechless the more she listened. After he finished speaking, she finally had the chance to complain. So good? You are one of the 80% of unmarried guys who think she is a goddess. Right? As brothers, we cannot steal someone's love. Xie immediately gave a speechless look and explained. There is no such thing as stealing someone's love. I am her cousin. We are 3 generations of blood relatives. Oh, I forgot to tell you. Xiu is, to put it simply, my grandmother is her great-grandmother, and her grandfather is my grandmother's eldest son. That is, my uncle. This relationship is really... Tang Ranran was even more speechless. She should have thought of it earlier. The appearance of this family is all like Xie. Really? If we are not close, can I make this introduction? You know, if Xiu really gets together with you, I will be beaten up by her suitors in the family. Xie continued to promote. Although it was the elders who proposed to win over Tang Xian through marriage, Xie was also happy to see it happen. With the addition of a marriage relationship, his cooperative relationship with Tang Xian would be more solid. I reiterate that I have a girlfriend. I love her very much, and we will get married soon. Tang Ranran frowned and explained seriously. The alarm bells were ringing in his heart. Danger. 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 Boys must protect themselves too. Too many people are thinking about Tang Xian. So, get married as soon as possible. Get a married status. Yes. Xiuhao married Xiaoxiu Heo. She is so smart. Your girlfriend. She. Although Xie had never seen Tang Xi, he had investigated and found that she was pretty. But she was just a small with system of S level, and an orphan with no background. Is this a match? No. I wanted to say something. Your girlfriend is not worthy of you. You have better choices. For the starting point of your child in the future. He had drafted a long speech. But seeing Tang Ranran's unfriendly face, Xie swallowed his words and changed it to, I didn't expect that you two have such a deep relationship. Sorry. Then just pretend I didn't say it. Yeah. Don't mention it in the future. Or don't blame me for turning hostile. Tang Ranran said it seriously with a gloomy face. And the standard was to protect his wife. He complained in his heart. What ability does Tang Xi have to make Tang Xian so obsessed? Xie apologized with a guilty look on his face. Sorry. I acted on my own this time. And there will definitely be no next time. Yeah. After a few more words, Xie driver and bodyguard came back. Obviously going back to the first star system to report. Xie said goodbye. After the people left, Tang Ranran continued to grow vegetables, and then called Kong Chen after work hours. As soon as the call was connected, Tang Ranran said, Can we get married in the administrative center of our planet? You can give me the formalities. I will get married with Tang Xi. Ah? Kong Chen was dumbfounded, his voice full of confusion. You get married? Yes. Yes. Tang Xi and I. Can it be done? Yes. It can be done. But it's too sudden. Kong Chen took a deep breath and was speechless in his heart. It's fine that he and himself pretend to be a couple. But now it has even risen to the level of getting married? This is really addicted to playing house. If I don't get married, a group of people will target me. They all want to introduce me to someone. It's too annoying. Tang Ranran complained. Kong Chen understood immediately. This puppet of Mr. Tang was too delicate and lifelike. And he was also very powerful. So he must be a top-notch bachelor? It's inevitable that he will attract peach blossoms. Mr. Tang is looking for a romantic partner. Okay. I got it. I send you an application form later. You fill it out. Then it's best to take wedding photos by yourself. There will be no problem with the procedures. That's good. Tang Ranran directed and acted by herself and took photos by herself. She was very efficient and got the marriage information done in no time. The rest was Kong Chen's job. 2 hours later, the bright red marriage certificate was in hand. Tang Ranran immediately updated her identity information. Tang Xuanhao and Tang Xihao changed from single to married, becoming a married person. Tang Ranran breathed a sigh of relief. Now there is no need to worry about girls falling in love with Tang Xian. Tang Xian didn't like Siesinu. After Sieshiha returned to the Xia family, he reported the result and ran away with the excuse of being busy making money. The elders of the clan would definitely not give up. But Tang Xian's attitude was so firm that Sieshiha didn't want to run into that gun. It was better to slip away first. Indeed, as Sieshiha expected, the elders of the Xia family did not give up the idea of marriage with Tang Xian. But even Siesinu, the most outstanding junior in the family, was rejected. For a while, they really couldn't think of a marriage partner, or make a list of single female superpowers above S level in the family and let Tang Xian choose by himself. But such a rush to get together makes their Xia family look too cheap. In the end, the elders decided to send Sieshiha to find out what type Tang Xian likes. Sieshiha, who did not escape being named again, decisively sent a screenshot of his identity information. Tang Xian. He is married. The elders of the Xia family, married? No way. Tang Xian is only 32. So young. And married? Although it is a pity. But they are already married. If they go forward, it really makes their Xia family girls look too cheap. So everyone can only give up the idea of marriage. In the end, the important task of getting along well with Tang Xian still fell on Sieshiha. Because of the random matchmaking, Sieshiha sincerely wanted to apologize to Tang Ranran and insisted on inviting her to dinner. Tang Ranran couldn't refuse. And because she had nothing to do recently, she agreed. Tang Ranran also brought Gu Xiu along. The mine on Yunfu Star was still contacted through Gu Xiu relationship. She had agreed to treat him to dinner before, but she forgot about it the moment she turned around. It happened that she took advantage of this dinner to offer her a gift. And Sieshiha paid the bill. Tang Xian was invited. And Sieshiha was naturally very welcome for him to bring a friend, who was the great Dr. Gu Xiu. The old place, Waxianfang in Shangmo Flower Sea in Shangmo City. Sieshiha was the host. Tang Ranran and Gu Xiu were the guests. And there were also 2 drivers, who were eating for free. Nothing new. The program arranged by Sieshiha was music and dance. And a group of beautiful young ladies. The dance was pretty good. And the atmosphere was quite harmonious. After chatting so much at the dinner table, Sieshiha apologized again. After making sure that the last incident was over, he muttered a little boldly because of the alcohol. But, you are exaggerating too much. You just got the certificate? What certificate? Gu Xiao, who didn't know about this, was puzzled. Marriage certificate? Tang Xian got married. Didn't you know? Ah? Hearing this, Gu Xiao was shocked. There was no news at all. And he got married suddenly? Gu Xiao asked Tang Ranran for confirmation. You got married? Yes. Yes. Your wife. Is your little girlfriend in the rumor? Also surnamed Tang. S-level small with system? Gu Xiao has never seen her. But he has heard of her. Yes. Yes. S-level. A little weak. Gu Xiao frowned slightly, looking at Tang Ranran's eyes, with some regret and pity of disagreement. Getting married is not just about choosing a wife, but also about choosing a mother for your children. The mother talent has a great influence on the children. Yes. Yes. Director Gu. You are absolutely right. Sieshiha nodded hurriedly. They are so mismatched. In his opinion, with Tang Xian's strength, he should at least find an SSS level 1. Right? But Tang Xian is still in the period of love. So he dare not touch this brow. So he keeps agreeing with Gu Xiao. I don't need a marriage. I just like her. Tang Ranran forced an explanation. She didn't want to get married so early. It's because she was afraid that the girls would miss Tang Xian. That's true. But why don't you give her resources? Introduce strength? You know. Although you are 4S level. But your wife is too weak. It will be difficult for your children to reach 4S level talent. Gu Xiao asked curiously. You spend trillions of resources on your subordinates. But you are reluctant to spend resources on your wife? But they have already obtained the marriage certificate. So you must like her very much. Right? This question is well asked. Tang Ranran has no idea how to answer it. She doesn't know either. There should be no direct relationship between cultivation and mental power. But the standard puppet with the upper limit of the Qi refining stage is S-level mental power. She can't solve the problem of Tang Xi's mental power being stuck. Tang Ranran can only say nonsense in a perfunctory manner. It was spent. But not ideal. Tang Ranran didn't want to say more with a sad face. And Gu Xiao automatically thought, too poor talent. When will the banquet be held? Invite me to the wedding wine. After saying this, Gu Xiao stopped asking. Okay. Don't forget to invite me. Gu Xiao didn't persuade her much, so Xie naturally didn't dare to say anything more, and could only agree. Yeah. But for her safety, I'm not going to make it public for now. You still have to keep a low profile. That's true. The 5 lights and 5 elements ability stimulant is so powerful. The news has spread. Everyone knows that it was planted by you. Tang Xian. You really have to keep a low profile in the near future. Drinking, eating, chatting, enjoying singing and dancing. Most of the day passed like this. After the dinner, they went their separate ways and went back to their own homes. After the little episode of marriage, Tang Ranran still practiced Krypton Gold and cultivated elixirs and vegetables every day. Then one day, suddenly, yes, just so suddenly, a terrorist attack. After nearly 2 years of development, Su Pingruwei Star has been completely renewed, and the originally dilapidated city has also undergone earth-shaking changes. Under the D7 protective shield, Yuqing, a large city with a population of more than 8 million, is one of the main cities on the planet. At this time, it was nighttime, and the thick clouds blocked the stars and the moon. Although there were lights in the city, it was not as bright as during the day, especially the night sky, which was particularly dark. In the night sky more than 100 meters above the ground, without anyone noticing, a space crack suddenly appeared, slowly took shape, and finally stood like a door in the vast night. More than a dozen figures flashed out of it one after another and disappeared very quickly under the night. Then, 8 giant mechas that almost blended into the night appeared in 8 directions of the city. Boom, boom, boom. The large energy cannon fired by the mecha lit up the entire night sky. As the building collapsed, screams and exclamations resounded everywhere. I want to see Tang Xian and Gu Xiao within 10 minutes. Otherwise don't blame us for killing people. The resounding voice echoed in every corner of the city through the loudspeaker. Tang Ranran was refining the elixir with 2 people, and Kong Chen called in an emergency communication with an extremely anxious face. Quick! Check the information. Tang Ranran understood it all at once, and didn't care about the elixir in her hand, and immediately went online to the sleeping Tang Xian. The intelligent brain was beeping, and it was already in a mess. There were too many messages, and before Tang Ranran could take a look, an invitation to the emergency meeting mode popped up, and she entered. Kong Chen, boss. You finally woke up. Qixing Yuan, something big happened. High-level superpower terrorist attack. Shinshin, chief. The other party has a space system, and it seems that the level is not low. It is likely to be 4S level like you. Li Zheng, I have arrived outside Yuqing. Yin Shouyang, the mecha troops have arrived outside the city. But the urban area, a group of people, one after another. A mess. Tang Ranran. Stop. Qixing Yuan. Please make it short and explain the situation. Terrorist attack. Qixing Yuan is responsible for the safety of the planet, so Tang Ranran naturally looks for the person in charge. Qixing Yuan explained the situation very quickly. Boss, this is what happened. 2 minutes ago, a terrorist attack occurred in Yuqing, which was protected by the D7 shield. It should be a 4S level large space system that's smuggled directly. It has been confirmed that there are more than 8 people in the group. One 4S level space system high level bandit is certain, and the possibility of multiple 4S level bandits cannot be ruled out. The bandits specifically asked you and Director Gu to meet them. Otherwise they would massacre the citizens of the city. There are still 7 minutes left before the 10-minute deadline given by the bandits. Tang Ranran understood that she had been too high profile recently and attracted a big thief. When Qixing Yuan explained the situation, Tang Ranran was already looking for support. But after a group message, she could only curse in her heart, damn it. Except for Gu Xiao. All the 4S level bandits in her friend list were out of contact. Fu Jingyuan and Lu Xiao did not come back, which meant that Yin Qian was not there either, and Xie Yin was still on the mission. As for Gu Xiao, that guy was really an auxiliary, a kind of nurse in the game, with no combat power. You could only do it yourself. Here, the exclusive driver Jiang Qian has already reunited with Tang Ranran. And in the dark, in Villa number 2, Tang Ranran has called Ares through the contract. Without delay, Ares sneaked back in 1 minute at the fastest speed and reunited with Tang Ranran. Tang Xian was in the light, And she, Tang Ranran, was in the dark. She was equivalent to two 4S level combat forces. And the Tang Xian had been replaced with all high-quality spirit stones. If converted to blue bars, it would be terrifying enough to scare people to death. In addition, she also had Green Dumpling, a 4S level exotic beast, which was also a great combat force. Tang Ranran made full use of the time, and also told a fortune for herself. According to the hexagram, there were some twists and turns, but nothing serious. In other words, we can win. After being fully prepared, Tang Xuanhao said, "Got it. I be in Yuqing right away." After shouting that in the online meeting, Tang Ranran told Jiang Qian next to him, "Let's go to the garden first and take Green Ball with us." Yes. In a flash, Jiang Qian teleported with Tang Ranran. As soon as the two arrived at the garden, Qi Xingyuan's urgent shouting came from the online meeting video. "Wait, boss. Don't come over. The criminals are obviously coming for you and Director Gu. You should focus on your own safety now. Boss, you should activate the protective shield now. The highest defense level. Stay in the F1 area." The other party dispatched the large space system. The purpose is very clear. To kidnap Tang Xian and Gu Xiao. Too large with systems. Lu Liangwei is picking up people. When we all arrive at the vicinity of Yuqing, Kong Chen will pretend to be you and see if we can lure the criminals out. Tang Ranran immediately retorted. Kong Chen mental power level is not enough. And it is highly likely that he will not be able to hide it. Kong Chen disguise skills have made considerable progress. Although he can disguise his mental power, he can only be compatible downward, not upward. That is, the highest disguised mental power is still SSS level. If the disguise is discovered, then we can only start a war directly. Wait, what did you say? You just rushed in to fight? The urban area. That is the urban area of the city. Tang Ranran was anxious. Qi Xingyuan was silent for a moment, and then said firmly, "Boss, I know you can't bear it. But in principle, we can't compromise with terrorists. Especially when it comes to the safety of big-type people like you and Director Gu. High-level superpower criminals have always been a headache, especially space-type superpowers. And if criminals take hostages, according to basic principles, most of the time, no compromise is made." Tang Xian, no compromise? Gu Xiao, who joined the meeting, said, "That's true. Otherwise, today there was a high-level superpower criminal who threatened to bombard the city and do this and that. Once his demands were met. If this precedent was set, wouldn't other criminals follow suit? So, it would be better to pay the price of life than to set this precedent." Tang Ranran heard that it was indeed the truth. After all, there are so many planets and cities in the Empire, and this precedent really cannot be set. "I understand. Don't act rashly. Wait for me to arrive." "No, boss." Tang Ranran interrupted Qi Xingyuan before he finished speaking. "How dare you come to my territory and act so arrogantly? Do you really think I'm just an assistant? So you want to take action?" Gu Xiao was surprised. Although there were rumors that Tang Xian's fighting ability was very strong, he had never seen Tang Xian take action. "Are you sure? If there are two 4S levels, we should be able to beat them. 1 against 2. So awesome?" Not only Gu Xiao, but everyone in the conference room who heard this was surprised. "Tang Xian, don't take action yet. I'm contacting people. I, as an assistant, won't charge into battle. I shake a 4S level space system for you. The Research Institute Starship has already activated the highest defense level, with layers of protective shields like a golden bell and iron claw shirt." Gu Xiao, who is hiding in his tortoiseshell, is unwilling to take risks. But he can call for help. "And me, on the planet Su Pingrui," Xie, who had also joined the online meeting, hurriedly said, "I bring Zhuoran to help you. In addition, I'm also in contact. I get the family top space system Xie Weiman as soon as possible, as well as my 4S level uncle, Xie Zhuoran. Xie driver and bodyguard, is an SSS level space system, and his combat power is also ranked at the top in the Xie family. And Xie Weiman is the only 4S level space system in the Xie family. It's not easy to get Tang Xian favor. This time is an opportunity, and Xie will naturally help actively without any effort. Unfortunately, Xie Weiman and Xie Yin are both in the mountains without signal. and they have to find another space system to find someone to notify. Thank you. The advantage of having many friends is that when one side is in trouble, the 4 sides will come to help. With 2 4S level space system friendly forces. It's so stable. The summoned green ball flapped its wings and flew to Tang Ranran's side. Tang Ranran immediately said to Jiang Qian, "Go outside, Yuchen, and be careful of your distance." As she spoke, Tang Ranran used her authority to open her F1 protective shield. Then, before she finished her words, she felt a strange feeling. A 4S level mental power fluctuation. Jiang Qian, who was unaware of it, began to use his mental power to build a channel when Tang Ranran finished half of her sentence. The space channel had not yet taken shape, just like a small spark encountering a level 10 storm. With a puff, Jiang Qian's unfinished space channel was instantly destroyed. The previous second was still vaguely abnormal. But at this moment, Tang Ranran felt the mental power fluctuation very clearly. 4S level. It's a 4S level space system. Good guy. Making a feint to the east and attacking in the west. On the surface, they attacked Yuchen. But in fact the main combat force had long been guarding outside her F1 area, waiting for her to open the door to launch a sneak attack. Chief. His face turned pale, and Jiang Qian also realized that it was a strong enemy. A high-level space system. After the initial shock, Tang Ranran quickly calmed down and simply ordered, "Xiao Jiang, find a place to hide yourself." "Ah? I want to live and die with you." The leader, facing the attack of an unknown strong enemy. Although he was a little scared, Jiang Qian shouted firmly, "He is a diehard. Don't worry. It's just a small scene. I can handle it. You staying will only get in the way and affect my performance," Tang Ranran said calmly, with a face full of confidence, although the opponent's killing was a little unexpected. "But it's so funny. It's delivered to the door. This is her home court." "Yes." Because Tang Ranran used the contract command, Jiang Qian obeyed unconditionally and absolutely. Whoosh. A short distance teleportation. Hid in the corner, away from the center of the storm that was about to start a war. Jiang Qian called for help as soon as possible. But the intelligent brain had no signal. In the empty square, Tang Ranran sent Jiang Qian away, and with one hand behind his back, he touched the head of the green ball that was rubbing his legs like a cat, with the standard of calmness that would not change even if Mount Tai collapsed in front of him. Using both mental power and divine sense, Tang Ranran discovered that both divine sense and mental power exploration were limited to this space, which was obviously a space blockade. Looking up, Tang Ranran looked at the position in the air where the 4S level mental power fluctuations were the strongest. 2 seconds later, the night curtain of that place was torn apart, and several figures rushed out of the cracks and hung in the air. There were a total of 5 people, and they all locked onto Tang Ranran as soon as they appeared. Similarly, Tang Ranran also got the initial enemy situation. 1 4S level and 4 SSS level. The 4S level space led by a dark red armor, with a body size of more than 2 meters. Did not look like a normal human. In the air, the man looked down from above and said, "Tang Qian, you can't run away." The slightly gloomy voice was full of chill, and the chuckle in the tone showed his confidence in winning. "Really?" Tang Ranran smiled slightly, slowly raised her legs, and took a small step forward. The complex and ancient huge magic circle lit up instantly. What a coincidence. They wanted to catch the turtle in the jar, and she also wanted to close the door and beat the dog. The 2.0 version of the Sect Protection Array. Even though it is an old version of 2.0, it has been eliminated for 2 or 3,000 years in the world of immortal cultivation. But it is a divine weapon. This is an authentic divine weapon. It is a treasure that their Dan sect exchanged from the Chi sect at a sky-high price. Some time ago, she got a sky-repairing stone and drew this 2.0 version. In her spare time, Tang Ranran was reviewing her weapon refining skills. Although her level is limited and it has not been fully repaired, the big hole has been repaired. After 3 years of patching, it is still okay to use it. As a Go Emperor, Tang Ranran installed the Sect Protection Array as early as when it was repaired, with her F1 area as the core. It can be large or small. Of course, due to energy consumption issues, she has not tried how big it can cover at most, and whether it can cover the planet. But covering a fused Ling Jing is absolutely no problem. Now it is just a F1 area. so naturally there is no problem. Moreover, it seemed that Tang Xian had taken action. But in fact, it was Tang Ranran. She, Tang Ranran, had activated the close the door function in Villa number 2. Even if Tang Xian couldn't beat him, I'd lock you up, wait for reinforcements to arrive, and then beat him up. Of course, Tang Ranran felt that she couldn't possibly beat him. After all, in addition to the great array for protecting the sect, her F1 area had layers upon layers of illusion arrays, killing arrays, and trap arrays. Of course, her own nest must be full of traps. When they entered, they had already entered the array. As Tang Ranran activated the array, the red armored leader's pupils trembled, realizing that something was wrong, and he teleported immediately. However, he, who should have arrived in front of Tang Ranran, suddenly seemed to have traveled through time and fell into a vast white scene. The white mist was curling, and the smoke was secret, just like being in a level 10 haze day, with no sight of the surroundings. Happened. I got hit! Tang Xian is still an illusionist. Shocked, the red armor leader subconsciously returned to the previous position along the original path. But it was still a vast white fog, and his 4 subordinates had disappeared without a trace. Defending with a space shield, the red armor leader sneered. Oh, just a trifle. Concentrating his mind, the powerful 4S level mental power spread out, and the red armor leader tried to determine Tang Ranran location with mental power fluctuations. But there is no mental power fluctuations were found. This is impossible. Tang Xian is a 4S level. He can't fail to detect Tang Xian mental power, unless it is a special hidden ability. But the situation in front of him is obviously an illusion type ability. Frowning and thinking, the red armor leader sneered and decided to break through violently. With a force on the void with his bare hands, the red armor tore open the space barrier and successfully got out of the vast white fog. But in front of him, there was a breeze and a bamboo forest. Before he could think about it, there was a sound of breaking through the air, and countless sharp arrows came from all directions. The dark shadows of arrows were like a locust army, trying to eat people to the bone. The attack was fierce, but the space shield was as solid as a rock, indestructible, and the arrows of cold weapons could not shake it at all. Humph! Hong Jia snorted coldly, with disdain on the surface. But his heart gradually became solemn. Although these attacks were not enough, they consumed his mental power. Moreover, if these were just illusions, his mental power was actually being consumed, trying to kill him. But he didn't dare to bet whether this was real damage. Gritting his teeth, he tore the space again. This time, the leader of Hongjia was placed in the water. The sky was full of cold water, and it was still endless darkness. There was no light, as if he was in the deep sea 100 meters below. Damn! Insidious human! Cursing in his heart, the red armor tore the barrier again. And then, sea of fire. On the big square, in front of Tang Ranran, there were 5 spiritual mirrors with concentrated spiritual power. Each mirror contained a person, playing the situation of the 5 invaders respectively. TSK. Among the 4 SSS level, the most powerful space system broke 3 arrays, and the remaining 3 were definitely trapped to death. As for the leader of the red armor, his name is Kimberly, nicknamed Hong Tung, one of the top star pirates on the Empire's wanted list, and his identity was identified by Ares. Tang Ranran opened a visual sharing and shared the spiritual mirror picture. Ares recognized it, although he didn't know why he was promoted to 4S level. Ares was sure that it was Kimberly, who belonged to the Detonai Alien Alliance like the Black Phantom in his previous life, and was an elder level. Kimberly is an alien race, and his original body belongs to the Tongue Snake clan. When he was in the Detonai Alien Alliance, Ares and him were mortal enemies because of interests, and they would fight each other when they met. In terms of strength, they were equally matched at the beginning. But now, Kimberly has upgraded by some unknown chance. Kimberly's skills, spatial ability, or strengthening system, and has a special racial talent. Petrification. It is the ability of Medusa to petrify people. But the petrification time varies according to the strength of the opponent. If the opponent is of the same level, the petrification time of the opponent is at most a few seconds. I've gone off topic. Anyway, this Kimberly is quite capable. He can tear the formation directly with his spatial ability, jumping from the maze to the killing array to the illusion array to the trap array. But it's impossible to jump out of Tang Ranran 9981 array. Tang Ranran has been watching his movements, ready to let the green ball in to bite him when he runs out of mana. The plan is good, but there are changes. Escape from the Sea of Fire. This time it's a desert. Only the scorching sun. And there are no other dangers temporarily. Kimberly no longer moves, but observes the environment carefully, combining the exploration of the naked eye with the mental power. Kimberly found a trace of abnormality after calming down and feeling it carefully. It's a sense of peeping. There is a pair of eyes invisibly, watching his every move. There is no doubt that it is Tang Xian. Consume his mental power, and then take his life when he is weak. Insidious human. Calm down. Kimberly continues to feel patiently, amplify, and try to capture the source of this sense of peeping. Kimberly stopped moving after entering the fiery sun formation. Tang Ranran was not in a hurry. The fiery sun formation was a trapping and killing formation. Under the influence of the formation, the longer you stay in the formation, the hotter you will feel. If you can't break the formation for a long time, you will be trapped to death. Tang Ranran turned to care about the other 4 people. One was trapped in the quicksand formation. One was in the miasma forest formation. One was in the void formation. And one was in the beautiful dream formation. These 4 people didn't seem to have the strength to break the formation. Little Karami was easy to deal with, but the spiritual stone consumption was a bit high. Just when Tang Ranran felt a little distressed about the spiritual stone, there was a slight cracking sound. Tang Ranran was startled, and when she checked the source, she unexpectedly found that her spiritual mirror had cracked. Is Kimberly's location. This? The spiritual mirror is actually the eye of the formation. Climb out along the eye of the formation? It's pretty powerful. With a wave of her hand, Chi Xiao's sword was in hand, and Tang Ranran was ready. After the first crack, only 2 seconds later, tiny cracks appeared like a spider web, and the observation mirror broke in an instant and turned invisible, replaced by a huge space crack. Ordinary formations cannot trap 4S level space systems. Tang Ranran has already prepared herself mentally, so when the spirit mirror was replaced by the space crack, she immediately took action. The puppet's own sword cultivation ultimate move. Let's use it for a while. Thousands of sword lights, mixed with the huge power of destroying the world, swept away. It was just a big move, and Tang Ranran stopped. The space crack was instantly destroyed, but the remaining sword energy damage hit her sect protection formation. In a flash, she consumed a lot of spirit stones used to maintain the formation. The small space is not convenient to play, and it will hurt yourself by mistake. The 2.0 version already has both external and internal defense functions. But if the internal defense function of the sect protection formation is removed, it will become impossible to enter, but can leave. Tang Ranran is worried that Kimberly, the space system, will run away. Can't let the tiger go back to the mountain. Although the spirit stones were consumed like running water, Tang Ranran gritted his teeth and admitted that he had to use the ultimate skill with caution. So he just used a flat attack. With a solemn face, Tang Ranran searched with both his spiritual power and his divine sense. Although the space crack was destroyed, Kimberly had already escaped from the formation. Tang Ranran, who was blessing the formation, clearly felt a collision force other than the sword energy. Someone was trying to break the sect protection formation and escape. Of course, he didn't run away. At this time, the entire space was surrounded by the fluctuations of 4S level spiritual power. But it was really impossible to judge the position of Kimberly. I think it was a stealth skill like the alien space. Carefully searching the enemy's position, Tang Ranran was suddenly startled and instantly stacked layers of defense for himself with spiritual power. Just when the defense was completed, it seemed that a sharp axe hit the shield, and the huge impact force came suddenly, and Tang Ranran couldn't help but retreat 2 steps. The space where she was originally standing seemed to be split in half by a knife, and under the light and shadow, there was a visible distortion. Tang Ranran turned around and launched a big sword energy, attacking the place where he captured the strongest mental fluctuation. After a back-and-forth confrontation, there was no winner for the time being. Tang Ranran decisively stopped the mental power exploration, used a spiritual power spell to hide, and also became invisible. Tang Ranran, see who is more powerful. I will exhaust you to death. After Tang Ranran hid like this, Kimberly was a little dumbfounded. Gone! Tang Xian mental fluctuations completely disappeared. His invisibility is a different dimension hidden in which the entire space is filled with mental fluctuations. Because mental fluctuations are everywhere, People at the same level cannot find his exact location. But Tang Xian invisibility. He has no mental fluctuations. It's just, hell? Cursing in his heart. Kimberly was suddenly startled. And an extremely terrifying thought came to his mind. Tang Xian. Is he actually 5S level? Lu Feng can smash himself into 5S level. Why can't Tang Xian be 5S level? Kimberly was completely uncalm. The level gap is an insurmountable gap. Even if it is a space system, it is risky to confront a high level. Damn! I thought it would be easy to capture with system. But he never expected that Tang Xian was a tough guy. The series of strange encounters just now have made him retreat. But he didn't know what kind of superpower it was. He definitely didn't have a space superpower. But like the space blockade, he blocked the entire area. Even his 4S level space system couldn't get out. Tearing the space was also impossible. Taking advantage of this stalemate of hide and seek, Kimberly drank blue bottles. Damn. His blue bottles. All money. He didn't catch anyone. But lost so many blue bottles? This won't do. It's too much of a loss. I must make up for it. So, Tang Ranran Garden is not big. But it's not small either. Covering dozens of acres. Although most of them are fruitless spiritual plants. There are also many mature herbs. Kimberly directly transformed into his beast form. And then, the sound of the wind. The sound of a large creature flying. Under the divine sense, Tang Ranran saw that a huge monster suddenly appeared. It was fiery red in color, with a head like a dragon, snake-shaped, but with a pair of huge red wings on its back. And the wings spread out were 20 or 30 meters long. And its snake body was also huge. The red-tongued snake was Kimberly. This is the real body. Ares said that the combat power in the original form is at its peak. But there is a disadvantage, which is that it consumes too much energy. After fighting in the peak form of the original form, there will be a period of weakness for an indefinite period of time. Unless it is necessary. They generally will not fight in the original form. Tang Ranran understood instantly that he was either fighting her to the death or trying to escape desperately. And Kimberly obviously belongs to the latter. To have grown to his current strength, he is definitely an old 6 type who will escape if he can't win. As soon as the original form appeared, Kimberly opened his big snake mouth towards the lush spiritual plants below, and sucked it like a super range hood, bringing with it a lot of soil. And the herbaceous spiritual plants below were all sucked into his gluttonous mouth. Tang Ranran was shocked. Stealing her spiritual plants. Is he out of mental strength? So he used local materials to replenish it? After the shock, he was overjoyed. This game is a sure win. Don't take strangers' things. Even elementary school students know it. Everyone knows that Tang Xian Garden is full of high purification values. Can she not take any anti-theft measures? The formation is just one of them. And there are also poisonous plants. Because of the farm level, Tang Ranran has unlocked a lot of plants, including spiritual plants and special VIP plants. Although poisonous plants are rare, they still exist. In order to prevent thieves, Tang Ranran secretly mixed poisonous plants and poisonous trees in her garden. Of course, this is just a small trap that is not good enough. Tang Ranran can identify the big with system. The big doctors and pharmacists can completely identify the poisonous plants after careful consideration. But if Kimberly sucks it in one gulp, it will naturally eat all the poisonous plants into the stomach. Looking for death, Tang Ranran pretended to be furious, jumped out and threw sword energy. But in fact, he wanted him to eat more. After all, this guy is big. And a few poisonous plants may not be enough to poison him. At least dozens of them. Right? After swallowing it in one bite, Kimberly used the space ability to become invisible again. Tang Ranran attack missed. And he attacked his own sect protection formation again. Kimberly launched a guerrilla war, hiding here and there, and did not confront Tang Ranran head-on. Instead, he swallowed up the spiritual plants, wherever there were many. Seeing Tang Xian angry look, he was only proud in his heart. I can't beat you. So I will eat up your high purification value. A bite here. A bite there. With that huge body. A bite. That piece of flowers and grass became bald. Tang Ranran Garden once again showed bald spots. What a sin. Her flowers and plants. Tang Ranran was distressed and chased. After taking dozens of bites, his mental strength was restored to its peak state. Kimberly attached himself to the space power, and his whole body turned into the sharpest arrow. Then he drew his bow and rammed into the empty protective formation in the air. The silent collision was extremely violent, and the whole space was shaken. In villain number 2, Tang Ranran, who was supporting the formation, gritted her teeth. Evil obstacles. Her spirit stones. With this attack, a lot of her spirit stones that maintained the formation flowed away like water. With a full-strength attack, Tang Ranran's spiritual stones were consumed under the huge impact. The force was mutual. Kimberly, the instigator, was obviously not feeling well and entered a dizzy state similar to a concussion. Tang Ranran seized the opportunity and threw several sword energies at him. At the same time, he called for help. Green Dumpling, come on! Kill him! The sword energy of the flat attack obviously had limited attack. Facing Kimberly in his peak body form, it just barely broke through his hard scales and scratched a little skin. The minor wound on the surface did not cause much damage, but the pain made Kimberly recover from the dizziness a little. As soon as he reacted, countless wind blades came towards him, clanging and hitting the space shield defense. After resisting this wave of attacks, Kimberly faced the Green Dumpling, who was rushing straight at him and directly displayed his own racial talent. The red light was so bright that the green ball, which was illuminated by the red light, froze up and turned into a large piece of stone in just 2 or 3 seconds. It fell to the ground with a thud. Damn! Tang Ranran, who was still invisible, instantly withdrew his hand and moved to another position. At the same time, he didn't dare to look directly at Kimberly, for fear that he would be petrified by a look. Without interference, Kimberly adjusted his state and once again used space attack as a bonus, and then turned into the sharpest arrow, and hit the invisible barrier in the air with all his strength. Boom! There was no sound, but Tang Ranran only felt the mountain shaking like an earthquake. Her spirit stone? The full-strength attack still failed to break the blockade. Kimberly only felt a little dizzy, and his head was buzzing. And it seemed to be a little painful? No. He had to run quickly. Otherwise he would really fall into Tang Xian hands. Continuing, with a swing of the snake's tail, Kimberly hit the sec protection formation in the void again. Still didn't break it, but it hurt more. And he felt that it was not only a headache because his mental power reached the edge of disorder, but also a more severe pain from the internal organs. The pain inside the body. It twisted and twisted, as if it had been stabbed by countless sharp knives, one after another. What's going on? On the ground, the petrified green ball had recovered, stood up and shook his body, roared, and rushed over with a murderous aura of avenging the previous shame. Facing the monster of the same level, Kimberly did not want to fight, and chose to use the specialty of the space system to escape to deal with it. It disappeared in a flash, and appeared again. Kimberly was in a place where spiritual herbs flourished. The big snake sucked in a lot of flowers and plants into its stomach. Eat a bite, change places, and repeat this process. After chewing many spiritual plants, the buzzing in the head is gone, but Kimberly's whole snake face is twisted. What's going on? The increasingly intense pain came from the body, and the knife was getting heavier and more intense. Kimberly was sure that his mental power was not disordered. But why? Why was it like this? His whole body felt like it was cut by a knife, and the pain made his internal organs churn together. After hiding in the alien space for a few more minutes, Kimberly was unable to maintain his supernatural power under the severe pain of his body. He appeared in the sky in a flash, and then fell to the ground with a bang. The huge snake body twisted wildly on the ground, like a twisted dough stick, chasing and rushing over. The Green Dumpling rushed over fiercely with a claw, and the posture was standard for starting the most primitive melee bite. Tuanzi. Shut up. Stop. Tang Ranran immediately stopped the Green Dumpling, who was about to bite with his fangs exposed. Kimberly was obviously poisoned. If he bit Green Ball, it would be terrible. Calling the pet to stop, Tang Ranran did not sit idle. He took advantage of his weakness to kill him and immediately attacked with a big sword move. All the damage was hit. In pain, Kimberly raised his head and tried to attack Tang Ranran with his supernatural power. However, under the severe pain inside his body, the snake head just raised up and fell down powerlessly. It was as if he was in a sea of fire and could only make the most miserable wail. There was no way to resist. Tang Ranran felt that Kimberly was in a safe situation. There were so many poisonous grasses in the farm and poisonous plants in the world of immortal cultivation. It was estimated that even the great Luo immortal would not be able to save him. To be kind to the enemy is to be cruel to oneself. Tang Ranran began to beat the tongue snake in the spiritual power-saving mode. A flat attack. Slashing one sword after another. Raising its wings. Green ball flew above Kimberly, taking advantage of the air and throwing wind blades. It must be said that the defense of the alien race is high. Under the siege of one man and one beast, and the erosion of poison. After dozens of minutes, Kimberly, whose wings were broken and whose body was twisted into a knot, was completely motionless. After stabbing a few more times, there was no movement at all. Tang Xuanhao still stared at the huge red-tongued snake very cautiously. There was no sign of life. So it should be dead. Right? But the possibility of pretending to be dead was not ruled out. Tang Ranran asked Ares very cautiously. Isn't Kimberly an immortal? This? Ares hesitated, thought seriously for a few seconds, and then shook his head. Master, I don't know. We were evenly matched at the beginning, and I couldn't kill him. But I haven't heard of him being killed and reborn. Also, I haven't heard of any tongue snake-like aliens having the gift of immortality. Oh! Tang Ranran didn't dare to be careless at all. When she was about to use Tang Xian to make up for it, she received an urgent message from Kong Chen on her own brain. When Kimberly attacked, he blocked the F1 area with spatial power, and the signal of Tang Xian was cut off. Although Kimberly's power blockade was invalid when he was trapped by the formation, Tang Ranran protective formation also blocked the signal. Tang Xian has been out of contact. Kong Chen had asked her at the beginning, "Are you okay?" "No. It's safe for now. There should be no problem," Tang Ranran replied in such a tactful voice. Kong Chen, who received the message, understood that it was likely that they could win. And now, Kong Chen, 4S level, Consultant Tian, Xia Weiman, is outside the F1 area and is about to attack. More than 10 minutes ago, because of Tang Xian's loss of contact, the outside world immediately guessed that something happened in the F1 area, and Qi Xingyuan led people to deal with the terrorists in Yucheng. Kong Chen and Li Zheng arrived at the F1 area as soon as possible with the driver Lu Liangwei. And then the two found that the F1 area was blocked by special abilities, suspected to be the space system, and they couldn't get in at all. After asking Tang Ranran, Kong Chen felt relieved, but he didn't know what the situation was inside the F1 area. At this juncture, it was not convenient to ask Tang Ranran. Anyway, Kong Chen could only pretend to be anxious. Then a group of reinforcements, including two 4S space systems, Consultant Tian and Xia Weiman, arrived at the F1 area one after another. The group first guarded the F1 area. Consultant Tian and Xia Weiman were ready to cut off the enemy's space channel at any time. But there was no movement for a long time. Fearing that Tang Xian would get into trouble, the two of them had a brief discussion and finally decided to change from defense to offense. They broke the blockade and entered the F1 area to help Tang Xian. In the eyes of the two, this blockade must be the enemy's. Tang Xian was in a difficult situation and was waiting for reinforcements, guessing that it was actually Tang Ranran who blocked the space. Kong Chen, who was afraid of accidental injury, was anxious and notified Tang Ranran as soon as possible, and at the same time found an excuse to stop people. Hearing Kong Chen news, Tang Ranran was immediately shocked. She didn't care about anything else and first withdrew the sect protection formation. Although the artifact is good, it consumes a lot of energy. Whenever it is hit by a 4S level, the spirit stones will be consumed like water. As the formation was withdrawn, Tang Ranran also opened her protective shield. The protective shield can protect both the outside and the inside, and can also act as a cage. But it is not powerful enough and probably can't stop the SSS level power type aliens. However, there are two 4S level space systems present, so they should not be able to escape. You know, there are 4 SSS level trapped in her formation. These 4 are most likely not human, but aliens. Anyway, Ares doesn't recognize them. When Tang Ranran switched, the consultants Tian and Xia Weiman, who were about to take action, stopped immediately. It is still easy to distinguish between special energy barriers and protective shields. It became a protective shield? So Tang Xian won? I'm fine, Tang Ranran shouted in the meeting group. Kong Chen, whose heart was in his throat, immediately shouted to Chengshi Tian and Xia Weiman. The boss said he's fine. If these two people hit Mr. Tang's supernatural barrier, wouldn't it be like a flood that washed away the Dragon King Temple? That's too unfair. The two looked at each other, and Changshi Tian asked Kong Chen, "What's the situation now? I have the authority. We can go in. But when opening the door, please pay attention to the situation to prevent anyone from escaping," Kong Chen hurriedly said. "When authorized personnel enter and exit the protective shield, a temporary pass will be opened." After Kong Chen said this, the two assured, "Don't worry. We are still blocking the space. They can't run away." In Changshi Tian and Xia Weiman's opinion, the previous supernatural barrier was the criminals. And now it should be Tang Xian who has the upper hand. The criminals can't maintain the blockade. And Tang Xian opened the protective shield to prevent the criminals from escaping. The two did not relax their vigilance. And the space blockade that was previously used to prevent the criminals from kidnapping people and escaping was still shrouded. "Boss, we're coming in. First," he shouted in the online meeting to remind Tang Ranran. And then Kong Chen opened the door. In the F1 area protective shield, he quickly stabbed Kimberly. But there was no movement at all. Tang Ranran estimated that Kimberly was dead. But she was still worried. So she used poison vines to tie up the big-tongued snake like a dumpling, and handed it to Green Dumpling to be watched by her. And he began to settle accounts with the 4 SSS-level aliens, who were still trapped in the formation. Deal with them one by one. Release one first. And fight. When the group came in, they saw a huge, metallic glowing, huge beast with a pair of large fangs, ramming the protective shield. Under the huge impact force, the protective shield was hit with spider web-like cracks. But the 3 trillion high-end goods are definitely worth the price. The cracks did not break. And the protective shield that withstood this wave of impact began to repair itself. And the web-like cracks slowly disappeared, without giving the metal beast a chance to launch a second collision. Tang Ranran used vine binding. And the people who stepped into the protective shield also launched an attack at the first time. The alien race, in its peak strength state and its complete form, is like a small boss. With high defense and thick blood, it is really difficult to deal with it alone. But with the arrival of reinforcements, it is easy to deal with it under the concentrated fire of the large number of people. When the consultant Tian came, he brought 2 SSS-level helpers, one of whom was a space system. And Xia Weiman was not alone. He came with Xia Yin, who was also 4S level, and Xia Zhuaran and Xia Xia, who were SSS level, plus Kong Chen and Li Zheng, and SS level, S level, a group of 20 to 30 high-level combat psychics. Under the concentrated fire of the high-level magician, the metal beast was quickly beaten to a pulp. Seeing that it was probably dead, Tang Ranran decisively released the second enemy. When the second alien race came out, it was obvious that it could no longer distinguish between illusion and reality, and was a little confused. Before he could come to his senses, he was hit by a wave of concentrated fire, and was quickly killed. Then the third, and the last. In the situation where I am outnumbered, I will definitely crush them. The battle here ended, and Tang Ranran had already learned about the situation in Yuqing. Although casualties in Yuqing were inevitable, the situation was basically stable. The criminals in Yuqing were obviously cannon fodder to attract attention. They were only low-level psychics of C, B, and A at the highest, and they relied more on mecha damage. Several mechas in the open had been killed, and Qi Xingyuan was still searching for criminals who had escaped and mixed into the crowd in Yuqing. Once the low-level psychic criminals were hidden, it was really hard to find them. The subsequent cleanup work obviously had some troubles. In the F1 area, it was confirmed that all the criminals had been killed. "Boss, how are you?" "Master Tang, are you okay?" "Tang Xian, how are you? Are you not injured?" Faced with everyone's concern, Tang Ranran politely expressed his gratitude. "I'm fine. Thank you all for your help." Master Tang is too polite. Facing the brutal alien race, we should naturally fight together. We are also doing our best. Speaking of it, General Tang is really powerful. After a round of greetings, everyone discussed the 5 corpses again. The 4 SSS level ones behind, whether they were in human form or original form before death, all showed the beast form of the alien race after death. So, it was an organized alien attack. After discussing it, in addition to Xia Yin who knew Tang Ranran's pseudonym, the 2 4S level consultants Tian and Xia Weiman were very active in helping to investigate hidden dangers and search the planet. When Tang Ranran heard this, how could this be possible? She also knows the skill of global search. Yin Qian taught her. It is to use a form similar to mental resonance to oppress specific levels of mental power in a large area, forcing them to defend and then find their location. Global search. How can she find Tang Ranran herself and the alien Ares? Thank you for your kindness. Don't waste your mental power. I can do it. No problem. Don't worry. Thank you. Tang Ranran refused, of course. And Xie Yin and the Muddy helped her talk, finally dispelling the two people's search plan. Because there are obviously many aftermaths to be done here. And everyone is on official business and can't stay for long. After a polite greeting, the reinforcements dispersed. People left. Especially the two big spaces Xia Weiman and consultant Tian left. Tang Ranran secretly breathed a sigh of relief. And then the focus fell on the demon pill. After killing Kimberly, Ares couldn't sit still. He jumped up and down to urge Tang Ranran to dig the demon pill quickly. He looked so anxious that he wanted to fly to the F1 area to whip the corpse and dig the pill. Now that everyone had dispersed, Tang Ranran was naturally ready to start digging. However, after a quick scan with his spiritual sense, Kimberly's body seemed to be corroded by high-concentration sulfuric acid, and the whole body was black and purple. It was obviously very toxic. If he dissected it here, he was afraid that it would pollute the land. Tang Ranran found a deserted, high radiation, uninhabited area nearby and ordered Jiang Qian to carry the body over. After throwing Kimberly's body into the wasteland, Tang Ranran quickly cut open his stomach with sword energy. It must be said that the toxicity of the mixture of many poisonous grasses is really strong. It is black and the inside has been corroded beyond recognition. You can tell at a glance that it is very poisonous. Of course, it is not ruled out that he ate too many poisonous grasses. And the dosage is large, and the toxicity is high. Anyway, after a lot of effort, Tang Ranran finally dug up the demon pill. But this demon pill was obviously corroded by poison gas, and surrounded by black gas. Tang Ranran was not sure whether this demon pill could still be used. But the step of removing the poison was definitely necessary. Let's put it away first. After putting the demon pill in a special container, Tang Ranran frowned at Kimberly's huge body, feeling regretful. It was a 4S level alien race. But unfortunately, this blood was probably not used to water the flowers. But there are pros and cons. If he hadn't been poisoned, it would not have been so easy to kill him. After a moment of regret, Tang Ranran and Jiang Qian temporarily left the body here and returned to F1. As soon as they returned to F1, Tang Ranran saw Gu Xiao studying the body. The online conference room continued, and there was also an online live broadcast. So Gu Xiao, who was hiding in his tortoiseshell, watched the whole process online. Now that they were sure it was safe, they were brought by the driver and rushed over to join in the fun. As soon as Tang Ranran came back, Gu Xiao couldn't wait to speak to her. Tang Xian. They are all aliens. Big aliens. The research value is huge. Let our research institute study the bodies. But the Starry Sky Police said they would send someone to investigate their identities. They investigate theirs. And we study ours. Okay. Then I let the investigator contact you. And let them go directly to the research institute after they come? Okay. Don't worry. I will cooperate with the investigation. Take samples first. And then dissect after they finish the investigation. I have a use for the alien bee source. And I want to use the blood to grow magical vines. I know. You dig the alien bee source first. And I keep all the blood for you when you dissect it. In addition, if there are any special materials, except for some backup research samples, the rest will be kept for you. Okay. 4 out of 3. Tang Ranran dug up 3 demon pills. And 1 alien. He didn't have a demon pill, but a golden pure glass crystal. Then, the 4 bodies were taken to the research institute. In addition, Jiang Qian went to pick up Kimberly's body and sent it to the research institute as well. It's very poisonous. Be careful. Tang Ranran reminded him. Don't worry. I know my limits. Gu Xiao nodded, and then thought of something and exclaimed. The poisonous weeds here are really powerful. Even the 4S level space pirates were poisoned. By the way, can I study those poisonous weeds too? No problem. But it's a bit messy now. I send it to the research institute after I sort it out. Okay. Thank you very much. You're welcome. And thank you for asking for help this time. It's just a small matter. After the greetings, Gu Xiao returned to the research institute. and Tang Ranran sent Li Shuowei to the Research Institute to assist in the investigation. Li Shuowei's ability is memory exploration. Tang Ranran level is limited, and he can't perform soul searching on lifeless corpses. But Li Shuowei can use this ability. Although he can't see the whole picture of the corpse, and can only get some memory fragments sporadically, he can still get some information. After all the other people left, Tang Ranran sent all the younger brothers away. The online meeting was over. Tang Ranran pulled Kong Chun and Qi Xingyuan alone and started a group chat. Tang Ranran learned about the situation in detail again, and then the relevant follow-up work was responsible for the two. In addition, Tang Ranran informed the two of the information he learned from Ares, that is, Kimberly's identity, and asked them to cooperate with the investigation of the Starry Sky Police. After the follow-up was handed over to the younger brothers, he finally finished his side, and Tang Ranran sighed at the garden. A messy garden. Hey, I have to plant vegetables again. And spiritual stones. Tang Ranran counted the losses this time with tears in his eyes. Tang Xuanhao consumed a lot of spirit stones, and the Sect Protection Formation also consumed a lot of spirit stones, as well as the Illusion Formation, Trap Formation and Killing Formation that she used to trap the enemy, which also consumed a lot of spirit stones. In addition, many formations were broken and needed to be repaired, which was another big project. Damn it! Tang Ranran could only comfort herself after cursing the Detonite Alien Alliance in her heart. It was also thanks to Kimberly's smart rush to her F1 area nest, entering the formation trap and being poisoned. Otherwise, if they opened fire in front of Yuqing, not to mention that countless innocent citizens would be killed and injured. Her group of younger brothers would also be killed and injured. It was a blessing in disguise. Tang Ranran began to work. Tang Xuanhao explored with his spiritual sense and checked the F1 area. After searching around, he did not find any hidden criminals, so he felt relieved. Using Jiang Qian as a secretary, asking him to keep in touch with Kong Chun and Qi Xingyuan to pay attention to the situation at any time. Tang Ranran began to repair the formation with Tang Xuanhao. Her continuous long-term trap array is very complicated, and it is a big project to repair it. Tang Xuanhao is very busy here, and Tang Ranran is not idle over there. She sent Ares back to Su Feng Mao planet. Under his urging of Master, she began to deal with the demon pill. Kimberly's demon pill looks very poisonous. In fact, it has been corroded by poison gas. To refine the pill, you must first remove the poison, which is a bit difficult. Tang Ranran can only use the spiritual plant materials in the farm to make an antidote to soak it. As for whether it can be used to remove the poison later, she is really unsure. As for the golden pure glass gold, Ares can't use it, so Tang Ranran put it aside for the time being and refined the 3 SSS level demon pills first. Two-pronged approach. Two numbers worked hard, and after half a day of hard work, all 3 SSS level spiritual feeding pills were completed. Just like a small stone thrown into the sea, it splashed a small splash and disappeared. For Ares, the 3 SSS level soul feeding pills were like a toothache. His strength was improved a little bit, equivalent to 3% of experience. After the last SSS level soul feeding pill went into his stomach, Ares eagerly began to urge again. Master! 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 Tang Ranran was angry at his reincarnation-like urging, and simply put the demon pill that had only a little bit of poison soaked in front of him. Eat it. If you have the ability, eat it. Ares was scared on the spot. The 4S level Kimberly was poisoned to death, and he didn't dare to give his head away. Tang Ranran had nothing to do here, so she simply counted the spirit stones on the farm and sorted out her precious spirit stones, picking out the medium quality, high quality, and best quality ones, and putting the same quality together. The top quality and the best quality ones must be properly stored. Repairing the array is a complicated job. After repairing 7 or 8 arrays and restoring some of the trap functions, Tang Ranran temporarily stopped working and started growing vegetables instead. Tang Ranran first prepared several thank you gifts. Others came all the way from other galaxies to help fight the criminals at risk. We can't let them pay for the blue bottle themselves. Right? Thank you gifts must be given after all. Tang Ranran, who is not short of money, didn't need to think much and prepared a high purification value gift for the 3-4S level consultants Tian, Xia Weiman and Xia Yin. Each one was a unit of Wuguang Linglong fruit. That is, a set of 5, worth 1 trillion or more. And the next few SSS level ones were each a large Tian Rongju worth about 500 billion. Thank you gift box. Tang Ranran contacted and added consultant Tian and Xie Weiman through the relationship between Gu Xiao and Xie Shihe. After a few pleasantries and getting the exact address, she asked Jiang Qian to run errands and deliver the gifts and express gratitude on her behalf. Jiang Qian went to deliver the thank you gift on her behalf, while Tang Ranran continued to grow vegetables and repair the garden. After running around without any accidents, Jiang Qian returned safely and smoothly. After reporting that the thank you gift had been delivered, Jiang Qian reported the latest investigation progress. Tang Xuanhao is definitely a heavyweight figure in the empire. Regarding the alien terrorist attack on Su Pingrui Star, the 3rd Galaxy Military Command Center and the Starry Sky United Police attached great importance to it and sent investigators respectively. Among the dozens of investigators, there is an SS-level special ability user, whose ability is very similar to Li Xuewei. He can read some recent memory fragments of the target, roughly within 3 months, through the target's blood. Although both of them can only read memory fragments and are not complete, they have pieced together a lot of information. The 5 alien races are all thieves on the Empire's Star Pirates wanted list, and they all belong to the Totem Star Pirates. The 4S level space system Red Tongue Snake alien is most likely the leader of the Totem Star Pirates, Hong Tongue. The other 4 are all his generals. Anyway, the alien Star Pirate's identity is confirmed. And what surprised the investigators is that behind Hong Tongue, there seem to be several aliens of the same level as him, or even more powerful alien leaders. Following the clues, the investigation team found some information about the Det Anna Alien Alliance. Of course, it is not comprehensive, just superficial information. The information obtained by the investigation team is not as much as Ares knows. Tang Ranran suddenly had an idea and met Ares in the protected area of Su Fengmao on the Tangxi. Ares, how about this? You go back to the Det Anna Alien Alliance. Go undercover. Dig out some detailed information for me. And then I will find a way to form a team of high-level fighters to take down this alliance. At that time, all the demon pills I dug will be given to you. Hearing the last sentence, Ares' eyes lit up and couldn't help enjoying the bright future. 4S level. The strength he has never reached. It's a good idea, but not very realistic. Ares doesn't have much affection for his former colleagues. After all, he has eaten his colleagues many times in his previous life. But the problem now is that Kimberly has reached 4S level for some reason. What about the other 3 guys? Will they also be 4S level? Will the power that once belonged to him be divided up? He is afraid that he will be alone and eaten by his colleagues when he returns. In addition, there is a most important contract issue. Similar to Tang Ranran contract, there are many control methods between alien races, and the control method of the alliance leader is a blood contract. The high-powered alien races of the Det Anna Alien Alliance all drank the blood of the alliance leader and swore a blood oath to him. If they betray, they will be backfired by the blood oath. Ares has no idea whether the missing alliance leader has returned, because of Ares' racial peculiarity. When he died, the blood oath he made to submit to the alliance master had disappeared. When he was reborn, he was free, which is why he became Tang Ranran pet. Now, as long as he appears in front of the alliance master, the alliance master will know that his blood oath has disappeared and he is betrayed. And betraying the alliance often only ends up being eaten. Therefore, Ares was very tempted by Tang Ranran's proposal to let him return to the alliance as an undercover. But he was very sincere. In the end, cowardice prevailed. Ares refused to be an undercover and explained the above reasons with reason and evidence, concluding, it is too dangerous. After listening to Tang Ranran, she thought about it. It was not easy to pull him from an egg to the current SSS level strength. If he died and returned to the form of an egg baby, and died in some mountain ditch and could not be picked up, wouldn't her investment be all gone? Wouldn't she be heartbroken? Forget it. Bandit suppression is a problem that the military should worry about. But Tang Ranran was a little worried. I don't know whether it was Kimberly's personal idea to capture Tang Xian, or the plan of the entire alien alliance. If it was the latter, there would be endless troubles, and there would definitely be another wave of attacks. As the saying goes, I'm afraid of thieves thinking about it. Very worrying. In the end, all the fears were due to insufficient firepower or her lack of strength. Come on. Practice. In the short term, there should be no action in the alien alliance. I hope she can reach the nascent soul stage as soon as possible. Tang Ranran, who didn't worry about suppressing bandits, continued to grow vegetables. And then, there was good news. Kong Chen said the good news that the military's mining director had sent 6 samples. Kong Chen took the 6 samples to Tang Ranran F1 area and asked her to review them. At present, Kong Chen has recruited an S-level special energy system named Xia Jing with a high salary. The samples given by the military have definitely passed the first round of selection. After Xia Jing checked, it was determined that all 6 samples were special energy stones. Tang Ranran checked it again and found that there were only 5 spiritual stones. And one looked like a spiritual stone. It was said that it could sense energy, but she didn't know what it was. Anyway, Tang Ranran didn't know it, although one was not a spiritual stone. 5 spiritual stone samples represented 5 spiritual stone mines. Tang Ranran was overjoyed. The empire was indeed rich in resources and fertile in land. This was really good news. After verifying the spiritual stones, all subsequent related work was handled by Kong Chen. Tang Ranran was only responsible for growing vegetables. And then, he could wait to collect the spiritual stones. After verifying the situation of the energy stone, Kong Chen reported, "Boss, the military headquarters of the galaxy contacted me. They proposed to improve the security protection level of our Su Pingruwei star." "Huh?" "Kong Chen, they mean to increase the size of the garrison, and remove Qi Xingyuan's position as the planetary garrison general, and send a 4S level, preferably a space system, to take charge." Replace a 4S level space system? Who? Tang Ranran was surprised and a little frightened. 4S level space? Her farm. As for the specific personnel, it has not been determined yet. This is just the preliminary intention of the command, and the details still need our approval. We will bear the military expenses? Not entirely. For garrisons that exceed the planet's protection level, the basic salary is borne by the military, and we will bear certain allowances. After a pause, Kong Chen told his thoughts truthfully. As for the size of the garrison, I think the current number is enough. For example, the terrorist attack this time, the large space system. No matter how strict the security is, it can't stop it. High-strength terrorists are not a problem that can be solved by the number of garrisons. Only, we can fight with high-level psychics. Our planet lacks powerful high-level psychics. Of course, you are definitely at the high-level level. But after all, 2 fists can't beat 4 hands. Kong Chen smiled bitterly and complained to himself. We are all fakes. Kong Chen is very self-aware. Don't look at him. Li Zheng and Qi Xingyuan are all SSS level. And there are so many SS level. But they are all promoted by Mr. Tang with potions. They are promoted by potions, so their talents are always a little worse. Moreover, they only have levels, but not much experience in psychic combat. Compared with those natural old-fashioned high-level psychics, they are far behind in strength. Well, don't reply to the headquarters yet. Just say I need to think about it. Tang Ranran was a little hesitant. With a 4S level space system sitting on the planet, the sense of security is much greater. But there are also hidden dangers. Okay. Safety. Hidden dangers. Safety. Hidden dangers. Tang Ranran was planting vegetables while struggling over whether to accept the 4S high-level fighter from the military. Before she could think of the result, Gu Xia called her. Tang Xian, did you receive the news? The Galaxy Command Center wants to dispatch a 4S level high-level fighter to Su Pingruwei Star. What do you think? Well, I'm still considering it. Gu Xiao, who had made up a reason in his mind, asked bluntly. Are you worried that your subordinate Qi Xingyuan will be removed, and thus lose control of the planetary garrison? Tang Ranran was speechless and silent for a while without answering, although she was not worried about this at all. This reason made sense. Gu Xia just thought he had guessed it. There is no room for 2 tigers in one mountain. On a planet, if the political boss in charge of management, the star commander, and the military boss in charge of security, the garrison general, are not in harmony, it will definitely be a big problem. Moreover, Su Pingruwei is a private star, so it is natural for Tang Xian to be worried. In this way, you can find any reason to refuse to replace the garrison general. I will apply for a special protection in the name of the Institute and ask the military to send a 4S level high-level fighter. Then you could apply for a special protection as a military supplier. With your current status, you will definitely be able to apply for a 4S level high-powered personal guard. Gu Xiao gave her advice, and made an objective analysis from the heart. As you know, the results of this investigation involve an alien alliance in the Freestar region. They are big aliens with high IQ and strength, and they are not easy to deal with. If they don't give up and still want to attack you, there will definitely be another wave of sneak attacks. Helpers are definitely needed. After all, there is a time difference in calling for rescue. We apply for 2 4S level high-level fighters, plus you, and I can also heal you from behind. Our lineup can fight even 2 4S level aliens. It must be said that what Gusio said makes sense. But, hey, wait, Shi Tang Ran can go out to hide. What if the aliens attack Su Pingruixing? Shi Tang Xian must stay on the planet. But Shi Tang Ran is just Kong Chen girlfriend. It's normal for her to return to Sutter. Right? Besides, the aliens are coming for Tang Xian. And the hostage they want to capture is Tang Xian wife Tang Shi. Right? Capture her Tang Ran and threaten Kong Chen? It is highly unlikely. Yes. She's gone. As long as she's gone, no matter how hard the new 4S level search is done, she won't be found. With a plan in hand, Tang Ran asked in a brisk tone. Can it be done this way? Of course. Okay. Then I apply for a 4S level bodyguard as you say. Tang Ran agreed immediately. And then asked, by the way, do you know how many 4S level space systems our empire currently has? On the surface, in addition to Yan Qian, the 5S, our Gu family has Gu Shirtian. The Xia family has Xia Weiman. And they, both of them were promoted by the magic fruit spirit potion. Then, there is Chen Gaolang in the Chen family. And there is Deng Lanian in the second star system. These two are also 4S level, and have space abilities. Both of them were promoted from SSS level not long ago by potions. Only these few are registered on the record. There are also some who hide their strength. I don't know. And now they are all planting magic vines. After a while, there should be several SSS level space systems that can be promoted to 4S level. Gu Xiao told the truth. Oh, only a few? What do you mean by only? Space-related abilities are very rare. Gu Xiao corrected. You know, Yin Qian was a 4S level space-related ability before. And it was because of your marrow cleansing potion and the magic vine that we are in the current situation. Wait, you don't want to apply for a space-related guard, do you? Can't you? But the command center means to send a 4S level space-related ability to guard. They said try their best. Right? Right. Just try their best. The third Galaxy Command Center is unlikely to be able to mobilize a 4S level space-related ability. In the end, it should be a 4S level ability with an SSS level space-related ability. 4S level space-related abilities are very busy. You know, our family consultant is either repairing or building roads every day. As long as he has mental power, he will never be idle. I understand. After talking with Gu Xiao, Tang Ran took action. It's not a space system, so the farm is not exposed. But she still has the risk of being exposed. After all, if there is a little disturbance, it is a routine operation to conduct a global search with mental power. So Tang Xuanhao sent a request to the military to apply for a high-level combat personal guard bodyguard as Gu Xi said. And on the other side, Tang Ran contacted Tang Chui. Auntie, I want to go back to Sutter. Do you want to go back with me? You want to go back to Sutter? Did Kong Chen say anything? Is it dangerous? The news of the alien attack cannot be concealed. Tang Chui heard 2 days ago that Yuqing was attacked by terrorists. Thousands of people died, and tens of thousands of people were injured. Frightened and unable to sleep, Tang Chui asked Tang Ran to ask Kong Chen for news several times, and proposed that if it was dangerous, they should go back to Sutter to avoid the limelight. When she received the call, Tang Chui was highly nervous and immediately said, Go back. I will go back too. Okay. Then we will go back together. After a few simple words, it was decided that Yan Xing would stay at the company headquarters to preside over the overall situation. Tang Ran would go back, and Steward Lin would also go back, and Tang Chui would bring her son and daughter with her. Although the environment of Fu Xianting is unique, it is too close to Tang Xian F1 area after all, and Tang Chui is afraid that her 2 children will be affected. During high-risk periods, avoid as much as possible. After making an agreement with Tang Chui, Tang Ran called Kong Chen again to inform him. Kong Chen was relieved that Tang Ran would go back to Sutter to avoid the limelight because the SSS-level space mercenary Dahe, Ares, would accompany him secretly. However, he still had to arrange a bodyguard in public. Kong Chen arranged his younger brother Wei Shugong, an S-level gold-type superpower, to be Tang Ranran bodyguard. It was reasonable for him to arrange a superpower bodyguard for his girlfriend. Right? Tang Ranran had some impression of Wei Shugong, a burly man with a good figure, but his face looked like an orangutan. Tang Ranran refused this very much. She wanted Kong Chen's new younger brother, the S-level Lu Heshu. Among Kong Chen's younger brothers, Lu Heshu had bright eyes and white teeth and looked the best. No! Kong Chen refused firmly and argued. Lu Heshu's superpowers were just activated by the 5-color superpower agent not long ago, and they are water-based. At present, he is a weakling who can only throw water balls. He is not qualified for the position of bodyguard. The reason is very sufficient. With her strength, doesn't Kong Chen know it? Bodyguards are just decorations. It's clearly an excuse. Humph! Tang Ranran was angry. But after all, he was not her direct younger brother. He didn't listen to her, but listened to Kong Chen. Forget it. A fierce and evil one can just scare her Tang family relatives. In order to go back and hide, Tang Shui was very efficient, and bought the spaceship ticket as soon as possible. Tang Ranran, Tang Shuwai, Tang Qianqian, and bodyguard Wei Shugong set off from Fu Xianting and went to the land space station. When they arrived, Tang Shui and housekeeper Lin were already there. The 6 people took the spaceship to the planet Su Shanchang, and then took the spaceship back to Sutter. 2 days later, Tang Ranran successfully returned to the Tang family mansion in Sutter. She first went to see her cheap grandparents and gave them a specialty, which was Su Pingruixing fruit. 2 portions, each with about 10 units, which is about 500,000 worth. After a routine of filial piety to elders, Tang Ranran went back to her own yard, and then turned a deaf ear to the outside world, and only focused on practicing. Practicing makes me happy. I love practicing. And practicing loves me. The rich little niece finally came back. And Tang Chengwu, Tang Chengwen and Tang Fei, several elders, were a little eager to get money from her. As a result, they didn't even see Tang Ranran. On the smart brain, Tang Ranran didn't reply to messages, and was in a standard diving state. In reality, although she lived in the Tang family mansion, there was a door god like Wei Shugong at the entrance of her yard. Wei Shugong's ferocious appearance, combined with his S-level mental power, often didn't need to speak. As long as he glared, it was very intimidating. Tang Chengwu and others who had never seen a big scene met Wei Shugong, the fierce god, and ran away quickly, and didn't dare to get close at all. Tang Ranran sighed. Quietly Krypton gold practice. On Su Pingrui's star, Tang Ranran continued to repair the formation and grow vegetables. After waiting for 3 days, the approval came. In exchange for donating 2 trillion pure fruits and vegetables to the military every year, the military approved her application for a 4S high-level guard bodyguard. In other words, the annual salary of a 4S bodyguard is 2 trillion. Tang Ranran sighed sincerely that this salary is really too cheap. Can she apply for a dozen bodyguards? Well, I thought too much. Salary is only one of them. The status must be assessed. After all, only leaders of a sufficient level can have high-level guards. The application was approved, and then the donation of 2 trillion was settled by Tang Ranran and the payment for the lingsher, using the 5-colored linglong fruit as the currency. To the research institute, Gu Xia went through the process of confirming the receipt, and then the next step was the selection of guards. Here, it was stuck again. Tang Xian is a god of wealth, and a super generous god of wealth. This rumor has spread to every corner of the imperial military. Every poor fellow who lacks a blue bottle is thinking about the little bit of money flowing out of the god of wealth's fingers. Being a guard for the god of wealth? This is a huge fortune. Moreover, the alien star pirate on the wanted list. At this stage, if they don't fight with the Zerg, several newly promoted 4S levels are worried about not having the opportunity to make achievements. Alien star pirates like Hong Tung are walking military merits. A great opportunity to make merit. Who doesn't want to take this wealth? A group of 4S levels who got the news competed to sign up. Especially those poor fellows who were on the verge of mental disorder every day. They were quite eager to fight for the position of the guard. They all wanted to be Tang Xian guards. And they didn't want others to be Tang Xian guards. In addition, The big families in the first galaxy all wanted to establish a good relationship with Tang Xian and try to arrange their own family members to be on the guards. Just like that, the candidate could not be decided for a while. After waiting for the guards for 2 days, there was no result. Tang Ranran and Gu Xiu talked and found out that the 4S guards applied for by the Institute had been selected. It was Zhu the High Clansman, Zhu Shu, a 4S level gold and fire dual element, which was considered a high attack type of psychic. This Zhu Shu was a lucky guy. He was originally SS level, and was promoted to SSS level with the help of the marrow washing potion, and then promoted to 4S level again with the help of the magic fruit potion. And the high purification value without excess is the real strength, Gu Xiu casually mentioned. By the way, Zhu Shuo will probably arrive in 2 days. Do you want to have a competition with him and measure his fighting power? There is no need for that since the people have been decided. Tang Ranran waved her hand to refuse and asked the key point. Your institute's bodyguards have been decided. Why haven't my guards been arranged yet? Maybe you are too popular as a leader? Tang Ranran, thinking of the matter of the general stationed in the star. Tang Ranran immediately urged the relevant person in charge. That is, a big boss in the army. Then she got the truth. It was really because several people applied to be her guards that she couldn't decide. Knowing this situation, Tang Ranran decisively, let me choose. Let me choose. After a lot of arguing with the big boss in the military, Tang Ranran generously added 2 trillion to the military, which was the donation of 2 units of Wuguang Linglong fruit. And then she successfully got the right to choose her own guard. After logging into the military-related platform, Tang Ranran saw a large number of candidates who applied to be her bodyguards. A total of 7. You know, these are 4S level. When she first arrived, she thought that Yan Qian was the only 4S level person in the empire. At that time, 4S level was really high-end for her. And now, 4S level people are vying to be her bodyguards. Money can make the devil work. And you can choose any bodyguard with money. The almighty money power. Tang Ranran decided to carefully select and check their information one by one. There are only a few 4S level space-type people. Just glance at it, and you will know that. As Gu Xiu said, there is really no space-type person. Then, Tang Ranran looked at his face. With the bonus of a super handsome high-ranking military uniform. As long as he is not an old man. He is pretty handsome. She had to remove the military uniform filter first, and take a closer look at his bare face. Before Tang Ranran could take a closer look, the phone rang. It was Xia Yan. This guy completed his mission, and came out of the ravine? Hey! Tang Xian. Have you applied for special protection from a high-level combat guard? After taking time to run back to Su Xinrong during the alien beast attack, Xia Yan continued to guard the high-risk collection area. After finally completing the collection mission and returning to the military district, his gossipy nephew Xia Xingyun shared this big news with him. Yes, according to the investigation, there is an alien organization behind Hong Tung. So I have to be careful and recruit a high-level combat guard to be safer. Choose me. You choose me. Xia Yan was very excited and recommended himself. Think about it. They are all 4S level. Who knows if they have any special abilities that are not disclosed? It's risky. But I'm different. I know everything. Right? Xia Yan actively explained the reason. Tang Ranran hesitated. Which made sense. After all, Xia Yan was an insider. But the key was that she felt Xia Yan was a little weak. If another alien star pirate came, who would protect whom? Xia Yan recommended himself in various ways with his persuasive words. Tang Ranran listened while going through the information of the other 7 people. The 7 4S level people who applied to be her guards had abilities that were either dual system, 2 5-element abilities, or 1 5-element ability with an auxiliary ability. They were all dual system ability users, and the possibility of a third system was quite high. Moreover, it seemed that none of them could fight as well as her Tangxian puppet. This was a bit embarrassing. I have just awakened the earth element ability recently. I have mastered the skill of earth escape. If we encounter a strong enemy, I will take you to the underground route to escape the shield. And I am also a gold element. The gold element can attack and defend. And it definitely has the 2 major advantages of high attack and defense. I am also good looking. And it is pleasing to the eyes. Xia Yan was still promoting himself. Tang Ranran felt that it made sense after listening to him for a long time. She had to find a good-looking one who could provide emotional value. Xia Yin was a scheming T. He was very good at dealing with things. It was really pleasing to the eyes, and happy to get along with him. Just when she was thinking about whether to choose him, another call came in. From, huh? It was actually Lu Xiao? That means Yin Qian and his group came back from the Free Alliance Star region. I think about it, and reply later. After saying this in a hurry, Tang Ranran decisively hung up Xia Yin's phone, and answered Lu Xiao's call instead. Lu Xiao, are you free? Tang Ranran, are you back? As soon as the phone was connected, the two spoke almost at the same time. Yeah. Lu Xiao responded without saying much. Tang Ranran said, nothing. Just idle at home. Is it convenient for me to come to you? What's the matter? Tang Ranran was suspicious and guessed. Is he going to sell the sea spirit potion privately? The task is the task. But it is normal to collect some private goods during the task. After all, it is impossible to hand in all the spoils you get from the blue bottle. It's not convenient to talk about it in the communication. Okay. Come over. Then open the permission. I come over now. Okay. The permission has been opened. Within half a minute, Tang Ranran felt a 4S mental power fluctuation. Similar to asking, where is it? This. With a squeak, Tang Ranran pulled out the surveillance video in her mansion and quickly found Lu Xiao's location, which was the reception room she often used. Wait a minute. I come over. After sending a message, Tang Ranran left his study and went to the reception room. A few minutes later, Tang Ranran stepped into the reception room. In the reception room, Lu Xiao was sitting on a stool, still wearing combat uniform for field operations. Looking exhausted, he was originally looking down at the information on the intelligent brain. But when Tang Ranran entered the door, he looked up. Standing up, Lu Xiao greeted him with a smile on his face. Tang Xian, long time no see. Indeed. It's been more than 2 months. Did you go to the Free Alliance Star region to hunt sea spirits? This, Lu Xiao said with a little embarrassment. There is a confidentiality mechanism. I can't say it. You're back. And you're still keeping it a secret? Tang Ranran was surprised. Yeah. Tang Ranran suddenly thought that Lu Xiao contacted her as soon as he came back. So what about Yin Qian and Fu Jingyuan? Yin Qian might have to go get the smart brain. So what about Fu Jingyuan? Tang Ranran casually sent a communication, and then got a result of no signal. You guys came back in batches? Tang Ranran was even more surprised. Yin Qian and the others didn't come back? Well, I didn't say it. You guessed it yourself. Lu Xiao spread his hands, with a sense of passing the buck. Tang Ranran didn't quite understand why they had to be divided into batches, but didn't ask. So, you're looking for me? A mental barrier trapped the two of them. After ensuring their privacy, Lu Xiao said, I have a few raw materials of sea spirits that I want to trade with you. They are not obtained from the mission, but my personal spoils. Do you want them? What's the price last time? Yes. Okay. How many do you have for sale? I take them all. Tang Ranran reserved the place generously, and with a little expectation. Do you have 4S level sea spirits? She is already 4S level, but she has 3 SSS level ones under her. No. The highest is SSS level. That's fine. Tang Ranran was a little disappointed. But it's better to have something than nothing. How much is it in total? Cash or blue bottle? Of course it's the blue bottle. I have 2 SSS level, 4 SS level, 8 S level, and 22 A level. So many A level? Well, to clear the monsters? Then according to the last price, Tang Ranran calculated silently. A total of 4.028 trillion. Round it up, and give you 4.1 trillion. I give you a list. You can take a look at the price. If you think it's suitable, you can choose what you want. Thank you very much. The price you gave me is definitely a bargain for me. It is definitely suitable. Tang Ranran added. I will send it to you. Some of them are out of stock, and you may have to wait. By the way, when you were on the mission, a new potion was produced. The 5 Light Supernatural Power Stimulator. I also have a Great Soul Gathering Potion, which is similar to JSU. You can take a look at the information first and consider whether to exchange it. Huh? Are they all new potions created by you? Lu Xiao was surprised. No. I developed the Great Soul Gathering Potion, and I accidentally discovered the raw materials of the 5-light supernatural stimulator. And the potion was developed by Gu Xiao. That's amazing. After complimenting, Lu Xiao received the blue bottle exchange list sent by Tang Ranran. And then said, I just came back and haven't even had a sip of water. Can I borrow your place to rest for a few days and update the information of the past 2 months? Tang Ranran hesitated for a moment, then nodded. Okay. Tang Ranran controlled the robot with mental power, brewed tea, and served the fruit plate to the guests. Thank you. By the way, has anything big happened recently? Nothing big. That's good. After speaking, Lu Xiao picked the lychees in the fruit plate, started eating, ate a lychee to refresh himself, and then took out the special storage device that looked like a big refrigerator from the space buckle. The raw materials of sea spirits are all here. Please count them. Without a 4S level sea spirit, Tang Ranran was too lazy to look at it, and directly put it into her space buckle along with a large refrigerator. Well, I take the things. After saying that, Tang Ranran searched in the space buckle, and then found a potion made of the Great Gathering Spirit pill dissolved in water. There are 2 versions of her Great Gathering Spirit potion. One is the pill dissolved in water, and the other is the potion directly refined by ordinary methods. Relatively speaking, the former is more effective, but the shelf life is short. The latter is slightly less effective, but the shelf life is long, and it is not a problem to store it for 3 months if it is properly kept. Here, try it. Tang Ranran sent it over with his mental power. This is the Great Soul Gathering Potion. Just like JS, long-term use may lead to promotion. However, it is a low probability event. Don't hold too much hope. But the blue bottle is still very useful, and it can also refresh the mind and relieve physical fatigue. This is my treat for you. Thank you. Lu Xiao happily took the expensive gift for nothing. It's just a small thing. I have something to ask you. You ask? As long as it does not involve the confidentiality mechanism. I will never hide it. Nothing. Just some information about star pirates. You should know about the totem star pirates. Right? Do you know the alien alliance behind them? Fighting star pirates is a major task of the Starry Sky Police. And Tang Ranran estimated that he might know something. You were attacked by star pirates here? Lu Xiao reacted immediately. Well, Tang Ranran briefly described the Hong Tung attack incident. Tang Ranran simply said it. But Lu Xiao's heart was in turmoil. Su Pingrui Star was attacked by a large alien star pirate, and its leader Hong Tung and several high-level alien subordinates were all killed. Hong Tung was killed by Tang Xian. Is this not a big deal? It's a big deal. Knowing the cause and effect, Lu Xiao looked at Tang Ranran with a strange look in his eyes, and said sincerely, Tang Xian, you are amazing. In a 1-on-5 situation, you can actually kill Hong Tung. When Su Delin was fighting against the drill beast, Lu Xiao knew that Tang Xian combat power should not be underestimated. But he really didn't expect it to be so powerful. He himself can't beat Tang Xian. Right? Oh! Be more confident. Remove the bar. Tang Xian is a person with almost unlimited blue bottles. Where does he get the courage to fight him? It's mainly because he is stupid and steals my plants. Hong Tung died more because of poisoning. Tang Ranran explained. Then you are also amazing. After continuing to compliment him, Lu Xiao thought for a few seconds, his face serious and solemn. The alien alliance you mentioned does exist. According to our internal investigation data, there are several large alien pirate groups led by aliens, such as the Totem Pirates, the Blue Pirates, the Bug Alliance Pirates. The Alien Alliance is definitely one of the top 5 forces in the star field of the Free Alliance. If the leader of the alliance is targeting you, it will be a bit troublesome. Is it difficult to encircle and suppress these large pirate groups? Tang Ranran knew that the Empire had a special army to encircle and suppress pirates. But the results were not ideal. Yes, because the big star pirates have big space systems or special abilities that can travel through the universe. If there is no big space system to stop them, they can't be dealt with at all. Well, does the Empire have any plans to expand its territory and take over the Free Alliance starfield? Lu Xiao couldn't help but twitch his eyes, and said speechlessly, You really dare to think. The Free Alliance starfield is more than 10 times larger than our Empire starfield. It's still the standard with fewer people and more aliens. How to fight? Oh, just ignore me. Tang Ranran smiled awkwardly. Since it's obviously coming for you, do you want to go to the first star system to hide? Lu Xiao suggested that the first star system, as the capital of the empire, has those important planets with planetary space interception systems. Even if it is a space system, it needs to go to the space transfer station, so it can be transferred before returning to the planet. No, there's no reason for me to hide from them. Even if you guard against thieves for 1,000 days, you can't prevent them. Then your safety. Lu Xiao frowned and persuaded. For S-level space system is still quite tricky. This time there is one. What if there are two next time? And high-level aliens have innate skills, which are hard to guard against. There is a 4S level high-level fighter at the Research Institute, and my combat power is not weak. In addition, I applied for a 4S level guard from the military, and Gucio is an assistant. In addition, I have 2 big battle pets, so I think the combat power is enough. Tang Ranran is very confident. She has a magic weapon. If it doesn't work, she will open the sect protection formation in Sutter, and she will definitely be safe. You applied for a 4S level guard? Who is it? Lu Xiao immediately focused on the key point. The candidate has not been decided yet. Tang Ranran hesitated and said, maybe it will be Xia Yin. Xia Yin? That guy's fighting power. Lu Xiao showed a trace of disdain, and then operated the intelligent brain for a while, and found the announcement of Tang Xian recruiting guards. Freely apply according to personal wishes, and General Tang will choose by himself? Lu Xiao was surprised. Yes. Then I will go through the application process. And you choose me? Lu Xiao's eyes lit up, and he started to go through the process on the spot. Tang Ranran, aren't you on a mission? I don't have any blue bottles. Without blue bottles, I have no fighting power. It would be a burden if I stayed. So I took a few people who also have no blue bottles and left first. My mission is over. I am currently in a free recuperation period, LV Xiao explained, and then said frankly and sincerely, to be honest, my high purification value reserves are really exhausted. I want to work for you to earn some money. Boss, give me a chance. For 0.1 trillion blue bottles. Aren't they enough for you? Definitely not enough. Ah! And you also know that I didn't take the magic fruit potion. Although according to my talent, I can get the family resources to cultivate me as long as I apply. But I have to pay a price to enjoy the rights and interests. I have consumed such a large amount of family resources. In the next few decades, or even 100 years, I am completely restricted by the family, and can only obey the family various arrangements. I don't even have the right to say no. How miserable is that? So I try to rely on myself as much as possible, if I can earn it myself. Tang Ranran understood that there must be sacrifices for gains. Whether in the army or the family, you have to rely on contributions to exchange for resources. The application process was completed in no time. Lu Xiao continued to promote. If you choose me as a guard, I guarantee your safety. I am not bragging about fighting 2 4S space aliens in a 1-on-2 battle, but my combat power is definitely top-notch among 4S. Are you stronger than Xia Yin? Tang Ranran verified. Of course. Lu Xiao was very confident. I think about it. Tang Ranran hesitated and changed the subject. See what you need to exchange first. Okay. Without saying anything more, Lu Xiao started eating again. Eating fruit while checking the high purification value exchange table given by Tang Ranran. The room fell into silence. Tang Ranran was secretly entangled. Xia Yin was an insider, but it was obvious that Lu Xiao had a higher combat power. Moreover, one was gorgeous and beautiful, and the other was as gentle as jade. They were 2 different types, and it was hard to tell who was better in terms of appearance. It was hard to choose. Just when Tang Ranran was hesitating, Xia Yin called. Tang Ranran looked up at Lu Xiao, who was eating fruit, and noticed that it was her who had a call, and asked politely, do you need me to step aside? You can do whatever you want. I take a call. After that, Tang Ranran decisively put a mental barrier on herself, made sure of privacy, and then answered the call. I've already gone through the process here, and it's been approved. As soon as the call was connected, Xia Yin spoke directly. After receiving the latest news, several high-level fighters who were on a confidential mission returned, and Xia Yin was very anxious for fear that the position of the guard would be taken away by others. Tang Ranran, what are you urging? Isn't she considering it? You know Lu Xiao, right? Yes. Xia Yin was shocked, and a bad premonition rose spontaneously. Sure enough, Tang Ranran next sentence. He is also applied. How about you two fight? I choose whoever is better. They are all handsome men. It's too difficult for her to choose. So, solve it yourself. Damn it! Someone really cuts in. Cursing inwardly, Xie Yin bluntly squeezed his competitor. Lu Xiao is a cunning man. And he is also a professional policeman. If you put him on the planet, believe me, you will be exposed in less than 3 days. He doesn't have special recognition abilities, Tang Ranran retorted, muttering in her heart. It was more than 3 days last time. And it didn't. Wait. Could it be that Lu Xiao has already found out and is playing dumb? Tang Ranran is a little uneasy. As for the exposure, Tang Ranran is numb now. As long as she doesn't care, it's not a big deal. So, after a brief panic, within 2 seconds, Tang Ranran mentality was stable again. She didn't care. What is she worried about? She is a 4S level with system. A female. For Xie Yin who said bad things behind his back, Tang Ranran said directly, you can't beat him. Right? Xie Yin's breath was choked and he was immediately depressed. This statement hurt his self-esteem too much. But, okay. I admit that I can't beat him, Xie Yin admitted dejectedly. Oh. One word. Xie Yin wrote 2 words in his heart. Finish. He was most likely to lose. Wait. Don't choose him yet. Xie Yin saved himself and gave a perfect suggestion. Why do you have to choose one of the two? Think about it. If both of us are your bodyguards, wouldn't the safety factor be higher? Tang Ranran's eyes lit up. Good idea. Why didn't she think of it? But Tang Ranran was suspicious. Will this work? I apply for 2 guards. Can the military agree? Gaozhan 4S is in an important position and very busy. Even if she is a big with system, she can't occupy too much police force. Guard. You choose me. Su Pingrui's star was attacked by alien star pirates. Lu Xiao is the Starry Sky Joint Police. As long as he applies for an intervention in the accident investigation. With his position in the Joint Police, it is impossible to be rejected. He can stay on the planet as an investigator. If you can't beat him, you can only let him join. Xie Yin suggested. Can it be like this? Tang Ranran was surprised. Of course. He's with you? Xie Yin knew that Lu Xiao had gone on a confidential mission and had just returned. It was obvious that Lu Xiao went directly to Tang Ranran's place as soon as he returned. Yes. I see. I talked to him. Okay. Low purification value fruits don't restore much for Lu Xiao's level. But the free fruit plate, the delicious specialty of Su Ping Ruishing, is a waste not to eat. Lu Xiao ate the fruit plate very comfortably. And by the way, he was thinking about exchanging for some blue bottles. Then, the smart brain rang. Well, a communication from Xie Yin? Although they were good friends in communication, the two were not very familiar with each other. So why look for him? Lu Xiao subconsciously looked at the position where Tang Ranran was. The mental barrier was like frosted glass. And he could only see a vague figure. Just when Lu Xiao looked over, Tang Ranran withdrew the mental barrier. Lu Xiao understood instantly that the call Tang Xian had just received was from Xie Yin. And now, Tang Xian preferred himself, who had the advantage in force. So Xie Yin was anxious, guessing that Xie Yin was most likely trying to persuade him to give up the competition from his side. Lu Xiao slowly answered the call and planned to listen to what he had to say. Lu Xiao. Long time no see. Did the mission go well? Xie Yin gave a standard opening greeting. Long time no see. Lu Xiao nodded formally and replied indifferently. I won't say any more nonsense. Xie Yin went straight to the point. I hope you give up the competition for Tang Xian guard position. Why? Lu Xiao interrupted immediately. What I mean is that you can stay on Su Ping Ruishing as an investigator of the Star Police, on the pretext of investigating the Totem Star Pirates. In this way, both of us can stay on Su Ping Ruishing and be responsible for Tang Xian's safety together. Of course, this is also what Tang Xian meant. Xie Yin said it in a high-sounding manner, and used Tang Ranran as a cover. Hearing this, Lu Xiao's sight immediately shifted from the video communication screen to Tang Ranran. Because it was not in privacy mode. Tang Ranran heard it clearly. What do you mean this is also what Tang Xian meant? Well, she did think so. Facing LV Xiao's gaze, Tang Ranran nodded slightly and asked, Can I do this? Confirming that it was really Tang Xian's wish. LV Xiao nodded and replied, Basically, it should be fine. Returning to the video call again. LV Xiao agreed. I understand. If there is nothing else. I hang up. Xia Yin, okay. Thank you. I treat you to dinner next time I'm free. LV Xiao, you're welcome. After hanging up the call, LV Xiao sped up and cleaned up the fruit plate in no time. Then opened the bottle of large spirit gathering potion given by Tang Ran, took a sip and carefully felt its effect, running back and forth without rest. Although his mental power was not on the edge of critical disorder, it was also very little. The low purification value fruits in the fruit plate had limited recovery. And this blue bottle potion, the effect was immediate. And with just one sip, LV Xiao felt the effect. And the relaxed feeling of mental power being relaxed made him squint his eyes in comfort. Good stuff. It's really on the same level as JS Element. It's even better than 10% JS Element. But the exchange price is 3 billion. Lu Xiao gave up instantly. He knew that good blue bottles were not cheap. After drinking 1/3 of it, his mental strength was almost restored. Lu Xiao sealed the medicine with a little heartache, took back the space buckle, stood up and said, I go back to the headquarters first to go through the process. Don't you want to rest for a while? No. I go and come back quickly, and try to come back as soon as possible. That's fine. By the way, I really need high purification value. Can Boss Tang give me a high salary? Before leaving, Lu Xiao did not forget to ask shamelessly. After all, brothers should settle accounts clearly. Regarding money, he likes to make it clear in advance to avoid conflicts in the future. If it's a high salary, how high do you want? Daily salary. Lu Xiao raised his hand and hesitated to extend a finger. 1 trillion. Tang Ran was stunned and refused on the spot. You are robbing me. Although she is rich. A daily salary of 1 trillion. What a joke. Lu Xiao was a little confused and said hurriedly. No. You are talking about money now. And you always use trillions as the unit? Daily salary of 1 trillion? Can he be so valuable? He dare not even dream of thinking so. Well, what else? It can't be 100 million. Right? Tang Ran asked back. It's really not 100 million. I mean 10 billion? Also, if a battle occurs, you can give me a blue bottle? Do you think it's okay? Lu Xiao said a little unconfidently. In his opinion, his entry requirements are quite high, and no one is willing to pay this money except Tang Xian, the great god of wealth. No problem. It's settled then. Tang Ran agreed readily. A mere 10 billion is just a small amount of money. Wait. The salary you offer to Xia Yin. Tang Ran agreed straightforwardly. Lu Xiao felt that he was at a disadvantage again, and immediately asked about his colleagues' salaries. Every year, 2 trillion is donated to the military. Because I asked to select people on my own, I donated another 2 trillion. The guard salaries are not paid by me. But the blue bottles and the like are definitely paid by me. As for the allowances for Xia Yin in private, there is no fixed amount anyway. It depends on my mood, Tang Ran said casually. Xia Yin was the first partner of the Lingshire mine. She had already given him so much. This time, if she was in a good mood, she would give him a little reward. And if she was in a bad mood, she would let him go. As a rich woman, she is so willful. I understand. Lu Xiao expressed his understanding, which meant that there was no discussion of salary, and how much to give depended on her mood. 1 investigator and 1 guard passed the process smoothly. Tang Ran will soon have 2 high-power bodyguards. The safety factor has been greatly increased. Xia Yin had to wait for someone to take over the ship, and Lu Xiao was relatively free, so it only took 1 day. The next day, Lu Xiao returned to Su Ping Ruishing. He still came back with his superpowers. As soon as he came back, Lu Xiao asked Tang Ran for a transportation subsidy without hesitation. Boss, coming back from the first star system is very mentally exhausting. Tang Ran, good guy. He is really not polite at all. A red and blue set meal, a box of Qingling Dan, and a box of Hongshan Dan, both of which are 100 pills. Tang Ran generously gave the red and blue bottles, and gave a doctor's advice that no more than 5 pills can be taken per day. Then, regarding the 4.1 trillion yuan payment, Lu Xiao chose a large time rongju worth 600 billion yuan, and 2 units of Wuguang Linglong fruit. The remaining 1.5 trillion will be recorded first, and he can exchange it when he needs it in the future. After paying this part of the payment, Tang Ran assigned Lu Xiao to Qi Xingyuan. The alien attack was still under investigation, which happened to be Lu Xiao's special project. Of course, he assisted in the investigation. After all, he couldn't just take the money without doing any work. 2 days later, when Tang Ranran was planting the raw materials of the sea spirit potion, Xie Yin completed the handover and was coming over. Xie Yin didn't come alone. He also came with a bonus. Xie Xingyan, because Xie Yin was not a space system. For convenience, Xie Yin did so and transferred Xie Xingyan, his driver and guard, over. Tang Xian recruited guards. Xie Xingyan knew. He only hated that he was too weak and didn't have the qualifications to apply. But his uncle got the guard position. And he is the guard of the guard. Ever since Chief Tang left Su Xinrong, his life has become bleak without fruit to eat. This time he can be a driver again. Xie Xingyun is so happy that he can't close his mouth. As soon as he arrived at the planet, he went to Tang Ranran's side. Then, Xie Xingyun met Jiang Qian, a driver who is also an SS-level space system. When colleagues meet colleagues, they are particularly jealous. Damn! Stealing jobs. The two of them were shocked at the same time. And then, they looked at each other with big eyes and dislike. Next, it started to play. Xie Xingyun, Chief Tang. Where are you going? I take you. Jiang Qian, boss. Where are you going? Just like a rickshaw driver who is trying to steal customers. Tang Ranran, It's troublesome when there's no driver. And it's also noisy when there are too many drivers. The two handsome boys are in conflict. And it's not good to be partial to either of them. Tang Ranran can only. I won't go anywhere. I grow vegetables at home. Taught by the robot. Tang Ranran arranged Xie Yin and Xie Xingyan, the uncle and nephew, to the west yard farthest from her main house. Oh! Lu Xiao is with Jiang Qian in the east yard. First, she went to find Xie Yin privately, and with 20 units of Wuguang Linglong fruit plus star diamond ore, Tang Ranran settled the benefits of Lingshire mine. After settling them down, Tang Ranran generously gave the uncle and nephew a set of red and blue combinations, and then arranged the two to Qi Xingyuan to investigate. The 5 main criminals of the alien race headed by Hong Tung are all dead. And the minions, either killed or puppets controlled by special means of the alien race, also died when the alien race died. Lu Xiao's tracking method is only applicable to living people, but without a single living person. It's a bit like a good cook without rice. Lu Xiao couldn't find anything, and Xie Yin couldn't find anything either. There was no progress after searching. Lu Xiao wanted to start a global search to check whether there were unknown S-level and above on the entire planet. When Xie Yin failed to stop him, he directly asked Xie Xingyun to take him to Xie Villa number 3, trying to get away with it. And then, Lu Xiao's mental power global search was as expected, and in the villa number 2 next door. Huh? No movement. No people. Realizing that Tang Ranran was not there, Xie Yin used his authority to check and found that Tang Ranran had returned to Sutter Star. Not in Supingrui. Xie Yin immediately turned around and returned to Area F1, where he found Tang Ranran, who was refining medicine in the medicine laboratory. Although he was anxious, he waited until she finished refining the medicine in her hand before he put on a mental barrier and asked, You went back to Sutter? Yes. What's wrong? Is there a problem? Compared to Xie Yin's excitement, Tang Ranran was very calm and didn't care. Xie Yin was stunned by Tang Ranran's actions and didn't know what to say at all. After being shocked for a long time, Xie Yin said, You are not Kong Chen's girlfriend in public? What if the Star Pirates target you? How could it be? If they want to capture someone, they should capture Tang Xian's wife. Right? What's the point of capturing the girlfriend of your subordinate? But, what if? I will run away if there is danger, and my mental power level is only B level according to my information. Do you think the space pirates will send out a 4S level space system to capture a B level mental power user? No. Then that's it? It seems to make sense. Xie Yin was convinced and kept silent for a few seconds. He could only say, You make sense. A cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. Xie Yin understood. Tang Ranran finally said seriously, Don't go to Sutter Star to cause trouble for me. After sending Xie Yin away and suspending the medicine refining, Tang Ranran summoned his younger brothers. Yu, SS level healing system. Wu Ping'an, SS level with system. And his 2 direct younger brothers were sent here by the driver Lu Liangwei. After being brought to the pharmacy by the robot, Tang Ranran began to teach the medicine refining technology. The pharmacists of the Empire are generally healing and with systems. Tang Ranran focused on training 2 people. Although she was fast at refining pills and could take care of 2 people, having 2 pharmacist assistants would always make her feel more relaxed. Theoretical knowledge and teaching videos have been. A lot of beginner potions were stuffed into the 2 of them, and they had already passed the level. Today, let's make it a little more difficult and refine an A-level C spirit potion. She had already refined all the other high-level ones, and there were 22 A-level ones, which Tang Ranran deliberately left. First, she demonstrated it once, then watched the video review and asked questions. After answering the questions one by one, Tang Ranran demonstrated the refining process again, and then the 2 of them actually operated it. Faced with raw materials worth more than 10 billion, Wu Pingyang and Yu were like novice drivers on the highway. Both of them were very nervous, and at a constant temperature of 25 degrees, a thin layer of sweat appeared on their foreheads. Don't be nervous. Take your time. Believe in yourself. You can do it, Tang Ranran supervised and encouraged. And thought, who should I give the 2 SSSC spirit potion to? Treasure Hunters was Zhou, who is still on a business trip. Must have won. But will the success rate of 1 be too low? With 2 approaches, 30% success rate. I don't know if I can get promoted. Anyway, I have to call someone back. Each of the 2 novices had 10 potions. Even with Tang Ranran's supervision, Wu Pingyang failed once, and Yu failed twice. But overall, the success rate of 90% and 80% of the medicine refining is quite high. Tang Ranran gave each of them an A-level C spirit potion as a reward. Give it to whoever they want, and let them take it to whoever they want. Then, he packed a bunch of basic potion raw materials and gave them to the 2 to practice. Today's practical operation course ended here, because of the 5 new spiritual stone mines found by the Empire. Zhuo, the treasure hunter, was very busy. However, every once in a while, Zhuo would take the deliverman's car back to Su Ping Ruishing. On the one hand, he delivered the special discoveries in the spiritual stone mine, and on the other hand, he ran out of blue bottles. His blue bottle consumption rate was very fast. Zhuo followed the deliverman back, and Tang Ranran immediately asked Jiang Qian to take him back to F1 area. Boss, I found something, Zhuo reported blabberingly, and took out the large stone samples he dug from the space buckle one by one and displayed them in front. It was said that just half a month ago, when Zhuo was surveying the number 7 mining area, he found a strange energy. So he dug out a lump. In Zhuo cognition, it should be a gas-soluble object with high purification value. A special object that evaporates when it encounters air. Anyway, as soon as that thing was exposed to the air, it burst out a large area of pure breath. And then it was gone. According to Zhuo's description, Tang Ranran could guess that it was a kind of spiritual liquid. It's just that Zhuo is not a cultivator and doesn't know how to store it, so it evaporates in the air. So, from then on, if there is anything he feels strange, Zhuo will dig it up with the stone and bring it to Tang Ranran. Well, blind box. At present, the products of blind boxes are basically top-grade spiritual stones. This time, there are 12 blind boxes again. Tang Ranran was not in a hurry to open the blind box, and directly put it into the space buckle. After a few words of leadership-style condolences and spiritual chicken soup, Tang Ranran gave a substantial reward. A quota for an SSS level C spirit potion, as if he had received a year-end bonus of tens of millions. Zhuo was very excited. Then, Tang Ranran asked him for a tube of blood. It's time to cultivate theology again. If Zhuo takes the SSSC spirit potion, the probability of successful promotion. Tang Ranran then made a divination. The first hexagram is very nice. Success? Really? It's so impressive. Continue to test. The second hexagram is successful. Oh my god. Continue. The third hexagram is a failure. Okay. 33% success rate. Very high. Thinking about it, there is still a lot of sample blood anyway. Tang Ranran continues to test. Failure. Success. Success. Failure. Success. Success. Failure. Combined, 60% success rate. This is a C spirit potion. The success rate is so high? Tang Ranran unconsciously glanced at Zhuo. This guy. Is he a lucky player? The probability of theology is measured. The next step is to take action. Led by the driver Jiang Qian, Tang Ranran took Zhuo to the research institute. After greeting Gu Xiao in advance, Tang Ranran brought people to the laboratory with familiarity. Not only Gu Xiao, but also Lu Xiao and Xia Yin were here. The three of them didn't know what they were talking about. When Tang Ranran entered the room, she heard a few words, which seemed to be Yin family. Tang Xian. When Tang Ranran came, the three stopped talking. Gu Xia came up to greet him, and then his eyes fell on Zhuo. Is it him? Have you taken the potion? No. Let's do a check first. Just in case. Okay. Gu Xia personally checked Zhuo with his supernatural power and concluded. Your physical and mental state are very good. In this state, it is completely fine to take the potion. Yes. Tang Ranran gave Zhuo an SSS level C spirit. After taking it, Zhuo sat quietly aside, waiting for the effect of the medicine. Tang Ranran joined the chat. What were you talking about just now? I heard the Yin family. Xia Yin actively took the right to speak and explained to her with a smile. Indeed. We are talking about the Yin family. Yin Qian and his team discovered Su Xinrong's special sugar-producing ants. And there has been progress. Oh! Tang Ranran suddenly became interested and signaled him to speak quickly with his eyes. Before, there have been animal trainers conducting experiments to control the queen ants. And just 2 days ago, a special system of the Yin family successfully controlled the small queen ants used in the experiment and successfully issued the order to produce sugar. The small ant colony separated from the small queen ant has officially started to produce sugar. By the way, Tang Xian, you should also know about the sugar-producing ant colony. Right? You also have the ability to control. So haven't you tried to raise ants? Maybe you succeeded? Gu Xiao, who didn't know the truth, said to Tang Ranran, with a very regretful tone. Gu Xiao looked at Tang Ranran with an expression that was nakedly you are so wrong. Actually raised it. Of course. Tang Ranran was just thinking about this in her mind. And she wouldn't be stupid enough to say it out loud. Just as Tang Ranran was thinking about how to smooth things over, Xia Yin took over the conversation and explained for her. That ant is quite special. Chen Tianong, who is level 4S, has the ability to control it. He also tried it, but couldn't control it. The experiment also caused the death of a small queen ant. The one from the Yin family, strictly speaking, does not belong to the category of animal tamers, but a special ability related to insects. Moreover, this kind of sugar-producing ants cannot survive if they leave their original habitat. Although Tang Ranran did not speak, after Xia Yin said this, Gu Xiao naturally thought that Tang Xian could not raise ants. Sugar crystal powder is a good thing. Very good, Tang Ranran said vaguely, and then changed the subject. So, in the future, the sugar powder production will be added to the military treasury. Or will it belong to the supernatural person from the Yin family? It should be 2 points. And the specific proportion may still be discussed. Because he left Su Xinrong. Xia Yin news was not so timely. Lu Xiao interrupted. Do you know who the special department of the Yin family is? Do I know him? Tang Ranran quickly went through the Yin family members he knew, and asked in surprise. Wouldn't it be Senior Yin Juan? Xia Yin answered. Of course not. Tang Ranran asked. Who is that? Xia Yin smiled but said nothing, his face full of joy, revealing a kind of gloating. Yin Yining, female, SS level psychic. After replying, Lu Xiao said something shocking. Yin Qian fiancé. Didn't he tell you about it? Ah? Tang Ranran was stunned. Yin Qian fiancé? After being shocked for 2 seconds, Tang Ranran came to his senses and asked. Is it true? That's what the outside world says. As for the details, Lu Xiao pointed at Gu Xiao. Ask him. He knows. He is Yin Qian cousin. No. I don't know. Gu Xiao immediately denied it, with a cold snort in his voice. We are distant cousins, not relatives. His second aunt is Yin Qian aunt. They can only be considered as relatives. And in the past, whenever Yin Qian mental power was disordered, he would run to him, calling him cousin and asking for treatment. But since he met Tang Xian, Tang Ranran was shocked after hearing such gossip. In her heart, she still believed in Yin Qian. It was probably just a gossip. However, since the outside world was saying so, It was very likely that the Yin family had tacitly agreed that the two were an official couple. After all, it was popular for big families to produce and sell by themselves. How could a top-notch bachelor like Yan Qian flow into the outside market? It must be digested internally. Tang Ranran was a little angry. She hummed twice in her heart, turning the page on this unpleasant topic. And the next big gossip. After talking nonsense for more than half an hour, Zhuozhou, who was originally quiet but listening to the gossip of the big guys, suddenly jumped up. His expression was so excited that his whole body was trembling slightly. The noise was so loud that it was hard not to notice. Is your mental power promoted? Tang Ranran looked over and was surprised and concerned. Don't be excited. Release your mental power normally. Gu Xiao, the doctor, immediately walked towards him and first examined him with his supernatural power. After he finished the inspection, Tang Ranran also surrounded him and asked nervously, "How is it?" "Congratulations." Gu Xiao smiled and congratulated. "SSS level mental power." "Thank you. Boss." "Thank you. Director Gu." "Thank you." Both leaders. Zhuozhou was so excited that he was a little incoherent as he bowed to thank everyone on the scene. Don't be excited. Calm down. And do some mental power related inspections later. Gu Xia quickly wrote him a variety of inspection forms, and then arranged for someone to take Zhuozhou to do relevant inspections. What good luck. LV Xiao sighed. You know, the probability of the sea spirit potion is really illusory. Indeed, Xia Yin agreed, looking at Tang Ranran with deep meaning in his eyes. From the original S level to SSS level. How many resources did this cost? Tang Ranran financial resources are really immeasurable. There is another one. Who do you plan to give it to? LV Xiao, who knew the number, asked casually. I haven't decided yet. I need to carefully consider the candidates. Oh, by the way, how is the investigation of the Star Pirates going? Qi Xingyuan's investigation report showed no substantial progress at all. Tang Ranran, who suddenly thought of this, asked immediately. LV Xiao and Xia Yin faces froze in unison, and they were speechless at the same time. It looked like a poor student who didn't do his homework met the head teacher who was collecting homework. Damn! Two scumbags. They didn't find anything for her to investigate. You are slacking off at work. Tang Ranran looked at him with disdain and waved him away. Why are you still standing here? Go to work. Yes. Yes. After answering, the two of them left quickly. TSK. Gu Xia asked with a hint of amusement. How much did you spend to hire these two guys? A small amount of money. Not worth mentioning. The small amount of money you mentioned is probably scary. Tang Ranran smiled and changed the subject. How long will Zhuozhou examination take? Soon. At most 1 hour. Do you think he can take the 5-light supernatural power stimulant in his newly promoted state? Tang Ranran asked. Although he was promoted to SSS level, Zhuozhou is just a pure auxiliary. His combat power is almost equal to 0 without relying on technological armor and weapons. He has to have an ordinary 5-element supernatural power. In theory, it has no effect. But I suggest that it is best to observe for 7 days. Gu Xia professional suggestion. Generally, the first 7 days after the mental power is promoted is the golden time to stimulate supernatural powers on its own. That makes sense. I listen to you. Tang Ranran humbly accepted this suggestion. Maybe he naturally awakened a space-related ability? After all, Zhuozhou is a lucky guy. Then I go back first. Send me a copy of his test results when they come out. Will you stay for more? No. The energy stone production is high recently. I have to hurry up. I'm busy. Okay. You're busy. After returning to the F1 area, Tang Ranran gave the driver Jiang Qian a fruit plate and assigned a new task. The first thing is to create a group and pull all her SS-level loyal brothers, including Jiang Qian, into the group chat. And then, Tang Qian, each person draws a tube of blood sample. Xiao Jiang. You first. Yes. Boss. Because Jiang Qian is a diehard fan. Tang Ranran did not hide many things. So when he was fortune-telling for Zhuozhou, he was there the whole time, knowing that he was the candidate for the SSS level C spirit. Jiang Qian cut his arm with excitement, and silently said in his heart, Win! 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 After getting the first tube of blood sample, Tang Ranran ordered, Go to them a few times to get the sample. Yes. Tang Ranran took out the divination kit again and started testing. Jiang Qian. Failed. Failed. 9 failed and 1 successful. A real 10% success rate. After waiting for dozens of minutes, Jiang Qian came back with a lot of blood samples with name labels. Tang Ranran began to divine one by one. Wu Pingong. Failure. Failure. Also 10%. Shinshin. Failure. Failure. Still 10%. Xu Hao. Failure. Failure. This is also 10%. Li Xuewei. Failure. Success. Oh! This is 20%. Yu Yu. Failure. Failure. 10%. Yan Shouliang. Failure. Failure. Unexpectedly 0%. For this result, Tang Ranran can only say that they are all quite disappointing. For example, Zhuozhou, who has a probability of 60%, is indeed a lucky player. It is rare to have one. Boss, how about me? Jiang Qian was so nervous that he stuttered. Facing his eager eyes, Tang Ranran had a headache. If it was successful for the first time, or there was a 30% probability, she would have given it. But Jiang Qian divination data was really terrible. You have no chance. Jiang Qian was like a deflated ball. Instantly dejected. Just when Tang Ranran was worrying about whether the 20% Li Xuewei would produce a miracle. Chief Tang. Chief Tang. Xie Xingyun was heard before he saw the person. And he was yelling. Then a large green. Green Taozi rushed into the hall with Xie Xingyun. What's the matter? It's just... Xie Xingyun scratched his head and asked a little embarrassedly. Can I take Green Taozi out to play? He likes fluffy fur very much. Coincidentally, Green Taozi, the fluffy fur, also likes him. The protective cover is too small. And there are high purification plants everywhere. So he can't run freely at all. If he crushes one to death, he can't afford to sell it. Play. Play. Go out and play. Green Taozi called out with his mental power in a baby voice. I will watch it and make sure it doesn't get into trouble. Xie Xingyun promised. Okay. Tang Ranran paused suddenly and said on impulse, give me a sample of your blood. Ah? Xie Xingyun was confused, while Jiang Qian immediately glared at him with a vigilant look. Although he didn't understand why, Xie Xingyun still gave a tube of blood. Captain Tang. What is this? Ancient metaphysics. You can't watch. Otherwise it won't work. Tang Ranran said mysteriously, waving his hand. You guys go out and play. Pay attention to safety. Don't cause any trouble for me. Yes. One man and one tiger went out happily. Tang Ranran was just a little idle and a little curious. So after everyone left, he tested Xie Xingyun, who was also SS level. And then, success, success, failure, failure, success, failure, success, failure, failure, success. What? A full 50% success rate. This. Why is Xie Xingyun so lucky? Comparing goods will lead to throwing them away, while comparing people will make people angry. Her younger brothers are all useless. The promising Xie Xingyun is not her younger brother. As for the contracted Xie Xingyun? Impossible. The supernatural people of the big family will not be loyal to people of other surnames. Swearing allegiance to a different surname is not much different from betraying the family, which is very serious. So, this sea spirit. The cost price of buying it from Lu Xiao is 1.2 trillion. So it is naturally not possible to give it to Xie Xingyun for free. After all, there is a limit to rewarding. And it cannot be too much. Tang Ranran thought about it for a while, and finally gave Jiang Qian a box of Dejuling Dan, with a specification of 30 pills. Doctor's advice, 1 pill a day. Don't overdose. If you take Dejuling Dan for a long time, you may suddenly upgrade like Qi Xingyuan. In addition, Tang Ranran also prepared 30 Dejuling Dan for the other SS level younger brothers, because they were too busy before. Only Kongchen, Qi Xingyuan, Li Zheng, and Zhuozhou, the 4 right-hand men favored by Tang Ranran, had the Great Gathering Spirit Pill. During this period, Tang Xian had been refining pills while sleeping, and the pill inventory was rich again. So the Great Gathering Spirit Pill was distributed to the SS level diehards. SSS Hailing Potion was thrown into the basement first. After a month, she would test it again. Maybe long-term use of the Great Gathering Spirit Pill could increase the success rate? After calling Kong Chen and finding out that he was in the Ruili City Administrative Center, Tang Ranran asked Jiang Qian to send him there. When they arrived at the Ruili Administrative Center, Tang Ranran sent Jiang Qian to deliver the Great Gathering Spirit Pill to others, and went straight to the office of the Star Director. When they arrived at the office, Kong Chen gave up his boss chair to Tang Ranran and stood beside him, obedient. After they sat down, Tang Ranran directly set a mental barrier on the two of them. After doing a good job of privacy, Tang Ranran took out the big refrigerator where the medicine was placed. Here are 4 SS level C spirits, 8 S level C spirits, and 19 A level C spirits. In addition, there are 20 marrow cleansing pills. Remember to dissolve them into medicine when using them. There are also 10 5-light supernatural stimulants. You keep them first. Then, well, like this, you go through the process. Take care of Yanxing, and give him resources to get an S-level supernatural person. Having a supernatural person in the company is always more reassuring. Also, contact me first. My aunt will also arrange 2 A-level C spirits. The rest are at your disposal. Do you understand? Yes, I understand. Kong Chen nodded heavily. He still has this kind of vision. Yes, Mr. Tang always has to train people in the company. Also, I used the SSS level C spirit for Zhuozhou, and he's successfully promoted to the SSS level. I don't know if he can stimulate the second system of superpowers. If he can't stimulate superpowers naturally, he is an assistant with no combat power, and has to go on business trips all the time. I am very worried. I also have a 5 elements life pill here. Whether it is the success rate or the superpower talent stimulated, the effect of the 5 elements life pill is higher than the 5 lights potion. Of course, if you want to stimulate the third system of superpowers, I will definitely give it to you first. After saying that, Tang Ranran looked at him steadily, waiting for his reply. At the beginning, she said that it was for Kong Chen, but now she wants to give it to Zhuozhou more, so she has to notify him anyway. In addition, if Kong Chen really wants it, give it to him, and give Zhuozhou the 5 lights potion. As a beauty party, Tang Ranran treats Kong Chen, who is second only to Yan Qian, with special favoritism. This, Kong Chen was stunned, his face full of hesitation. He still liked the space the most, but it had been so long since he was promoted to SSS level, and the probability of him naturally activating superpowers was extremely low, and SSS level 3 series superpowers were rare. After hesitating for a long time, Kong Chen gritted his teeth and made a decision. Then give it to him. I want to wait a little longer. Well, that's it. Don't worry. Others don't have the conditions, but you definitely have a chance. As long as you eat more linglong fruits, you will definitely have the 3rd series superpower. Well, but I still like space. Kong Chen frowned. Who doesn't like it? I like space superpowers too. Tang Ranran also envied the space system. Although she knew a small teleportation array, it was not as practical as space. After a few more words, Tang Ranran finally reminded, watch the time. Remember to call me in about 4 hours. Okay, I remember. After removing the mental barrier, the two chatted about some normal things, and the driver Jiang Qian, who had delivered the pills, came back. I go back first. Boss, take care. After returning to the F1 area, Jiang Qian was sent to rest, and Tang Ranran returned to his underground secret room, pretending to grow vegetables, but actually refining pills. After sending Tang Ranran away, after get off work, Kong Chen called Lu Liangwei, the driver, to Shuntang Biology, and went to find Yin Xing for a leadership talk. The main content is, you are my girlfriend's capable subordinate, so I decided to promote you. After the encouragement of the leader's chicken soup and some beating, Kong Chen gave Yin Xing an S-level C spirit potion. Yin Xing, who didn't know the truth, was very excited. Watching him drink the potion, Kong Chen went back first, returned to his villa in Fu Xianting, and called it about 4 hours. On the other side, Suitor Star, Tang Ranran called Tang Chui over an hour ago and asked about the company's development in a fake manner. Although Tang Chui was in Suitor, she supervised online remotely every day. She was afraid that Yin Xing would take away her power, so she held online meetings every day to listen to the reports of her subordinates. Tang Chui reported to Tang Ranran, and then Tang Ranran brain rang. Auntie, it's Kong Chen. You stop for a moment. Aiken! After answering the phone, Tang Ranran spoke in a coquettish voice and smiled, which was particularly brilliant. In front of people, you have to pretend, dazzled by the smile of the beauty in the video. Kong Chen's heart beat like a drum, facing Tang Xuanhao and facing Tang Ranran herself. Although they are the same person, they are definitely different feelings. What a beautiful face! And she smiles so sweetly and beautifully. Which man can bear this? He will have unrealistic thoughts. He wants to make the fake play real. Okay. He admitted that he had always had this idea. But he knew his own weight, and knew that he was not worthy of it at all. In addition, Yin Qian's opponent was too strong. It took a long time to come back to his senses. Seeing Tang Chui in the video screen, Kong Chen smiled tenderly and called her affectionately Ran Ran. After a few words of love, Kong Chen got to the point. Boss Tang Xian gave me a batch of medicines. Ran Ran, do you need it? Medicines. What medicines? The JS-like element from last time? Tang Ranran asked excitedly. Yes. We have this one too. In addition, we have the SS Grade C Spirit Potion from last time. I send you one. Ah? SS Grade C Spirit? Is it okay? Will it not cause you to be criticized? It's okay. I have the right to control this batch of potions. The boss won't mind. As soon as the video call ended, Tang Chui couldn't hide her excitement, holding Tang Ranran's arm tightly with both hands. Ranran. Hailing Potion. It's Hailing Potion. Hailing Potion is a niche product. But after the last time, Tang Chui went to inquire about it. And she really got some gossip. It only has a success rate, no side effects, and can be taken multiple times to improve mental strength. Rare potion. The kind that you can't buy without channels and money. The daughter is B+. The son is C. If there is an A-level hailing. Tang Chui looked at Tang Ranran with a look full of hope. Ranran, her niece, is a ready-made example. Relying on resources, she was promoted from B-level to S-level. S-level. Tang Chui was getting more and more excited the more she thought about it. Of course, the steps can't be too big. Just take it step by step. And don't get excited. Tang Ranran frowned with a bit of pain, patted her hands holding her arms, and signaled her to let go. Although Tang Chui's strength was not even enough to tickle her, she had to pretend. After all, she was a little weak. Ah! Sorry. Sorry. Ranran, did I hurt you? I was too excited. Tang Chui apologized quickly. It's okay. There must be a level C spirits. But Tang Ranran was a little embarrassed. Ranran, I won't make it difficult for you. Just allocate 2 billion from my annual dividends to the Planet Charity Bureau. And donate for 5 consecutive. No. 10 years. The cost price of a level C spirits is 10 billion. Tang Chui knows it. 20 billion. For Tang Chui at present. She can't take it out. But because of the cooperation between Su Ping Ruixing and Hengxin Group, Xingtong's financial statements are advancing by leaps and bounds, and are rising at a terrifying trend. Even because of the resources provided by Hengxin, Shutang Entertainment is also thriving, and several big idols have been born, making money, even if she only holds 1% of the shares. The dividends at the end of this year will definitely not be less than 2 billion, and every year in the future, it will only be more. I promise to donate 20 billion in exchange for 2 A-level C spirits. Ranran, please ask for your aunt. Please. Tang Chui pleaded. Tang Ranran acted a little and agreed. Let's just donate some money to the Planet Charity Bureau in the name of the Shuntang Foundation. It should be feasible. I will send a message to ask now. As the saying goes, one person's success brings prosperity to the whole family. Relatives should still be taken care of. Among all the relatives of the old Tang family, Tang Chui is the most discerning and capable. And she has a little sincerity towards the original owner. In addition, she and Tang Qianqian and Tang Shuhui, the cousins, have a harmonious relationship. Tang Ranran doesn't mind helping their family. Ranran, Qianqian and Shuhui, we all rely on you. You are our great benefactor. Tang Chui was grateful and complimented him with good words. How much liquidity does the company have? Tang Chui, currently, there are 254 billion available. Then allocate 100 billion directly to our charity foundation. And then donate it to the Planet Charity Bureau for children's welfare. No problem. Tang Chui, who used to be stingy when it came to donating money, was particularly straightforward this time. After finalizing the donation amount, Tang Ranran immediately sent a few voice messages to Kong Chen. As the process went, 2 A-level healing potions were ready. Kong Chen, I asked Lu Liangwei to deliver the things and give them to Wei Shigong. After getting this final result, Tang Chui pulled Tang Ranran out of the room and called Tang Qianqian and Tang Shuwei over. The 4 of them stood in the yard, looking forward to it, staring at Wei Shigong, who was the door god at the gate of the yard. Dozens of minutes later, Wei Shigong received a call from Lu Liangwei. The 4 of them were all excited. Tang Chui and the other 2 were really excited, while Tang Ranran was just acting. Another 10 minutes later, a space channel. Lu Liangwei arrived at the scene. A formal handover. A signing with video as evidence. Lu Liangwei, who had completed the task, looked at Tang Ranran several times with deep meaning before leaving. This was the first time Lu Liangwei saw Tang Ranran in person. He had always heard that Kong Xingju had a girlfriend who was very beautiful. Today, when I saw her, she was really beautiful. And she was simply a beauty who brought disaster. The things passed through his hands. And Lu Liangwei knew that they were 1 SSC spirit and 2 A-level C spirits. In addition, just 2 hours ago, Kong Xingju gave Yan Xing a Shutang 1 SC spirit. This batch of C spirit potions was definitely given to Kong Xingju by Lord Tang Xian to develop the power of the planet. Lu Liangwei couldn't help but murmur in his heart. Kong Xingju's behavior of favoring his girlfriend. Is it considered abusing his power for personal gain? The result came out soon. Yan Xing, that useless thing, failed. After thinking about it, Tang Ranran simply switched the dragon with the phoenix, using the farm as a medium, and secretly sent her SSC spirit to Yan Xing through the Tang Xuanhao. As for herself, is SS level 2 high profile? Thinking about the exaggerated market of an unmarried SS woman in the marriage market in a large family, Tang Ranran finally decided, failure. Yes, she failed. She is still a little S level. 2 A levels. Tang Chui didn't have to think about it at all. 1 for her son and 1 for her daughter. Then, Tang Qianqian, who was in B level, didn't perform well this time and didn't get promoted. And she was still B level. And Tang Shuwei, who was in C level, fought hard and successfully got promoted to B level. The daughter was just 1 step away from the final step. Tang Chui was anxious. And Tang Ranran was very considerate and sent another message to Kong Chen. Then the deliverer man Lu Liangwei came again. Another A-level C spirit. With the addition of 2 A-level C spirits, Tang Qianqian finally succeeded in getting promoted to A-level mental power. For this result, the mother and daughter screamed excitedly. Only by shouting loudly can they vent their excitement and joy at the moment. Tang Shuwei, who was promoted to B level, was also excited, but not as exaggerated as the other 2. Then, Tang Chui proposed to go to the hospital for a physical examination and enthusiastically invited Tang Ranran to go with her. Tang Ranran of course refused. The next day, Tang Ranran received a call from Yan Xing. Yan Xing in the video communication was dancing with excitement. Boss Tang, my mental power has been promoted to S level. Tang Ranran, hey, this unpromising guy has finally been promoted to S level. She spent so many resources. That's great. Congratulations. After congratulating, Tang Ranran blah blah, meaning that she would observe for 7 days first, if there is no natural activation of superpowers. Then she will ask Kong Chen for a 5-color superpower agent. Yan Xing was naturally grateful and declared his loyalty to the company and boss Tang. Within half an hour, Kong Chen also sent a message to Tang Xuanhao and reported the situation. Tang Ranran, got it. You can distribute the remaining C spirit potions as you like. After the promotion episode, Tang Ranran resumed her Krypton gold cultivation, while Tang Xuanhao grew vegetables in her secret room every day. With the military's big move, the daily output of spirit stones increased day by day, and there were 20,000 to 30,000 a day. She had to work overtime to grow vegetables. Well, just pretend. Laughing to death. After the episode of Hailing Potion, Tang Ranran read a fortune for herself very seriously. According to the fortune, today is a good day. Everything is going well. So, open the blind box. Zhuozhou brought her a total of 13 blind boxes. Jiang Qian, the driver, went to pick up Zhuozhou, the treasure hunting rat, from the research institute. Tang Ranran did not avoid the 2 diehards at all and started to open the blind boxes. The first blind box. A large stone of nearly 2 cubic meters. Where is the approximate location? Asking Zhuozhou. Tang Ranran held the Qixiao sword, eager to try. Boss, it's at this location. Zhuozhou pointed to the location with his finger and said accurately, below the stone layer. About 14 centimeters. There is a group of very soft energy, and it feels very strong. Tang Ranran hacked and hacked. Then, a Kunlun jade came out of the blind box. It's a good thing, but it can't be used to make pills or practice. It is a special and precious refining material, used to refine artifacts. With Tang Ranran level of refining, he may never use it in his lifetime. Put it away. Next blind box. Boss. Here, about 21 centimeters below, there is a strange thing. It looks like a plant fossil to me. Tang Ranran chopped and chopped. The green color is just like the imperial green. It is a plant fossil. Tang Ranran explored it. When he was alive, he should have been a very high purification value. That is, a rare spiritual plant that grew in the spiritual stone mine. But he is dead. Or the kind that is completely petrified. It is really dead and has no activity at all. Rescue is useless. It can only be used as a material for the refiner to study. It can probably be sold for a good price in the world of immortal cultivation. Here, it can only be used as a decoration. Next one. Opening blind boxes. Blind boxes. All are fine products, but most of them are decorations for Tang Ranran. Then when it comes to the 10th blind box. Finally, as Tang Ranran slashed at the positions Zhuozhou said with a sword, a vigorous spiritual power burst out instantly and turned into a thick spiritual energy. Almost instantly, the surroundings were filled with a rich and pure breath, spiritual energy. Zhuozhou and Jiang Qian, who were watching, subconsciously took a deep breath. Tang Ranran acted reflexively and took action instantly. Then a spiritual power barrier was blocked. And then it was confirmed. Spirit liquid. Under special conditions, the spiritual power of the top-grade spiritual stone is released, and it condenses into a liquid form in an inexplicable, infinitely proliferating form, like cancer cells. Spirit liquid is the top-grade blue bottle, a higher-level cultivation treasure than the top-grade spiritual stone. Spirit stones have to be sucked up by themselves, but spiritual liquid can be drunk directly. Of course, under normal circumstances, no one drinks spiritual liquid directly for cultivation, or uses it as a life-saving blue bottle in a life-or-death battle. Or it can be refined into a pill. A good fortune pill. Good fortune pills are the top-level existence among the pills that Tang Ranran knows about that assist in cultivation and increase cultivation. One good fortune pill. A great fortune. It is said that below the golden elixir, one good fortune pill can directly enter the golden elixir cultivation. Of course, it is just a legend. Tang Ranran does not know how it is in reality. Anyway, she has only refined 2 good fortune pills, and neither of them belongs to her. She just charges a sky-high labor fee. God knows how much she envied the guy who found the treasure of spiritual liquid in the spiritual stone mine. And now, this wealth has finally fallen on her head. Spirit liquid? Tang Ranran collected it with a special method of cultivating immortals, and finally obtained dozens of drops of spiritual liquid. This amount is very considerable. However, spiritual liquid is divided into different concentrations. Natural pure spiritual liquid is a legendary treasure. There must be impurities in her hand. At first glance, Tang Ranran did not know what the proportion of impurities in this spiritual liquid was. But one good fortune pill should be enough. It should be a good thing. I study it. After perfunctorily saying something to the 2 younger brothers, Tang Ranran continued to open the blind box. The next 3 blind boxes were all decorations, and one of them was an ice spirit crystal, a treasure for ice spirit root cultivation. It was useless to Tang Ranran. After sorting them out, this blind box opening activity ended. Come on. Work hard. And believe in yourself. Gives Zhuozhou, who had not yet activated his superpowers, some chicken soup, and give the 2 of them a piece of low purification value fruits and vegetables that were deducted from the space as snacks. Tang Ranran asked Jiang Qian to send Zhuozhou back to the research institute, and she used the excuse of growing vegetables. Suitor. Tang Ranran pretended to sleep and entered the farm, and began to process the spiritual liquid with excitement. Indeed, there are impurities. It needs to be refined. After refining it, Tang Ranran began to study the refining of the creation pill. There are a few varieties of spiritual plants, And if there are none, she has to find a substitute from the Empire Pure Medicinal Materials Library. Immersed in studying the recipe of the creation pill, Tang Ranran received good news. Luck is something that not everyone has. Zhuozhou luck is obviously very good. Probably the kind that is blessed with great fortune. On the third day after opening the blind box, 2 minutes apart, Zhuozhou and Gu Xiao sent messages one after another. Zhuozhou, boss. I have activated my superpowers. It's space. Combat space system. Gu Xiao, Tang Xian. Your subordinate is lucky. So he naturally activated his superpowers. And its space system. Tang Ranran was overjoyed. Space system. It's space. He is indeed a lucky guy. SSS level space system treasure hunter. Now she doesn't have to worry about Zhuozhou's safety anymore. Zhuozhou did a full set of examinations at Gu Xi place. And after confirming that the status was normal and there was no problem, he embarked on a business trip again. The Empire has discovered several more spirit stone mines. A large number of spirit stone mines, waiting for him to go on-site surveys to find blind boxes. However, this time, Zhuozhou did not go on a business trip alone, but brought Kong Chen's newly recruited younger brother, an S-level special energy system, with him. This special energy system can sense the energy fluctuations of spirit stones in a form similar to ultrasound, with Zhuozhou leading them to the field. There might be some unexpected surprises. As a top-level elixir, the creation pill is not so easy to refine. So Tang Ranran is particularly meticulous in the auxiliary materials. With such efforts to refine the new formula, Tang Xuanhao received a small report from his younger brother Shinshin. After a formal official report message, Shinshin, boss, there is something I don't know whether to say or not. Tang Xuanhao was idle. So, speak. It's like this. Boss, you gave Kong Chen a batch of medicine a few days ago, asking him to build up power. But I heard that he spent the resources on his girlfriend. I think this behavior is inappropriate. Public is public. Private is private. He doesn't distinguish between public and private. Good guy. He's telling tales, Tang Ranran said in a deep voice. He reported to me, and I agreed. Ah, boss. This A-level C spirit is fine. But SS level C spirit. Shinshin hesitated to speak. And his meaning was very clear. Why can Kong Chen's girlfriend occupy an SSC spirit? Humph. Tang Ranran snorted coldly and said unhappily. You can check how much money Xing Tang donated to the planet. She was blamed for telling tales, which was quite speechless. Sorry, boss. I was confused for a moment. With the contribution of Xing Tang to the planet. This is what Miss Tang deserves. From his tone, I immediately understood Boss Tang Xian attitude. And Shinshin changed his words very quickly. Within 2 days, the news of Shinshin reporting him reached Kong Chen's ears. Kong Chen, haha. The guy who doesn't even know the real identity of Mr. Tang. Reporting him? It's so funny. Very bad. Exerting academic spirit and painstaking research, Tang Ranran finally found a replacement plant and put together the recipe for the creation pill. Before starting work, it is customary to use metaphysics. Today is a good day to make pills. Tang Xian's brain turned on the automatic reply mode of Do Not Disturb, and stayed in the underground secret room. Tang Xian went offline directly, and Tang Ranran's brain was turned off. Tang Ranran personally made pills on the farm, striving for perfection, refining the spirit liquid, refining the auxiliary materials, and fusing. 4 hours later, smelling the rich pill fragrance unique to high-quality pills, Tang Ranran put out the fire, and wiped the thin sweat on his forehead with a sigh of relief. It's done. It's done. After the pill was done, after a short rest, Tang Ranran immediately made another fortune for himself. Looking at the result of the divination, Tang Ranran was sweating coldly. Very bad. It was actually a sign of great bad luck. No. She just took a pill. How could it be a bad omen? Is there any other danger? It's impossible. After thinking about it, Tang Ranran understood. It was because the effect of the creation pill was too good, causing her late Jin Dan cultivation to rush to the peak of Jin Dan, and broke through the peak of Jin Dan to enter the Yuanying realm. The upgrade from Jin Dan to Yuanying has brought about a thunder tribulation. It is obvious that it is because she has spent too much Krypton gold, has not practiced for a long time, has a shallow foundation, is weak, and has not solidified. So she cannot hold the thunder tribulation. If she cannot resist the thunder tribulation, isn't it a great disaster? Well, what to do? At this moment, she is a cultivator, alone in the technological interstellar world, and there is no elder to throw a bunch of magic weapons at her. It is so miserable. Tang Ranran inexplicably thought of Yan Qian. I wonder if Yan Qian can withstand the thunder tribulation when the Jin Dan is upgraded to Yuanying. Well, forget it. It is unknown when Yan Qian will come back. Besides, it is better to rely on oneself than on others. What if Yan Qian can't withstand it, and is implicated by her and falls to the ground? That would be bad. So, I will first prepare some equipment to withstand the thunder tribulation, and consolidate my cultivation and solidify my foundation. The good fortune pill was properly stored and put into the basement of the farm. Tang Ranran returned to the state of cultivation, while Tang Xuanhao continued to be busy, pretending to grow vegetables, but actually preparing equipment. Tang Ranran has collected a lot of materials from the Empire. It's time to pick and choose, and make a few magic weapons for herself. Alchemy is Tang Ranran's expertise and interest. For her, refining medicine every day is like cultivating her sentiments. She is calm and relaxed, and even has a little immersive enjoyment. But refining equipment, boring and irritable. It would be fine if there were a tutorial for making magic tools. But now she has to find materials for refining equipment by herself, which is really like learning advanced mathematics. Her head is buzzing. She is so annoyed. She is so annoyed. She is so annoyed. After several days of annoyance, Tang Ranran finally made a prototype of a basic array compass. It's not a finished product, but it will definitely succeed after further processing and improvement. The raw materials are all some special materials of the Empire. Rare ores. Although they are expensive, they are just a small amount of money for her financial resources. Tang Ranran went directly to the military's commodity warehouse and placed an order for a lot of materials. She decided to stack the formation. She didn't believe that the thunder tribulation could do anything to her after stacking 999 defensive formation compasses. Pretending to grow vegetables, Tang Ranran was actually perfecting and improving the basic formation compass. For a pill master whose main skill was alchemy, it was very difficult to create a formation compass. Hey. After another batch of payment, 10 units of linglong fruit were sent to the research institute and signed for. Gu Xiao came with Jiang Qian. Gu Xiao came to Tang Ranran specifically. The military sent him to be a lobbyist to discuss the payment, due to the high cost of the 5 Lights ability potion. After exchanging nearly 100 units of linglong fruit from Tang Ranran with energy stones, there were not many senior generals in the army who had enough military merit to exchange for the potion. So, the military wanted to exchange for a marrow cleansing potion. In the market, the value of the marrow cleansing potion is currently around 120 billion. This price is actually inflated, if we estimate it based on the purification value of the raw materials of the medicine. The cost is about 16 billion. Why is it so inflated? The key is the main material of the medicine, chalcedony. Chalcedony is difficult to grow and cannot be found in the wild, so it cannot be priced based on its purification value alone. Gu Xiao, after a meeting of the Quartermaster Department, the Strategic Department, the Comprehensive Development Department, several departments wanted to popularize the marrow cleansing medicine to more soldiers, so they hoped to exchange the main material of the marrow cleansing medicine, chalcedony, with energy stones. After knowing Gu Xiao's intention, Tang Ranran asked directly, "Just tell me their exchange price." Well, what they mean is, Gu Xiao was embarrassed, with an expression of not daring to bargain for fear of being beaten by the boss. In his heart, he once again cursed those who forced him to do this task, and then hesitantly said, "Each unit of chalcedony is equivalent to 40 billion. The market price of ordinary high purification value 65 is at least 50 billion. And you still have to snatch it. And the chalcedony is a thorn in the high net worth. And the difficulty of planting is several times higher." Gu Xiao was embarrassed to say the price of 40 billion. And he quickly added, "That's their idea, not mine. I naturally know the difficulty of planting chalcedony. If you think this price is outrageous, just say you can't plant it, or you can bargain. I estimate that a price of 100 billion per unit should be negotiable." Wait a minute. I calculate it. Tang Ranran lowered her eyes and thought. She took out the marrow washing potion with the idea of popularizing it. Of course, with so many people in the Empire, popularization is definitely impossible. But at least, it can be popularized on a small scale. If the combat effectiveness of individual soldiers is improved, the overall military strength of the empire will also be improved. And the number of marrow washing potions will naturally be the more the better. After a long silence, so long that Gu Xiao thought Tang Xian must be cursing in his heart, Tang Ranran finally spoke slowly. 40 billion? This price is indeed too low. But it doesn't need 100 billion. How about this? You reply for me. Each unit of chalcedony is equivalent to 60 billion. If it works, it works. If it doesn't, we can only change the variety. How much? 60 billion? Gu Xiao exclaimed. Just this much? Even if it is 100 billion per unit of chalcedony. He feels that it is a loss. Well, at this price, it's about right. Tang Ranran affirmed. This? Are you sure? Will you not lose money like this? Not that much. But, I'm a little tired. Hey, you know, absorbing energy is quite strenuous. I've been working overtime recently, and I don't have enough rest time. Tang Ranran said sincerely. She was not talking nonsense. She really absorbed spirit stones every day to practice. You've worked hard. Gu Xiao admired sincerely. I really admire your vision. It's okay. I'm just a little tired. Although my personal strength is limited, it's good to be able to improve the combat effectiveness of the Imperial Army. Tang Ranran looked very righteous, fully demonstrating a patriotic and passionate young man. Gu Xiao was full of admiration, really admiring him sincerely. He couldn't compare to this vision. The price of 40 billion per unit was called out. Several bigwigs in the relevant military departments knew they were in the wrong. But they were poor. The military expenditure allocated from the imperial finances every year was so little. It was really not enough for this, not enough for that, not enough for everything. They could only take advantage of it shamelessly. Gu Xiao replied 60 billion. A few bigwigs held a simple meeting and readily accepted. Okay. 60 billion. The main material, chalcedony, cost 60 billion per unit, plus auxiliary materials. And the cost of the potion was 23 billion. Compared with the marrow cleansing potion on the market, it was just a fraction. After the finalization, Tang Ranran brushed a wave of chalcedony on the farm instead. As for the auxiliary materials of the marrow cleansing potion, the wood system of the military would grow them themselves. So she didn't need to worry about it. After brushing a wave of chalcedony, there were about 50 units. After simply packing them into a separate space buckle, Tang Ranran held the space buckle and walked out of her secret room. While walking towards the big square outside the main courtyard, she sent a message to the driver Jiang Qian, asking him to wait for her in the square. When she arrived at the big square, Jiang Qian had already been waiting there. In addition to him, there was another man and a tiger. Without the star pirates, the two bodyguards Lu Xiao and Xie Yin were very idle. And as the bodyguard's guard, Xie Xingyun was even more idle. He played with Green Ball every day. At this time, Green Ball was basking in the sun in the square, and the new shit shoveler Xie Xingyun was combing her hair. After taking a look and retracting his gaze, Tang Ranran handed the space buckle to Jiang Qian and told him, send it to the research institute and hand it over to Gu Xiao in person. He will count and sign for it on the spot. Yes. After taking the space buckle, Jiang Qian went to deliver the goods. Looking at the man and the tiger getting along very well, Tang Ranran suddenly thought of something and shouted to Xie Xingyun. Xie Xingyun, come here. Chief, you called me? Please tell me if you have anything. After stopping to brush the fur of the fluffy hair, Xie Xingyun immediately ran over. Nothing. I just want to ask. Have you taken the marrow cleansing potion? There were a lot of chalcedony mushrooms brushed on the farm, and Tang Ranran made a wave of marrow cleansing pills by the way. Subconsciously stunned, Xie Xingyun's eyes suddenly lit up, just like a light bulb that was turned on. His eyes glowed, and his head shook like a disco. No, I didn't take it. Tang Shi found a potion tube on the farm, made a pill and dissolved it in water, and then threw it into the basement. Tang Ranran pretended to take it out from the space buckle. Here. For me? Marrow cleansing potion? Really? Are you not going to show it to me? Although he had already guessed it. But it was really a marrow cleansing potion. Xie Xingyun was so excited that he was a little incoherent. Yes, it's true. I've been planting chalcedony recently, and I have some extra, Tang Ranran said casually. SSS Hailing was too expensive to give him. But a marrow cleansing potion was just a drop in the bucket for her. He came to Tang Ranran's side in one step. Xie Xingyun bowed, knelt on one knee, and stretched out his hands to hug her legs, just like a child hugging his father's legs. He excitedly opened his throat and started to howl. Chief Tang, you are closer to me than my own father. I will definitely be filial to you in the future. The green ball, which was originally basking in the sun, ran over and hugged Tang Ranran's other leg with its two big front paws. At the same time, he used his mental power to learn to howl together. Daddy, daddy, daddy. Tang Ranran, who had two more pendants on her legs, In this situation, her head was a little buzzing. Xie Xingyun, who drank the marrow washing potion, spread his legs and went directly to the research institute. The green ball continued to bask in the sun, and Tang Ranran, who was a hard-working person, returned to her secret room and continued to pretend to grow vegetables to improve her basic formation compass. In the middle of the night, when it was quiet, Tang Ranran, who pretended to be asleep, received the news. Xie Xingyun, Commander Tang, my mental power has been upgraded. I am now SSS level. According to the data from the Research Institute, after taking the marrow cleansing potion, the probability of a major mental power upgrade is about 8% on average. Due to different levels, the success rate of promotion is different. Relatively speaking, the lower the mental power level, the higher the success rate of promotion. For SS level, the success rate of promotion is only about 3%. 3% lucky guy. Really a lucky player. After seeing the message, Tang Ranran just pretended not to see it. She is sleeping now, and will reply in the morning. The next day, the dawn is just breaking. Xie Xingyun, who has not slept all night, runs around excitedly. Xie Yin, good morning. Xie Xingyun, yes. Yes. My spiritual power has been upgraded. Now it's SSS level. Green dumpling. Ah. Xie Xingyun, yes. Yes. My spiritual power has been upgraded. Now it's SSS level. Jiang Qian, where are you going so early in the morning? Xie Xingyun, yes. Yes. My spiritual power has been upgraded. Now it's SSS level. LV Xiao, good morning. Have you eaten? Xie Xingyun, yes. Yes. My spiritual power has been upgraded. Now it is SSS level. It's not enough to post on moments. Whenever he meets someone or someone sends him a message, Xie Xingyun will reply randomly, saying, yes. Yes. My spiritual power has been upgraded. Now it is SSS level. There is no clue about the alien star thieves. Tang Xian stays at home and grows vegetables every day. As bodyguards, Lu Xiao and Xie Yin are very idle. Xie Yin and Xie Xingyun went to Hengxing headquarters in Suping Ruixing together, while Lu Xiao went to the research institute to talk to Gu Xiao. Lu Xiao, have you examined Xie Xingyun? What was the reason for his promotion? Gu Xiao, the marrow cleansing potion given by Tang Xian. A normal promotion. Judging from the current test report, there should be no problem. Marrow cleansing potion? Well, Tang Xian has recently changed to growing chalcedony mushrooms. Probably because he has grown too many raw materials and refined some marrow cleansing potions. You also know that Tang Xian is always very generous. That's right. Lu Xiao nodded and agreed. Then asked curiously, has Tang Xian wife come to you for a physical examination recently? Before, occupying the identity of Su Ping Ruixing investigator, with the intention of trying to pull Tang Xian into their Lu family. Lu Xiao originally planned to call a few outstanding cousins, and clan sisters to come over, so that they could get the moon first. As a result, before he took action, he got a sentence from Gu Xiao. Tang Xian got married. Didn't you know? Lu Xiao, well, he got married. Lu Xiao could only give up this year. Then, unconsciously, Lu Xiao became curious about Tang Xian wife Tang Xi. He swore that he really didn't want to investigate the private affairs of Tang Xian, the boss, but he had a professional disease and couldn't help but ask for information and then make a presumptuous guess. It was just a little curiosity, but soon it turned into a lot of doubts. Rationally, I told myself that it's rare to be confused. It's a taboo to dig into the privacy of the boss of the God of Wealth. But emotionally, Lu Xiao couldn't control his brain that wanted to solve the case. So, he asked casually, no. Gu Xiao shook his head. I sold him 2 SSS level C spirits and 4 SS level C spirits this time. Logically, his wife's spiritual power level should be able to increase by at least 1 level. Right? According to the data, she is S level. Maybe even SSS level. Gu Xiao said casually, and then said with a slightly strange expression. It's strange to say, Tang Xian's subordinates took the magic fruit potion, and he was very cautious to send them to the research institute. His wife should have taken it. But, let alone the examination. I haven't even seen his wife. You haven't seen her? Yeah. I haven't seen her. I've always heard about her. Maybe Tang Xian is worried about star pirates. So the protection work is a bit strict. Lu Xiao found a reason for it. Yes. The family members of the Bigwood system are indeed very dangerous. Gu Xiao didn't think much about it. Yeah. Lu Xiao lowered his eyes and thought a lot more. Really? It's too suspicious. A new day. Early in the morning. Under the influence of the biological clock, Kong Chen woke up in the early morning. After waking up, Kong Chen did not rush to get up. He looked at the top of the bed with a deeply confused look in his eyes. And he was thinking about something. The expression on his face was very contradictory. With joy and a little fear and worry. He had a dream last night. And he vaguely remembered some scenes in the dream. Kong Chen could not remember the details of the first half of the dream. But it was very wonderful. Definitely a beautiful dream. And the peak of happiness in life. He and Mr. Tang got married. The beginning of the story was absolutely beautiful. And the sweet and sticky married life in the middle was blurred. After the beginning of the marriage, what impressed Kong Chen the most was the ending. The ending can only be said to be an extra-large tragedy. At the end of the dream, Yin Qian came back. And when he saw him, he took action without saying a word. And he was beaten to death. And then Mr. Tang became a widow. Over. It was quite sudden and terrifying. Kong Chen patted his head with his hand and jumped up from the bed. What was he thinking about? Go to work. A lot of official business. In the large guest room in the east courtyard of F1 area, Lu Xiao stood at the window with his hands behind his back, looking at the main courtyard where Tang Ranran was. His eyes were heavy, and his face was full of complexity. As the saying goes, curiosity kills the cat. He was really just too curious. And then, he couldn't help but check Kong Chen with a little trick. According to the information he found, Tang Shi suddenly appeared, and the relevant identities were handled by Kong Chen. To check Tang Shi, naturally check Kong Chen. Really, he didn't dare to check the big boss Tang Xian. He just wanted to check his wife Tang Shi. After all, with Tang Xian's current status and strength, what if the black Tang Shi who suddenly appeared was a spy of the Federation? The Federation came up with a beauty trap and planned to seduce Tang Xian. A Bigwood system. What should he do? Holding this for the Empire. Under the pretext of Lu Xiao secretly made a move on Kong Chen and used the nightmare technique to spy on him. Then he never expected that he would find out such a shocking truth. Oh my god! Tang Xian he was wrong. It was she. She was actually a woman. She was actually Kong Chen's girlfriend Tang Ranran. It turned out that Tang Xian, Tang Shi, and Tang Ranran were all Tang Ranran. It was really beyond his imagination. After learning the truth, and looking back on the doubts in the past, Lu Xiao suddenly realized it. No wonder Tang Xian also suddenly appeared in Beiki Star, and could not be traced. It turned out that he was just a puppet. Combined with the truth and savoring it carefully, Lu Xiao felt that Xia Yin's attitude was a bit strange. Xia Yin was too attentive to Tang Xian. It was normal to be attentive to Tang Xian, the god of wealth. After all, he was quite attentive himself. But Xia Yin's attentiveness, the kind of behavior that would interfere and quietly squeeze him out whenever they talked. I originally thought that Xia Yin wanted to get more blue bottles. But now I think that was clearly a man's attentiveness to a woman. It was a behavior of secretly squeezing out his love rival. No wonder Xia Yin dressed himself up like a decent person every day. Damn it! He bet his many years of professional career that Xia Yin knew the truth. Then, Yin Qian and Fu Jingyuan, based on their original expedition with Tang Shi to Su Xinrong, they must be insiders. As for Lu Chuanping, he was probably also an insider. It turned out that he was the only one who didn't know. No, Gu Xia probably didn't know either. He was probably an ignorant person who was kept in the dark and didn't know the truth. And Tang Xian's subordinates, except Kong Chen, including Qi Xingyuan, should all be unaware of the truth. After all, he had secretly investigated a few months ago. Well, should he secretly spy on Xie Yan? Verify the situation? But with the same level of strength, there is a risk of being exposed. What if Xie Yan finds out and complains to Tang Xian? Oh, to Tang Ranran? If Tang Ranran knows that he is investigating her, then she is doomed. During this period of time, Lu Xiao has deeply experienced the saying that a little that slips out of the fingers of the rich is enough for the poor to use for a lifetime. Every now and then, Tang Ranran would always ask, "Are the blue bottles enough? Use these. Those are worthless. Not worth mentioning. Those pills. Red and blue combination sets. He has already got 2 sets. He has not tried the red pill. But that one blue pill is enough for him to recover most of his mental strength. He got 9 bottles of the $3 billion Great Spirit Gathering Potion. 1 bottle today, and 1 bottle tomorrow. The most common ones were fruits with high purification values of 30 to 50. And he had received 32 boxes. Each box started at 10 units. The low purification specialty fruits of Su Pingrui Star were even more numerous. All of these are not included in the payment for goods, let alone the salary, but only the blue bottle allowance and the 3-meal allowance. When Tang Ranran was in a good mood, drinking nutrient solution again? How can I just drink nutrient solution? You should eat more fruits. Then he gave her a lot of them. He really couldn't even dream of this treatment now. It's richer than the freeloaders. In conclusion, he can't lose this high-paying job. So, he knows nothing. Yes. He knows nothing. It's rare to be confused. Reminding himself to pretend to be confused. Carrying the tasks assigned to him by the elders. Lu Xiao squatted in the hall of the main house early in the morning. Soon, he squatted in front of Tang Ranran. Although he wanted to stay in the laboratory for 24 hours. There were too many people and 3 idle people living in the house. So Tang Ranran would pretend every day. Go back to her room to sleep late at night. And then go to her underground laboratory where other people were not allowed to enter early in the morning to work and grow vegetables. The main hall is the only way for her to go to work. As soon as Tang Ranran stepped into the hall from the corner of the stairs, Lu Xiao looked over and looked at her carefully. She doesn't look like a puppet at all. How did she do it? It's amazing. And, a woman? Tang Ranran? When he thought of Tang Ranran relevant information. A woman. 4S level. Top planter. Beautiful. And good personality. Lu Xiao was shamefully moved. It must be said that with these conditions, any normal man would be moved. But, you don't need to guess that the competition is extremely fierce. Morning. Tang Ranran, who had no idea that she had been exposed, greeted her naturally. Good morning. In response, Lu Xiao habitually gave a standard warm smile that an employee would give to his boss. The next second, he remembered that Tang Xian was Tang Ranran, and his smile froze. And Lu Xiao felt a little awkward again. Is there anything? Tang Ranran asked casually without noticing his abnormality. That's it. Lu Xiao was a little embarrassed, and secretly annoyed for 2 seconds before asking. You have been growing chalcedony recently? Do you have any surplus? Yeah. A little. Tang Ranran guessed something. You want to buy chalcedony? Since she started growing chalcedony, most of the well-informed friends and her communication friends have asked her to buy chalcedony. Anyone who came to her door. At least 3 units. At most hundreds of units. Tang Ranran would sell them more or less. Each unit of chalcedony is 60 billion. And 1 unit can be used to refine 3 marrow cleansing potions. Compared with the price of 120 billion or more for a marrow cleansing potion at the auction. The price here is absolutely cheap. So let alone the friends in the communication. Even strangers who have no relationship with her are trying to find connections to buy chalcedony from Tang Xian. That is, last night, Lu Chuanping contacted her and complained to her bitterly. The elders of the clan pressed me on this task. And I am really miserable. If I can't complete it, I will be punished by the elders. Just sell me some chalcedony. Not too much. Just 10 units will be enough. Tang Ranran has promised to give him 5 units, which is considered as a personal private goods for him, and sell another 100 units to their Lu family. But there is no stock, so he has to wait for a few days. Tang Ranran estimated that Lu Xiao was also assigned a task. You want to buy chalcedony? As expected. When Tang Ranran asked, Lu Xiao nodded immediately. Yes. Lu Xiao was a little embarrassed. There are many elders and relatives in the family, and the magic fruit longevity potion is too expensive to use. So I want to buy some chalcedony. You want it yourself? Not for your Lu family. I want some for myself. And if possible, the family does need some. The elders have given me a hard task, hoping to buy a batch from you. But it doesn't matter. If I can't complete the task, they will just nag me a few times. No problem. Tang Ranran agreed very straightforwardly. How much do you want? The more the better. Although I know this is too much. But the more low-priced marrow cleansing potion, the better. Relying on the planters in the family alone, there are still many SSS level ones waiting in line. Tang Ranran was a little undecided for a while, staring at Lu Xiao's face and thinking. Whether to sell more or less depends on one factor, appearance. LV Xiao looks a little better than LV Chuanping. In addition, one lives in her home, while the other lives far away in the border and has not been seen for a long time. Therefore, Tang Ranran treats Lu Xiao more favorably. Of course, only a little bit. Looking at him and thinking for 3 seconds, Tang Ranran said, "How about this? I will give you 6 units. And this part will not be counted as money." Hearing this, Lu Xiao was a little surprised and stunned, looking at Tang Ranran a little dazed. Send? 6 units? 360 billion? He's just a bodyguard. Bodyguards are treated this way. So what about boyfriends and husbands? I have to say, I'm even more moved. Thinking that he was too happy, Tang Ranran continued without thinking too much. In addition, the price is the same as the military. 60 billion per unit. I will sell you 100 units for you to get the job done. You can deduct the 1.5 trillion payment from me, and I will give you 4.5 trillion star diamonds. How much to give to your family is up to you to decide internally. But now, there is no spot, so we have to wait. The specific delivery time cannot be determined for the time being. It doesn't matter. It can take any time. Lu Xiao hurriedly expressed his opinion, and then asked uncertainly, "Did I hear it right? You just said you would give me 6 units? Yes, I heard it right. Thank you so much for the expense." After verifying that it was really 6 units for free, Lu Xiao exclaimed, "It was really 360 billion. As the saying goes, no reward without merit." A bold idea suddenly popped up in his mind. Could it be that she has taken a fancy to him? When this guess came up, Lu Xiao's eyes subconsciously brightened. Oh my god! There is such a good thing? Really? It is not enough to describe it as overwhelming wealth. Having no idea that his imagination was so wild, Tang Ranran gently waved her hand and said casually, "It's just 6 units. Don't worry about it. Thank you." Laughing so hard that he couldn't close his mouth, Lu Xiao thanked him, and then hesitated and asked again, "Will you lose it?" "No. But it's tiring. Look, I'm working every day now. I can't be absent for a day. It's really annoying." Tang Ranran couldn't help complaining. "Well, making the array plate is really annoying. She has a headache." Thank you for your hard work," Lu Xiao hurriedly said. "No more talking. I'm going to work." "Well, if you're not in a hurry, I give it to you tomorrow morning. If you're in a hurry, wait until I get off work. But my working time is uncertain." "It's okay. I wait for you here." "Okay. I send you a message in advance when I get off work. Try to grow more today." "Okay." Lu Xiao was suddenly stunned. Why did he use the word you? Send a message to you? Who else? He had a big question. But before he could ask, Tang Ranran had already entered the corridor leading to the basement. The underground is Tang Ranran's studio, a forbidden area, and no one is allowed to enter without permission. Lu Xiao looked at the direction of the corridor and fell into deep thought. Continued to develop the array compass. This is definitely a scientific research level job for Tang Ranran. Today is another day with a buzzing head. After spending nearly 16 hours of painstaking research in her secret laboratory, Tang Ranran decided to go home. Before going home, Tang Ranran found an extra-large fresh-keeping food box and took out the stock of chalcedony from the basement of the farm. She bought a lot of them at once and threw them all in the basement of the farm. One chalcedony weighed about 1 unit, or 100 grams. Tang Ranran took out one after another and stopped after about 30. After a group message was sent on the smart brain, Tang Ranran directly held the big box in both hands and left her secret studio. "Tang Xian, I'm done. After receiving this message, Lu Xiao, who was browsing the star network to kill time, was suddenly excited. He closed the web page and was about to go over. His steps paused, and he suddenly thought of Xie Yin, who dressed up like a peacock every day. Image. Yes. 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 You need to have an image. After quickly packing himself up, Lu Xiao took action, and a single unit of time went back, and he returned to the hall in the morning. As soon as he arrived, Lu Xiao found that someone had arrived earlier than him. Xie Yin and Xie Xingyan, uncle and nephew, were already waiting at the entrance of the corridor leading to the underground. Xie Yin, wearing a silk black shirt and black trousers, looked even whiter. Even Lu Xiao, a man, thought he looked pretty. Ha! The standard is a peacock seeking a mate. Why didn't he notice it before? While complaining in his heart, a space crack suddenly appeared in Lu Xiao's peripheral vision. When Lu Xiao looked at it, Jiang Qian also arrived at the scene. Lu Xiao, Sure enough. It was you. Xie Xingyun, Chief Tang. You've worked hard. Xie Yin, how is it? Are you tired? Jiang Qian, boss. I help you get it. As soon as Tang Ranran appeared, the three of them swarmed around him, asking about her life and being very attentive. Lu Xiao, who was one step behind, After a few simple words, Tang Ranran began to distribute the Chalcedony Ganoderma like a kindergarten teacher distributing cookies. First, she gave it to Jiang Qian, and Tang Ranran told him to pack it in a box. Take 15. Divide it into 5 units each, and 10 units each. The 5-unit portion is for Gu Xiu alone, and he does not need to sign for it. The 10-unit portion is for the payment of energy stones for the military district, and he needs to count and sign for it. Jiang Qian, okay. Boss. Onlooker Lu Xiao, ? Giving it alone to Gu Xiao? Does this mean it's a gift? Why give it to Gu Xiao? Then, Tang Ranran gave it to Xie Yin. Lu Xiao, who continued to watch, made full use of his eyesight and counted in his heart. 1, 2, 3, 8. 8 Chalcedony Ganoderma. That's nearly 8 units. Here. Keep it. Tang Ranran said casually after giving 8 Chalcedony Ganoderma to Xie Yin. There are so many people, and one bowl of water is definitely not evenly distributed. That's because Xie Yin is a man who knows how to deal with things, and he can play the role of a green tea to make people infatuated and pretend to be a weak little white flower to gain sympathy. She can't resist the beauty trap. So, compared to others, she is a little more. Thank you. Xie Yin smiled very beautifully, just like a vixen. For Tang Ranran, it's just 2 units. The difference is not big. But for Lu Xiao, who was watching, this difference in treatment was huge. 8 units? A gift. Tang Ranran gave Xie Yin 8 units. 2 more units than him. 2 full units. Why? Looking at Xie Yin peacock-like smile, Lu Xiao suddenly realized that it was a beauty trap. Since ancient times, beauty traps have been very effective. At this moment, Lu Xiao suddenly realized that Tang Ranran was not attracted to him, but to every good-looking man equally. Men love beautiful women. Women love handsome men. Both men and women. They all love appearance. After giving it to Xie Yin, the next one was naturally Lu Xiao. Seeing Tang Ranran waving at him, he stopped thinking about it, raised the corner of his mouth, and walked over with a warm smile. Tang Ranran casually gave him a fresh food box, and then took 6 Chalcedony Ganoderma and put it in his fresh food box. Yours. Thank you. Lu Xiao thanked him, and the smile on his face was like a warm spring breeze. Isn't it just a beauty trap? He can do it too. Tang Ranran couldn't help but be dazzled. In the past, Lu Xiao always smiled when facing her, but that smile was a bit fake, like a perfunctory smile at work. A smile to deal with leaders for promotion and salary increase or year-end bonus. But today is obviously different. Today, this smile gives people a feeling of spring sunshine and warm air. Xie Yin, who was standing aside, was very sensitive and noticed the abnormality. He looked at Lu Xiao with strange eyes, and his face was thoughtful. This guy seemed to be a little different from usual today, and he felt very abnormal. After a second of distraction, Tang Ranran returned to normal and looked at the fresh-keeping food box as big as a box. After dividing so many 30, there were still 2 Chalcedony Ganoderma. Tang Ranran said to Jiang Qian and Xie Xingyu without thinking. Xiao Jiang, shouted Yun. You two divide the rest. One each. Thank you. Chief. Thank you. Boss. The two cheered. That's it. The goods for the family have to wait in line. I go back to rest first. Chief. I take you. Boss. I take you. Before Jiang Qian finished shouting, relying on his high mental strength, Xie Xingyun secretly blocked him. Jiang Qian paused and was a beat slower. So Xie Xingyun got there first. In a flash, Xie Xingyun sent Tang Ranran to the door of her own bedroom. Chief, do you have any other instructions? Nothing. Go back and rest. Yes. Tang Ranran went back to her room to sleep. But she was actually on hold. So Tang Ranran went into the farm and helped her refine pills. For her, refining pills, especially those that were not difficult, could cultivate her sentiments and relax her mood. Refining equipment consumed a lot of brain cells. So refining pills without thinking was just entertainment. In the hall, as Tang Ranran walked, Xie Yin immediately raised his leg and walked towards Lu Xiao, stopped one step away from him, and said, "Let's go to the pavilion for tea." Knowing that he had something to say, Lu Xiao nodded and said, "Okay." The two of them walked out of the hall one after the other, without rushing or slowing down, all the way to the large square outside, and then entered the nearest pavilion in the garden. Sitting face to face in the pavilion, Xie Yin took out a set of tea-making tools and a fresh-keeping box of tea leaves from the space buckle. Xie Yin tea art is profound, and his set of tea-making movements is very smooth and pleasing to the eye. Lu Xiao lowered his eyes. His eyes were dim. This guy. Did he find something? Is he demonstrating? But, don't say it. When it comes to beauty traps, it seems that I really can't beat him. And as Xie Yin made tea, the pure breath went from vague to gradually clear. Lu Xiao's focus was on the tea leaves. Is it a special water vapor dual solubility? A variety I've never seen before. Could it be given by Tang Ranran? How many good things did Xie Yin take from Tang Ranran? What is the relationship between the two? Lu Xiao was a little confused, but he remained calm on the surface. Please. After brewing, Xie Yin served the tea and pushed a cup in front of him with his mental power. Thank you. Lifting the teacup. As the tea approached, before he took a sip, Lu Xiao smelled a rich and mellow fragrance. And at the same time, the pure breath with high purification value was refreshing. Put it to his lips and took a sip. Sure enough, it was top-notch. Not to mention the taste. The purification value is at least about 40. Although he didn't like tea, this tea was really enjoyable. Lu Xiao couldn't help but taste it carefully, and then asked, "What kind of tea is this?" Yun Wuling Ya. The purification value of the aqueous solution is about 44. Yun Wuling Ya? Lu Xiao was slightly puzzled. 44 tea? He hadn't heard of it. Oh! It was confirmed. Tang Ranran sent it. Well, there is no on the market. Tang Xian sent it, Xie Yin said with a smile. Oh! After responding, Lu Xiao stopped talking. It was indeed a demonstration. But he wanted to scare him away with just this point. He was dreaming? You have found it. Right? Xie Yin meant something. And his tone was very sure. Without much hesitation, Lu Xiao nodded heavily. Yes. I swore not to tell, fearing that Lu Xiao was deceiving him. Xie Yin asked for confirmation. So can you tell me? Let me confirm it. No comment. Lu Xiao refused to answer, although he guessed that Xie Yin knew the truth. What if? What if he guessed wrong about this riddle? They were not on the same train of thought. Wouldn't he be asking for trouble? Can you trust me a little? Xie Yin was speechless. Do you trust me? Lu Xiao retorted. Okay. Xie Yin was helpless. But he was more inclined to believe that Lu Xiao had seen through Tang Ranran's flaws. After all, this guy was a professional policeman. He had said it before. It was not safe to keep Lu Xiao by her side. Unfortunately. He said it. But she didn't listen. Although he didn't bring up the topic. Xie Yin still said, "Let's join hands." Lu Xiao was a little confused. What do you mean? Join hands? Given Tang Ranran conditions, any man who is not stupid would have thought about it. Shouldn't the two of them be assigned to the opposite side of the relationship of rivals in love? Yin Qian. Xie Yin directly named him, saying, "Believe me, you alone are definitely not as good as Yin Qian." After observation and speculation, Xie Yin deeply realized that he was definitely not as good as Yan Qian in Tang Ranran's heart. He couldn't do it with one. So what about two? What about three? What about a group? In Xie Yin's mind, it is normal for capable people, regardless of gender, to have many followers. Just like his mother. Between a group of lovers and Yan Qian, who would Tang Ranran choose? Lu Xiao understood a little bit. Inside in his heart, Yan Qian is indeed an insider. After 2 seconds of silence, Lu Xiao, whose brain circuits were not on the same channel, disagreed and replied, "The relationship between men and women requires mutual consent. Even if he is powerful, he cannot force you to buy or sell. Oh, even if you are willing, do you think he will do something dirty?" Xie Yin showed a look of how can you be so naive, and complained in his heart silently, how can you be confident to compete with Yan Qian? What's more, even if you really knock out Yan Qian and get the position, you have to be able to survive. Not that bad, right? The slaves of a fallen country, the hatred of killing your father, and the hatred of stealing your wife are the 3 irreconcilable hatreds in life. Do you think if you succeed in getting the position, will he kill you? Lu Xiao, It seems to make sense. As time goes by, the number of spiritual stone mines discovered increases. Not only has the military discovered some on the Freedom Star, but officials who have discovered spiritual stone mines on the Administrative Star have also come to discuss cooperation. In addition, unofficial forces are also trying their best to find mines. Although the use of energy stones has not yet been clarified, energy mines have become a gold mine. As the number of spiritual stones increases day by day, the large manor on the farm is filled with rooms full of spiritual stones. There are 1 room, 2 rooms, and they are constantly increasing. Tang Ranran is vaguely worried. Will the large manor on the farm not be enough? The speed at which she consumes spiritual stones through Krypton gold cultivation and the speed at which spiritual stones increase are really small and big, although her pockets are constantly expanding. Tang Ranran keeps crying poor and tired when speaking to the outside world. Every now and then, she says, "Oh, the energy stones are consumed so quickly." Regarding vegetable planting, although a lot of chalcedony Ganoderma is brushed, the speed Tang Ranran shows to the outside world is 30 to 40 chalcedony Ganoderma a day. Tang Ranran has become the main source of chalcedony. 95% of the Empire's marrow washing potions are made of her. Every day, after deducting the payment to the military and the rewards given by Tang Ranran on a whim, if there is any surplus, it will be sold to major families. Taking advantage of the proximity, the Lu family and the Xia family get the most goods. As for how these 2 families divide it, at the beginning, when Lu Xiao and Xie Yin were fighting for their own families, Tang Ranran openly added fuel to the fire. You 2 fight, and whoever wins will get it. After all, Lu Xiao is an old 4S level, and his mental power has been tempering his body for a longer time. His strength, defense and other attributes are higher than Xie Yin. So they fought for 3 days. Lu Xiao won 2 games, and the remaining 1 was a draw. In the case of a draw, because Xie Yin would play the victim, the proceeds belonged to the Xia family. Deeply aware that he could not win, Xie Yin took a different approach and involved Xie Xingyin. When Xie Yin and Xie Xingyin were uncle and nephew, they said, "Sell our Xia family first," especially since Xie Xingyin would hold her legs and howl like a father. Tang Ranran really couldn't hold it. 2 handsome guys must be more pleasing to her than 1 handsome guy. After 2 days of losses, Lu Xiao suddenly realized that he had learned it by himself. With a sentence for the family, he called Lu Chuanping over when Tang Ranran got off work to grab the goods. And then Lu Chuanping also brought the driver Lu Fengyang. Lu Xiao blocked Xie Yin. Lu Fengyang blocked Xie Xingyin. And then it was Lu Chuanping who held Tang Ranran legs and howled, "Sell our Lu family. I've been criticized. Sell me some chalcedony. Please." 3-2. Tang Ranran naturally gave today's goods to the Lu family, and also gave a chalcedony to the handsome boy Lu Fengyang who had not seen for a long time. Then the next day, well, a big fight. Lu Xiao called Lu Chuanping and Lu Fengyang as usual, while Xie Yin called his 2 nephews, Xie Xingyun and Xie Shihe. And then Xie Shihe brought his driver Xie Xueran. Xie Xueran is not a handsome guy, but he can be a thug. As soon as Tang Ranran got off work, she saw a big fight. Handsome guys fighting is pretty cool, but if it goes on like this, it might turn into a group fight. In the end, it will end up with bloodshed. Will it turn into a fight between the two big families? The Lu family and the Xia family? What a sin! Tang Ranran waved to stop, and said, each family gets half. Split in half. Then, from that day on, unless there were special circumstances, Lu Xiao and Xia Yin would buy 5 units on behalf of the family every day, and the rest would be randomly allocated by Tang Ranran. Sometimes Gu Xia would buy on behalf of the Gu family. Sometimes Yin Ning would buy on behalf of the Yin family. And sometimes an old partner from Bikixing would buy. In this way, she would plant vegetables at work and sell them after work every day. In a blink of an eye, half a month had passed. After these days of hard work, Tang Ranran finally turned the prototype of the array into a finished product. With interstellar materials, she successfully built a basic array. Successful product. Although it is basic, she crossed the river by feeling the stones with her eyes closed, relying entirely on her own exploration. Very good. The next step is to input the command and add a formation. In 2 hours, a small defense formation was recorded in the array disk. Battery, spirit stone, then add it and start it. Well, very good. The basic defense array is successfully opened. The next step is to test the defense. Tang Shi, who is in the Qi refining stage, cannot break the defense and can only attack until it runs out of power. That is, the 5 spirit stones are used up. I am in the golden core stage and I hit it with all my strength. It collapsed. This freshly baked array disk is broken into pieces and useless. Tang Ranran, oh! The defense is too weak. No. It needs to be improved. Constrained by the material and its own technical problems. Tang Ranran temporarily does not plan to develop an intermediate array disk, but chooses the parallel method. Combine 2 basic arrays to achieve a defense power of 1 + 1 = 2. 10 basic arrays stacked together can definitely achieve an intermediate defense power to resist the Jindan stage. Continue. Because there is already a finished product. The parallel connection technology is still very simple. Soon, Tang Ranran made a double-stacked array, and then a triple-stacked array. Just when Tang Ranran was diligently making a 5-stacked array, she received an unexpected message. Fu Jingyuan, who had been missing for a long time, popped up. Fu Jingyuan, are you busy? Tang Ranran, huh? The hunting of the sea spirit is over? Tang Ranran's first reaction was to ask Yan Qian for a tube of blood to test whether Yan Qian could survive the thunder tribulation of the Jin Dan to Yuaning stage if he helped her resist. Immediately acted. The phone was called. It went through, but it was still the formulaic alienated look. After a few words, Tang Ranran was sure that it was still the fake. Tang Ranran ended the call in a huff. Feeling strange. What's going on? Is it because Fu Jingyuan ran out of blue bottles? So he came back first? Tang Xian, I'm growing vegetables. Not too busy. Are you guys done with your mission? As soon as the message was sent, Fu Jingyuan called. Tang Ranran, who was modifying the array in the basement, immediately created a mental barrier and answered the phone. Tang Ranran, long time no see. Yeah, it's been a long time. How are you doing recently? Not bad. I heard that your planet was attacked by alien pirates. Are they targeting you? After just a greeting, Fu Jingyuan got to the point and asked with concern. You're well informed. It's okay. It's been resolved. It's been quite peaceful here recently, and there are not many spies. Tang Ranran said in a relaxed tone. Her 2 guarantees didn't reveal anything. Of course, no news is good news. Well, I'm still a little worried. Fu Jingyuan was worried. It's just that the mission is over, and there is a period of recuperation vacation. I go to Su Pingrui Star to find you. Just returned to the Empire 5 minutes ago. And after a quick glance at the information from the intelligent brain, Fu Jingyuan couldn't wait to call Tang Ranran, so that he only knew about the 2 major events of the Star Pirate incident and Tang Ranran planting chalcedony mushroom, and didn't know about Tang Ranran's small matter in Sutter. Well, it's okay. Tang Ranran didn't care about it. She was more concerned about her own thunder tribulation. So, by the way, where is Yan Qian? He should be on the mission with you. Right? Fu Jingyuan felt a little depressed. I don't know about this. Ah? He didn't come back? Tang Ranran was surprised and worried. Fu Jingyuan was even more depressed, and explained sullenly. After the mission was over, I followed the other space systems back. As for Yan Qian, I really don't know where he went. Oh. Okay then. I have something else to do today. I come tomorrow. Is that convenient? You can choose the time. But I have to say in advance that I'm busy planting chalcedony. It's okay. You're busy. Don't worry about me. When refining equipment, you need to devote yourself wholeheartedly. Once you are disturbed, you may lose all your efforts. Fu Jingyuan is coming today. So Tang Ranran simply stopped the research work on the array plate and took a day off. He didn't go to work today. But he still had to grow vegetables. During this period of time, they grew chalcedony mushrooms every day. And the fruit and vegetable stocks on their planet were getting less and less. And they were already insufficient. Tang Ranran decided to go out for a walk to enrich the fruit and vegetable stocks on the planet. After the terrorist attack of alien space pirates, the tourism industry was hit by another devastating blow. Now it has finally recovered a little. But the lack of pure fruits and vegetables cannot affect the tourism industry of the planet. Tang Ranran first wandered around his F1 area garden, planting here and there, checking for deficiencies and beautifying the garden, and then called his driver Jiang Qian. When Tang Ranran wandered back to the big square, not only his driver Jiang Qian was waiting, but also Xie Xingyun and Lu Xiao. As soon as Tang Ranran appeared, Jiang Qian hurriedly came up to him. Boss, where are you going? Xie Xingyun was unwilling to fall behind, and also trotted over. Chief, I take you there. Then the two of them were in front of Tang Ranran, competing for the position of driver. You bumped into me. I squeezed you. Neither of them gave in. And the situation was getting more and more intense, with a tendency to develop into a fight. Tang Ranran, they are all handsome boys. How can she stop this fight? It's not good to help either one. Xie Xingyun, my mental power is higher than yours. Jiang Qian, I am the boss's exclusive driver. People in the same industry are enemies. Look, the two who don't like each other, after a few words, finally became unanimous. The truth will be revealed under your hands. Most of the time, men solve problems in such a simple and violent way, using force to determine the value. Well, the two really fought. Tang Ranran's head was buzzing a little, and he had a headache. Just as Tang Ranran was thinking about playing rock paper scissors, Lu Xiao walked around the two drivers, who were fighting vigorously, and stood beside her, watching the fun with an elder's eyes, just like watching two children playing, while eating melons and watching the show. Lu Xiao asked lightly, "Where are you going?" Wu Pingyang said that the fruit and vegetable inventory is insufficient. So I plan to go around the various planting areas and grow some vegetables. Tang Ranran casually talked about today's arrangements. I take you there. While speaking, Lu Xiao suddenly raised his hand and grabbed Tang Ranran's arm. With a use of his supernatural power, the two disappeared. Xie Xingyun and Jiang Qian, who were fighting vigorously, froze instantly. They stopped their actions at the same time, and then cursed in unison, "Damn! No martial ethics." They stopped fighting immediately. Just like magnets with the same poles, the two bounced away instantly, and then pulled out the smart brain screen in unison to send messages. Xie Xingyun, Chief, where are you? Jiang Qian, Boss, where are you? Teleportation and teleportation are different. Look! When LV Xiao led them to the gate of D5 Fruit Forest area, Tang Ranran felt a little dizzy. Ah! She was carsick. Oh! Wrong. It was seasickness. If the space system is like driving, then LV Xiao, who relies on the time ability to teleport, is walking on the water. On a boat. It's like riding a big boat on the sea, being swept over and pushed over by the waves. It's especially dizzying. It felt like she was not standing on the ground, but on the undulating sea surface. Tang Ranran, who was a little unstable, took the initiative and grabbed his arms with both hands, and complained directly, "Your ability makes me a little dizzy. The riding experience is too bad. I have to give a bad review." Sorry. LV Xiao hurriedly helped her up, with a little embarrassment on his face. I almost forgot that when I first learned this skill, I almost fainted. Later, I got used to it, after silently healing myself for a few seconds. Tang Ranran, who was full of energy again, let go and waved her hand to indicate that she was fine. Raising her hand, Tang Ranran released a hover car, and then opened the intelligent brain communication screen. She definitely couldn't let Lu Xiao be the driver. She would faint. And both drivers sent her messages. Tang Ranran hesitated for 2 seconds and finally chose Xie Xingyun. On the one hand, it was because Xie Xingyun had a high level and a high safety factor, although it was basically safe to go around on the planet. If there was a choice, of course, it would be safer. On the other hand, the SSS level was considered a large space system. After a full adaptation period of 1 or 2 months, Xie Xingyun would definitely go for further studies, and then either be transferred to the Starry Sky Force or do infrastructure construction to build roads. There was not much time to spend together, so Tang Ranran naturally chose Xie Xingyun. As for Jiang Qian, Tang Ranran also assigned him a task. She had just helped to grow several jackfruit trees in the garden and ripened a lot of jackfruits. Well, let Jiang Qian take the picking robot to pick the jackfruits, peel them, and pack them in boxes, because she wanted to eat them. As soon as the message was sent, along with the address, Xie Xingyun appeared in an instant, with a proud and bright smile on his face. He knew that he was the chief's favorite driver. Tang Ranran said directly to Xie Xingyun, "You drive and go around the whole orchard." "Yes," with a loud response. Xie Xingyun took the lead over Lu Xiao and opened the back door for Tang Ranran very attentively. Tang Ranran got in the car, and Lu Xiao went around to the other side, opened the door, and sat in the back seat as well. "Tang Ranran, you are so free today?" "I am free every day, and it is rare for you to go out today, so I naturally want to ensure your safety," Lu Xiao said very naturally. "It is rare that Xia Yin is not here, so he has to show his presence more. Oh, by the way, have you heard of any big pirates appearing anywhere in the Empire recently?" The most recent one was 5 days ago. A starship belonging to the Carter Pirates appeared in the star field of the Enluran planet in the 12 star systems. They attempted to hijack a high-level spaceship, but failed. Unfortunately, the Starry Sky Pursuit Fleet lost it. LV Xiao spoke slowly and recounted the recent situation about pirates. As the hovercraft started, Tang Ranran listened and planted vegetables. The hovercraft flew slowly, and the fruit trees below were full of fruits, with a spinning and circling trajectory. Xie Xingyun wandered over the entire D5 area. In less than an hour, the entire D5 area was full of fruits. While planting vegetables, Tang Ranran also saw Wu Pingyang, stopped the car, and chatted with him for a few words. Wu Pingyang reported a lot. And finally, "Boss, what do you think of that magical vine?" A few days ago, Wu Pingyang reported that the magical vine had grown to about 80 fruits. And then, he couldn't grow it anymore, even if there was enough blood from the alien beasts and enough pure plants. Without the natural growth state of the wood system, the purification value of the magical fruit would increase very slowly. Tang Ranran had a slight headache. The magical vine is not a farm vegetable. It has to be planted in real life, which is quite time-consuming. Moreover, she has no use for the magical fruit and the realm-breaking potion recently, so Tang Ranran doesn't want to plant it. "Let's talk about it when I have time." "Yes, I know." After the fruit forest in D5 was planted, Xie Xingyun and the hovercraft shuttled together to D4, where the Research Institute starship and Pet Golden Armor were located. D4 was basically pure vegetables, and most of them were in a wild growth state. After a few turns, it was a vibrant scene. Then D1. The hovercraft turned a few times in the air 3 meters above the ground. The vegetable fields in D1 were also full of fruits, and they entered the mature harvest time. The same method was followed, and D2 was planted again. And finally the T2 military secret area. T2 was full of century-old spiritual fruit trees moved from the farm. It was not so easy to plant them. Even Tang Ranran could only plant them one by one. Playing the role of tree doctor again, Tang Ranran began to give chicken blood to those spiritual fruit trees that did not look very good one by one. After being busy in T2 for more than 2 hours, Tang Ranran received a message from Fu Jingyuan. Fu Jingyuan came here on a military starship, and now he is already in the space station on the planet. Tang Ranran finished work and went home. After returning to the F1 area, Tang Ranran asked Xie Xingyun to pick him up. Soon, in less than 3 minutes, Xie Xingyun appeared in the square with Fu Jingyuan, in a black military uniform and with a cold face. Fu Jingyuan looked tall, handsome and sharp. After not seeing each other for a long time, Tang Ranran's eyes lit up. She really liked this type the most. Lu Xiao, who was secretly observing from the side, understood clearly in his heart that she was indeed an insider. "Look, This is obviously carefully dressed up. Which man would spend so much time and effort to dress himself up when meeting his brothers? When he saw Xie Xingyu in the space station, Fu Jingyuan felt a 3-point sense of crisis in his heart. After hearing what he said, knowing that Xie Yin was also here, the sense of crisis immediately rose to 7 points. And then he met Lu Xiao again. Well, full of crisis. What's the situation? He knew that Tang Ranran liked handsome guys. But weren't there too many handsome guys with high strength around her? Fu Jingyuan looked at Lu Xiao with some suspicion. And Lu Xiao directly responded with a meaningful smile. Fu Jingyuan understood immediately. Another love rival. Fu Jingyuan, you are finally back. Don't stand there. Let's go. Let's treat you to some fruit. Tang Ranran was in a good mood and moved to the reception room with her people. And then served the guests with a fruit plate as usual. After a few words of greeting, Tang Ranran asked, "Is the mission over? Did you successfully hunt down the Sea Spirit King? If you can't say it, just pretend I didn't ask." She was curious. When Lu Xiao came back, the mission was not officially over, so he couldn't say much. But when Fu Jingyuan came back this time, the high-level combat forces had all returned to the Empire, and the mission officially came to an end. So there was no need to keep it so strictly confidential. The mission is over. After saying that, Fu Jingyuan shook his head regretfully, and said regretfully, the Sea Spirit King was too cautious. After a detailed evaluation and prediction, he finally gave up. Given up? Tang Ranran was surprised, and Lu Xiao looked as if he had expected it to be so. He had expected it when the first batch of people withdrew, and it was as expected. Then, Fu Jingyuan and Lu Xiao talked back and forth, and Tang Ranran knew the details, compared to other legendary things that are still uncertain whether they exist. The Sea Spirit King is definitely the most realistic existence. What's more, in addition to the Sea Spirit King, other sea spirits are also rare resources for humans. So, after the new year, there was a secret military operation to hunt down the sea spirits. A team of 100 high-level fighters, led by Yan Qian, whose lowest strength was SS-level superpowers, set out. Intelligence agent Lu Xiao acted as a guide, and the group successfully arrived at the original planet, and then launched the operation to hunt down the sea spirits. The target was clearly set as the group of giant unicorn golden ring dragons, where the Sea Spirit King was. After a thorough investigation, the population of giant unicorn golden ring dragons led by the Sea Spirit King was even larger than Lu Xiao's previous estimate. The population is more than 300, of which there are 200 adult giant dragons. Among these adult dragons, in addition to the Dragon King with the 5S Sea Spirit King, there are nearly 54 S-level giant dragons, and the remaining adult dragons are almost all 3S level strength. The overall strength of the population is so terrifying. It is definitely impossible to defeat it in a group fight, so we can only use the method of luring and killing. But that Sea Spirit King is definitely a scumbag, belonging to the first-class Emperor of Trouble. No matter how to lure, the Sea Spirit King is always surrounded by a lot of younger brothers, and there is absolutely no time to be alone. Later, after discovering that the enemy has a 5S level Yan Qian, the Sea Spirit King hid himself completely, and took a group of giant dragons into the deep sea. Deep sea combat is not conducive to humans, and it is probably because of the camouflage skill. The Sea Spirit King hid himself, and the 5S level mental power disappeared. Among the giant dragons with one-horned golden rings, it is impossible to tell which one is the Sea Spirit King. Several attacks were launched against the disadvantage of the deep sea, but the results were not ideal. They had to give up temporarily, and turn to deal with other sea spirits. When the first group of people including Lu Xiao left, they had hunted down 13 sea spirits with 4S level leaders and harvested a lot of sea spirit raw materials. Then, there were 6 more 4S level sea spirits. The large army had few blue bottles left. After various tracking abilities, the giant dragon with a golden ring was still missing. So the mission was over. After Fu Jingyuan and Lu Xiao finished talking about the process, they both gave consistent suggestions. Now that the mission is over, the sea spirit materials obtained in the operation are mission proceeds. That is, the public part, and will definitely appear in the Military Merit Exchange Award Library. Of course, high-level sea spirits should be those with internal quotas. In the name of Tang Xian, it should be no problem to buy a few internal quotas in the form of donations through connections. The distribution of this precious and rare spoils of war was under the jurisdiction of the General Military Supply Department of the Empire. Because of the spiritual stone mine transaction, Tang Ranran had dealt with the relevant departments before. Tang Ranran contacted directly, and then Kong Chen went to negotiate the specific bargaining. After Tang Ranran said that money was not a problem, Kong Chen was particularly active. After all, it involved a 4S level sea spirit and the hope of being promoted to 4S level. After this topic was over, the few people talked about some of the recent situation. As time passed, night fell. Fu Jingyuan was an old friend, so Tang Ranran, who was in a good mood, asked to treat him to a meal. And when it comes to treating, naturally, you can't favor one over the other. Call all the bodyguards and drivers, including Tang Ranran. There were a total of 6 people. Knowing that everyone sitting there was a glutton, Tang Ranran served a table of dishes. Although she was busy practicing and didn't cook much recently, she already had a chef robot with a cooking program set up. The robot chef who followed the steps could make dishes that looked good. Although the dishes made by robots seemed soulless to Tang Ranran, she didn't eat them. As locals of the Interstellar, the 5 people at the table paid more attention to the purification value of the raw materials rather than the taste and soul. Fu Jingyuan is on vacation recently, so he has to stay here. Tang Ranran doesn't care about it. Anyway, for her, it's just an extra handsome bodyguard. After a welcome dinner, Tang Ranran went back to her room to sleep as usual. The 2 drivers, Xie Xingyun and Jiang Qian, didn't notice the weird atmosphere. One went to play with the cat, and the other went to play games after get off work, while the service robots were busy cleaning. Xie Yin, Lu Xiao, and Fu Jingyuan fell into a weird silence at the restaurant. Although they all guessed that the other party should be an insider, there was no evidence after all, and none of the 3 spoke to break this well-known fact. After a long while, Xie Yin broke the silence and asked, "Yin Qian didn't come back?" "Not sure," Fu Jingyuan simply replied, not wanting to say more. His mood became heavier, with Yin Qian in front and these 2 bodyguards behind. The situation was serious. Really serious. If you don't agree, you can't say anything, because they were more or less rivals in love, and they didn't like each other. They broke up after a few words and went back to their rooms. There was one more person, but Tang Ranran's routine was to pretend to grow vegetables in her secret room, but actually to stack her own array. 2 days later, Fu Jingyuan, who was familiar with the situation, was extremely shocked and found an opportunity to talk to Tang Ranran alone. You, Sutter? Su Pingruixing has a bunch of 4S level high-level fighters. But he went to Sutter? This operation is very confusing. Fu Jingyuan didn't understand it at all. Tang Ranran's explanation for this was just one sentence. The great hidden in the city. Anyway, don't go to Sutter to find me, so as not to expose me. Although the explanation was a bit far-fetched, Tang Ranran was so willful. What could Fu Jingyuan say? He could only remain silent. After 2 days of step-by-step, Kong Chen sent feedback. With his efforts, he finally got a lot of sea spirit raw materials from the Empire General Military Supply Department. 2 4S level, 10 SSS level, 20 SS level, 50 S level, and 100 A level. The price is that Su Pingruixing donated 15 units of 5-color Linglong fruit and 500 units of Jadeite Ganoderma to the General Military Supply Department, which is equivalent to 45 trillion. Relatively speaking, this price is more expensive than what Lu Xiao sold her. But forget it. Who let the military contribute so many spiritual stones to her? Stop selling vegetables to major families. Tang Ranran turned to supply the military, and created an image of a hard-working emperor who only slept 4 hours a day and spent 20 hours growing vegetables. The people living in F1 area were deeply worried about her liver and lung problems. They all said, "You are too tired. Don't be so anxious. You need to rest more. Your health is the most important thing. What if you get tired? Health is the most important." In response, Tang Ranran responded with a selfless attitude, devoting herself to the empire until her death. For our empire, it doesn't matter if I get tired a little. She doesn't need to sleep anyway. The few people who didn't know the truth felt ashamed and admired her. Tang Ranran would produce 40 units of chalcedony in a normal 15-hour work. So after working overtime for half a month, she produced 15 units of Linglong fruit and 500 units of chalcedony, because the payment came after the goods were delivered. When the last batch of payment was delivered, Tang Ranran had already refined all the raw materials of the sea spirit into sea spirit potions very efficiently, and her first 10-layer array disc had been born. As she expected, it could withstand the attacks of the late Jindan period. Oh, only ordinary attacks, not special big moves, announcing that she would take a 2-day holiday to rest. No one was allowed to disturb her. Tang Ranran actually secretly ordered Jiang Qian to run around the planet several times, including Jiang Qian himself, and Zhuishou and other galaxies. All blood samples were obtained. It was time for divination again. First was Kong Chen, a 4SC spirit. What? 0% success rate? Tang Ranran continued to divine. And then on the 21st time, finally a success came out, which was less than 5% success rate. As for 2 4SC spirits, 4 times of divination, all failed. And then the blood sample belonging to Kong Chen was gone. This useless thing. After cursing with regret, Tang Ranran quickly changed people. The second divination target is Zhuishou, the treasure hunting rat. 1 4SC spirit, 10% success rate. 2 4SC spirits, 20% success rate. Tang Ranran guessed that it was because Zhuishou had just been promoted to SSS level and his foundation was insufficient. So he was not so lucky this time. Change 1. Continue. For Li Zheng. 1 4SC spirit, 20% success rate. 2 4SC spirits, 50% success rate. Change another one. Qixing Yuan. 1 4SC spirit, 10% success rate. 2 4SC spirits, 30% success rate. Divination. The immortal cultivation science shows that the success rate is highest when 2 4SC spirits are used by Li Zheng. But Tang Ranran wants to promote Kong Chen more. I just hate Kong Chen for not doing well. What to do? Let him eat pills. Throw 2 4S hailing into the basement of the farm and save them first. And we will talk about it next month. Next. With the remaining one, there are 11 SSS level hailing potions. And Tang Ranran continues to tell fortunes for her SS level brothers. Tang Ranran did not predict one by one, but asked what the success rate would be if 3 were filled in a row. Then, among her brothers who did not do well, only Jiang Qian had a 60% success rate, and the others did not even reach the passing line of 60%. It was really too disappointing. Give Jiang Qian 3 SSS level hailing potions, but never expected that Jiang Qian, who got 3 SSS hailing potions at once, would be so happy that he became a fool. After letting him jump up and down excitedly for a long time. After he calmed down a little, Tang Ranran asked Jiang Qian to go to the research institute to find Gu Xiao for a physical examination, and then use the medicine under the guidance of Gu Xiao, a professional. Tang Ranran stored all the remaining 8 SSS level C spirits in the farm. The success rate was too low, so it would be useless to use them. It would be better to observe. 5 more SSC spirits were left in the basement. Tang Ranran summoned Kong Chen and handed the rest of the sea spirit potions to him, saying, first, raise Yanxing level. If he still can't be promoted within 5 SS, it can only be blamed on his own incompetence. When Yanxing reached S level, he relied on a 5 light ability potion to develop a fire ability. Now he is already a small fire ability. Tang Ranran wants to focus on training him and let him be the pillar of Shengtang. In addition, my side, well, you know, I plan to help my cousin, so I have to reserve some. The specific number and level depends on the situation. My plan is to raise the 2 to S level first. Of course, if they are too uncompetitive, forget it. Kong Chen nodded repeatedly. I understand. After leaving F1 area, Kong Chen went to Shengtang, gave Yanxing an SS level C spirit after some persuasion and chicken soup, and then acted according to the script given by Tang Ranran. Suitor. Tang Ranran directed and acted by himself. And in front of Tang Chui, Kong Chen called. And then? Tang Chui, C spirit potion. Yes. I will buy it even if I have to sell my house. 10 minutes after the call ended, Lu Liangwei came quickly and brought an SS level, an S level and an A level. The SS level was for Kong Chen direct younger brother, Wei Shugong, who is currently acting as a bodyguard. Tang Qianqian of A level, an S level, Tang Shuhui of B level, an A level. Then, the 2 unpromising guys both failed. On the contrary, Wei Shugong became successfully promoted to SS level superpowers. Tang Ranran, oh, what can I do? I can only pull it again. The next day, Lu Liangwei went again. Another S level and an A level. And then, the two failed again. Tang Ranran was anxious. Two unpromising things. Lu Liangwei came again. This time with two S-level sea spirits. Afraid that the two would not be able to do well. After they took the medicine, Tang Ranran simply fainted. And then secretly gave the two a SS-level sea spirit. If these two guys still fail, they will be hopeless. She doesn't care. Fortunately, this time they didn't let down the chain. Not only Tang Qianqian successfully entered the S level, but even Tang Shuhuai, who was at the B level, also succeeded in one leap, and even promoted 2 levels to the S level. Thanks to Tang Ranran's secret cheating, Tang Qianqian and Tang Shuhuai, relying on 3 bottles of sea spirit potions, successfully promoted and became S-level superpowers. 3 mental power detection instruments were used, and all of them showed the same result. The 3 were so excited that they couldn't help themselves. This ecstasy lasted for a long time before it subsided a little. Ranran, shall we go back to Supingrui? Tang Shui was eager to work hard, and she wanted to make money. S-level, if you can stimulate superpowers. To put it another way, even if you don't stimulate superpowers naturally, the 5-color superpower potion that has been making a lot of noise recently is more than 200 billion. If you work harder, it's not that far away. In addition, Ranran, we have been away for so long, and the situation in a different place is not good. You have to know that Kong Chen is a hot commodity now. At the beginning, Tang Shui looked down on Kong Chen. But now, this niece-in-law can't be run away by him. Otherwise, she will cry to death. Tang Ranran was very Buddhist to Tang Shui persuasion, and she was determined to say, I want to stay at home. If a man wants to change his mind, there is no way to stop him. She can't guarantee what others say. But if Kong Chen changes his mind, she promises to break his legs. After persuading Tang Ranran, Tang Shui finally decided to take Tang Qianqian and Tang Shuhuai back to Supingrui first. She wanted to make money, while her son and daughter had to go to school. S-level, she had to go to school to learn mental skills. In addition, Tang Shui was also thinking that she would show her presence in front of Kong Chen. After all, Kong Chen had several single SSS level and SS level colleagues. Tang Xian, Kong Chen immediate boss, was definitely out of reach. But Kong Chen colleague, her Qianqian, still had hope. Right? Tang Ranran had no idea that Tang Shui had already started looking for a son-in-law. The departure of the 3 people had no impact on Tang Ranran. She continued to spend money to practice, and her life remained the same. But where did Yanqian go? Tang Ranran wanted to tell him a fortune, but Yanqian level was too high, so she couldn't tell anything. In the research institute, Jiang Qian, who had a 60% success rate, was not so unlucky. After the 3rd potion, he successfully promoted to SSS level. Then, just like Xie Xingyin's promotion not long ago, whenever he met someone or received a message, Jiang Qian would say, yes, my mental power has been promoted. Now it's SSS level. I have read it randomly, and I want to announce it to the world. And I am so ecstatic that I can't help myself. On the other hand, when the 4th SS hailing was released, Yin Xing finally succeeded in being promoted and entered the ranks of SS level. Similarly, Yin Xing was overjoyed and reported the good news to Tang Ranran as soon as possible, and wanted to announce it to the world, saying to everyone, yes, yes, I am now SS level. A few days later, Tang Shui was overjoyed and also reported the good news to Tang Ranran. Not to mention Tang Shuhuai, a poor student, and Tang Qianqian, a good student, worked hard again this time. After 3 days of studying in the Academy of Fuse Lingjing, she stimulated her supernatural power. According to the test, it is a pure healing system. S-level healing women have a bright future. In addition to reporting the good news, Tang Shui also asked Tang Ranran to act as a matchmaker to inquire about the situation. She had her eyes on the other SSS level people on the planet except Kong Chen, namely Qi Xingyuan, Li Zhongyin's was Zhou, and tried to choose one of them and make him her son-in-law. In this regard, Tang Ranran, she's thinking about her younger brothers. Thinking about it, Tang Ranran felt that it was not impossible. Her cousin could find a younger brother of her own and digest it internally, which would keep the money within the family. And if Tang Qianqian, her cousin, was deceived by an outsider. Although it didn't cost much money for Tang Ranran. She had spent a lot of resources to get the talent. So how could she let an outsider get away with it? So Tang Ranran simply contacted Kong Chen, who contacted Tang Shui. After some discussion, Tang Qianqian and Tang Shuai signed a 30-year labor contract, and both became workers of Su Pingrui Star. After graduating from the college, Tang Qianqian would work in the medical system of Su Pingrui Star for 30 years. And of course, the salary and benefits would be absolutely first class. As for Tang Shuai, it would depend on the situation after graduation. According to Tang Ranran intention, Kong Chen advanced a 5-light supernatural agent to Tang Shuai as a benefit. After the 5-color supernatural stimulant entered his stomach. What a poor student. With a probability of 1 out of 3. He was actually one of the 2 who failed. His aptitude is too poor. Tang Ranran doesn't want to help him for the time being. Just lay a good foundation in the academy. After a series of good news, Tang Ranran received several small reports. Qi Xingyuan, Li Zheng, Shen Shen, Wu Pingyang and others, as if they had made an appointment, reported Kong Chen for abusing his power for personal gain and giving his girlfriend a special favor at the same time. Tang Ranran, This is a power struggle of intrigue. Join forces to deal with Kong Chen? It must be said that Tang Ranran guessed right. Because under the banner of Tang Xian, he exchanged the raw materials of the sea spirit from the General Military Supply Office in the name of the planet. This news could not be concealed. Soon. Except for Zhuozhou, who was far away in other galaxies. Tang Ranran brothers all knew about the raw materials of the sea spirit. Qi Xingyuan and Li Zheng were particularly concerned about the 2-4S sea spirits, while others were naturally concerned about the SSS-level sea spirits. After waiting and waiting, they did not receive the summons from the boss. And they only received 2 messages. One was that the boss Tang Xian summoned Kong Chen, and the other was that the boss Tang Xian gave Jiang Qian 3 SSS sea spirits, and Jiang Qian successfully promoted to SSS level. Qi Xingyuan and Li Zheng secretly suspected that the 2-4S sea spirits were in Kong Chen's stomach. But Kong Chen qualifications were not good, so he did not get promoted. They were extremely depressed. The same was true for several others. Although Lu Liangwei went to Sitter through the space channel, he also had to transfer and check at the Star Space Station in Sitter. So there are entry and exit records to check. When several people asked Lu Liangwei did not hide anything and told them everything. Then, the situation of Yanxing, Tang Qianqian and Tang Shuai was known at a glance. Although they did not know the situation of Tang Ranran, who was far away in Sitter. They all agreed that Kong Chen gave all the medicine to his girlfriend to train her staff. How could this be tolerated? Therefore, several people came to complain to the boss Tang Xian in a unanimous manner. After reading them one by one, Tang Ranran was a little annoyed. She knew that if the water was not balanced, there would be problems. But she is the boss. She can do whatever she wants. She is partial to Kong Chen. So what? Besides, can't she make some for her own use? One by one, they do nothing but complain. Look at Zhuozhou. She has found treasures like spiritual liquid. But what about these guys? They are just too idle. Tang Ranran scolded them one by one, and asked the secretary Wen Yang to sort out a lot of work, and then assign them tasks one by one. She is so busy every day. It doesn't make sense for her little brothers to be so free. Go to work. Kong Chen, who knew about this, laughed secretly. A group of people who don't know the identity of Mr. Tang. Compete with him? Ha ha. By the way, because of the episode of the Sea Spirit Potion, Tang Ranran worked overtime for half a month, and owed the military more than 100,000 spiritual stones. After 2 days of rest, Tang Ranran returned to work. But in fact, she continued to make her tenfold array. She was worried if there were not 1,800 of them. After a busy day, when Tang Ranran got off work, she just stepped out of her no idle people allowed work area, and 3 handsome men surrounded her. Originally, the only fixed grocery buyers were Xia Yin and Lu Xiao. But now, Fu Jingyuan went to grab the vegetables for the Fu family. Because of the 4-winged griffin accident, and Fu Huai's failure to be promoted to 5S level, the Fu family has been somewhat weak recently. In addition, several other families have more or less purchased a lot of chalcedony from Tang Ranran. The Fu family was anxious, and Fu Jingyuan happened to be back, so the task naturally fell on him. Fu Jingyuan, I have old people above me, grandparents, great-grandparents, great-grandparents, etc., and young people below me, nephews, great-grandchildren, etc. There are still a lot of old people in our Fu family waiting for the marrow cleansing potion to save their lives. Sell me some chalcedony. Tang Ran, this. Okay. What else can she do except agree? Although Fu Jingyuan appearance is a little worse than Yan Qian, he is also Tang Ran ideal type. So Tang Ran gave him 8 units alone. And also gave the Fu family 100 units of purchase quota. Tang Ran gave him the individual private gift early in the morning. And the shares sold to the family, according to the rules, lined up. Faced with the 3 people scrambling for food, Tang Ran had no choice but to say, disperse. There is no stock in the past few days. And the military has not paid the money yet. Military use is given priority. And although the 3 were disappointed, they did not force it. Next, Tang Ran produced 50 units of chalcedony mushroom every day. After a week, the spiritual stones and the payment for chalcedony mushroom finally equalized. Then, in addition to the payment for the military, Tang Ran would take out more than 10 units of chalcedony mushroom every day. Regarding this part of the surplus, Lu Xiao proposed to divide it equally. Fu Jingyuan disagreed and said that the Lu family and the Xia family had already purchased part, but their Fu family still had 0. So they had to focus on their Fu family first. Lu Xiao, why? Because you have to get it first? Fu Jingyuan, just because of my relationship with Tang Xian. When we met, you didn't even know where you were. The quarrel gradually developed into a full-scale fight. And then, there was Xia Yan, the troublemaker, who watched the fun and fanned the flames. And finally the 2 really fought. Tang Ran, for a few chalcedony mushrooms, it's really not that bad. 3 people, as for, it's really that bad. Good things have always been snatched. And chalcedony mushrooms are the VIP among good things. So, snatching and fighting. After a week of snatching food, it finally stopped. Xia Yan and Lu Xiao did not participate in the snatching of food. And most of the surplus chalcedony mushrooms were bought by Fu Jingyuan on behalf of the Fu family. Is it modesty? Of course not. It's because there are not enough auxiliary materials. Lu Xiao and Xia Yan have each bought more than 80 units of chalcedony mushrooms for their families. And then an embarrassing problem arises. The wood-type planters in the Lu and Xia families have insufficient auxiliary materials for stimulating the seeds. Although the fresh-keeping food box can maximize the freshness of pure food, everyone generally believes that the fresher the food, the better the effect of the medicine made. The speed at which our own growers planted auxiliary materials could not keep up with the purchase of chalcedony mushrooms. What could we do? We could only slow down. After taking the lion's share for several days in a row, the Fu family also ran out of auxiliary materials. Fu Jingyuan began to be humble. I'm not in a hurry. Give it to others first. Tang Ran, ha. Sell some to the Yin family. Sell some to the Gu family. Sell some to the Qin family. Sell some to Xie Shihe, and let him sell it in the form of an auction. Chalcedony mushrooms are in high demand. And Tang Ran doesn't have to worry about selling vegetables at all. Then, after Tang Ran sold all the shares he agreed to, he stopped buying vegetables from outside. Tang Ran only supplied vegetables to the military, because more and more spiritual stone mines were mined. And the daily output of chalcedony mushrooms of 50 units was not enough. Tang Ran could only announce, I have become stronger. Well, practice makes perfect. And you will become stronger if you use your superpowers more. The daily output will be raised to 70 units per day. Every day. Pretending to grow vegetables. But actually Krypton gold training plus fighting magic weapons. More than a month has passed in a flash. There was no sign of the pirates at all. Su Pingrui's star was very peaceful. There were only a few minor incidents in this month. First, Xie Xingyun was transferred. The day before departure, after Tang Ran got off work, Xie Xingyun hugged her thigh and howled. Chief, I can't bear to leave you. Woo. As an SSS-level large space system, Xie Xingyun was forced to return to the first star system for further study. Although he was not happy, it was difficult to disobey military orders. Xie Xingyun, a sunny and cheerful boy, was forced to go back to school. And then he had to be forced to go to work. Oh! He was promoted and given a raise, which was a good thing. Ignoring his screams, Tang Ran congratulated him and arranged a farewell meal. Although the food was made by a chef robot, The raw materials had a high purification value. Except for Tang Ranran. The group of people ate until they were full. After eating the last meal, when they left the planet to report to the first galaxy the next day, Tang Ranran secretly cooked a small meal for Xie Xingyun and stuffed a bunch of red and blue bottles, plus a space deduction of low purification value fruits. Zhuozhou, who inspired the space system, is also an SSS-level large space system. Under normal circumstances, he also has to go for further study and then make other arrangements. However, he is special. Tang Ranran had already pulled him into the category of his personal guard. In other words, although Zhuozhou is still a military member, he only obeys Tang Xian orders. Unless there is a major event like a racial war, the military cannot directly issue a transfer order to Zhuozhou. Any transfer of Zhuozhou position must be approved by her Tang Xian. In addition to Zhuozhou, Qi Xingyuan, Li Zheng, Chu Hao, and other military supernaturals, who she had raised with her own resources, were all like this. Jiang Qian, who also became an SSS-level large space, also received a recall invitation from the military. He had already retired, and if he returned to the army, he would definitely have a bright future. But Jiang Qian decisively chose to refuse. If it weren't for the boss Tang Xian, he would still be an S-level rookie. So he was the boss's man in life, and the boss's ghost in death. As for fighting for power, and expanding the territory for the boss, just leave it to those ambitious people. Qi Xingyuan, one of the ambitious people, was finally promoted. After Tang Ranran approval, Qi Xingyuan was transferred to the 3rd Galaxy Military Command Center. Although he was transferred away from Su Pingrui, Qi Xingyuan was afraid of being neglected. He sent messages to Tang Ranran every morning, noon and night when he was free. Every day after get off work, Tang Ranran could see a lot of unread messages from Qi Xingyuan on the smart brain. Tang Ranran 3 bodyguards were also missing one. Lu Xiao went to Citlalin to investigate. It was said that an alien race was found in a free city on the planet, suspected to be the traces of the big green monster. Tang Ranran was still very interested in the big green monster, and he would send messages to ask from time to time. After leaving for more than 20 days, when Lu Xiao came back, he also caught a green monster. The green monster was sent to Guxia at the Research Institute. Tang Ranran was very curious and rushed over to watch it immediately. Tang Ranran has seen a few interstellar green demons. They are a bit similar to the demon plants in the world of immortal cultivation. They have some spiritual intelligence, but they are not practicing the regular plant spirits. Instead, they are demonized plants, like demon cultivators. Most demonized plants are bloodthirsty and murderous. The interstellar version of the green demon is also like this. The one that Lu Xiao caught is a bit like a man-eating plant, more than half a meter tall, with a gorgeous red flower on the top. The beautiful flowers as big as a basin exude a rich and pure breath, which is completely irresistible. Then when people get close, the roots lurking underground will quickly drill out like a spider web, and then the net will be closed, and the person will be caught. The roots of the man-eating plant have fine thorns, which have an anesthetic effect. If the skin is scratched during the struggle, the person will gradually be anesthetized, and then unable to resist, and finally faint. Once a person is dizzy, they will start eating. The beautiful flowers will droop their heads, just like an unfolded plastic bag, wrapping the person layer by layer. After completely wrapping the prey, the carnivorous plant will hide back underground and eat underground. Lu Xiao caught one. But there must be more than one around Citlalin's free city. He suspected that there were dozens or even hundreds of special green monsters living in groups. And there might even be a king of carnivorous plants. The specific biological characteristics of this green monster, whether there are any weaknesses, need to be studied by the Research Institute. After a quick trip back, Lu Xiao was going back to Citlalin. He had to assist the army in the city to clear all the carnivorous plants around. With a sentence, "Be careful," Tang Ranran generously stuffed him with a lot of red and blue bottles. Lu Xiao received a lot of free gifts from Tang Ranran, and his mind was in a mess again. Although I know that this is Tang Ranran's usual style. She is like this to every handsome guy. It still makes people can't help but think about it. So many red and blue bottles worth hundreds of billions. She must like it. If she doesn't like him, why would she give so many? So, if she works hard, can she squeeze out others? Every time she receives a gift from Tang Ranran, Lu Xiao's desire to get promoted will deepen a little. Lu Xiao thinks a lot. But for Tang Ranran, It's just a reward from a billionaire to a handsome male bodyguard. A trivial matter. Squatting in the research institute, Tang Ranran and Gu Xiao, plus several other wood elements, surrounded the sample of the man-eating plant, studying and discussing it. Because she couldn't make a contract, Tang Ranran planned to go back after watching the excitement. Before leaving, Gu Xiao held her back. A mental barrier. Gu Xiao and Tang Ranran talked a few words alone, mainly to tip her off a piece of news. There are some new progress in the research of energy stones. Gu Xiao, besides you, only Lu Kai, who is a fire and energy type, can absorb spirit stones as blue bottles. And not long ago, there was a woman named Chen Rui in the Chen family. A female. SS-level special energy and wood type. Similarly, she also absorbed the energy from the energy stone and used it for herself, using this energy to perform wood-type supernatural powers to grow vegetables. Hearing Gu Xiao say this, Tang Ranran's heart immediately lifted up. Could it be that she was exposed for buying spirit stones at a cabbage price? Facts have proved that there was that Chen Rui, with an ordinary energy stone, she can. As Gu Xiao continued, Tang Ranran knew that Chen Rui could only sell vegetables worth about 50 million for a low-grade spirit stone, which was far less than her cabbage price. However, the middle-grade spirit stone is about 300 million, and the high grade is more than 1 billion. Most energy-based psychics can sense the energy in spirit stones. Of course, they cannot distinguish the grades of spirit stones. They can only vaguely sense that the energy strength is slightly different. Although Lu Kai was mentioned, it is not convenient to quantify because he is a fire-based person. Now with Chen Rui as a reference, the special research team has issued a grade of energy stone, which is divided into Level 1, Level 2, Level 3, and Level 4. Level 1 corresponds to low-grade spirit stones, and so on. Level 4 corresponds to the rarest and best spirit stones. Gu Xiao, I have heard that someone quietly proposed to set the price according to the grade of energy stones, which means to increase the price. Increase the price? Tang Ranran understood. Well, I don't know the details. Recently, the person in charge of the General Quartermaster Department should talk to you. I remind you first, you should be mentally prepared. Gu Xiao's eyes were a bit disappointed. Tang Xian was just too honest, easy to talk to, and too generous. Now, he was caught and fleeced. Some people, after fleecing the wool, still think it's not enough. They even want to take a bite of the meat. I said before that your Chalcedony Ganoderma is too cheap. Alas, you work overtime and work so hard. But others think it's easy for you to grow. Now, someone has some tricks up their sleeve. In my opinion, if the General Quartermaster Office dares to raise the grade and price, you should just tell them to get lost. Tang Ranran thought for a while, and finally nodded. You make sense. Because the government is mining spirit stone mines on a large scale. The number of spirit stones signed in every day is now an average of 50,000. Even if Tang Ranran has already become stronger again, the daily output was increased to 100 units of chalcedony. But she still owed a lot of money. If the output goes up, it will be too exaggerated. Moreover, excluding what she has consumed, Tang Ranran has accumulated 5 million spiritual stones. Her farm is full of spiritual stones. 4 million low-grade spiritual stones, 1 million medium-grade spiritual stones, and more than 50,000 high-grade spiritual stones. Tang Ranran now spends money to choose high-grade spiritual stones, and she has saved thousands of the rarest and best-grade spiritual stones. What is this concept? Back then, she was an old ancestor, and she had less than 10 top-grade spiritual stones in her pocket. In the world of immortal cultivation, her current wealth can climb to the position of the richest person. Their Dan Sex foundation is not as much as she has now. These resources are enough for her to practice until she ascends to heaven, and there will be a lot left. Moreover, according to the signed contract, at least 1.2 million spirit stones will be collected in the future. The spirit stone resources are really sufficient. No matter how much more, they can't be used up. They can only be taken into the coffin. I thought I couldn't persuade Tang Xian, but I didn't expect him to agree. Gu Xiao was surprised. Really? Are you sure? I thought you would agree selflessly this time. Too tired. Tang Ranran's face was gloomy, full of complaints from workers. I work so hard every day. It's really too tired. I also need to take a break. Gu Xiao, it's time to rest. After Tang Ranran came out of the research institute, she asked Jiang Qian to take her to find Kong Chen. After a conversation, 2 days later, Kong Chen, Tang Qian agent, issued a statement. Su Ping Ruixing stopped purchasing energy stones. Everyone, what? Tang Qian, the god of wealth, is not purchasing energy stones anymore? The General Quartermaster Department was shocked and anxious. Why? As for the price increase, they just thought about it and didn't say anything. After Kong Chen issued this statement on behalf of Tang Qian and Su Ping Ruixing, the news spread quickly. Once the news spread, not only the General Quartermaster Department, but the entire military was in a hurry. Using energy stones to exchange for chalcedony from Tang Qian is a very profitable business. Without considering the cost of chalcedony, the cost of mining by the military alone, the price of each marrow cleansing potion is only about 2 billion, of which 1.999 billion is the value of auxiliary materials. Compared with the efficacy of the marrow cleansing potion, this price is simply a fire sale. Moreover, according to the relevant data feedback after using the marrow cleansing potion during this period of time, the potion is really effective. What does this announcement mean now? Is it just not accepting energy stones? Or does Tang Qian no longer sell chalcedony? In the military, those who proposed the price increase were severely scolded. And then the relevant person in charge contacted Kong Chen in various ways, and then tried every means to contact Tang Xuanhao. All kinds of emotional persuasion. No. No. The exploration team has found the location of several energy stone mines. Please continue to collect energy stones. Tang Ranran, no. No. Tang Ranran was very determined, facing the inquiries of friends on the communication number. She also said, no vegetables for the near future. The answer is too tired, physically and mentally exhausted, not in good mental state. Since it has come to this, naturally no one dares to force it. The purchase of energy stones is suspended. As for vegetables, they have to continue to be planted. And the spiritual stone mines that have signed contracts have to be dug up. There are more than 1 million spiritual stones in the future, equivalent to 200 trillion chalcedony mushrooms, and Tang Ranran has to continue to plant them. Still taking 100 units of chalcedony mushroom every day, Tang Ranran grows vegetables every day, but actually makes array plates. After working hard to make herself more than 10 defensive array plates that can assist in resisting thunder tribulation, Tang Ranran feels that her refining skills have greatly improved, and it is time to start new research. What new research? Improvement of the Sect Guarding Array 2.0. Just like the damage is divided into physical damage, spell damage, and mental damage, etc., thunder tribulation and other attacks are not of the same nature. Because of the different defensive properties, the Sect Guarding Array does not have the function of resisting thunder tribulation. Because everyone likes to survive the tribulation in their own territory. The more familiar the people, and the more familiar the place, the higher the success rate. According to the principle of refining, the defensive properties can be changed. If she changes the defensive properties of the Sect Guarding Array to make it resist thunder tribulation, wouldn't it be the most powerful anti-thunder artifact? It's better to act than to be moved. After actually getting started, Tang Ranran became depressed within 2 days. It's so hard. So hard. So damn hard. Just like a primary school student doing advanced mathematics. In just 2 days, Tang Ranran's confidence was gone. Advanced refining, for her, is really too difficult. Troubled by the century-old problem for a few days, Tang Ranran received 2 messages on this day. Yinqian, are you there? Yinqian, I'm back. Huh? Seeing the sender of the message clearly, Tang Ranran couldn't help but exclaimed in her heart. Yinqian popped up. Is this the real Yinqian? Tang Qian, yes. 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 Tang Qian, are you back to the Empire? Tang Qian, where did you go before? Tang Qian, did you encounter any special situation? Tang Ranran was talking a lot of questions. Yinqian, where? I find you. Tang Ranran, who was in her secret room, immediately moved out of her workplace and returned to the main hall of the main house. She then sent a precise address. After sending the address, Tang Ranran immediately opened the protective shield of the F1 area. After waiting for 2 minutes, Yinqian appeared directly with a space crack. He was tall and handsome, and he was still the same person. But when she saw him, Tang Ranran's originally happy mood suddenly stagnated, and her expression could not help but freeze, and turned into full of worry. It was a bad feeling. A state of disordered breath and confusion. Similar to the feeling of mental power riot. What happened? Are you injured? Tang Ranran immediately took 2 steps to Yin Qian and asked with concern. It's just excessive use of mental power. It's not a big deal. I will be fine after resting for a while. Facing Tang Ranran concern, Yin Qian was very happy. Unconsciously happy. And waved his hand and said disapprovingly. After saying that, Yin Qian took out a mini freezer-like thing from the space buckle and handed it to her. Here. What? Tang Ranran took it with both hands. She knew that this was a small portable device specially used for preserving medicines. It contained either medicines or rare high purification value medicines. Not being polite with him, Tang Ranran immediately opened it and took a look. Inside, there were several special medicine bottles. There were 4 bottles in total. Tang Ranran recognized the familiar color at a glance. It was hailing. It was obviously of high quality. Moreover, Tang Ranran noticed that one of the bottles of hailing had a faint golden glow in the sea blue luster. The unusual color. Could it be? Thinking of a possibility, Tang Ranran couldn't believe it. She turned her eyes to Yin Qian, pointed at the special bottle, and asked in a daze, could this be the 5S Hailing King? Yes. Yin Qian smiled lightly and nodded. You killed the Sea Spirit King? You alone? How did you do it? Tang Ranran couldn't help but take a breath. I heard from Fu Jingyuan before that this Sea Spirit King is a super cautious old 6. Don't tell me that you killed all the group. That group of one-horned golden ring giant dragons are naturally difficult to deal with. After the main force left, I stayed on that planet for more than a month before they reappeared. And then I used a trick to lure the Sea Spirit King out. Although he was very cautious, he was still fooled. So I found an opportunity to kill him. Yin Qian said it very lightly, but it was obvious that the process was very dangerous. Tang Ranran guessed that he must have been injured because of killing the Sea Spirit King. After confirming that it was really the 5S Sea Spirit King, Tang Ranran closed the box and directly put it into his space buckle. And then continued to care. Don't move. I check your situation. After a thorough investigation with mental power and spiritual power, Tang Ranran took out the healing pill made from the 1,000-year-old spiritual ginseng. The effect of this healing pill is definitely not comparable to the small red pill that Tang Ranran gave to Yin Qian casually. Tang Ranran gave Yin Qian a bottle, which is 10 pills. Try taking the healing red pill first. Okay. Although he thought it would not work, Yin Qian would not let Tang Ranran down and did as he was told. When Yin Qian took the pill, Tang Ranran secretly cast a healing spell on him. Unfortunately, it had no effect. The pill seemed to be useless, and the general healing spell could not cure it. In this case, Tang Ranran, as an alchemist, had no choice but to seek treatment from a specialist. Have you seen a healing doctor? Tang Ranran was quite worried. Not yet. It's okay. Yin Qian obviously didn't take this abnormality to heart. You're not a doctor. How do you know? Tang Ranran glared at him angrily, and said, Gu Xiu is here. Let's go to see him. Oh! Although Yin Qian felt that there was no problem. His wife said whatever she said, and going to see a doctor was his wife's concern for him. That is, why is Gu Xiu here again? Yin Qian just came back, took back the smart brain and just reported the situation, and contacted Tang Ranran as soon as possible, so he didn't have time to check what happened recently. Then let's go to find Gu Xiu. The coordinates are... No. Don't use your superpowers. I have a driver here. Tang Ranran stopped him immediately and contacted Jiang Qian immediately. It seems like a mental riot, but it doesn't seem to be a mental riot. The situation is unclear. Anyway, it is definitely right not to use mental power. Jiang Qian, who received the summons, arrived soon. Yin Qian, SSS's space handsome guy? Driver? Although they were very far apart, Gu Xiu took the news from Tang Qian that Yin Qian seemed to be injured very seriously, and immediately put down the work at hand. Jiang Qian took Tang Ranran and Yin Qian directly to the exclusive examination room. Within 5 minutes, Gu Xiu hurried over. As soon as he stepped into the door and saw Yin Qian, Gu Xiu subconsciously frowned slightly. What happened? How could someone hurt you? Yin Qian said calmly. It's nothing serious. Tang Ranran was like an anxious family member, and hurriedly said to Gu Xiu, the doctor. It seems that his mental power is in chaos. But it doesn't seem like it. My ability is limited. And you? The doctor. can only take a look at him. Hearing this, Gu Xiao knew what was going on, and said to Yan Qian seriously, "Don't be afraid of seeing a doctor. If your mental power collapses, it will be too late to cry then." After a few steps to Yan Qian, Gu Xiao said, "I check it. Cooperate with me." Oh! Yan Qian cooperated with the inspection reluctantly. After a simple preliminary inspection of Yan Qian's mental power and body with his supernatural power, Gu Xiao frowned even more deeply. Tang Ranran's heart skipped a beat, and she hurriedly asked, "How is it? Is the situation serious?" Just as Gu Xiao was about to speak, Yan Qian winked at him and shook his head slightly. Gu Xiao understood at once. He didn't want Tang Xian to know. Although he didn't understand what was there to hide, Gu Xiao still followed Yan Qian's wishes and said ambiguously, "No problem." "Nothing?" "You frowned so much that wrinkles appeared on your brows," Tang Ranran said to him speechlessly. "Don't think he didn't see the two of them flirting." "Too much. You are attacking me because of my age? I am still an upright young man," Gu Xiao retorted unhappily. "Who cares if you are young or not? As a doctor, you must have professional ethics. You can't hide the situation for the patient." Facing Tang Ranran's aggressive questioning, Gu Xiao was a little helpless and asked Yan Qian with his eyes. "Really not?" Yan Qian just opened his mouth. Tang Ranran interrupted him sternly. "You, a patient, have no right to speak." Yan Qian, who was scolded and scorned, instantly lowered his head and dared not say anything. "Tell the truth." Tang Ranran turned to Gu Xiao and continued to ask. Gu Xiao was very strange. With Yan Qian's personality, he was actually afraid of Tang Xian? Well, he was also afraid. He was afraid that Tang Xian would get angry and never support their research institute again. So, Yan Qian was scared. And Gu Xiao would naturally not offend the god of wealth for him. Gu Xiao explained truthfully. "I didn't lie to you just now. He really has no big problem now. He has passed the most dangerous situation. Now there are still some sequelae. As long as he rests for a period of time, drinks more medicine, and eats more high purification value, it will be a matter of time before he recovers completely." "Really?" Tang Ranran was a little suspicious. "Of course it's true. You have to believe in my professional ethics." Gu Xiao raised his hand to swear. "I guarantee as a doctor that every word is true." Gu Xiao said earnestly that Yan Qian was fine. Tang Ranran breathed a sigh of relief and continued. "Well, that's good. What medicine do you need to drink? We use the best. If you don't have enough raw materials, just tell me and I grow them." "Okay. I won't be polite with you. I make a list later and pack a seedling for you. You have to grow the raw materials. I use the best medicine for him." Tang Ranran, "Thank you very much. It's just a small matter." After the condition was discussed, Tang Ranran paid attention to the cause of the disease and continued to ask. "The most dangerous situation you mentioned. What does it mean?" "This." Gu Xiao curled his lips at Yan Qian. "Ask him about the specific situation. I only know that his condition is a serious mental disorder, on the verge of mental collapse. And after self-rescue, he was left with serious sequelae. In addition, his physical condition is also very bad. He is also in a very weak state after being rescued from the brink of death." Hearing this, what else did Tang Ranran not understand? It must be that he was seriously injured in order to hunt the Sea Spirit King. And it was so serious that he almost died. Tang Ranran was shocked and felt incredible. So, Yan Qian almost died in order to hunt the Sea Spirit King for her? This, you are the one who talks too much. All the old secrets were revealed. And Yan Qian glared at Gu Xiao angrily. Tang Xian. Look! He was so mean to me when I told the truth. Gu Xiao was furious, and hid behind Tang Ranran while complaining. Yan Qian, fuck. This guy. Did he know? You dare to be rude to the doctor? Tang Ranran immediately shot him a glare. The fierce light in his eyes instantly retracted. And Yan Qian turned from a big tiger to a little cat in a second, admitting his mistake and shaking his head. I dare not. Humph. Tang Ranran snorted coldly. And after finding out the reason, he did not ask any more questions, and turned to Gu Xiao to discuss the use of medicine. What specific medicines are to be used? Are there any sample seedlings in the institute? If there are, I will plant some now. Gu Xiao, I check. After checking the inventory, Gu Xiao quickly prescribed the medicine. 2 pure medicines, 1 blue and 1 red. The blue medicine nourishes the spirit, and the red medicine nourishes the body. The main raw materials are all above 70 purification values, and the market prices are 180 billion and 200 billion respectively. They are the kind that you can't buy even if you have money. They are precious medicines that can only be obtained by knowing the bigwig system. Knowing that Tang Xian is not short of money, Gu Xiu decisively gave Yan Qian a medical prescription. 1 blue and 1 red every day. Take the medicine for 2 weeks in a row, and then come back for a checkup. After Jiang Qian went to the sample library of the institute and brought back the relevant seedlings, Tang Ranran planted them on the spot, and red and blue each contributed a portion of raw materials. Gu Xiao made the medicine, and Tang Ranran watched and learned. The difficulty of making the 2 medicines was not great. 1 medicine was successful and immediately went into Yan Qian's stomach. Soon, the 2nd medicine was also successful, and then went into Yan Qian's stomach. Today's medicine has been taken, and Tang Ranran consulted again. Is there anything to avoid? Does the high purification value need to be controlled? Is it not possible to use mental power? After consulting the doctor with a lot of care, Tang Ranran originally wanted Yan Qian to stay in the institute, but Yan Qian himself was unwilling and strongly opposed, because Gu Xiu said that it is best not to use mental power. Tang Ranran was afraid that Yan Qian would use his supernatural power to run back to find her, so she simply took him back. Anyway, with Jiang Qian here, it is very convenient to see a doctor. The 3 returned to the F1 area, and it was already dark. Yan Qian, the patient, must stay with her. But where should he stay? Tang Ranran looked around. Xie Yan and Fu Jingyuan are in the west courtyard. Jiang Qian is in the east courtyard, and Lu Xiao, who was originally in the east courtyard, is away recently. If Yan Qian is put in the west courtyard, he will definitely fight with Xie Yan and Fu Jingyuan. Right? What if Fu Jingyuan and Xie Yan join forces to fight Yan Qian alone? What should we do? You live over there. Tang Ranran raised her hand and pointed in the direction of the east courtyard, arranging accommodation for Yan Qian. Let Xiao Jian take you there, and find a larger room facing the sun. Yan Qian already knew that Jiang Qian was Tang Ranran's exclusive driver, which means that this guy can be with his wife 24 hours a day, compared with the time he spent with Tang Ranran. This is very annoying. After Tang Ranran finished speaking, Yan Qian, who was a head taller than Jiang Qian, relied on his height advantage and looked down at him, full of oppression. Even if Yan Qian didn't say a word, it was enough to make Jiang Qian sweat. Boss, Jiang Qian looked very embarrassed and reluctant. He didn't want to be alone with Marshal Yan, and he didn't want to live close to him. However, he didn't dare to say it. Although he was an SSS level, Jiang Qian was a fake, and the gap in strength brought a strong sense of oppression. The pressure is huge. Huge. Looking at Jiang Qian's cowardly face, like a mouse seeing a cat, Tang Ranran understood that Yan Qian's serious face was indeed very intimidating. Moreover, this guy has an aura of a master of 8 meters and 8, and unfamiliar people standing next to him will feel pressured. Just as Tang Ranran looked at Yan Qian and was about to ask him to be more approachable, Yan Qian took the first step. His face slightly wrinkled and revealed a trace of pain, and then pretended to be nothing as if nothing happened. What's wrong? Where do you feel uncomfortable? Tang Ranran asked hurriedly. Nothing. The sequelae are indeed very uncomfortable, but Yan Qian can withstand the mental chaos, so this minor injury is really nothing to him. Don't be stubborn. Forget it. You should live next to me. If there is any problem, it will be convenient for her to treat it in time. Yeah. Yan Qian responded quickly, because his goal was achieved. He was obviously in a good mood. Jiang Qian sent the 2 to the door of Tang Ranran's master bedroom. After asking Jiang Qian to go back and rest, Tang Ranran took Yan Qian into the big room next to her. After starting the robot in the corridor to clean up, the 2 sat together in the small rest area. Tang Ranran found a 1,000-year-old spiritual ginseng with a purification value of 78 from the space buckle and fed it. Tang Ranran, eat. Eat it all. Since ancient times, ginseng has been a tonic, and the spiritual ginseng in the world of immortal cultivation is the VIP among the tonics. Gu Xiao, the doctor, said that in addition to taking medicine, you have to eat more high purification value supplements. The purification value of the 1,000-year-old spiritual ginseng is high, but when you chew it raw, the taste can be described as unpalatable. chewing the 1,000-year-old spiritual ginseng. Your mouth is quite bitter. But Yin Qian is happy in his heart. After swallowing a spiritual ginseng, Tang Ranran saw that his face seemed to be a little rosy. And he began to settle accounts. What happened? This time, killing the Sea Spirit King was so dangerous? As a space system, don't you know how to run away when you can't win? Tang Ranran was very angry about Yin Qian's reckless behavior. For an unreliable 5SC spirit, it is not worth taking such a big risk at all. I almost died. Yin Qian pursed his lips and was silent for 2 seconds. Then he said helplessly, that Sea Spirit King is too cunning and cautious. If I hadn't been dying and lost my attack power, I wouldn't have been able to get close to him. Hearing this, Tang Ranran thought about it and widened her eyes in astonishment. It was to lure the enemy with herself. So you pretended to be dead and acted as bait? Yes. You? Tang Ranran was silent. The word pretending to be dead definitely didn't mean pretending, but really dying. It was definitely a state of being beaten to the point of losing any resistance and only hanging on for a breath of life. Otherwise, it would be impossible for a Sea Spirit King to get close to him easily. Sea Spirit energy is a great tonic for humans. And Yin Qian, a 5S level, is also a great tonic for the Sea Spirit King. Yin Qian was betting that when he lost his resistance, the Sea Spirit King would choose to devour him instead of killing him directly. If there is any accident, you will really die. After a long silence, Tang Ranran could only say, after comprehensive evaluation, the mission has been abandoned. You shouldn't take this risk. I am 70% sure. Yin Qian is not stupid. If he is not sure at all, he will not give his head for nothing. You dare to do something with only 70% sure. Tang Ranran was even more angry. As a Go Emperor, for Tang Ranran, anything that is not 100% sure is a huge risk. She can't understand Yin Qian behavior at all. 70%. 30% mortality rate. What a terrible thing. Well, 70% sure. Of course I have to give it a try. Facing the angry Tang Ranran, Yin Qian weakly defended himself. It has already happened this time. Forget it. Tang Ranran gritted his teeth and continued. Next time you encounter this situation, unless you are 90% sure, or it is a mandatory mission of the military, you must discuss it with me. Do you understand? I know. I understand. I do whatever you say. Yin Qian nodded repeatedly, feeling so happy. She was angry because she was worried about his safety, and she was worried because he had occupied an important position in his wife's heart. The dawn of success is just around the corner. Since Yin Qian was very sincere in admitting his mistakes, Tang Ranran let him go and gave him caring advice instead. Take the medicine well. Eat well, high purification value. Rest well. Don't use your mental power. After giving a lot of instructions with concern, before leaving, Tang Ranran finally said, if you have something to do, just knock on my door. I may not receive the message. Or you can contact Xiao Jiang. Yes. After leaving Yin Qian's room, Tang Ranran returned to her own large master bedroom next door. After pretending to wash up, she lay down on the bed, and the Tang Qian entered a semi-idle state. On Sutter Star, Tang Ranran stopped practicing in the Tang family mansion, pretending to sleep. She covered herself with a quilt and entered the farm. Then, with a little excitement on her face, she took out her divination set. 5SC Spirit King, a rare orange legendary item. Will it help her improve her cultivation? Well, let's do some divination first. Can her mental power be improved by taking the 5SC Spirit Potion? Tang Ranran began to divine for herself. Then, failed. Tang Ranran, she knew it. Failure. 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 Tang Ranran, no way. Failure. 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 Tang Ranran, this. Impossible. Continue. Failure. 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 10 consecutive failures. 0% success rate. Duck egg. Tang Ranran couldn't believe the result. She was so disappointing. She didn't believe it. Continue. Failure. 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 She divined for herself 30 times in a row and got 30. After the result of failure, Tang Ranran accepted her fate. There is really no success rate at all. She knew that the success rate of the Sea Spirit Potion was low. But this was too low. A record low. Could it be? After thinking about it, Tang Ranran guessed that it was still a problem of cultivation. and it was the cultivation that held back her mental power. It must be like this. So, after she was promoted to the nascent soul stage, she should not be a duck egg. Right? The question changed to, if Yin Qian helped her resist the lightning strike, could she successfully pass the lightning tribulation? Tang Ranran divined again. And then, there was no result. Because Yin Qian was involved, the divination could not produce any results. It seems that I have to wait for Yin Qian to recover from his injury, and then ask him for a tube of blood. The next morning, Tang Xuanhao got up early after being hit by the success rate of 0. While Yin Qian was still sleeping, he quickly transferred the red and blue potions he had made last night from the basement of the farm to the space buckle, and then planted vegetables in the room. Well, planted medicine. After planting for more than an hour, he heard a slight movement in the next room, confirming that Yin Qian had woken up. Tang Ranran sent him a message, asking him to go to the large restaurant on the first floor after packing up, and specifically reminded him not to drink the nutrient solution. Patients need to eat something good. Tang Ranran went directly through the window, floated from his master bedroom to the kitchen on the first floor, took out some raw materials from the space buckle, and then assigned the cooking task to the chef robot. After thinking about it, Tang Ranran prepared some more raw materials and asked the chef robot to make a few more portions. What if other people came over during breakfast? Would they stand by and watch? Anyway, if they couldn't eat it, they could pack it in boxes. When Yin Qian came down, the chef robot had already prepared a few delicious dishes very efficiently. At dinner time, the main course was chicken noodle soup with ginseng stewed chicken. Although the chicken soup was a bit oily early in the morning, Yin Qian was a patient. Tang Ranran gave Yin Qian a large bowl of soup, chicken and 1,000-year-old ginseng. She cared about the patient and said, "Eat. Eat it." As for whether 1,000-year-old ginseng would make him weak, with Yin Qian physique, he would definitely be strong. Yin Qian ate the chicken noodle soup bowl, as big as a wash basin with relish. And when he was halfway through, Xie Yan and Fu Jingyuan came here one after another. The three met. Xie Yan and Fu Jingyuan, why is he here? Yin Qian, these two guys are here? When the rivals meet, they are particularly jealous. Their eyes were flying, crackling, and sparks were flying. Have you eaten? If not, let's eat together. Tang Ranran could only act as a peacemaker to break this invisible battlefield without gunpowder smoke. Inviting Xie Yan and Fu Jingyuan to sit down, Tang Ranran ordered the robot to serve the dishes and bring out 2 more servings of the prepared breakfast. Although the breakfast served by the robot to Xie Yan and Fu Jingyuan was also quite rich, it was definitely not as high quality as Yin Qian's bowl of chicken noodle soup. Xie Yan and Fu Jingyuan both knew Tang Ranran 1,000-year-old spiritual ginseng, and it would occasionally appear in the soup when they ate. However, the 1,000-year-old spiritual ginseng they ate was all cut into slices. Although Yin Qian's portion was only half a stick left at this moment, it was obviously a whole stick. 78 purification value. Just nod like this. Sure enough, Tang Ranran was very partial to Yin Qian as soon as he came. Xie Yan and Fu Jingyuan were particularly sour. And then, they quickly united their common hatred of the enemy. While eating, the two exchanged glances privately. Join forces to beat him? Good. Yin Qian naturally felt the hostility from his rivals. But he was a patient now, and had to pretend to be well-behaved. Yin Qian ignored the two's little movements and continued to eat. After the three of them finished eating, Tang Ranran took out the red and blue potions that had just been refined this morning from the space buckle, and sent them to Yin Qian with his mental power. Without waiting for Xie Yan and Fu Jingyuan to be sour, Tang Ranran said to Yin Qian, "Take today's medicine." After giving instructions, Tang Ranran turned to Xie Yan and Fu Jingyuan and warned, "Yin Qian is injured now and needs to rest for a while. During this period, you are not allowed to fight. You can't spar. If you two go to fight him privately, or provoke him in a weird way, for fear that they would change the concept." Tang Ranran strictly prohibited any fighting. Before, Fu Jingyuan and Lu Xiao would spar from time to time. And even Xie Yan, a slippery guy who preferred to watch the show, would occasionally fight. Anyway, because they were too idle and had too much energy, they fought all day long. Yin Qian was a warmonger, and maybe the three of them would start fighting as soon as she turned around and left. From today on, whoever fights on my planet, get out. Tang Ranran, including Yin Qian, gave warning looks to everyone. Tang Ranran was usually good-tempered. And when she got serious, no one dared to step on her minefield. The three of them nodded quickly and unanimously, indicating that they understood. After confirming the general principle of peaceful coexistence in the near future, Fu Jingyuan couldn't help but ask Yan Qian, "What's wrong with you? Fighting is fighting. But the revolutionary comradeship between the two is still very strong. It's nothing serious. Just rest for a while," Yan Qian said casually, obviously not wanting to say more. After a few simple chats, Tang Ranran announced the end of the meeting. "If there is nothing else, let's go and do what we need to do." With Yan Qian around, Xie Yin decisively chose to avoid the limelight and went out to a project site of Hengsheng, while Fu Jingyuan went to the research institute to find Gu Xiao. Yan Qian still stayed where he was, looking like he was going to follow Tang Ranran. Yan Qian was obviously going to stay here for a while, and Tang Ranran couldn't entertain him without doing anything. So after leaving the restaurant and reaching the lobby, Tang Ranran pointed to the corridor leading to the basement and solemnly stated to Yan Qian, "That underground place is my confidential place. In most cases, I will grow vegetables there. You are not allowed to enter without my consent. And you are no exception." Fu Jingyuan and Xie Yin both knew this rule. So Tang Ranran explained it again to Yan Qian alone. "I remember it." Yan Qian nodded immediately. He hadn't entered the house yet, so he couldn't be stupid enough to cross the line. The energy stone production of the military has been a bit large recently. I owe a lot of money for goods, and I have to grow vegetables most of the time. When it comes to this, Tang Ranran can't help but have a headache. Recently, she has been very firm, so there are no new mines. But there are still a lot of spiritual stones in the contract. The rhythm of being forced to work really affects my mood. Yan Qian hurriedly comforted him. "Don't worry. It doesn't matter if the payment for the goods from the quartermaster department is delayed for a while. Well, take a rest today. I will refine the medicine you want to use first. I'm fine here. Gu Xiao is making a fuss. It's okay if you don't drink those 2 potions. That won't work." Tang Ranran immediately glared at him. "What if there are sequelae? The 2-week dose of your medicine is easy for me. I'm going to plant vegetables now. Do you want to go back to the room to rest?" "No need to rest. Just a little full after eating too much. You plant vegetables. I help you." "That's fine." Because Yan Qian wanted to follow her, Tang Ranran simply went to her public pharmacy. Naturally, he didn't need to do such miscellaneous work as a helper. There were robots. With a robot working together, Tang Ranran planted vegetables and refined medicine. Yan Qian was in the rest area in a corner of the alchemy room, with his portable office computer connected to his personal intelligent brain. He manually operated it to read information and learn about current events, and did various online work such as replying to messages. Refining the potion took a lot of effort. After refining 3 portions of red and blue medicine, Tang Ranran planted a lot of raw materials. After calling Jiang Qian to go, the raw materials were sent to the research institute. "Well, let Gu Xiao refine it." When Jiang Qian came back, Fu Jingyuan took a ride, and Gu Xiao also came with him to eat. The chef robot had already prepared a sumptuous dinner, because Yan Qian, the patient, had a patient-exclusive set meal. Dinner was a set meal, so there was no competition, and the table was very harmonious. After eating and drinking, they started chatting. Gu Xiao, the guest, said a few headlines of the empire, and then some secret news, one of which was related to the white crystal grass. The white crystal grass on the lake ice and snow planet in the 8th galaxy only exists in legends. In addition to hunting the sea spirits, the military launched a special search force after the new year to search for the legendary white crystal grass on the lake ice and snow planet. After various investigations of ancient books, relevant experts have deduced that there are 8 areas where white crystal grass may grow. The search team began to focus on searching those 8 areas. Of course, white crystal grass has not been found yet, but several special plants that live in ice and snow have been found, and the relevant samples have been sent to Gu Xiao. Among them, there is a special item, temporarily named Fire Snow Crystal Flower. The Fire Snow Crystal Flower was found in area number 6, and its discovery can be said to be an accident. The exploration team encountered freezing weather somewhere in area number 6. The temperature, which was originally -100 degrees, dropped sharply and quickly dropped to -150 degrees. The high-level fire-type ability users in the team including a 4S level fire type, used their abilities to build a flame wall to maintain the temperature and resist the cold. After surviving this wave of weather changes, the exploration team unexpectedly found fiery red, snow-like ice crystal flowers in the outermost frozen flame ice wall, and then brought them back. After research, Gu Xiao found that the characteristics and medicinal properties of this fire snow crystal flower are very similar to those of the white crystal grass in the records. It can be said that it is a low-end version of the white crystal grass. He speculated that although it is impossible to make the legendary pure ice crystal blue potion, it is theoretically feasible to use fire snow crystal flower to make a low-end version of pure ice crystal blue. The low-end version. If you drink 2 more bottles, it may also help 4S level to upgrade to 5S level. In addition, Gu Xiao also proposed a bold hypothesis. Fire snow crystal flower is produced in the collision of fire and ice. So what about white crystal grass? Although the name contains the word grass, according to the records, white crystal grass is something that looks like grass and ice crystal, and it is not said that it is a plant. Could it be a special treasure of heaven and earth born in extreme yang and extreme cold? Gu Xiao guesses very bold, but Tang Ranran thinks it makes sense. In the world of immortal cultivation, there are indeed natural treasures born in extreme yang and extreme cold, and there must be some here. With Tang Ranran's support, Gu Xiao talked more freely and excitedly proposed his own idea, artificial manufacturing. Because there is no 5S level fire system, use the 4S level fire system to try to artificially manufacture fire snow crystal flowers. Be bolder. Artificially manufacture the legendary white crystal grass. In addition, because of the extreme yang and the characteristics of white crystal grass recorded in ancient books, Gu Xiao inevitably thought of the fire red osmanthus given by Tang Ranran. In his spare time, Gu Xiao has studied it. It can be said that the fire red osmanthus and the white crystal grass have a lot in common. They are both unknown objects with unknown properties. With the example of the fire snow crystal flower, Gu Xiao couldn't help but wonder, will the fire red osmanthus encounter extreme cold and undergo any special changes? As it involves the promotion from 4S to 5S, everyone is particularly concerned. In this way, the topic at the dinner table revolves around white crystal grass and fire snow crystal flowers, and the discussion is very heated. In the end, Tang Ranran was afraid that Yan Qian, the patient, would not get enough rest, so he called for an end. Everyone went back to their rooms. Tang Ranran walked with Yan Qian and said good night at the door. After entering her own master bedroom, Tang Ranran hung up as usual, switched back to her real account, and entered the farm to refine pills. The next day, because she had thrown the job of refining medicine for Yan Qian to Gu Xiao, Tang Ranran started to work and refused Yan Qian following. Although it was no big deal if Yan Qian saw the things in the basement, it was naturally hidden if it could be avoided. After all, it was troublesome to explain. Going to work step by step planting Chalcedony Ganoderma. Tang Ranran no longer studied and improved the sect protection formation. It was better to rely on Yan Qian than to rely on her technology to improve the sect protection formation. Tang Ranran changed to study the improved version of the formation plate. The empire is vast and rich, and there are really many spiritual stone mines. She can't use them all by herself, but she doesn't want to announce her cultivation. After all, once the skills are released, with the increase of cultivators, it will soon become a situation where there are more wolves and less meat. Although she can't produce a technique, she can produce a magic weapon. As long as the problem of activating spiritual power is solved and replaced with a mechanical switch or a mental switch, the array plate can become a universal interstellar equipment, just like an energy weapon. In this way, the spiritual stone can become a second star diamond, because of Tang Ranran work and her rule that fighting is not allowed. The idol Xia Yin runs to Hengqing every day. Yan Qian works from home, and Fu Jingyuan is called to the planet Citylin by Lu Xiao to use his investigation specialty to track down those man-eating green monsters who are good at lurking underground. Soon, 2 weeks passed in a flash. Tang Ranran remembered the date and went to the research institute with Yan Qian to find Gu Xiao. Gu Xiao made a preliminary inspection with his supernatural power, and then arranged a lot of instrument inspection items for Yan Qian. Taking advantage of Yan Qian inspection time, Gu Xiao pulled Tang Ranran to chat, and the topic still revolved around the white crystal grass. Gu Xiao had previously written a long report and submitted his speculation, and had applied for it, which had been approved 2 days ago. The military will recruit a group of SS level or above fire-type superpowers to go to Lake Ice and Snow Star in the next few days. And Gu Xiao will go with them. Gu Xiao enthusiastically invited Tang Ranran to go with him. Tang Ranran refused without thinking. I'm not interested. I won't go. Although she didn't go, Tang Ranran generously supported him with some blue bottles and the fire red osmanthus needed for the experiment. There were thousands of fire red osmanthus in that cave at the beginning, and Tang Ranran generously gave Gu Si 100 of them. Of course, she was just investing, and she had to get a return when the results came out. The two of them talked a lot, and then Yanqian, who had finished the examination, squeezed in between the two of them and joined the group chat. Half an hour later, all the relevant examination reports came out. After reading them, Gu Siyu announced, there is no problem. Yanqian has fully recovered. Tang Ranran took Yanqian back happily. That night, Tang Ranran took a tube of Yanqian blood sample and hid in the farm to start divination in her original form on Sutter Star. If Yanqian, the lightning rod, helps her withstand the thunder tribulation, according to the hexagram, it is a bit ominous, a little bad, but the result is unclear. In other words, there is a risk, and it is not certain whether it will succeed. Could it be that this life was achieved too quickly? The foundation is not stable, and the thunder tribulation cannot be overcome? There must be a reason for failure. So if we find the reason and eliminate what can be eliminated, won't the success rate be higher? Several factors that affect the thunder tribulation? Tang Ranran thought about it for a long time, and she actually thought of a factor. Cause and effect. She still has a cause and effect with her stepmother that has not been resolved. I almost forgot that the side quest has not been done yet. How is the Bai family now? The Bai family's base camp is in the first galaxy. Right. To do this task, she has to find the Bai family. And she can't leave the third galaxy now. Speed up, pay the payment, and then let the Tangxian go offline for a while. In addition, if Yanqian's strength improves, the success rate should be higher. Right. As for how to improve, Yanqian hasn't eaten the magic fruit yet. Her magic vine has always been in the state of 80. And Tang Ranran has no shortage of blood of alien beasts. Because Ares, a little expert in fighting monsters, has been committed to killing alien beasts. Because of the limited spiritual plants on hand, Tang Ranran was unable to rescue Kimberly's 4S level demon pill. It was too toxic and scrapped. So Ares, who was still SSS level, has been relying on himself to make demon pills recently. Thinking of Ares, Tang Ranran suddenly thought of the sea spirit potion, which would also be effective for Ares. Right. As soon as this thought came up, Tang Ranran immediately switched to Tangxi, left the farm, and went to the outside world. The address was Su Yuanhui Star. The previous Su Fengmao was an administrative star with strict monitoring. Several times, they were almost discovered by the monitoring satellite. Tang Ranran, who did not find the treasure and had no shortage of spiritual stones, simply switched the location of a Tang Shi to Su Yuanhui Star. Su Yuanhui, the satellite of Su Jiadong, belongs to the corner of the third galaxy and is the least developed free star in the entire galaxy. It is said that there are many exotic beasts on the planet, and only powerful mercenary teams will go to Su Yuanhui planet to explore and search for treasures, suitable for Ares to hunt exotic beasts. As soon as he appeared on the planet, Tang Ranran immediately called with the contract method. Dozens of minutes later, Ares appeared. Master, are you looking for me? I have found a lot of treasures recently. Ares was very attentive and did not forget to gesture with his hands. So many. While hunting exotic beasts, Ares did not forget the task of treasure hunting. He worked very actively. But the result? I won't say it. The treasures Ares found were either high purification plants or scrap copper and iron. Tang Ranran had already deeply recognized the reality, and could not count on him for treasure hunting. The sea spirit potion should be effective for you. Right? Yes. Ares was surprised, and his face was full of expectation. And even his eyes returned to their original vertical pupils. Don't be happy too early. Give me some blood. I tested. Okay. He immediately cut a big hole on his arm, and Ares received half a bowl of blood. Not so much. Tang Ranran threw him a healing, then took out her divination suit and took the bowl of blood. I'm going to test it. You pay attention to safety. Aries squatted beside Tang Ranran excitedly, letting out some wind while waiting for her to give the result. Tang Ranran began to divination. 1-4 SC Spirit. Failure. Success. Hey. A full 30%. Is it so high? 2-4 SC Spirits. Success. Success. Ah. A full 60%. As an unlucky guy who got a duck egg. Tang Ranran was deeply envious. Why? Both of them were newly opened. Why is Aries' success rate so high? Damn. So angry. I just hate myself for not doing my best. Should I keep it for Kongchen? Or give Aries a promotion now? After thinking about it, it was difficult to make a decision for a while. So Tang Ranran simply gave him the 3 SSS level soul-feeding pills from last time. Eat the soul-feeding pills first. After taking the soul-feeding pill, Aries was promoted to 4S level all of a sudden. This miracle did not happen. Tang Ranran suddenly had an idea. With the addition of the soul-feeding pill, would the success rate be higher? There were still a lot of blood samples left. So Tang Ranran simply tested it again. For 1C Spirit. Success. Success. The original 30% success rate has now become 50%. This. The effect of the pill. So experienced pills such as soul-feeding pills can help improve the success rate of C Spirit Potion? One pill has 50%. So Tang Ranran didn't hesitate and gave him one directly. There were still several hours before dawn on the Tang Xian. Enough time for the Sea Spirit Potion to take effect. Tang Ranran simply waited for the effect of the medicine, while Aries took her to hunt for treasure. Looking for treasures. Looking for treasures. Tang Ranran realized again that she shouldn't have any expectations for Aries. Sure enough, in addition to unknown objects whose uses were unknown, there were plants with high purification values. In Aries' eyes, anything with a purification value of more than 50 was a treasure. After several hours of hard work, Tang Ranran harvested several varieties of unknown pure plants. But Aries was very competitive. In the 50 to 50 probability, he stood within 50% of the success rate. Yes, Aries successfully promoted to 4S level, breaking through the limit and creating a historical high. Aries, who was successfully promoted, couldn't suppress his excitement and turned into the prototype of a black dragon. He rushed into the sky and flew around the forest, howling. Tang Ranran looked up. Okay, that was a dragon roar. It shook the surrounding area, startled birds and strange beasts. It felt quite majestic. With a feeling of my family has a dragon growing up. Tang Ranran was deeply relieved. 4S level space system combat power. And it's not the kind of counterfeit with actual combat power. The improvement of pet combat power means that her overall combat power has also improved. After flying and roaring for a while, Aries turned back to human form and fell back to the ground after the excessive excitement passed. He came to Tang Ranran and was still excited. Master, I've become stronger. Really? He had never reached the 4S level of strength. This kind of powerful strength that surpassed the past was really great. Well, you are so amazing. Tang Ranran praised him generously. He was promoted with just 1C Spirit. He was really a lucky player. After praising him, Tang Ranran assigned him a task. Go to the Lake Ice and Snow Star in the 8th galaxy, the 8 areas speculated by the expert group, and look for white crystal grass. As a 4S level space system, Tang Ranran believed that even if he encountered the Empire's exploration team, Aries would not be discovered. In the short term, Aries could not be promoted again. So he might as well go and look for white crystal grass. Maybe he would be lucky enough to meet it? After giving him a lot of red and blue bottles to save his life, Tang Ranran returned to the farm. As soon as Tang Shi went offline in the farm, Su Pingrui's Xing Tang Xian immediately became active. Although Gu Xiu announced that Yin Qian had recovered, Tang Ranran still ordered the chef robot to prepare ginseng chicken soup for him. The farm produced thousands of ginseng, so she could have as many as she wanted. And she couldn't finish it, so she didn't feel bad at all. Xia Yin and Jiang Qian, 2 freeloaders, showed up at mealtime. After chatting for a while at the table, knowing that Yin Qian had recovered, Xia Yin ran away as soon as he finished eating. Jiang Qian, who had always been afraid of Yin Qian, also ran away after eating. The other staff had left, leaving only Tang Ranran and Yin Qian, as well as the Nani robot that was diligently cleaning up the dishes in the huge restaurant. Tang Ranran asked, now that your injury is healed, are you going back to the border in the near future? Upon hearing this, Yin Qian's eyes immediately became resentful. Did he think he was an eyesore here? Did he disturb her and Xie Yin time alone? Tang Ranran knew that he had misunderstood Yan Qian's expression of resentment, and hurriedly said, I don't mean anything else. I just wonder why you are so idle. Gu Xiao helped me get a certificate and applied for sick leave, but I haven't cancelled my leave yet. Moreover, according to the news from the border, their civil war will continue for a long time. In the past 2 years, the border should be very stable. What is the situation of their civil war on the Zerg side? Tang Ranran was still very curious about this. Yan Qian told the truth. According to the existing intelligence, the Zerg has a first-class combat power, the Creephin Swarm. 100 years ago, they gave birth to a Zerg queen with special talents. After 100 years of development, the strength of the population has reached a higher level. The Creephin Swarm wants to become a royal population. The original 9 royal families of the Zerg naturally disagreed. According to the tradition of the Zerg, the Creephin Zerg began to launch a war against other surrounding Zerg swarms to declare its population's combat power. The 9 royal swarms each sent troops, and the war began. So now the Zerg is in a civil war, which is equivalent to a power struggle. You mean, the Creephin Swarm is 1 against 9? Tang Ranran was shocked. Is it so powerful? Not 1 against 9. Yan Qian shook his head and explained. The Zerg has its own population rules. The 9 royal populations of the Zerg can be replaced. The current war is just a preliminary test of strength between the 2 sides. If the Creephin Zerg is not strong, then the 9 royal Zerg will join forces to destroy it. But if the Creephin Zerg is strong enough, then the 9 royal Zerg will each camp and show its own population strength to it in the form of war. Finally, the Creephin Zerg will choose the royal Zerg they think is the weakest as the opponent. And then the other 8 royal Zerg will withdraw their troops and start to watch the fun. And Creephin and the original royal Zerg will fight a life and death battle. The loser will be annexed, and the winner will have the honorary status of the royal Zerg. Oh, I understand. Tang Ranran understood that there are novices who want to challenge the masters on the leaderboard. The challenge is successful. The novice is on the top and is on the list. So now, how far have we fought? It is still the first stage of preliminary strength testing. The battle for royal honor is the top priority of the Zerg. During this period, they will not take the initiative to start a war unless they are provoked by other foreign races. So in the short term, we will not take the initiative to provoke. And no war will break out. No war will break out. That's good. Peacetime is the best time to grow up. However, the Queen Worm of Creephin is probably also a person who lives in the way of hiding. Oh, a worm who lives in the way of hiding. After understanding the situation of the Zerg and satisfying her curiosity, Tang Ranran became concerned about her own Thunder Tribulation. With the improvement of Yan Qian's strength, the success rate of Thunder Tribulation will be greater. Right? Thinking of this, Tang Ranran immediately asked. Since Gu Xiao said you have recovered, do you plan to take the Magic Vine Potion package in the near future? No. Yan Qian simply denied it. Is the high purification value not enough? I have a lot of sugar crystal powder here. All for you. Tang Ranran hasn't dug sugar powder for a few months, and she must have accumulated a lot of it. That's not the problem. Yan Qian stared at Tang Ranran with a complicated look in his eyes and shook his head slowly. What is that? Tang Ranran was a little anxious and said silently in his heart, Brother, you should improve your strength quickly and help me pass the Thunder Tribulation. Yes. Yan Qian looked at Tang Ranran and said slowly with some helplessness, I don't want to be controlled by the family or by the military. Tang Ranran suddenly realized. Take money from others and help them eliminate disasters. If you are cultivated by the public resources of the military, you have to work harder to earn military merits. Similarly, if you enjoy the resources of the family, you are more controlled by the family and have to obey the arrangements of the family. This may also include the right to marriage autonomy. Thinking of this, Tang Ranran suddenly thought of something and said with a little bit of sarcasm, Your Yin family has a Yin Yining. I heard that she is very powerful. She can even raise ants to produce sugar powder. Yan Qian felt a chill on his back and realized that this might be a life-threatening question. It has been more than 2 weeks since he came back. Yan Qian has already made up for the recent related situations, and naturally did not miss the major events that happened in the family. Among them, the special ability user Yan Yining successfully controlled Su Xinrong's special ants, achieved artificial sugar production, and reached a 30% and 70% cooperation with the military. Yan Qian certainly knew about this. He also knew that Yan Ying had successfully entered the SSS level by relying on the sea spirit potion that the family had fought for her. In addition, the elders in the family were willing to give her the magic fruit potion package, which was the 5th potion, which meant that they would spend resources to reach the 4S level of mental power. It can be said that Yan Ying promotion to the 4S level in the future is inevitable. Big families like to digest within the family, and top bachelors, like Yan Qian, are naturally troubled by the elders in the family urging them to get married. According to the principle of strong alliance, excluding the factor of close relatives, most elders believe that Yan Ying and Yan Qian are the most suitable. I don't even know where the rumor came from. Yan Ying is his fiancée? Outrageous. It's really outrageous. I'm afraid he heard this rumor. If he can't pass this test, his wife will definitely fly away. Yan Qian's face was very anxious, and he hurriedly explained, I don't have a fiancé. No ex-girlfriend. I'm single. I only like you. That Yan Ying and I are just from the same family. Not even ordinary friends. I only met her a few times at the family annual meeting. The elders introduced her, and I clearly rejected those elders who wanted to be matchmakers. I don't have Yan Ying communication friends, and I have never talked to her alone. Yan Qian explained a lot in one breath. I didn't say anything. Why are you so excited? Tang Ranran was happy, but she didn't show it on her face. She was definitely not jealous, but a matter of principle. One of her principles: no fish with an owner is allowed in her own pond. I'm worried that you misunderstood, and I don't know where the rumor came from. After I came back this time, there were indeed elders who tried to match me up, but I refused, and I told the elders clearly that I had someone I liked. But they didn't believe it, and I can't reveal your information. Speaking of this, Yan Qian's eyes looked aggrieved. Elders, what? You have someone you like? Who is it? How should he answer this? He didn't answer, so the elders naturally didn't believe it, thinking he was evading and perfunctory. Faced with Yan Qian's resentment, Tang Ranran felt a little guilty, and then said confidently, If you say you like me directly, your enemies will come to kill me. Then what should I do? You can't just say you like Tang Qian. Yan Qian was speechless. It made so much sense. He couldn't even refute it. But, next time when someone urges you to get married, just shout, I like Tang Qian. It doesn't seem impossible? Tang Ranran, who owed a lot of spiritual stones for goods, still pretended to grow vegetables every day. 5 days later, at dinner time, Gu Xiu came to eat again. Su Delan's man-eating green monster has come to an end, and Lu Xiao and Fu Jingyuan have also returned. At the dinner table, Tang Ranran, who was sitting at the main seat, was in a subtle mood. The men at the table, each with their own merits, are very pleasing to the eye, but they are all gluttons. Eating like this every day, it is really not possible to support without the farm gold finger. After eating and drinking, it was time to chat again. Gu Xia began to use his eloquence to deceive his teammates. 2 days later, the military's fire-type superpower team will set off for Lake Ice and Snow Star, and Gu Xia will go to the planet to meet them. Lake Ice and Snow Star, because of the harsh environment, has few creatures, but there are also super ice monsters, if you are unlucky enough to encounter them. So Gu Xia thought of Yan Qian, the bodyguard. The matter involved the legendary treasure of white crystal grass, and all the men, including Jiang Qian, the rookie driver, were very concerned. Yan Qian also had the treasure of white crystal grass in his mind, although he could not use it himself. Tang Ranran could, because Tang Ranran did not get promoted. Yan Qian only thought that she had failed to use the sea spirit potion. And what if she was lucky enough to find the white crystal grass? Yan Qian glanced at the rest of the people at the dinner table without leaving a trace. A group of 4S level people. Even if they found the white crystal grass, they would definitely focus on themselves first, because Su Delan's man-eating green demon case had been concluded. Lu Xiao had no other official business for the time being, and he had a high degree of freedom. And Fu Jingyuan was still on vacation. After listening to Gu Xia nonsense that the white crystal grass was very likely to be artificially manufactured, the two of them were very moved and decided to participate unanimously. Xia Yin was also moved, and he wanted to go too. Tang Ranran is a busy man and stays at home most of the time. Xia Yin can hardly make much of his presence, especially now that Yan Qian has recovered from his injury. The principle of no fighting will soon be invalid. He doesn't want to be beaten. Xie Yin also wants to follow Gu Xia to witness the birth of Beijing Ko. But he is Tang Xin guard now, and has to apply. Xie Yin said, I want to go too. Tang Ranran waved her hand, and decisively approved. Go. Go! In the end, except for Jiang Qian, all the men sitting there became Gu Xia teammates. After the main theme of going to Hu Binxwexing was determined, the show ended. Back in the room, Tang Ranran immediately pretended to sleep and hung up. Because Yin Qian also wanted to go to Hu Binxwexing. She was like a thief, using herself in Sutter and the contract as a medium to summon Ares. Ares, who felt the master's call, sneaked into Sutter quietly at the first time and appeared in front of Tang Ranran with an invisible barrier. Yin Qian will go to Lake Ice and Snow Planet in 2 days. You should finish your work first and don't stay on that planet. Just like a spy meeting. Tang Ranran also turned invisible and gave the order. If Ares meets Yin Qian on Lake Ice and Snow Planet, something will definitely happen. So, stay out of the spotlight for the time being and suspend the treasure hunt plan. Yin Qian. Ares gritted his teeth. Hearing this murderer, he felt so angry that his teeth itched. But he couldn't beat him. Oh, I know. The murderous aura flashed away. And Ares was very well behaved. I can't beat him now. So I hide for a while. I go back to fight after I beat him. Master, is there any mission that needs me to take action in the near future? No. Because he already has Jiang Qian as a driver. Tang Ranran basically doesn't need Ares. And he usually lets him go. Then can I go to the Free Alliance star field? Master, although it's been peaceful recently, we can't let our guard down. Maybe the Alien Alliance is secretly preparing a big move? What if they attack again? Of course. Master, you are so powerful that you don't have to worry. But if you hit the flowers and plants on the planet, that's also a loss. I'm now 4S level. I volunteer to be your spy. Penetrate the enemy. And get to know the rival. Even kill the enemy. Didn't you say you don't have a blood contract anymore? Will you be discovered? Only the Alliance Master can find out. And if he's still 4S level. Ares smiled maliciously. It's true that he helps the Master solve problems. But more importantly, he's now 4S level. And the SSS level alien beasts just fill his stomach, which is almost useless for improving his strength. There are really few 4S level alien beasts in the Empire. And most of them live in the deep sea. Even on the land of the Free Star. They are not common. But in the lawless Free Alliance star field, there are still many 4S level alien beasts and alien races. Look, Kimberly, an old colleague, has been upgraded. So what about other old colleagues? And if the Alliance leader's strength has not improved and is still at 4S level, he may be killed by sneak attacks. Ares was thinking about secretly eating a few old colleagues from his previous life to enhance his strength. Tang Ranran understood Ares' naked thoughts immediately. He wanted to eat his colleagues. In Tang Ranran's view, it was normal for monsters to eat monsters. And she had no objection to it. It was the law of nature that the fittest survive. Okay. But be careful. Don't get eaten by others. Master, don't worry. As a space system, my escape skills are absolutely first class. But, with a flattering smile, Ares rubbed his hands together. A little bit obscene. That fruit potion. When you go out, you must have enough blue bottles. Got it. Because it was in Sutter. Tang Ranran was unscrupulous and directly moved out piles of unprocessed spiritual fruits and herbs from the basement of the farm. Tang Ranran was rather rough with Ares. Except for the soul-feeding pill. All the other blue bottles were original factory goods from the farm. Anyway, there were plenty of them. And Tang Ranran gave him several tons. Thank you, Master. Ares thanked the Master swiftly, and quickly put the blue bottles into his own space buckle. By the way, remember to draw a map. It's best to find the lairs of several large bandit groups and mark their locations. Tang Ranran did not forget to give instructions for the task. The interstellar map is very complicated. The stars are rotating. The planets are rotating around the stars. The satellites are rotating around the planets. And every planet is rotating all the time. Tang Ranran did not expect Ares to make a detailed star map. It would be good if he could have a general direction. Guaranteed to complete the task. Ares nodded repeatedly, as he got so many blue bottles. 2 days later, the Fire Special Exploration Team was on the move. Gu Xiao, Yin Qian, and others went to Lake Ice and Snow Star in advance to meet up with them. The two sides met, and after a rest, the main force moved. Then, Yanqian relied on his space system and went directly back to Su Pingrui's star during the night rest, and also brought back Gu Xiao, who was shouting, "I am an auxiliary. It is not safe to stay here overnight." As for the others, who cares about them? Throwing Gu Xiao to the starship of the Research Institute, Yanqian went directly back to the F1 area, and then took advantage of the time when Tang Ranran got off work to show his presence and become a chatterbox to talk about what he encountered and what happened today. The next day, taking advantage of the time, Yanqian first took Gu Xia and then returned to the camp where the main force was. In this way, Yanqian drove to work every day. Although it was not long since he met Tang Ranran, he still insisted on coming back every day and running around. The handsome guys all went to look for the white crystal grass. Although Yanqian came back every day, the huge F1 area was obviously much quieter. As a stay-at-home, Tang Ranran just sighed a little, and then pretended to grow vegetables every day, but actually developed the array. According to the relevant principles of mental power, Tang Ranran research has made a little progress. But to produce a finished product, there are still many technical problems to be overcome. About half a month later, on this day, when Yanqian came back, Gu Xiao came with him. As soon as Tang Ranran got off work, Gu Xiao came to greet him excitedly. Tang Xian, great discovery. Gu Xiao, a scientific research expert, blabbered and shared the latest research progress with Tang Ranran. Gu Xiao has been conducting experiments on fire snow crystals, but unfortunately, there was not much progress. Yesterday, in the afternoon, in Area 6, near the location where the fire snow crystals were accidentally obtained, extreme cold weather appeared again. Then, under the intersection of fire and extreme cold, fire snow crystals were really produced. Moreover, the fire red osmanthus, which encountered extreme cold, also underwent strange changes and became a completely new thing, similar to the fire snow crystals, but different. Gu Xia defined this process as ice spirit transformation. As the sponsor of the fire red osmanthus, Tang Ranran naturally got a part of the samples. The ice spirit transformation of the fire red osmanthus stored in a special container. If it was a fire butterfly before, is now an ice butterfly. The strange substance looks like ice, but the texture is the same as snow. Tang Ranran took one out, and then gently touched it, and the ice butterfly was like snowflakes, scattered into small snow crystals. The white small snow crystals were all picked up by Tang Ranran with his mental power. Strong spiritual power fluctuations. It's a special spiritual power crystal. Tang Ranran understood a little bit. After a preliminary judgment, based on her knowledge of the immortal world, it was probably like this. There might be an ice spiritual treasure underground in the number 6 area, similar to the extremely cold ice pond. The 10,000-year ice spiritual crystal, which is useless to her anyway. A good place for ice spiritual roots, or a natural treasure. And every once in a while, the treasure will erupt a spiritual power storm. And then this extremely cold spiritual power storm will encounter the extreme yang, the cold air, and it will be neutralized. And the remaining spiritual power will form snow-like crystals. Of course, it's just her guess. Anyway, spiritual power crystals are a good thing. But for Tang Ranran, who now has many top-grade spiritual stones, it's just icing on the cake. She doesn't care whether there is one or not. After some academic discussion, Gu Xia went back. Yanqian talked to Tang Ranran alone for a few words, and then they went back to their rooms to rest. The next day, Tang Ranran still went to work. During this period, because she was determined not to sign a new contract for the Spirit Stone mine, the peak of Spirit Stone output finally passed. Now the daily output has dropped to more than 30,000 pieces per day. There are only 3 Spirit Stone mines that have signed contracts and are still under mining. It is expected that there will be an output of about 500,000 Spirit Stones. In addition to the payment for the jadeite that she owed, Tang Ranran can settle the payment in a month at most. Tang Xuanhao continued to develop the interstellar version of the array, while Tang Ranran herself took a few bites of the spiritual power crystal. That is, turning the ice spirit into fire red osmanthus. After confirming that the effect of cultivation was similar to that of using high-quality spirit stones, she threw it aside and ignored it. Maybe Gu Xia can research some new potion, and she won't worry about it. Sure enough, When all the spirit stone mines were mined and Tang Ranran payment settlement was coming to an end, Gu Xia announced the good news in a small range. New potion, low profile pure ice crystal blue. Fire ice crystal blue was born. Tang Ranran, who has risen to the level of a close friend, got the first-hand information. Fire ice crystal blue. A spirit enhancing potion. A reusable potion. Has an effect comparable to JS element at 40%. And even better than JS element. Because existing data have confirmed that JS element only has a talent enhancing effect on people under 30 years old. JS element at 40% concentration has a market price of 588.8 billion. And you have to know a great pharmacist to buy it. As for the cost, if you don't count the labor, at least 400 billion pure plants are consumed to refine it. Of course, this is theoretically true. At present, only Gu Xiao, the creator of the potion, has tasted this new potion. After taking it personally, his clinical experience is, I feel stronger. A little bit. Anyway, Gu Xia affirmatively, and firmly believes that as long as the quantity is sufficient, this fire ice crystal blue will definitely allow 4S level to be promoted. As for the quantity, he can't say for sure. Maybe a few. Maybe hundreds. Anyway, he thinks he needs 50 as a base. Without considering auxiliary materials, it takes about 3 ice spirit transforming fire red trees to produce a fire ice crystal blue. The first batch of fire red trees. A total of 100. Not all of them can successfully mutate under the rapid freezing spiritual power cold current. The mutation rate in the first experiment was about 60%. And those that failed were directly turned into slag. 60 portions. And because some were consumed in the research experiment, a total of 8 finished fire ice crystal blue were produced. One was drunk by Gu Xiao. One was kept in the institute as a sample for research. One was sent to the Imperial Pharmacists General Union. And the remaining 5 were all given to Tang Ranran, the provider of the main raw material, fire red osmanthus. Tang Ranran took them all without hesitation. At night, while Yan Qian was sleeping, the potion was transferred from the farm to Tang Ranran himself. As the seal was opened, a rich spiritual breath. After observing for a while, Tang Ranran concluded that there was no problem with this potion. So he drank it directly. After swallowing it, he smacked his lips and savored it. As the potion entered his stomach, the abundant spiritual power began to flow inside his body. After savoring it after drinking it, Tang Ranran quickly finished the potion mouthful by mouthful. As a potion was swallowed, Tang Ranran had a preliminary judgment on this fire ice crystal blue potion. It is 1 level higher than the Great Gathering Spirit pill, and is similar to the small Yuanling pills suitable for the Golden Core stage. The pills produced by Tang Ranran, even if they are changed into potions, have a symptom of not adapting to the local environment. That is, the pills that assist in cultivation are assistant, and they must also be used in conjunction with the absorption of the cultivation method. So that for those who do not know how to cultivate spiritual power, it is more of a blue bottle effect. When the blue bottle is full, at least 90% of the pill energy is lost. As a native interstellar person, Gu Xia potions are very suitable for interstellar locals. As long as you drink it, the relevant potion power can reach an absorption rate of more than 60%. In summary, it is a question of potion absorption rate. It can also be said that this fire ice crystal blue potion does not need Tang Ranran to refine and absorb. The spiritual energy contained in it is directly transformed into her own strength. In simple terms, it directly increases the experience bar. The mental power seems to be a little stronger, and the cultivation level has also increased a little. Directly increase the cultivation level. This fire ice crystal blue potion is really a good thing. Unfortunately, for Tang Ranran, the experience represented by 1 is too little. It is really as Gu Xia said. I feel that my strength has increased a little bit. However, for the 4S level, a little bit may allow C level, B level, A level, or even S level to be promoted directly. The next morning, Gu Xia came to get breakfast on time. After eating and drinking, Gu Xia threw away his face and made a series of unreasonable fuss, which can be summarized as, Tang Qian, please sell me some fire red. The legendary white crystal grass may not be found, but the fire red is right in front of us. Gu Xia has self-evaluated that with 50 fire ice blue, he has a high chance of being promoted to 5S level. Oh! If the number is more, the success rate will be even greater. For the sake of promotion, Faces nothing. Yin Qian was furious and said one word without waiting for Tang Ranran to speak. Get lost. How shameless. His wife is only 4S level. Of course, he wants to keep it for himself. What if there are side effects? After all, it is a new medicine. Tang Xian can't take risks. Let me take this risk. Gu Xiu's words are righteous and well-reasoned. I don't believe you. Yin Qian sneered at him, clearly coveting the fire-red osmanthus in his wife's hand. Not wanting to say more, Yin Qian teleported and appeared next to Gu Xiu in the next second. Taking advantage of his unpreparedness, he grabbed the collar of his neck and pulled him away. His posture was standard for carrying him away. Wait! Tang Ranran hurriedly stopped him. Yin Qian, who was about to open the space channel to Lake Ice and Snow Star, paused and looked at her with puzzled eyes. His heart tense. You are not really going to sell the fire-red osmanthus? That is a special item that cannot be planted. Tang Xian. Gu Xiu looked pitiful, his eyes full of sell me some. Sell me some. I will definitely keep the fire-red osmanthus for myself. Hope was shattered, and Gu Xiu was like an eggplant hit by frost. And he was depressed all of a sudden. Tang Ranran, if I succeed in getting promoted and there are any left, I can give them to you first. When he heard the second half of the sentence, Gu Xiu stood up again, and his head, which had been drooping, suddenly raised up, tilted his head, and glared at Yin Qian, and said viciously, Let go! As Yin Qian let go of his hand and got free, Gu Xiu moved to another position, from the original opposite position, to the seat next to Tang Ranran, sitting next to her, and couldn't wait to throw out a lot of questions. How many fire-red osmanthus do you have in total? You should have drunk the potion. Right? How do you feel? How many do you need to get promoted according to your self-assessment? Next time you drink the potion, call me. I will help you check and evaluate it. I still have about 1,000 plants here, except for dozens of samples. The rest are all here. Last night, Tang Ranran was busy sorting out all the related items and moving them to Tang Xian Space Buckle. 2 large-capacity fresh-keeping food boxes, filled with fire-red osmanthus. Take these over and arrange them. Of course, I must take my share first. You are fully responsible for the relevant production process. The final finished product of the potion is 30%, and I am 70%. She provided the raw materials, and Gu Xiu worked hard. It was 30% and 70%, which was about right. After finalizing the division, Tang Ranran made another promise. If I succeed in being promoted and there is any left, I will take it first. Okay. Okay. It's a deal. Gu Xiu agreed immediately, staring at the 2 large fresh-keeping food boxes filled with fire-red osmanthus on the table with bright eyes, and reached out to take them. But unfortunately, Yin Qian got there first. With a sweep of the supernatural power, the 2 fresh-keeping food boxes entered Yin Qian's space buckle. Put them here first. Gu Xiu, who was a step slower, gritted his teeth in anger, glared at him, and cursed in his heart. Damn it! How could such an honest man like him be corrupt? Have you tried other fire attribute items? Yes, but the effect is not ideal. When facing Tang Ranran, Gu Xiu immediately changed his face to a friendly and pleasant one, and told the story. The experimental items were naturally not only the fire-red osmanthus, but also other special fire items, such as fire energy stones, and even magma. In addition, there were some pure fire plants. However, except for the fire-red osmanthus and the pure flame power of the 4S level fire system, all the others failed. I guessed that the high purification value of the fire attribute should also be possible. But the high purification value is expensive and rare. Not to mention the purification value of 80. Even 70 and 60 cannot be used for experiments. Gu Xiu used his own mental power to plant several fire-attributed purification values of 60 to 70. There was indeed one that was nearly 70 that succeeded. But the quantity was too small, and it was consumed before he could research anything. He only hated that the fire-red osmanthus could not be planted. I still have some pure fire-attributed plants here. You can bring them over and try. The fire-red osmanthus is a special species and a non-renewable resource. Tang Ranran only encountered so many spiritual stone mines once. There was nothing she could do about it. However, in her farm, there are also a few varieties of spiritual plants and fruits with fire attributes. Tang Ranran began to take out the fresh food box. This is the fire element grass, with a purification value of about 44. This is the red essence Ganoderma, with a purification value of about 52. This is the golden sun fire spirit fruit, with a purification value of about 60. This is the mysterious spirit dragon fruit, with a purification value of about 72. This is the mysterious fire flower, with an estimated purification value of 90. 5 varieties of fire attribute spiritual plants, except for the last mysterious fire flower, which has 2 flowers. The others are about 3 units. Hearing the last sentence, Yan Qian and Gu Xia said in unison. How much? 90. Tang Ranran repeated. The attribute is special and cannot be measured by instruments. I estimated it after taking it. The growth time is 920 hours. According to the conversion law, it should be 92. But it is special. The mysterious fire flower is a natural treasure of fire attribute in the world of immortal cultivation. It only grows around lava and is very rare. As a fire spiritual root, Tang Ranran would show off a mysterious fire flower every now and then after practicing. However, the flame power contained in the black flower is too strong. Even Tang Ranran needs to refine it for more than an hour before he can completely digest and absorb the power. When the black flower was first unlocked, Tang Ranran fed it to Ares. After swallowing 1 flower, Ares' whole dragon was like a cooked shrimp. The originally black color turned black and red. Although it was not serious enough to explode and die, Ares found an ice lake and soaked in it for 2 days and 2 nights before the effect of the black flower wore off. Fearing that it would kill people, Tang Ranran did not dare to give it to others. This black flower is an accidental acquisition of mine. I have not studied it in depth. The flame power contained in it is too majestic. Although the purification value is high, it cannot be eaten carelessly. Tang Ranran explained seriously. Gu Xia was particularly interested in new varieties. Can I open it and take a look? Sure. As the special fresh-keeping food box was opened, the flame-like flower, the size of a palm, appeared. The pure breath came to my face, and at the same time, there was a faint feeling of heat. Not burning, just like the air conditioning heater blowing on my face. Gu Xia took a deep breath and said in surprise, a warm and pure breath? Well, the pure breath is indeed strong, and it must be above 80. But it's not convenient to test. It's not an aqueous solution, but an aerosol? How do you say it? The aerosol test is about 85. There is no aqueous solution. Once it comes into contact with water, it will burn directly. Be careful. In addition to not coming into contact with water, it cannot be damaged. Once the petals are damaged, the fire attribute power will dissipate, and a lot of burning will be generated, which is easy to burn. In addition, because of the loss of power, the purification value will also decrease. Tang Ranran reminded. After being damaged, it only takes 3 minutes for the black fire flower to become ordinary, and the purification value of the aqueous solution is about 60. Ah! Gu Xia was even more surprised. And then, he was full of hope and joy. It's really a special variety. I'm optimistic about it. It's definitely the next fire red osmanthus. I hope so. Extremely cold weather, or what Tang Ranran guessed was the cold spiritual power storm, did not occur regularly, so even with a lot of experimental materials, the relevant experiments could not be carried out. For 2 whole weeks, there was no freezing weather. The white crystal grass was not found, and the experiment was stagnant. On Tang Ranran's side, all the spiritual stone mines that had signed the contract had been mined, and the payment for the jadeite was also settled. Because of the presence of Zhuizhou, the on-site supervisor, there was no situation where the spiritual stones from the new mining area were used as a substitute. Because Tang Xian no more, a new energy stone, spiritual stone, was discovered on the planet. The relevant persons in charge were all anxious, like ants on a hot pot, anxiously turning around. Although the exchange of energy stones is now under the overall planning of the General Quartermaster Department, the planet that discovered the energy stone is responsible for the military, and the share of the marrow cleansing potion allocated to it is definitely higher than that of other places. The military of the planet that has discovered the energy stone, big and small generals, are all stretching their necks to look forward to the marrow cleansing potion. But now, I want a lottery worth billions. But I can't cash it out. Who can bear this? Although there are 2 superpowers who can use the energy stone energy like Tang Xian, the fire type one can only be used as a blue bottle for himself. Chen Rui, who is a wood type, can grow vegetables. But the vegetable yield and growth speed are far behind. Moreover, Chen Rui can't grow chalcedony, and can only grow vegetables with a purification value below 40. For the marrow cleansing potion, we can only rely on Tang Xian. So, a group of responsible persons found Tang Xian through various connections, and asked him to take over our energy stone mine. There are dozens of newly discovered suspected spirit stone mines. Tang Ranran actually doesn't think that there are too many spirit stones. But when she thinks of work and life, she gives up the idea of growing vegetables to make money. However, the spirit stone trading can still continue. After this period of hard work, Tang Ranran, who focused on scientific research, finally successfully overcame the technical difficulty of spiritual power and mental power today, and realized the activation and deactivation of the array disk with a mental power exclusive switch. Yes, she created an interstellar array disk, and it is a vegetable growing disk. The time to witness the miracle has come. After confirming the effectiveness of the array disk in her own laboratory, Tang Ranran sent messages to Kong Chen and Wu Pingyang respectively, and called Jiang Qian to pick them up. Tang Ranran also took the freshly baked vegetable growing disc out of the studio and came to the garden outside the building, because she planted a little whenever she had something to do. Tang Ranran garden was lush and green. It was not easy to find a piece of lawn without other plants. After Jiang Qian arrived with Kong Chen and Wu Pingyang, Tang Ranran immediately called them over. Here, the four of them gathered, and Tang Ranran gave the array disc to Kong Chen. Take it. What is this? Kong Chen looked at the thing that Tang Ranran stuffed into his hand strangely. It was round and cake-shaped, about 20 centimeters in diameter, with a metallic texture and strange patterns on the surface, looking like a work of art. But its decorative patterns were particularly complex. Unlike ordinary craftsmanship, there was a special slot on the back, inlaid with energy stones, something he had never seen before. This, let's call it a formation plate. It can also be called a vegetable plate, Tang Ranran said, and then pointed to the mental power switch. The switch is here. You use your mental power to open it. Okay. Kong Chen did as he was told and pressed the switch with his mental power. The formation plate was instantly turned on, and the complex formation patterns on its surface shone brightly and continued to expand, spreading to the size of an acre of land in 3 seconds. This, Kong Chen, who was holding the formation plate, was even more puzzled. He felt a force, but it was not a supernatural power, because there was no mental power fluctuation at all. Boss, is it a protective shield? Wu Pingyang guessed. Jiang Qian was also kind-hearted and consciously watched quietly. It's not a protective shield. Watch carefully. Tang Ranran pointed to the empty grassland without plants within the range of the array. Other plants are too high level to be planted in the basic array, but ordinary flowers and plants are definitely no problem. The grass on this grassland is weeds, with a purification value of almost 0. Look! Under the gaze of several people, the empty space covered with a shallow layer of green grass. The green grass that was originally less than 10 centimeters has grown wildly visible to the naked eye. As a wood element, Wu Pingyang was the first to react, with an incredible look on his face. It's catalysis. It's the planting ability of the wood element. Kong Chen couldn't help but take a breath. Fully automatic seeding? This is too shocking. Jiang Qian also widened his eyes, turned his head, and said excitedly, Boss, I understand. It's energy stones. Energy stones grow vegetables. Tang Ranran smiled and nodded. Yes. It uses energy stones as energy to achieve planting. Oh my god. Boss, you are so awesome. Converting the energy of energy stone into wood planting power. It's a miracle. You have researched a problem that the Military Research Institute has not solved. You are so smart. Unparalleled in the world. As a younger brother, at this time, Jiang Qian was very smooth and flattering and shouting 666. Boss, you are the role model of our wood system. That Lu Feng. Isn't it just that his mental power level is a little higher? In terms of planting, how can he be compared with you? Wu Pingyang's eyes were full of admiration. In terms of planting ability, Lu Feng was just a younger brother in front of his boss. Yes. You alone have raised the overall planting level of the empire. Kong Chen sighed sincerely. Really? It's amazing. With this, energy stone is a usable ore. The three of them flattered each other. Okay. Close it first. Don't waste it. Seeing that the grass as a lawn had grown to more than half a meter tall, Tang Ranran hurriedly said to Kong Chen, "Oh! Oh!" Kong Chen came to his senses and immediately closed the array disk, then looked around and said like a thief, "Should we keep the news of this array disk secret? And then store more energy stones? It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if it is leaked. Anyway, others can't make array disks for the time being." Tang Ranran was very casual. She was not afraid of the array disk, even if she secretly learned how to forge an array disk. The most important thing is to draw the array method. Who else can do it except her? But you can see that because it is a planting tool, it is relatively rigid, within the range of the array disk. Any plant roots or seeds will consume energy, so a special artificial planting site is needed when using it. In addition, I just made it, and the relevant planting data needs to be obtained in practice. Relevant data statistics. Wu Pingyang, you are responsible. Yes, Wu Pingyang said loudly. After reaching out to take the array plate, Tang Ranran showed it to Wu Pingyang. Here, add energy stones. If there is no reaction, change the energy stones. Remember, only level 1 energy stones can be used. After that, Tang Ranran took out another box from the space buckle. There are about 100 level 1 energy stones here. After using them up, you ask Zhuo to get them from the energy stone warehouse. Tell him that they must be level 1. Otherwise the array plate will be damaged. Remember? Because there were too many piled up in the farm. Tang Ranran simply left 1,000,000 spirit stones in the main warehouse of the planet. Although she selected them once, there might be some missed middle grade and high grade spirit stones. Zhuo must conduct a second screening. Boss, I remember. The array plate is here. I am here. And I will die to apologize if the array plate is damaged. Tang Ranran, don't be so exaggerated. After assigning a task to Wu Pingyang and asking Jiang Qian to send him off, Tang Ranran left Kong Chen alone and led the others to her own laboratory. The two talked as they walked. Tang Ranran, find a few fire-type psychics. They must be trustworthy. And come to my place tomorrow. Kong Chen, okay. Also, how many special energy systems are there now? Excluding Zhuo? I have 2 under my command. An S-level named Zhou Heng, and an SS-level Xia Jing. Isn't that Xia Jing S-level? He was promoted after taking the Sea Spirit Potion. Oh! Also, Shinshin recruited an S-level energy system. He doesn't care. Are these 2 under your command trustworthy? Trustworthy. With a spiritual power contract. That's fine. Bring them all over tomorrow. Got it. By the way, this is the list of materials for making the array. I send it to you. Remember to buy more. But try to be as covert as possible. Some materials are relatively rare. If the news leaks out, the price will go up. I understand. After discussing along the way, the two arrived at Tang Ranran Open Laboratory. With the ready-made materials, Tang Ranran made the array on the spot. In addition to the key link of engraving the array, the creation of the basic array model can also be done by fire-type supernaturals. Tang Ranran used flames to refine the weapon. This way, and this way. Kong Chen, full face of confusion. I don't understand. I don't understand at all. For 2 hours, Tang Ranran only simply refined the first few steps of the basic prototype of the blank array. He didn't even make 30% of the progress. But for Kong Chen, it was no different from the level of heavenly books. For Kong Chen, who was full of confusion, Tang Ranran could only wave his hand and let him go back to review. Watch the video and study it yourself. Yes, teaching is very difficult. Maybe we should find a professional equipment master? Well, the technological weapons of the Empire are completely different from the array. The next day, Kong Chen brought Zhou Heng and Xia Jing, 2 energy systems, and 4 fire systems. In addition, Zhuo was also called over. After all the personnel arrived at the F1 area, Tang Ranran began to teach, including Kong Chen, a fire system. 5 fire system psychics learned to create basic blank arrays. And Zhuo Heng and Xia Jing learned to draw array formations. Spiritual power is a kind of power. A kind of energy. Since it has been proved that energy system psychics can absorb spiritual stones, then energy system psychics can definitely condense spiritual power to draw array formations. This way, and this way again. Tang Ranran demonstrated the operation on the spot while explaining. And then? The final result? Tang Ranran can only say that it is hard to describe. 8 faces are confused. The eyes are full of clear stupidity throughout the whole process. No wonder parents are so angry when tutoring homework. It is really incorrigible. Okay. The production of the array plate is a brand new refining system. And it is normal to have no clue for a while. After all, as smart as she is, it took more than 2 months to overcome the problem of mental power switch. What to do if the students are too stupid? After teaching for 2 days, 2 new vegetable plates came out. But Tang Ranran, who was a little depressed, announced, "Go learn by yourself. Watch the teaching video and figure it out yourself." She, as a teacher, has to give herself 2 days off. Otherwise she will be angry. Throwing both vegetable plates to Wu Pingyang. Tang Ranran, who was relaxed for a rare time, wandered to the D4 area. The military account was settled. So even if Tang Xian disappeared for a while, it would be fine. So she had to prepare to survive the thunder tribulation. First, let's talk about Yan Qian's strength. It is estimated that the white crystal grass can't be relied on, and the magic vine is more reliable. The magic vine in the D4 area is still in a state of purification value of about 85. And there is still a lot of blood of exotic beasts in stock. Watering, blood, and fertilizing, high purification value. Tang Ranran began to urge the planting. After planting the magic vine for 2 days, Gu Xiao, who came to eat for free, knew about it and asked in confusion, "You can't take it twice. Why do you plant it? Cultivate super exotic beasts? Train younger brothers? Don't tell me you want to sell it for money." "Yes. Give it to him." Tang Ranran pointed at Yan Qian. He has never drunk the magic fruit potion combination package. Yan Qian continued to eat. Although he didn't say anything, his smile was almost stretched to his ears. He knew the day before that his wife was going to plant a magical vine for him. Do other wild men have the same treatment as him? No. He just knew that his wife treated him the best. He has taken another big step towards promotion. Ah? Gu Xiao was so shocked that his jaw dropped. I know he hasn't drunk it. But shouldn't he have fought for this resource from the military? Or from the family? Why is it not your turn to pay for this potion? As he spoke, Gu Xiao's face was full of disbelief, and his eyes kept wandering between the two of them. He had felt strange before. Yan Qian gets to eat every day. Tang Xian is particularly partial to Yan Qian. Tang Xian sometimes looks at Yan Qian with a look that is not very serious. And Yan Qian sometimes looks at Tang Xian with a look that is not very serious either. A bit like a wolf that is locked onto its prey. And a bit like a cat that is particularly protective of its food. Summary: these two people are not innocent. What did he hear now? The magic fruit potion package. The 5th potion. The 5th potion is absolutely hard to find now. And he suspects that the high purification value during the efficacy of Yan Qian medicine was also paid by Tang Xian. So what about the high purification value during the efficacy of the medicine? I still have some powdered sugar left, Tang Ranran said very naturally. Gu Xiao, shock. It's confirmed. These two people are really not innocent. Whose innocent brother can spend so much money? Even brothers have to settle accounts clearly. This, thinking of Tang Xian wife Tang Shi, who almost never appears and only occupies a nominal position. Gu Xiao swallowed silently. He seemed to know the truth, although there is a risk of being killed. A thought still popped up in his mind. Who is on top and who is on the bottom? As soon as this question came out, Gu Xiao couldn't help but look at Tang Ranran, then at Yan Qian, and then at Tang Ranran again. Because Gu Xiao's eyes were too weird, Tang Ranran couldn't ignore it, and couldn't help asking, "What's that look in your eyes?" Decisively stopped his reverie. Gu Xiao was serious and slightly envious. "Nothing. I just think you two have a good relationship. Well, real brothers." Tang Ranran felt that this was a bit wrong, but couldn't tell what was wrong. Yan Qian was somewhat aware that Gu Xiao had misunderstood, but he didn't explain. A week later, the huge magical vine, which looked like rolling hills, experienced a wave of metabolism, and the number of magical fruits was reduced to 18. After picking a magical fruit and testing it, it turned out to be 100. Tang Ranran only knew the specific operation process of capturing the energy of the magical vine, but she had never actually done it. But it didn't matter. Zhu Dehai on the starship of the Research Institute was an experienced hand, and she invited Zhu Dehai early in the morning. It took 4 days for Zhu Dehai to successfully collect the energy of this magical vine and refine it into the 5th potion. Tang Ranran generously gave him 10 chalcedony as a reward. Yin Qian is going to take the magic fruit potion package, which is definitely a big deal. Whether he can be promoted is related to whether humans can break through the peak of 5S level and enter an unknown new height. Gu Xiao and other top doctors attached great importance to it. They gathered on the starship of the Institute, and they were all ready. After Yin Qian went through a series of physical examinations and confirmed that he was in good physical condition, he took the potion. Then it was the 84% sugar water solution provided by Tang Ranran. When the sugar water is appropriate, it is sweet. Thinking that this is all the love of my wife. It's even sweeter. Then one after another. After drinking more than a dozen in a row, Yin Qian was a little choked. Continue to drink. That is even sweeter. There is no way. Even if it chokes, you have to continue. Drink. 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 After 24 consecutive bottles, the first plus state came out. Yin Qian, whose throat was choked, asked for chrysanthemum tea, a bottle of chrysanthemum tea water solution, and a bottle of sugar water. It took nearly 10 hours, and he drank a lot of water. The test finally showed that he was in the plus state. After drinking the number 5 potion, it was the most critical moment. During the effect of the drug, Yin Qian had to be checked every few minutes, either by a doctor or by a mental power instrument. In this way, as time passed, the atmosphere became more and more tense. Not only was Yin Qian nervous, but the doctors were more nervous than him. No promotion. No promotion. No promotion. Everyone became more and more anxious. In the end, the 2-hour effect of the number 5 potion passed. But Yin Qian mental power was still 5S++ under the instrument test. How could this be? No promotion? Gu Xiao couldn't accept it and couldn't believe it. Qin Feng was also uncomfortable. Could it be that the effect of the number 5 potion lasts longer? Yin Qian shook his head with a bit of disappointment and said realistically, I can feel that the effect of the potion has passed. Zhu Dehai reluctantly suggested, this is a serious matter. Extend the observation for 2 hours. Gu Xiao made the final decision. Observe for another 2 hours. And eat more high purification value. Another 2 hours of observation time. As the sponsor of the potion, Tang Ranran provided Yin Qian with a large number of spiritual fruits. During the entire clinical trial process, the high purification value that Yin Qian drank and ate was definitely worth more than 400 trillion. But the final result was still 5S++. As for this result, Yin Qian, as the person involved, had a stable mentality. Although he was a little disappointed, it was not difficult to accept. After all, he was 5S level, and 5S level mental power was recognized as the peak of human beings. It was naturally not so easy to break the peak and enter a new realm. Compared to Yin Qian indifference, Gu Xiao and other doctors were all dejected. Even more dejected than their own failure in promotion. After being depressed for a while, they held a meeting to summarize the reasons. After some discussion, everyone speculated 2 possibilities. The first is, 5S level mental power is the peak of human beings and cannot be broken through. The second is, number 5 potion can only assist SSS++ for S++ status and below ++ status personnel to be promoted, and cannot assist 5S++ status personnel to be promoted. Relatively speaking, Tang Ranran is more inclined to the second reason. There is definitely no such thing as peak strength. There is only stronger, but not the strongest. For example, in cultivating immortals, even if you ascend, you will change the map to continue leveling. In this interstellar world, it is definitely the same. But it is probably as difficult as ascending to heaven to think of breaking the barrier of 5S level. Well, the same nature as ascending. The reasons for failure were summarized, and the meeting was adjourned. After 2 days of depression, Gu Xia quickly cheered up and once again focused on lake ice and snow star and white crystal grass. Yin Qian and Gu Xia resumed their daily routine of running back and forth to work. On this side, during the physical examination during the experiment, Tang Ranran took another tube of Yin Qian blood sample and then did divination. Although she didn't get promoted, Yin Qian should have become a little stronger. After all, 5S++. So can she survive the thunder tribulation? Unfortunately, the reality is cruel. No. Oh, it's not a failure. But the result of the black fog is unknown. For Tang Ranran, if the divination can't get a result, It means failure. Oh, I have to think about my side quest. In addition, donate money. Tang Ranran contacted Kong Chen with Tang Xian. She kept 3 of this batch of magical fruits to cultivate blue groups, and the rest were auctioned. The proceeds from the auction were remitted to the Planet Charity Bureau, and all used for related charities. The magical vine has developed to the point where, at present, more magical fruits have been refined into magical longevity potions, with a market price of 20 trillion. For the magical longevity potion, supplemented with a high purification value of 1 trillion, it can reduce age by 30 years. In other words, 21 trillion. 30 years of life extension. There are still many wealthy people in the empire. They don't have the ability to cultivate 100 magical fruits, but they can still spend 21 trillion to buy themselves 30 years of life. On average, 3 fruits can produce a life extension potion, which means that this batch of 100 magical fruits is at least 80 trillion. 80 trillion funds used for charity. This merit is much more. Tang Ranran believes that the merit is definitely enough. After assigning Kong Chen and Qi Xingyuan the task of investigating the current situation of the Bai family in the first galaxy of the empire, Tang Ranran continued to make array plates. Although she is a skilled worker, because of the complicated process, it takes Tang Ranran about 15 or 16 hours to make a complete version of the vegetable planting plate. Even when she was planting the magical vine, she was making array plates. Alas, those stupid students can't be relied on. And Tang Ranran, a skilled worker, can only work harder. So far, Tang Ranran has made a total of 13 vegetable planting plates. As for the relevant data on the output of the vegetable plate, Wu Pingyang has made a detailed statistical report and sent it to Tang Ranran. The vegetable plate covers an area of 1 mu of land, and 5 spirit stones can maintain it for 5 days. These 2 data are constant and are set by Tang Ranran, the manufacturer. When growing vegetables with a vegetable plate, the lower the purification value, the shorter the planting time, and the higher the yield. However, although the harvest time is short with a low purification value, the price-performance ratio is slightly low because of its low price, which means that the relative economic benefit is not high. Relatively speaking, the higher the purification value of pure plants, the higher the economic benefit. However, for purification values above 10, several varieties have been experimented, and the vegetable plate cannot promote the planting. It is just a basic array plate, and Tang Ranran is not surprised that it cannot grow more than 10. Wu Pingyang has tried to plant many different varieties, and finally concluded that planting trees and catalyzing those finished fruit trees has the highest economic benefit. When using array plates to promote the fruiting of plums, lychees, cherries, and other fruit trees, 5 low-grade spirit stones can roughly produce about 500 million. The average output of pure fruit is 100 million low-grade spirit stones. Compared with Tang Ranran, this output is quite small. But once the news is released, it will definitely cause a storm. Moreover, it is possible to continue to optimize the varieties and achieve greater economic value. It should not be a problem to reach an output of 150 million low-grade spirit stones. Is she achieving a monopoly? Or is she generously announcing it to benefit the empire? She needs to think about it. After Yanqian, the guinea pig, came to the conclusion that the magic fruit potion package could not promote the 5S level to a higher unknown realm. The 4S level people who were waiting and watching were ready to move. At this stage, the 4S level people in the empire who have not taken the magic fruit potion are still Lu Xiao, Fu Jingyuan, Chen Tiannong, and Yuan Wei. When Lu Xiao and Fu Jingyuan heard the news of Yanqian's failure to be promoted from Gu Xiao, they couldn't help but have their own thoughts in their hearts. The white crystal grass is illusory, and even the low-end version of the fire ice crystal blue potion is not for them. It's better to take the magic fruit potion package. Who doesn't want to be promoted to 5S? Before waiting and watching, it was because the magic fruit potion could only be taken once. Both of them considered using the magic fruit potion to break the barrier of 5S level. And now, of course, they will step into the 5S realm first. However, the number 5 potion and the high purification value required for promotion. On that day, when night fell and the team set up camp, as usual, Yanqian carried Gu Xiao and walked away in a casual manner through a space crack, not catching up with Yanqian train. Lu Xiao simply went back by himself, and Fu Jingyuan, who was left behind, could only find the SSS-level space system in the team. Lu Xiao and Fu Jingyuan were originally assisting in the search, and were not members of the regular exploration team. They were considered free, and could leave at any time. So Lu Xiao left simply, and Fu Jingyuan finalized it after a few simple words. After paying the toll, the space system went and sent him back to Su Pingruixing. Xia Yin, who was left alone, knew what was going on. These two guys must be hoping to get the magic fruit potion package from Tang Ranran. Even if Tang Ranran is willing, Yin Qian is definitely not happy. I'm afraid they will fight. I want to go back to watch the fun. But, forget it. If the fire burns him, it will be bad. Moreover, as a person who has taken the magic fruit potion, Xia Yin has more hope on the white crystal grass. I hope I be lucky tonight and get a few of the legendary white crystal grass. Bringing Gu Xiu back to Su Pingrui. As soon as he returned to the F1 area, Yin Qian went to the kitchen very familiarly. There were a lot of ingredients prepared by Tang Ranran in the kitchen, and the job of cooking was naturally done by the chef robot. After several mental power command robots to work and send Tang Ranran a message of "I'm back," Yin Qian and Gu Xia sat and waited for the meal to start, chatting from time to time. In addition to the two of them, there was another person at the dinner table, Jiang Qian. Although Jiang Qian was a little awkward in front of Yin Qian, the boss said, "If you want to eat, cook it yourself. Don't save money for me." So even if Yin Qian was here, it couldn't affect his meal. Jiang Qian sat in the farthest position from the two of them, listening to their conversation with his ears erect, while quietly waiting for the meal to start. Then, before the meal was ready, Lu Xiao also came leisurely. Almost at the same time, Jiang Qian received a pickup request from Fu Jingyuan. The driver sent Fu Jingyuan back to the planet, but it was far from the F1 area. Fu Jingyuan, who was anxious to come back, naturally called Jiang Qian. TSK. One after another. They are all freeloaders. Although he was very disgusted, Jiang Qian still went through the process of sending a message to Tang Ranran to ask her what she meant. After receiving the message from Yin Qian, Tang Ranran, who was making the array, began to finish her work and prepared to go off work. Then, the messages from Fu Jingyuan, Lu Xiao, and Jiang Qian came in a few seconds apart, and Tang Ranran was slightly surprised. Huh? What day is it today? Why are they all back? Go pick him up. Giving Jiang Qian a reply, Tang Ranran was in a good mood and finished work. After get off work, go enjoy the handsome guy. At the huge round dining table, Tang Ranran was sitting facing south, smiling slightly, enjoying the beauty. Oh, as long as the appearance is good. It's good to fight for food. It was like fighting a war. And the table was quickly cleared. After eating and drinking, it was customary to chat. Are there any progress today? Tang Ranran asked first. No. Gu Xiu shook his head gloomily. I don't know what's going on. There's no freezing weather during this period. Alas. Tang Ranran agreed. Oh, that's really helpless. Tang Ranran and Gu Xiu discussed the contents of the potions related to the fire red osmanthus. Seeing that the topic of the two was coming to an end, Lu Xiao, who had already read the information of the intelligent brain, glanced at Fu Jingyuan, who was still looking at the intelligent brain, and spoke first. He had known Tang Ranran for a short time. If Fu Jingyuan spoke first, he might have no chance. So, with the mentality of giving it a try, Lu Xiao spoke. Boss, it is said that the potion package that Yin Qian took this time includes high purification value. All sponsored by you. It was not a question, but a statement. Lu Xiao did not wait for Tang Ranran to answer, and continued quickly. Ask for funding. I'm also looking for a set of magic fruit medicine packages, and high purification value funding. I can submit a resignation report now. Resign from the police department, and work for you to pay off my debts. The salary will be calculated according to the previous one. I promise to pay off my debts in my lifetime. Because of his sudden behavior, Tang Ranran was stunned for a moment. Yin Qian, who was standing aside, immediately looked at him with a knife. With a frosty face, Yin Qian stared at Lu Xiao's eyes, as cold as if to freeze him into ice. Pooh! Shameless Wang. Bastard. How shameless. How dare you ask for a magic fruit potion package and high purification value? Originally, Fu Jingyuan, who was watching the intelligent brain and understanding the relevant political leaders in recent times, stopped staring at the intelligent brain screen, looked up, looked at Tang Ranran, and hurriedly said 2 words. Same request. Fu Jingyuan added with a slightly anxious look. Me too. Me too. I also want a magic fruit potion package and high purification value funding. I can also submit a retirement application to the military now and work here to pay off my debts. You decide the length of working term. Because Lu Xiao spoke first. Fu Jingyuan didn't care about anything else. If he didn't say it now, it would be too late. As for asking for money, it's embarrassing. In front of strength. Face is nothing. Can you give up strength for face? Of course. Strength is more important. The eyes became colder and colder. And Yanqian's body was emitting coldness. Just like the north wind in Siberia. Blowing towards Fu Jingyuan and Lu Xiao. He knew it. He knew it. These 2 are not good people. What are these 2 people planning? They are planning to take advantage of his wife. They have a wicked ambition. Indeed. As Yanqian guessed. Lu Xiao and Fu Jingyuan thoughts are very straightforward. Whether they get the medicine package and related resources through the military or the family, they will have to work hard to pay off their debts later. It is better to work for Tang Ranran than to work for others. After all, on the one hand, Tang Ranran is a very generous boss. And there is almost no hard work. The more important reason is, there is a chance to be promoted from a worker to a boss wife. They are not stupid. So they naturally know how to choose. But they don't know if Tang Ranran is willing to support them? To cultivate 100 magical fruits, one must have both strength and financial resources. And only a few major forces can do it. And in general, the cost-effectiveness of the magical fruit potion in improving mental power is far inferior to that of the marrow cleansing potion. The cost of cultivating 100 magical fruits is very high. The value of hunting high-level alien beasts with strength and watering with alien beast blood cannot be calculated in a conventional way. The labor cost of the wood system cannot be calculated in a conventional way either. The value is clear that it is a high purification plant used as a nutrient. According to statistics, a magical vine of about 10 needs to consume pure fruits and vegetables to cultivate to a purification value of 100, accumulating about 100 trillion. The magical fruit that acts as a life-extending potion is just a little bit of the cost. Relevant professionals have done statistics, taking into account the blood of alien beasts and the labor of the wood system, and the relevant costs. Then the value of the number 5 potion is 160 trillion. Of course, this is an ideal price estimated based on the cost price. In fact, will good things be sold at the cost price? How is it possible? The reality is that 160 trillion yuan can't buy the 5th medicine at all on the market, let alone the 5th medicine. The 4th medicine is not available. Of course, Tang Ranran believes that if such a sky-high price of 100 trillion yuan is offered, there must be forces willing to sell artificial planting. I'm getting off topic. Anyway, a 4S level promotion to 5S level requires a medicine package plus auxiliary high purification value. And the minimum estimate is 500 trillion yuan. Tang Ranran was stunned by Lu Xiao and Fu Jingyuan's request for funding. After being shocked, Tang Ranran fell into hesitation. 500 trillion yuan sounds like a lot. But for her, she can get it by just brushing the farm. But this has far exceeded the scope of reward. The amount is huge. And it is definitely an investment level. As 2 people with families, and the top elites in the family, Lu Xiao and Fu Jingyuan would never sign a contract with her. It was just a contract bodyguard. And the cost-effectiveness seemed a bit low. After all, contracts only have legal effects, not actual binding force. But 2 5S level bodyguards are both handsome guys, which is very tempting. Tang Ranran did not refuse or agree, and fell into silence directly. Tang Ranran's expression of obvious thinking gave Lu Xiao and Fu Jingyuan hope. Not refusing outright meant that there was room for negotiation. Yanqian was the opposite. His heart sank more and more, and the coldness around him became more and more intense. His right hand on the table was clenched again and again. I really want to beat these 2 guys to death. Although Yanqian was very angry, he also knew that the decision-making power did not lie with him, but with Tang Ranran. So after Yanqian rolled his eyes, he suppressed his anger and looked at Tang Ranran, waiting for her to make a decision. Although his expression was calm, Yanqian's eyes were filled with earnest words. Reject? Reject. Reject. Let them go. Lu Xiao and Fu Jingyuan also looked at Tang Ranran. Both pairs of eyes full of expectation. Sincerely begging, please, help me. Being stared at by three people like this. Tang Ranran was in a more difficult situation. From Tang Ranran's point of view, Yin Qian was the most handsome, and she was most attracted by his appearance. But Fu Jingyuan and Lu Xiao were both top handsome guys. One on one side, and two on the other side. How could she hold this bowl of water? Silence was the main theme. At the scene, as a spectator who was eating for free, Jiang Qian kept quiet. But he was cursing in his heart. Bah. 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 What level? Have you sworn allegiance to the boss? You actually opened your mouth and asked for a miracle fruit potion set? What a shame! Another spectator, Gu Xiao, was stunned by the shamelessness of Lu Xiao and Fu Jingyuan. He was shocked for several seconds before he came to his senses. Then Gu Xiao tasted something strange. Even if Tang Xian was generous. But he opened his mouth directly. Or asked for too much. Did these two people treat Tang Xian as a fool? Gu Xiao has always been adhering to the principle of returning favors. Although he took a lot of research funds from Tang Xian, he used his position to open many conveniences for Tang Xian, which can be said to be mutually beneficial. These two asked for so much. And in exchange, they would work for Tang Xian? Can such a huge amount be repaid by working? Aren't they afraid that Tang Xian would turn against them and break off the friendship? That would mean they would lose more than they gain. These two people don't seem so stupid. Wait! While he was looking around, he accidentally saw Yin Qian's posture that was like a cat protecting its food. Gu Xiao, who had suspected that Tang Xian and Yin Qian were having an affair, suddenly thought of two words. Love rival. Work. Unspoken rules. This. Gu Xiao endured the turmoil in his heart. Looked left and right, except for the nominal wife, who disappeared. Tang Xian seemed to be surrounded by men. Good-looking men. Tang Xian really likes men. Lu Xiao and Fu Jingyuan. These two guys want to steal Yin Qian corner and become Tang Xian harem. Oh my god! Shocking. Gu Xiao was even more stunned. Because Gu Xiao's face was too strange. Tang Ranran knew at a glance that he was thinking something strange. She had suspected before that Gu Xiao had misunderstood something? And now, she was sure that he had misunderstood something. And the explanation involved her vest. Forget it. Misunderstanding is misunderstanding. After hesitating for a long time and weighing it in her heart, Tang Ranran turned the teacup in her hand for several circles, and then spoke slowly and announced the final decision. In the early stage, you can find a way to plant it yourself. If the purification value reaches more than 80. If you really can't plant it, I can help. I can also sponsor some pure plants for fertilizer. But you need to find a way to get the blood of high-level exotic beasts. Tang Ranran chose to sponsor. But not all. Thank you. LV Xiao's eyes lit up, and he thanked him immediately. Although he didn't have the all-inclusive treatment that Yin Qian had. Since Tang Ranran had already expressed her willingness to help. Growing 100 magical fruits was an inevitable fact. Thank you very much. Fu Jingyuan was also grateful. And added, all the extra magical fruits belong to you. Mine too. LV Xiao said quickly. And then? I'm resigning now. Stop. 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 Tang Ranran interrupted quickly. No need to resign. Tang Ranran looked at Fu Jingyuan again and said the same thing. You don't have to apply for retirement. Just don't refuse if I need your help in the future. Of course. If there is something, just tell me directly. And I will never refuse if I can do it. Well, it's my duty. The two immediately expressed their opinions. Although it was just a verbal promise for the time being. The two were overjoyed. The promotion to 5S level was almost certain. Some were happy, and some were worried. Yin Qian was so angry at this moment. Two shameless bastards. Why should I help them grow vegetables? The more I thought about it, the angrier I got. The angrier I got, the more I thought about it. Then Yin Qian suddenly had an idea. If I beat these two guys to a point where they were disfigured. Tang Ranran was very high-sounding, attributing her behavior to the righteousness of being public and not private. For the Empire, 2 more 5S level combat forces are a good thing. Whether it is for the Federation or the Zerg, it is a deterrent. The reason is quite sufficient. But the reality is just a simple look. Thinking that Yin Qian almost died to get her a 5S level C Spirit King. But she is so generous to others now. It feels like spending money to support a little lover. Tang Ranran felt a little guilty. So, the best strategy is to escape first. After verbally agreeing to be willing to provide partial funding, Tang Ranran asked Jiang Qian, the driver, to take her back to the room. As soon as Jiang Qian left, Tang Ranran glanced at the message received a few seconds ago on the smart brain. Yin Qian, I'm coming to see you. It's not a question. It's a statement. Tang Ranran guessed that Yin Qian was very angry and seemed to be a little more guilty. Therefore, Tang Ranran pretended not to see it and immediately slumped down on the sofa, completely disconnected and frozen. In the dining room on the first floor, as soon as Tang Ranran, the host, left, the atmosphere on the scene became very tense. Yin Qian's face was cold, and he could no longer restrain himself. The suppressed anger instantly broke out. And with it, an extremely powerful mental deterrence attack broke out. The powerful mental deterrence, mixed with overwhelming anger, was extremely heavy. The whole scene seemed to be hit by a mountain, and the gravity caused by gravity suddenly increased by more than 10 times. Lu Xiao and Fu Jingyuan, without exchanging a glance, reached a state of joint resistance. Although the level was one level lower, the two of them joined forces. And Yin Qian was just warning and deterring, and did not kill you. For a while, this one-on-two mental power competition was barely a temporary winner. Of course, it was only a matter of time before Yin Qian won. Suddenly, they started fighting, so fast that Gu Xiao, a bystander, had no time to retreat to a safe distance. Fortunately, he was not in the middle of the storm. But it was not easy to be at the tail of the typhoon, being involved in it and causing some discomfort due to the surge of mental power. Gu Xiao immediately stopped. What are you doing? What are you doing? Collect your mental power. Don't do it. Otherwise, I will tell Tang Qian about it. 3 bastards. Go out and fight. Or you can wait until he leaves before fighting. That's not right. If there is any good or bad in the fight, it will be his responsibility as a doctor to clean up the mess. Right? Damn it! Because of Gu Xiao telling Tang Qian about it, he immediately thought of Tang Ranran's principle of peaceful coexistence. Even Yin Qian didn't dare to jump on her line of danger, so he could only snort and stop. The invisible contest lasted for more than 10 seconds and then stopped. As a man, you must know yourself and understand your own weight. If you do not know your own strength, you will only bring shame upon yourself. With a warning in his eyes, Yin Qian's aura as the strongest man in the empire was fully open, giving people a full sense of oppression. Even if the 3 people on the scene were all 4S level, they still felt that invisible pressure. However, although they could not beat him, Fu Jingyuan and Lu Xiao were not afraid of him. After all, pursuing the opposite sex is not only determined by strength. You are very nosy. Fu Jingyuan laughed, and there was obvious sarcasm in his words. Everyone is just a pursuer. How can you be in a position to control everything and control Tang Ranran's wallet? Indeed, you got a full set of medicine packages. But you are not satisfied with her sponsoring us? Double standards. Lu Xiao added that in his opinion, Yin Qian's standard of behavior is that the state officials are allowed to set fires, but the people are not allowed to light lamps. Since Yin Qian appeared, Lu Xiao gradually understood what Xie Yin meant by joining forces. We have to kill this biggest rival first. Otherwise, once Yin Qian gets the position, Tang Ranran will be controlled by him, and they will all have to go away. Ha! I'm not like you, shamelessly asking for it. Yin Qian replied with sarcasm. All he got was given by his wife. Unlike them. TSK, Fu Jingyuan sneered, too lazy to argue with him, stood up, and said, I have something to do. I'm leaving first. He had to quickly arrange the planting of the magic vine. When his mental power was promoted, he might be able to overtake and turn defeat into victory. I have something to do. 2. Goodbye. LV Xiao followed closely behind. A few minutes ago, he and Fu Jingyuan could still be considered allies. But now, they are competitors. Tang Ranran alone can't spare the energy to plant 2 magic vines, so he can't fall behind Fu Jingyuan in the planting progress. Otherwise, something unexpected might happen. Knowing that the 2 were eager to grow vegetables, Yin Qian sat still in his seat and snorted again. So what if he succeeded in getting promoted? He would use his strength to tell them that there was a huge gap between 5S and 5S. That? Gu Xiao was a little dumbfounded at this moment. If he understood correctly, It was a confrontation between rivals just now. Right? You. After considering the words, Gu Xia looked strange. You guys. This is not good. Right? Although he did not discriminate against homosexuals. But for money, high purification value. Such a distorted sexual orientation and selling sex is simply subverting the world view. You don't understand. Don't guess. For this uninformed person. Yin Qian threw down this sentence. And disappeared from his seat in a flash. Gu Xiao, Okay. He really doesn't understand. It's understandable to be with a rich woman. But as a man, being with a rich man. Although he admits that Tang Xian is rich, and his top vegetable growing ability is unmatched. But he can't be so shameless. He has to keep a distance from these shameless guys in the future. It seems that he also has to keep a distance from Tang Xian? What if he falls in love with him? Would it be too hurtful to refuse directly? Tang Xian is so generous. Not to mention that he is still counting on Tang Xian to sponsor more research funds. Take the current situation. For example, Huaqilu. Only Tang Xian has it. Oh! So distressed. With a teleportation. He appeared at the door of Tang Ranran master bedroom. Yin Qian knocked on the door. But there was no response after knocking for 2 minutes. Yin Qian, I'm coming in. After sending a message, there was no response. So Yin Qian simply took it as Tang Ranran acquiescence. After entering the room without being invited using the space magic, Yin Qian looked around. In the huge room, there was only a lifeless puppet, sitting on the sofa in a dead voice. With a teleportation, Yin Qian moved to the sofa, looking down at the puppet that was more realistic than a simulation robot. Yin Qian gritted his teeth angrily. Okay. It ran away. Why run? I don't eat people. Raising his hand, Yin Qian poked the head of Tang Xian puppet. Yin Qian didn't use any force. But the puppet that was disconnected and turned off really had no fighting power. Under his force, the puppet tilted and fell on the sofa. Yin Qian, This is the kind of walking away completely, which can't be sensed at all. I was really angry. But, I thought, was she afraid that he would be angry, so she ran away? Isn't this a way of showing that she cares about him? After some self-advising, Yin Qian came to the conclusion, Tang Ranran likes him and cares about him. But it's the two coquettish bitches outside who are too shameless. My wife is definitely not wrong. It's all other people's fault. Yes. It's all those shameless people outside who seduced his wife. My wife has too many bad peach blossoms. So angry. Beating her to death would hurt the harmony of the empire. And disfiguring her is not realistic. After all, with the current technology, it's very simple to do medical beauty. Irritable. Switching to Sutter's real self. Tang Ranran was a little timid. You can escape the first day, but you can't escape the 15th. This, after feeling guilty for a few minutes, Tang Ranran stood up. What was she doing for? For the peace of the empire. With more 5S level people, the empire will be stronger. And the Zerg and alien races will not dare to invade. Yes. For the empire. Besides, she didn't do anything. She just verbally promised to help grow vegetables. What's the matter? Nothing. Yes. It's no big deal. With a stable mentality, Tang Ranran started to work. She hasn't taken her precious good fortune pill yet. But after this period of hard work and hard training with Krypton spirit stones, Tang Ranran cultivation has reached the max of the late Gene Dan period, which is as thin as a piece of window paper away from the peak of the Gene Dan. And at the peak of the Gene Dan, is the Thunder Tribulation still far away? For fear of a sudden visit from the Thunder Tribulation, Tang Ranran must keep this window paper. So she dare not practice anymore. If she doesn't practice, what should she do? Of course, do academic research. According to Wu Pingyang report, pure plants with a purification value of more than 10 cannot be grown on her vegetable growing plate. Plants with a purification value of 8 or 9, which are a bit difficult to grow, are also difficult to grow. Tang Ranran felt that the 1.0 version of her vegetable growing plate was too low, and there was still a lot of room for improvement. So she worked hard to get a 2.0 version as soon as possible. Tang Ranran had been tinkering in the room for several hours, and suddenly received a call from her cheap grandfather Tang Ming. During the days when Tang Ranran was in the Tang family mansion, she almost never went out of the door, because with Wei Shugong as a bodyguard, everyone in the Tang family was very well behaved and didn't dare to disturb her at all. At most, They would mutter a few bad words behind her back. Under normal circumstances, the cheap grandparents were very conscious, and would just send a message when they had something to do. Tang Ranran was more of an O. When she was in a good mood, she would reply a few more words. Communication phone? Tang Ranran was about to answer the call when it was disconnected. Huh? The biggest thing about the Tang family is that Tang Shubai went into the sewing machine. But seeing that there was no hope for him to come out, the uncle and his wife had given up on the eldest son and now transferred their hopes to the second son Tang Shuyi. The cheap relatives here are now determined to develop in Suping Ruishing. The men want to go to Shintang Biology. The women want to go to Shintang Entertainment. And the youngest wants to go to Fuse College. Tang Ranran always pushed it to Tang Chui, saying, "Aw, I don't care about it. You have to ask my aunt." And she shirked it completely. It didn't seem to be a big deal. So Tang Ranran didn't take it to heart and continued to study her vegetable plate. After dozens of minutes, Tang Ranran felt something unusual, and there were several footsteps approaching the side. Intuitively, it was not a cheap relative of the Tang family. Tang Ranran immediately released his spiritual sense and took a look. Oh! The Bai family. The shameless Uncle Baijin. The husband that the scheming adopted daughter Bai Mo hooked up with. The SSS level space system Bai Hongtu. And another stranger, who I haven't seen before. And then her cheap grandparents Tang Ming and Shin Fenghua. Her cheap grandparents definitely don't like the Bai family. But now they bring Baijin to see her? It's very inconsistent. After careful observation, Tang Ranran found that Tang Ming and Shin Fenghua looked a little unnatural. And there was a little bit of a dull feeling. Tang Ranran suspected that they were controlled. While she was guessing, the group had already arrived at the gate of her yard. Wei Shugong, the bodyguard, was dedicated to his job. When the group approached the gate, he took a step forward and blocked the gate of the yard, stretched out his hand and stopped them. "Please stay." Bai Hongtu glanced at him sideways and made a direct move. A space cage. Because he was assigned to be Tang Ranran bodyguard. Wei Shugong received Kong Chen Qi training. With the help of the Sea Spirit Potion, he is now SS level. But he is a fake. Wei Shugong's real combat power is definitely not up to the SS level passing line. Not to mention that he is now facing the SSS level space system by Hongtu. And he is out of his element. Wei Shugong was trapped in the space cage on the spot. Even with the strongest attack of the gold system, he still couldn't break through the cage. He could only yell, "Stop! You are trespassing in a famous house." Led by Bai Hongtu, the group of people kept walking and directly past him and entered the yard where Tang Ranran was. Speed. Bai Hongtu gave a look. The unfamiliar Bai family nodded, and then looked at Tang Ming and Shin Fenghua. Tang Ming and Shin Fenghua shouted one after another, as if they had received an order. Ran. We have something to talk to you about. Come out. Come down quickly, or we go find you in your room. After investigating with her spiritual sense, she saw the whole situation outside, and realized that the Bai family was planning to kidnap someone. And it must be more than just meeting her once. They wanted to kidnap her. This? How about taking advantage of the situation? Tang Ranran took action immediately, logged into Tang Xian account, and hurriedly sent a message to the group of friends. Tang Xian, I have something urgent to do, and I am not sure when I will be back. Please don't look for me. Although Yin Qian was next door, he must have fallen asleep at this time. So Tang Ranran simply turned off his smart brain and went into the farm. It took only 1 or 2 minutes. Here, Tang Ming and Shin Fenghua shouted a few times in the yard, but got no response. So they led people to the house. Hey! Tang Ranran opened the door, answered, and walked down the stairs. After going down to the second floor, Tang Ranran, who was still on the stairs, began to act. Grandpa and Grandma, are you looking for? Looking down the stairs, Tang Ranran saw Bai Hongtu and his group. After a pause with a surprised look on her face, she said in surprise, Are you from the Bai family? Ranran, we have met in the communication. I am your uncle Baijin. Your grandpa is dying. We are here to take you to see her for the last time. Baijin said it in a high-sounding manner, and his actions were impeccable. As soon as she opened her mouth, Tang Ranran felt it. Here it comes. Attack. Superpower attack. SS level mental power fluctuations. That unfamiliar Bai family member is indeed a control system. It's a very strange feeling. In layman's terms, it's the feeling of being controlled. as if the body is not your own. I want to say no, but the mouth is. I will go with you to see Grandpa. Tang Ranran, TSK. Overt conspiracy. Although it is full of loopholes. Don't say that if she is really a little bee. She will have no power to fight back. That SS-level control system superpower is completely different from Tang Ranran. For Tang Ranran, this control is at the same level as spider silk. For insects, it is a web of death that cannot be escaped. But for her, it can be broken by blowing casually. Baizhen acted out the whole play. Well, Ranran, you go through the process. We will go back to Long Ruishing in the first galaxy. Okay. Without resistance, Tang Ranran just followed the control and initiated a departure application on her own brain. And initiated an entry application to Long Ruishing. Whether it is departure or entry, the relevant process was approved within a few seconds after it was initiated. I think Baizhen used connections. Tang Ranran, okay. Okay. You act. I act. Everyone acts. Let's see who can act better. Baizhen and his group came prepared. So with Tang Ranran cooperation, it took only a few dozen minutes for Bai Hongtu, a space system driver, to transfer directly from Sutter Star to Longruwei Star's space station. Here, there is a physical examination project. As a person, Tang Ranran is not afraid of the physical examination at all. But the mental power level, is it controlled at S level? After all, SS level is not easy to explain. Yes, S level mental power. Baizhen and his group were very surprised by this result. Their information was still at the level of Tang Ranran's superficial information of B level. It turned out to be S level. S level women are definitely a hot commodity in marriage. After thinking about it, Baizhen came to a guess that Tang Qian valued Kong Chen very much. And Kong Chen liked Tang Ranran, his niece, very much. The niece's strength was definitely improved by the potion from Tang Qian. Will they annoy Kong Chen and become enemies with Tang Qian by taking people away so rashly this time? There is a little concern. But Baizhen is not too worried. In his opinion, Tang Ranran is just a young girl after all. As long as they play the emotional card seriously, it is easy to coax her. After passing the physical examination of the Starry Sky Station, Bai Hongtu sent the people to the Bai family manor, and then left the scene with the control system of the Bai family. The control system is very dedicated to his job. Before leaving, he gave Tang Ranran a hint. Grandpa is seriously ill. I came back to see him voluntarily. Tang Ranran, haha. As soon as the control system left, Tang Ranran was at a loss for a few seconds. A little suspicious but unable to find the problem. He observed for a while with a contradictory expression. And then asked, "Where is this?" The two were on a small island surrounded by the vast sea. And in the middle of the island was a small European-style manor. There was a salty sea breeze between breaths. And there was a little bit, really a little bit, a thin aura that was almost undetectable. In interstellar terms, there was a little bit of pure breath. It was certain that this was not the Bai family land. Because large families usually put their nests in deep mountains and old forests with rich aura. It was obvious that it was the old house of Bai Qingyun's family. Or a vacation house. This is where your grandparents live. Baizhen's answer also confirmed Tang Ranran's guess. This way. Follow me in. Baizhen led Tang Ranran to the interior of the manor. The European-style corridor was a bit retro. Occasionally, they met servants walking through it, all of whom were respectful. "Young master, are we going to see Grandpa?" Tang Ranran asked deliberately. Bai Qingyun's serious illness and dying must be fake. As expected, Baizhen said calmly and without any worry. "No hurry. Ranran. It's late today. You should rest first. The room has been arranged." After going around and around, he finally got to Tang Ranran's room. The room is 100 square meters, luxuriously decorated in European style, and a corner of the room is filled with various exquisitely packaged gift boxes. "Ranran, I don't know what style you like. Just stay here for a few days. If you don't get used to it, we can make new arrangements. These are the gifts prepared by your grandparents and our elders. We have been looking for my little sister for all these years, since she disappeared. Every year on her birthday, my parents will prepare gifts and look forward to her coming back." Baizhen acted sincerely, and played the emotional card very emotionally. Tang Ranran laughed in her heart, and her expression was a little moved. After more than an hour of perfunctory treatment, Tang Ranran showed a sense of fatigue at the right time. Baizhen said very considerately. You are tired too. Go to bed early. Go see your parents tomorrow. They will definitely be happy to see you. Yeah. Tang Ranran acted like a simple little girl who was a little entangled and resistant when she first arrived, but also a little looking forward to family affection. As expected, she is a little girl, and her thoughts are written on her face. Baizhen was happy and walked out of the room with a sense of success. Before leaving, he did not forget to take care of her. If you need anything, just use the robots in the defense room. They are all connected to the internet. Yeah. Got it. Watching Baizhen leave, he explored the room to make sure there was no surveillance. Started the nanny robot in the room. Changed his daily necessities. Quickly washed up. Covered the robot with a large towel. And Tang Ranran laid down on the bed. Turned on the dark mode at night. Covered the whole person in the quilt. And then hid in the quilt to perform spiritual power tracking. She placed tracking guides on Bai Hongtu and Baizhen respectively. So, the two spiritual mirrors, one with Bai Hongtu as the center and the surrounding area of dozens of meters, and the other with Baizhen as the center and the surrounding area of dozens of meters. It was very noisy over there. And Tang Ranran just took a look and said pooh. 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 Bai Hongtu took the control system and went to heaven and earth. There were lights and wine. And two men were hugging each other. Looking so cool. Oh. Men. What a character. It was obvious that the control department was Bai Hongtu's helper. And since he helped, he had to treat him to a meal. Right? So Bai Hongtu invited him to drink wine. There was nothing good to see on Bai Hongtu's side. So Tang Ranran simply closed it. However, the ladies Bai Hongtu ordered were really pretty. And the club looked very high-end. I wonder if there were any male models. Pa. What are you thinking? Gently hitting himself with his palm, Tang Ranran turned to focus on Baizhen, who was sitting at a round table, which seemed to be a meeting room. On the first seat was Bai Chungyun, who was not going to live for a few days. The old man was very energetic. Tang Ranran could only sigh in his heart that the healing doctor of the Bai family was quite powerful and cured the sequelae of soul searching. Then, there was Bai Ting. In addition to Bai Mo, the adopted daughter, the four brothers Bai Yang, Bai Wei, and Bai Xiong were all there. The family members gathered together, talking to each other, obviously holding a meeting. After eavesdropping for a while, Tang Ranran knew that their big family had encountered difficulties. Baizhen was not doing well in the officialdom, and was transferred to a powerless government office. Bai Yang was kicked out of the senior management of Fengshua Fruit Industry Group. Bai Wei almost went in, and stepped on the sewing machine. Bai Xiong mercenary group under the Bai family was the least affected. In such a big family, even the entire Bai family is continuing to decline. They set their sights on Tang Ranran. In this family meeting, all members agreed to use the family card to coax Tang Ranran. And then, the two authority in the family, Baizhen and Bai Xiong, who are both SS level, disagreed. Baizhen advocated using Tang Ranran relationship to hold Tang Xianthai, and then seek benefits. At worst, he could cooperate with Kong Chen. After all, Su Ping Ruishing is no longer the same as before. Bai Xiong advocated eating up the whole family, arrange someone to marry Tang Ranran, and take the big cake of Shuntang biology into his own bowl in a fair and legal manner. The other people at the meeting were fence-sitters, leaning to both sides, or even wanting both sides. They wanted to cling to Tang Xianthai's, and also wanted to swallow up Tang Ranran property. Tang Ranran, ha ha. While eavesdropping, Tang Ranran brain rang. Kong Chen called. On the other end, Kong Chen was sleeping soundly. And then, he was woken up by Wei Shugong's series of calls, seeing Tang Ranran being taken away. Wei Shugong, as a bodyguard, was shocked and anxious. After the group left, because Bai Hongtu, the spellcaster, left, Wei Shugong finally broke free from the space cage, and then found that his brain was also secretly damaged. He repaired the brain as quickly as possible, and as soon as it was restored to normal use, Wei Shugong immediately contacted Kong Chen. Then Kong Chen knew the cause and effect. Then he scanned Tang Ranran's status, and it was normal online. But the location had changed to the first galaxy. Kong Chen suddenly realized that this was because the distance was too far, and he could not control the Tang Xian in their colleagues' group, because of the eye left for something. Several colleagues who saw the news and didn't know the truth were speculating. And some even worried that boss Tang Xian was kidnapped by space pirates. Kong Chen, Marshal Yan lives in Boss's F1 area. How could he be in danger? I think Boss has something urgent to do. So let's not speculate and lose our composure. After shouting this in the group, Kong Chen called Tang Ran. Ran, why did you suddenly go to the first star system? Communication equipment is not absolutely safe. So when the call was connected, Kong Chen was very cautious, and there was no disobedience in his words. Because Tang Ran turned on a small night light before answering the call. Although it was very dim, Kong Chen could see roughly. The environment was unfamiliar, but obviously safe. It seemed that Tang Ran was unlikely to be in danger. Kong Chen still asked nervously, Wei Su just reported to me that you were kidnapped by a group of people? It was a misunderstanding. Tang Ran replied immediately, and then sighed in disappointment and confusion. Even though it was Kong Chen on the other end of the line, Tang Ran fully demonstrated his self-cultivation as an actor, and said it as if it were true. Those people were my uncle and his clansmen. They suddenly found me, and said that my grandfather was seriously ill, and wanted to see me before he died. I didn't know what to think at the time, and I agreed in a daze. So I am now in the first star system. Longbruixing. I didn't meet any bad people. Don't worry. Kong Chen, The acting was quite real. That's good. It's good that there is no danger. I thought you were kidnapped. I was really scared. Kong Chen cooperated with the acting. My mind is in a mess now. I don't know what to do. Tang Ran continued to worry. The situation was clear. But Kong Chen had no idea what Tang Ran was thinking. If she wanted to deal with the Bai family, she didn't need to do it herself. Right? Or, she was too idle recently, and the Bai family just happened to come to her door. So she just messed with them. With Tang Ran's strength, the Bai family should be the ones to worry about. But after all, she was alone in someone else's territory where she was unfamiliar with the place. So she was always a little worried. After thinking for a few seconds, Kong Chen asked, Do you want me to send some people over? Or, when you come back, send a space system to pick you up? I don't know what's going on with my grandpa. Anyway, I contact you if I have something. By the way, I left so suddenly. The others, Tang Ran hinted. Remember to keep an eye on my aunt and the company. I know. Don't worry. Kong Chen understood immediately that someone was looking for Tang Xian, especially those who lived in the F1 area. He had to deal with them and remind them not to ruin Mr. Tang's plan. The two of them had only said a few words on the video communication when Tang Ran noticed that in the spirit mirror, there was a bodyguard-like person who knocked on the door and entered the conference room. He walked to Baizhen's side and leaned over to whisper something in his ear. The meeting was suspended, and Baizhen connected the light screen projection screen in the conference room with his brain. After fiddling with it for a minute or two, Tang Ran's brain communication video appeared on the holographic projection light screen above the desktop. It was not a synchronous live broadcast, but a slightly delayed one, starting from when Kong Chen communication phone came in. The picture and the voices of the two were very clear. Tang Ran, her brain was hacked? No. Although she was not very clear about the technology of the Interstellar. She spent a lot of money to apply for many protections for the brain. And there were several firewall systems. It's not that easy to hack her brain. So, the internet. Just like you need a wife to surf the internet, the brain also needs a signal. And here is the Bai family private network. It's very easy to monitor and eavesdrop on the internet. Damn, sinister villain. It was also fortunate that she and Kong Chen were cautious enough. Because of the Bai family monitoring, Tang Ran acted more seriously. A phone call lasted more than half an hour. Mostly meaningless gossip. Although there were few main topics. Kong Chen knew everything he should know. Summary. Little Tang always wants to mess with the Bai family. She wants to play by herself. Don't disturb her. After the call ended, Tang Ran continued to spy with the spirit mirror and released her spiritual consciousness to observe this island. The Bai family, who had eavesdropped on Tang Ran's phone call, once again started a heated discussion. But they were still wavering between holding Tang Xian thighs and eating up the whole family. They didn't reach a consensus for a long time. Tang Ran paid more attention to the environment. It's not very big. The island is only 1 square kilometer less than 2 square kilometers above the water. There is only one manor on the island. The Bai family, which is probably a private island. The whole manor was carefully searched. but no treasures were found. Tang Ranran also didn't find that Bai Mo. Well, she got married and didn't live in her parents' home. Tang Ranran finished her walk here, and the family meeting over there was over. There was no result in the discussion between holding up to the thighs and eating up the whole family. The family temporarily decided, it depends on the situation. Anyway, I play the emotional card first. Coax my niece to move resources from Kong Chen obediently. These resources are tentatively defined as marrow cleansing potion. Those who are well informed know that some time ago, Tang Xian produced countless marrow cleansing potions, the main material of which is chalcedony. Several thousand units. It's simply terrifying. As Tang Xian right-hand man, Kong Chen must have marrow cleansing potions in his hands. It's only right to give some to his girlfriend's family. To this, Tang Ranran can only say, bah. It's a nice thought. As soon as the show ended, Tang Ranran waited patiently for another 2 hours. After everyone except the servants on duty fell asleep, Tang Ranran began to act. Took out the Tang Xian from the farm, switched a birthplace for the puppet, and then went online. Of course, the brain of the Tang Xian was turned off and left on the farm. The entire manor, including maids, waiters, and robots with various functions, was quite crowded. But the most powerful Baizhen and Baixiong are only SS level, and they are useless. The one who has a little bit of fighting power for Tang Ranran is SSS level by Hengtu. But as a son-in-law, he obviously doesn't live in his father-in-law's house. At this moment, Bai Hengtu is still living a life of debauchery. Tang Xuanhao was dispatched, with a Xiuxian concealment technique on top. With her strength, she was like a no-man's land in this manor full of scumbags. Let's start. First, Bai Jin, who had already figured out the topographic map of the manor. Tang Ranran successfully sneaked into the room. After a sleeping technique, Tang Ranran used the soul-searching technique. After searching Bai Jin, Bai Xiong followed. Then Bai Yang. Finally, Bai Wei. Tang Ranran didn't let go of any of these 4 uncles who had bad intentions, and searched their souls once. Obviously because of their young age and good physical fitness. The 4 of them survived the soul-searching technique safely without any related side effects. Tang Ranran came quietly, and was ready to leave quietly. Because Qin Yu was born on the Free Star, and because of the age difference. The 4 of them had almost no feelings for Qin Yu, their biological sister. In their memories, the space about Qin Yu was really pitiful. As for the incident at the beginning, although the 4 of them guessed something, they all stood on Bai Mo's side. For them, a sister who can help them through marriage is more valuable than their own sister. Tang Ranran didn't expect to find anything from the 4 people. Anyway, as long as she searched Bai Mo's soul, everything would be clear. The focus of Tang Ranran's soul search this time was to record the illegal and criminal things these 4 people did. As a human being, everyone makes mistakes. Just like her. She raised Ares, a former star pirate, and sneaked to other planets every day to dig treasures. Baizhen and the other 4 were naturally not innocent. Tang Ranran's soul search technique exposed their past. Before, Yin Qian and the others had already dealt with them. Although it can be said that they were injured, it was not fatal. And now, after Tang Ranran's soul search, there was no privacy at all. Baizhen had hired someone to kill people, and had secretly killed 3 political competitors. Bai Yang embezzled a large sum of money from Fengshui Fruit Industry Group. Although he cleared himself of all charges, and ended up with only a dereliction of duty, Tang Ranran had new evidence in his hands, which could prove that he had embezzled public funds and kept them for himself. A serious economic crime. Bai Wei was the weakest and the worst of the 4. He bullied men and women and did all kinds of evil things. However, he had some brains and only occasionally got drunk and crazy on the administrative star. Murder, arson, and robbing decent women were all committed on the Freedom Star. And the people he chose were all illegal immigrants without imperial citizenship. In this case, Tang Ranran didn't know whether the law could sentence him to death. Of course, it didn't matter if the law couldn't deal with him. If you walk by the river, you will get your shoes wet. He did evil things on the Freedom Star. And one day, he would definitely be killed. Finally, there is Bai Xiong. Tang Ranran can only say that he is a ruthless guy. This guy is a high-level backbone of the Bai family mercenary group. On the Free Star, he has killed people and seized treasures, and annexed forces. He has killed at least 800 people. This cheap uncle Bai Xiong is definitely a black-hearted person. His idea is exactly the same as Sheng Kun of the Zheng family. He wants to marry her with a tool man and then kill her to inherit the inheritance. If she is not only 26 now, and has not reached the legal marriage age of 30, this guy would have already taken action. Everything has a cause and an effect. It was the group of people in the Bai family who provoked her and took advantage of her first. Her revenge has no effect at all. Tang Ranran has secretly made a plan in her mind. Send Bai Zhen to eat free meals. Let Bai Yan become a pauper with heavy debts. And as for Bai Wei and Bai Xiong, just kill them. And the two old people, forget it. The 4 sons are finished. And they are not much better. So she doesn't need to do it. Tang Ranran was about to go home after recording the violations of the 4 people in a small notebook. Suddenly, a mental force with a strength of about 4S level came out. Obviously looking for someone. Looking for her? In the F1 area of Su Pingruixing, Yin Qian just woke up in the morning and looked at the intelligent brain. There was no information from Tang Xian. But there was a message from Kong Chen. Kong Chen, the boss is out for something and his return date is uncertain. Please contact me if you have any questions. Yin Qian was stunned. And his figure disappeared from the room in an instant. And he came to Tang Ranran's big room next door. The Tang Xian puppet on the sofa had disappeared. What urgent matter happened? Leaving in such a hurry without even saying hello? But because of Kong Chen's message, it seems that there is no danger. While washing up, Yin Qian checked Tang Ranran's status. And then found out that the current location, the first star system, Longruixing, Bai family. Yin Qian reacted immediately. Most of the people of the Bai family in Longruixing live on the island in the Xingxi Sea. Bai Chengyun also has a small private island under his name. So I think it is there. After checking the relevant location, Yin Qian went directly to Longruixing. After passing the security check, he arrived above the Xingxi Sea. Arriving near Bai Chengyun's private island, Yin Qian began to explore the spiritual power that can be felt by 4S level and above. Where? Here. The spiritual power was connected, locking Tang Ranran position. Yin Qian arrived with a teleportation, and the invisible barrier expanded, wrapping Tang Ranran, who was still stealing in Bai Xiong room. Although he was invisible, Bai Xiong room was obviously not a place to talk. Tang Ranran, go out and talk. Yin Qian teleported, and the two arrived above the island. At night on the sea breeze was blowing, and the starry sky was shining. The scenery was very beautiful. But now was not the time to appreciate the scenery. The Bai family is looking for trouble with you? Yin Qian could guess without thinking that it was the Bai family who suddenly came to Sutter and forcibly took Tang Ranran away. Go after his wife. Yin Qian lowered his head and stared at the manor below. His eyes cold. I take care of them. No. I can handle this myself. Tang Ranran hurriedly stopped him and said, don't intervene yet. The most powerful person in the Bai family is an SSS level psychic. For Tang Ranran, it's a piece of cake. She can easily handle it by herself without Yin Qian help. Then you should be careful. Yes. By the way, while I'm away, you should leave someone on the planet. Or let Xia Yin come back. Although the Jinjia and Lu Tuanzi are my pets, I'm too far away. If they suddenly go crazy or something, I have to leave someone to calm them down. The Jinjia is a stay-at-home. Except for eating vegetables. He sleeps underground most of the time. Lu Tuanzi is always very docile. So there is probably no problem. But just in case, there must be a 4S level person left on the planet. Yes. Okay. I understand. They left in a hurry. And Yin Qian came. Tang Ranran gave him a lot of instructions. After finishing the business and confirming that Tang Ranran didn't want any price, Yin Qian's face was full of displeasure and resentment. Why did you agree to help them plant the magical vine? No. I didn't take on too much. I just lent a hand and helped a little. After making a sophistry, Tang Ranran immediately changed the subject. The military has discovered more than a dozen energy stone mines. Did you know? Yin Qian was very unhappy with Tang Ranran's obvious perfunctory response. But as a backup, he knew clearly that he had no position to interfere with Tang Ranran. So he could only be depressed secretly and followed her words. I know. What's wrong? Are you running out of energy stones? No. I have enough energy stones here. You can find a way to operate it yourself and take down those energy stone mines. Me? Although it is confirmed that the energy stones can be used, The conditions for use are too harsh. Their Yin family does not have a superpower who can use energy stones, so it is useless. Just as Yan Qian was puzzled, Tang Ranran took out a sample vegetable growing plate from the space buckle and explained. This is the first generation vegetable growing plate I developed, which is equivalent to an ordinary small wooden system. The vegetable growing plate has been successfully produced for a while. Her younger brothers and younger brothers are all keeping their mouths shut and not leaking any information, because Yan Qian, Gu Xiao and others have been focusing on the white crystal grass of Lake Ice and Snow Star during this period. The vegetable growing plate is still a secret of Su Pingrui Star. Small wood type? Yan Qian couldn't hide his surprise. He took the vegetable planting plate and looked at it carefully, and asked, in other words, this device can release the energy of the energy stone, so as to produce the same vegetable planting ability as the wood type mutant? Yeah, that's about it. Tang Ranran nodded and explained in detail. As for the specific principle, I can't explain it clearly. Anyway, it can grow vegetables, but it is non-selective to promote the growth of all plants within the range. The current planting ability is still relatively weak, and it is only suitable for ordinary pure plants with a purification value of less than 8. A first-level energy stone can produce about 100 million pure fruits and vegetables. You can ask Wu Pingyang for the specific information. He has more detailed data. This is amazing. Yan Qian was a little unbelievable. There is no need for a mutant to directly release the energy in the energy stone and convert it into superpowers. It can be imagined that this vegetable planting plate, what a sensation it will cause once it comes out. Energy stones will also become another special energy after star diamonds. Its value will certainly rise. I will keep this news secret for a while. Remember to get more energy stones, and let your Yin family collect as much as possible. When I make this vegetable planting plate public, it will be harder to collect energy stones. Tang Ranran made it very clear that while others don't know, collect more energy stones, and you will make a lot of money in the future. I understand. Yan Qian immediately understood Tang Ranran's intention, which was to remind him to stock up more goods before the price goes up. My wife wants to help him, and the Yin family get rich together. However, Yan Qian immediately had a comparison in his heart, and asked with a hint of sourness, who else knows about it except your people? Except for my trusted subordinates on Su Pingrui Star. There is only this vegetable plate in your hand. I only told you. And no one else knows. When you collect energy stones, be more discreet and don't be discovered. Otherwise, if the news leaks, you won't be able to pick up the bargain. Yeah, I know. Yan Qian's face immediately smiled, as if he had drunk several bottles of sugar water solution, and the whole face was sweet. Give it to him alone. Only told him. He knew it. My wife likes him the most. Tang Ranran coaxed Yan Qian with a vegetable plate. After the people left, Tang Ranran breathed a sigh of relief. It's not easy to raise a pond of fish, call off, and go back to the farm. As an advanced puppet, Tang Qian has many functions, including automatic refining. As long as you enter a command like entering a program, the puppet can realize fully automated refining like a robot on an assembly line. Of course, it is limited to those very low-level popular common magic tools. Tang Ranran Vegetable Plate 1.0 version is very low-level and belongs to the category of automatic production. However, puppet refining, because it is a stereotyped action according to the program, the failure rate is still quite high, and the consumption of spirit stones is relatively large, and the spirit stones consumed are often not enough to recover the cost. But Tang Ranran doesn't have to consider the cost issue at this time, leaving Tang Qian on the farm and turning on the automatic refining. Tang Ranran doesn't care. More than 2 hours later, the light of dawn gradually brightened in this world, and the sun slowly rose from the sea level, dispelling the darkness of the night. Tang Ranran woke up early in the morning and waited in the room for more than an hour before hearing footsteps outside the door. Less than a minute later, the doorbell rang. It was Bai Jin. Ran, are you up? Can you open the door? I take you to have breakfast and meet your grandparents. After a few minutes of hesitation, Tang Ranran opened the door. Like a drama queen, with a reluctant, shy, nervous, and expectant expression, in short, a complex expression. Tang Ranran followed Bai Jin, turning all the way. After walking for more than 10 minutes, the two came to a large restaurant. Shall you? As soon as she entered the door, Bai Ting's eyes were blurred with tears, and she was excited. and she ran towards her with a slightly staggering step. Xiao Yu is back. This acting? Tut tut. Despised in her heart. Tang Ran looked resistant and avoided Bai Ting, who wanted to hug her. Mom. This is Ran. Xiao Yu's daughter. Baizhen supported Bai Ting, explaining with a sad and nostalgic look on his face. Ah. Yes. My Xiao Yu has. Bai Ting choked up and couldn't speak. Her sad and helpless appearance made most people feel sympathy for her. She was a sad old mother who missed her daughter. Tang Ran had to say that her acting was pretty good. Ran. This is my mother. Your grandmother. Tang Ran looked a little overwhelmed and responded with silence. Child. Let me take a good look at you. You and Xiao Yu look so much alike. Bai Ting's eyes were red, and she was crying. She acted out the scene of the first meeting of relatives vividly. Tang Ran couldn't help but sigh at her ability to lie. The original owner and Qin Yu were only 5 points similar. Since the original owner died, she took over the body. Because of her cultivation, she became more and more beautiful. Compared with when she first arrived, she was a girl who had changed a lot. There was only a little bit of similarity left. Looking like that cheap mother Qin Yu? It's nonsense. The actors of the family. After Bai Ting played, it was Bai Qingyun's turn. Unlike the vigorous appearance at the meeting yesterday, Bai Qingyun at this time, sitting in a professional medical wheelchair, looked old and pale. When he saw Tang Ran, his face could not hide his excitement. He wanted to say something. But just as he opened his mouth, he started coughing violently, looking like he was out of breath. The standard is the twilight years, the lingering appearance of the old age. This look must be fake. But the C-level mental power fluctuation is real. Before, it was A-level. But now it is C-level. I think it is because of the sequelae of soul searching, which accelerated the decline of mental power. Tang Ran guessed that she only had a few years left to live. So she was thinking about the 21 trillion miracle fruit longevity potion. The older she gets, the more afraid she is of death. Since she has no money, she is planning to take advantage of her granddaughter. Dad, don't get excited. The doctor said to control your emotions. The one pushing him was Bai Yang. While helping him breathe, he said to Tang Ran, I am your second uncle. This is your grandpa. Your grandpa had an accident before, and his health is getting worse. As he spoke, Bai Yang fell silent, looking at his old father with a worried look on his face. Cough. I'm fine. Bai Qingyun raised his hand and waved it slowly. Even this movement seemed very strenuous. After another 2 seconds, he looked at Tang Ran with a kind face and a kind of remembrance and longing for his daughter in his eyes. Child, your name is Ran, right? Yes. Tang Ran was very frugal with words and pretended to be a little overwhelmed. They are all good actors. Good actors. If she hadn't seen it yesterday, she might have believed it. In the blink of an eye, you have grown so big. Bai Qingyun sighed, said a word, and then started coughing again. And it took a long time to recover. Tang Ran hesitated and struggled, and finally asked, Are you not feeling well? It's okay. Just a minor problem. As he said that, Bai Qingyun raised his hand and took off a space buckle from the wrist of the smart brain. Bai Yang immediately understood, took it, and walked towards Tang Ran, stretched out his hand and handed it to her. Take it, child. Bai Qingyun was like a kind old father, with a sense of sadness of the old man sending off the young man. It was originally prepared for Xiao Yu. But there is no such opportunity. You can take it for her. No. I can't take it. Tang Ran refused with a face of resistance. Bai Qingyun's face was filled with guilt and regret. Please accept it. We are so ashamed of Xiao Yu. It's just a little gift from us. We wanted to make it up to Xiao Yu after we found her. But we didn't expect that we would never have this chance again. Whoa. Bai Ting was so sad that she couldn't speak. Yes. Ran. Please accept it. Over a breakfast, under the guise of the deceased Qin Yu, the Bai family played one emotional card after another. If Tang Ran was really a simple girl, she would really be fooled by their superb acting skills. After breakfast, seeing that the atmosphere was almost ready, Bai Ting asked, Ran, can you stay here and accompany us 2 old bones for a while, so that we can make up for you? Tang Ran was silent for a while, and then asked, I heard that after my mother went missing, you adopted a daughter named Bai Mo. After my mother returned to the Bai family, did you choose to keep Bai Mo between my mother and Bai Mo? How is it possible? Bai Ting immediately denied it, looking slandered, and said angrily, Ran, who did you hear this from? Did those people from the Tang family say it? They are clearly talking nonsense. Yes, it's completely false, Baizhen said indignantly. Xiao Yu and Xiao Mo. They are as close as sisters. Yes, they have a very good relationship and get along very well. The few people were completely lying with their eyes open. After they finished their quibbling, Tang Ranran asked, Then, since you have found my mother, why did she leave here and go back to the Qin family? What happened back then? Bai Chengyun sighed and said dejectedly, To be honest, it's my fault. I was too arbitrary and hurt her heart. But, Ran, I shouldn't have told you these old stories. But Xiao Yu was indeed wrong about what happened back then. But we were also wrong. If one of us was not so stubborn, we wouldn't be in this situation where we are separated forever. Bai Ting started to cry again, acting like a sad old mother. Both of them looked sad and extremely upset. Let me explain this. Baizhen spoke at the right time, and explained to Tang Ranran with a sincere and frank expression. Back then, Xiao Yu fell in love with Xiaomo's fiancée and used drugs to get him. So my parents were so angry. But we didn't expect that Xiao Yu ran away from home because of this incident, and deliberately concealed her whereabouts. So we never found her. Tang Ranran, ha. I don't believe it. Unless you call that Bai Mo back, and we confront each other on the spot. You are not good to my mother. And that Bai Mo has occupied my mother position for so many years. If you don't give me a clear explanation, I will not stay. Ran, what happened at the beginning really has nothing to do with Xiaomo. Yes, because Xiao Yu and Xiaomo both broke off their engagements. You and I said something, and everyone spoke for Bai Mo. But Tang Ranran was unmoved and insisted. Call Bai Mo back for a confrontation. Or I will call Kong Chen to pick me up. In Bai Chengyun's family, there are only 2 SS-level people, Bai Zhen and Bai Xiong. And the most powerful person in the entire Bai family is only SSS level. After Tang Ranran moved out Kong Chen, several people were cautious. Even Bai Xiong, who was planning to wipe out the whole family, did not dare to do anything rashly to Tang Ranran at this stage, for fear of being punished by Kong Chen and Tang Xian behind him. Seeing Tang Ranran insisting, after exchanging a few glances secretly, the head of the family, Bai Chengyun, compromised and said, Since Ranran insists on doing so, it's okay. Let's call Xiaomo back. Bai Ting, Ranran, Xiaomo is kind-hearted. You will know when you meet her. She is definitely not what you think. Yes. Bai Zhen, Xiaomo has always been thinking about Xiao Yu. She has always felt guilty about Xiao Yu running away from home. Tang Ranran didn't want to listen to the false nonsense. So after witnessing Bai Chengyun calling Bai Mo back on the phone, she went back to her room on the pretext of being tired. After Tang Ranran left, they confirmed through surveillance that she had returned to her room. The Bai family stopped pretending and started another family meeting. Tang Ranran watched the whole process through the spirit mirror. After a small meeting, the group dispersed, and about 6 hours later, Bai Mo took a hover car and set off to the island. Tang Ranran, finally here, because she had been using the spirit mirror the whole time. Through Baizhen, Tang Ranran knew about Bai Mo's arrival long before he arrived. She calculated the time and explored with her spiritual sense. Not long after, Tang Ranran saw the hovercraft gradually approaching on the sea, and there was a driver inside, and Bai Mo was sitting in the back seat. Tang Ranran tracked Bai Hongtu's whereabouts again. Then I can only say, good guy. That old pervert fought all night and is now catching up on sleep, without Bai Hongtu accompanying her. Tang Ranran is absolutely 100% sure. While the hovercraft has not yet arrived at the island, Tang Ranran took decisive action and released the Tang Xian again. With invisibility, the Tang Xian arrived in front of the hovercraft in a flash, and raised her hand to cast an illusion plus sleep. An S level and a C level. They are both scum to her. The driver and Bai Mo fell into the illusion without noticing anything unusual. In the driver's mind, he was still driving normally. Bai Mo felt sleepy, and then closed her eyes and took a nap. In reality, the hovercraft slowed down slowly, and snaked around on the sea at a very slow turtle speed. Tang Ranran made a quick decision, standing outside the hovercraft invisibly, and used the soul-searching technique on Mo through the car window. Then the truth was naturally revealed after searching the memory of the person involved. The facts were similar to what Tang Ranran guessed. Mo, this woman, was definitely a scheming person. She knew that she was adopted since she was a child. Mo pretended to be well-behaved and likable at home. After Qinyu, her biological daughter, was found, Mo felt a huge crisis. The assets in the hands of parents are fixed. One child can monopolize all. 2 children means you can get a share. Bai Chengyun and his wife have many children. And even more grandchildren. Now they have a biological daughter. Mo is very uneasy. She was only 27 years old at that time. And it was still 3 years before her mental power was fixed. There is a huge difference between A level and S level. If there is not enough pure food and related mental power potions, Mo pretends to be a good sister to Qinyu in various ways. But secretly she is really playing tricks and secretly pokes her with eye drops. Qinyu is new here, and naturally does not understand Mo's preferences and personality. In addition, due to her personality, Qinyu is not Mo's opponent at all. So in comparison, Qinyu's biological daughter seems to be willful and unreasonable, while Mo's adopted daughter is well-behaved, kind, gentle and decent. And the last attack of drugging was naturally framed by Mo. At that time, Mo, who was A level, actually looked down on her S level fiancé in her heart, and had been secretly looking for a new partner. At that time, she had already met and had her eyes on Bai Hongtu, who was SSS level. However, the engagement was decided by the elders of the 2 families since childhood. She didn't want to offend anyone, but also wanted to cancel the engagement. And then Qinyu was framed by her, after making such a scandal that the sister took a fancy to her brother-in-law and directly drugged him to try to make it a done deal. Mo successfully canceled the engagement on the grounds that I can't steal the person my sister likes. And Qinyu also left the Bai family. That stupid S-level fiancé probably really liked Mo, and blamed everything on Qinyu. And all kinds of clamors that Bai Chengyun didn't teach his daughter well. Bai Chengyun's expulsion of Qinyu from the clan was also related to this stupid guy. However, this stupid guy went to the army after Mo got married, and he had been dead for decades. The debt is settled when the person dies, so there is no need to pursue it. The truth was revealed. Mo framed Qinyu first, and Qinyu was her adopted mother. She had good reasons to avenge her mother. Tang Ranran acted decisively. Although killing was easy, she was not going to let her die so easily. Instead, she released her pet Lan Tuan Tuan and directly parasitized and possessed her body. The original animal experiment of the magic fruit potion made Tang Ranran stuck with a bug that accelerated the ripening of the sea spirits. Lan Tuan Tuan parasitized low-level beasts, and then relied on the magic fruit potion and high purification value to smash the low-level parasitized beasts to SS level, or even SSS level. The parasitized beasts finally exploded and died, while Lan Tuan Tuan grew rapidly with a soaring experience bar. Relying on this method of brushing experience, Tang Ranran had already cultivated Lan Tuan Tuan to SS level, and 100% of the psychics below SS level were successfully parasitized. SS level psychics also have a 50 to 50 parasitism rate. Mo, who was at the S level, was parasitized by Lan Tuan Tuan without any resistance in his sleep. Tang Ranran chose to control him secretly, but did not control his main consciousness. After making the move, Tang Ranran removed the driver's illusion. The C-level driver was a little surprised by his slowdown and deviation, but he did not think much about it, and just thought he was absent-minded. After taking a guilty look at Mo, who was taking a nap in the back seat, the driver breathed a sigh of relief to make sure she did not notice. Then he corrected the route and stepped on the accelerator. Tens of minutes later, the hovercraft arrived at the gate of the island's manor. "Madam, we're here." Mo regained consciousness. She fell asleep? After waking up a little, Mo sent a message to the family group headed by Bai Chengyun. Tang Ranran drove the Tang Xian and followed Mo in stealth mode until Mo and Baizhen met up, and then changed to spiritual mirror observation. After Mo arrived, he first met up with the Bai family, and then they held a small family meeting in the hall. At the meeting, several people talked to each other. "Xiaoma, Ranran just came back. You know her situation. In her heart, she must think you replaced Xiaoyu's position, and she is hostile to you. When we meet later, if she says something unpleasant, you should be careful." Don't take it to heart, Xiaoma. You also know that there have been a lot of problems at home recently. Hey, Ran is backed by Kong Chen. If we can get in touch with Tang Xian, it will be very important for us. If our Fengshui fruit industry can cooperate with Tang Xian, the benefits are unimaginable. Xiaoma, if you really can't eliminate Ran hostility towards you, if we say something harsh at that time, you must not forget it in your heart. It's just acting. Yes. The most important thing at the moment is to coax her. Xiaoma, then you can only be wronged. Mo looked very reasonable. Of course, I am also very happy that Ran can come back. If she really doesn't like me, then I will avoid her. Don't worry. I am her aunt, and I will naturally give in to her. Through the spiritual mirror, Tang Ran watched the whole process. After 2 hours, when the sky showed a dust color, Baizhen came to call her for dinner. After many twists and turns, as soon as they arrived at the dining room, Mo came up to them with a friendly smile. You must be Ran. I am Mo. Your aunt. Tang Ran snorted coldly, walked around her with a cold face, looked around, and said in a strong voice, since everyone is here, let's make it clear now. Back then, since my mother had returned, why did she leave again? Tang Ran glared at Mo, her tone full of questioning. Did you secretly target my mother and frame her? At the same time, Lan Tuan. Go! Control. Speak from the heart. Bad guys won't say they are bad guys. And Mo certainly won't admit the little tricks he played secretly. Mo was just about to show off his acting skills when suddenly, it felt very awkward. A strange abnormal feeling. A feeling of being unable to control oneself. As if the body was not his own. Mo said what he was thinking. I targeted her? That idiot by you? Oh! I just provoked her a few times. And she was foolish enough to fall for it. With her brain, she still wants to fight me. She is the biological daughter of the old immortal. So what? Isn't she just a stepping stone for me? She wants to take away my resources. Is she worthy? Mo spoke quickly, full of disdain and contempt. Everyone at the scene, except Tang Ran, was stunned when he said that. You, Bai Chengyun and Bai Ting never expected that their obedient and filial daughter would call them old men. Baizhen and others were also stunned by Mo's unconventional and brainless words. After reacting, Baizhen immediately yelled at her. Shut up. Oh! Your voice is quite loud? Baizhen, do you think I am still the little sister who obeys you? I tell you, I am Mrs. Bai now, the wife of Bai Hengtu. If you dare to yell at me, you are slapping my husband in the face. With your current status, are you worthy of yelling at me? After marrying Bai Hengtu, Mo looked down on her family more and more. But she also knew that it was more beneficial for her to have her family support. So she has always maintained a harmonious brother and a gentle image of filial piety to her parents. At this moment, under the control of Lan Tuanchuan, Mo spoke her mind without reservation and tore off the hypocritical mask of peace. Bitch! Shut up! The hot-tempered Bai Xiong immediately took action and used his mental power to hit Mo with a mental power blow. Considering the level difference, although she was an S level, Mo was a fake. Facing the battle-hardened SS level Bai Xiong, she was completely stunned by his mental power blow without any resistance. As soon as Mo fainted, Bai Xiong caught her and handed her to the robot waiter, instructing him to take her to the room to rest. Bai Xiong said to Tang Ran in a far-fetched way. Xiaoma must be possessed by a demon. That's why she's talking nonsense. Yes, she must be confused. Ran, Xiaoma may have eaten something wrong. Huh? Tang Ran laughed sarcastically. Nonsense? That's clearly what she was thinking. You all heard it. Right? She framed my mother. Although I didn't know what happened back then. Mo admitted that it was her who did it. If you don't give me an explanation for this matter. Before Tang Ran finished her harsh words, an SS-level mental attack came. Bai Xiong took action again. After thinking for 0.01 seconds, Tang Ran decided to pretend to faint. With a tilt of her head and her eyes closed, she fell backwards. There was a robot behind her, which should have caught her. Sure enough, Tang Ran didn't fall to the ground, but was caught by the robot waiter. Ah Xiong, what are you doing? Bai Chengyun and his wife were surprised by Bai Xiong's sudden move. Mom and Dad, what else can we do at this time? Bai Xiong's face was ugly, and he complained angrily. I think Xiaoma is crazy. Even if he really thinks so in his heart. He can't say it. She has been Mrs. Bai for a long time. And the whole person is floating. Don't you think that if it weren't for us, with Bai Hongtu's philandering character, could she sit firmly in the position of the legitimate wife? Xiaoma. Bai Ting really couldn't believe it. Although she vaguely felt something. She was really sad to hear the adopted daughter's words old and mortal. Hey. Ask her when she wakes up later. What stimulated her? Even if Tang Ranran doesn't like her. As long as we have a relationship with Tang Xian. It will only benefit her, and not harm her. What's more, our family has raised her for so many years. And we gave up my younger sister because of her. Listening to the complaints of several people, Tang Ranran was completely confirmed. After all, they are not fools. How can these people know nothing? At least they have guessed a little bit. Otherwise, why did they completely give up Qinyu, their biological daughter, after Bai Mo and Bai Hongtu got married? Isn't it because they are afraid of offending their adopted daughter? Or they want to cling to Bai Hongtu, a powerful relative? Let's not talk about this. Lao Si, you knocked someone unconscious. What should we do? Please ask Bai Zhou to do it and erase this memory. Bai Xiong's eyes flashed fiercely. I said, you are wasting time playing the emotional card like this. And it won't have much effect. This niece has not been raised by us since she was a child. How could she have feelings for us? Or do as I suggested. Ask Bai Zhou to give her a supernatural hint. Simple and crude but effective. Well, Bai Zhou is only SS level. And Kong Chen is SSS level after all. What if it is discovered that we have given her a hint of supernatural power? Bai Zhen hesitated. What are you afraid of? Let's not talk about Kong Chen. Even if it's Tang Xian. What's wrong? They can't break into private houses without permission. Once they enter Longruixing, we can just hide them. Right? As long as the person is in our hands. Can they still rob her? Bai Xiong continued. The most important thing at the moment is to give a hint. And then quickly change her surname and transfer her to our Bai family household registration book. And take her to the notary office to make a will. Once she has an accident, we will inherit the estate. In order to avoid more trouble, it's best to act tomorrow. Well, this is too risky. If we offend Tang Xian, let me think about it. As the head of the family, Bai Chengyun was in a dilemma and couldn't decide for a while. Father, according to the current momentum of Shatang, those patent fees will have enough money to purchase the magic fruit longevity potion within 5 years. Bai Xiong came with a major temptation that he couldn't resist. Because of the decline in mental power, Bai Chengyun didn't have many years left to live. So when he heard about the magic fruit longevity potion, his heart was immediately biased. The old man gritted his teeth and said, Then, Xiong, let's do it as you wish. With Bai Chengyun's tacit approval, Bai Xiong was refreshed and immediately said to Bai Zhen, Brother, you are responsible for inviting Bai Zhou. This, Bai Zhen sighed. Then his eyes were firm, and he decided to give it a try. I know. I go now. Okay. After a division of labor, several people in the Bai family took action, fearing that something unexpected would happen. Bai Xiong followed the robot step by step, and sent Tang Ranran back to the room. Tang Ranran was put on the bed by the robot, and Bai Xiong sat on the sofa in the outer room, waiting for Bai Zhen to bring Bai Zhou back. SS level. Just a weakling. But how to remove himself perfectly? After thinking about it, Tang Ranran decided to ignore it. If there are any follow-up problems, let others solve them. Pretending to be asleep, Tang Ranran secretly took action and used a sleeping spell to hit Bai Xiong. Bai Xiong, who was imagining the huge wealth after success, was caught off guard and ate a full debuff, and suddenly fell asleep. As his eyelids became heavier, he didn't last for 2 seconds. Bai Xiong closed his eyes, tilted his head, and leaned back against the sofa, sleeping like a dead pig. After knocking the man unconscious, Tang Ranran used a stealth spell, and the man disappeared. Wearing the immortal version of the invisibility cover, Tang Ranran moved, and after exploring with his spiritual consciousness, he locked Bai Mo's position. After sneaking into Bai Mo's room in the invisible state, Tang Ranran gave a contract command, and the blue group parasitic on Bai Mo started to move. And swallowed up Bai Mo's mental power in 3 or 2 bites. Tang Ranran has conducted animal and human experiments on Lan Tuan Tuan, a special pet. Well, the guinea pigs were extremely vicious criminals sentenced to death. After parasitism, Lan Tuan Tuan can devour the host's mental power. When Lan Tuan Tuan leaves the host, if the parasitism time is short, the host can save his life. But the mental power is definitely wasted. After Lan Tuan Tuan devoured by Mo's mental power, Tang Ranran directly recalled it, and covered it with a layer of invisibility. The blue Lan Tuan Tuan returned to Tang Ranran's body without leaving any trace. Even if there were special ability people like Fu Jingyuan to investigate afterwards, they would not find anything. At most, they would find that Mo had been controlled by an unknown ability. Of course, interstellar abilities are all kinds of strange, and it may be possible to find traces of alien parasitism. But is there any evidence that she, Tang Ranran, did it? No. Is this also considered revenge for the original owner's mother? Thinking like this, suddenly, a strange feeling came. Familiar yet strange awe. It was the feeling of enlightenment. The game terminology is, complete the task. Gain experience. Tang Ranran, damn it! She suddenly reached the peak of the golden core. It was really too sudden. It came suddenly and unexpectedly. Tang Ranran just wanted to output a piece of Chinese quintessence at this moment. She didn't increase her cultivation when she wanted to. And she didn't increase her cultivation when she didn't want to. It's so F***ing bad. Fortunately, she had foresight and stopped her cultivation at the late golden core stage. So even if she gained experience now, she was still at the peak of the golden core. And there was still a little distance from the thunder tribulation. The experience bar was about 99%. And there was still a 1% state left. As long as she doesn't practice, she can still hold on. Yes, she can hold on and win, without thinking about anything else. Tang Ranran quickly took out her divination suit and measured her chance of passing the thunder tribulation. The hexagram is particularly ugly. The uncertain result is very dangerous. According to her years of probability analysis of cultivating immortals, this is a hexagram with a success rate of less than 50%. It seems that it is very mysterious for her to pass the thunder tribulation by herself. She has to get Yanqian blood and test the success rate. Or, find a few more lightning rods. Maybe she can get lucky? Anyway, hurry up. Hurry back to her nest. The sect protection formation does not prevent thunder tribulation. But her F1 area has set up a lot of formations against thunder tribulation. The defense system can definitely increase the success rate. After taking back Lan Tuan Tuan and flying out of the manor on the small flying sword, Tang Ranran turned on the intelligent brain screen and prepared to contact Kong Chen. I have to find a space system to pick her up. Preferably Yanqian. As soon as she pulled out the communication screen, Tang Ranran noticed something was wrong. No signal? Why is there no signal all of a sudden? With a sweep of her spiritual sense, Tang Ranran discovered that her disappearance had been discovered, and there was already some chaos in the manor below. Tang Ranran realized belatedly that the robot in her room was not covered. Most robots have built-in surveillance cameras. Maybe someone called by Xiong and didn't get a response, and then checked the surveillance and found that she was missing. And then, the network was cut off. Oh! It is more likely that her internet access was just restricted. Anyway, she has no internet. Mo has been dealt with. And as for the others, Tang Ranran does not intend to do it herself but to settle the score later. Stepping on the small flying sword, Tang Ranran left here quickly. The vast sea is endless. After flying at high altitude for dozens of minutes, Tang Ranran finally saw the second island. After using her eagle-like vision to confirm that there were people on the island, Tang Ranran went over. I wonder if I can use the internet for free. After getting closer, Tang Ranran realized, no. Private network. Need password. Can't use it. Ugh. Stingy. Tang Ranran continued to fly, because he had a poor sense of direction and no navigation. Plus the ripples on the sea surface made him dizzy. Tang Ranran suspected that she was flying in circles. But she didn't fly far. But she had no evidence. After flying for more than half an hour and feeling that she was spinning in place, Tang Ranran decided to give up trusting her sense of direction and trust the sun as a reference. Tang Ranran continued to fly towards the setting sun. After another half an hour, the third island finally appeared in her sight. Tang Ranran could only complain inwardly when she got so close. Ah! Another one that doesn't allow you to use the internet. At this time, the sunset had already sunk most of the way under the sea. The vast ocean on the horizon was rendered into a golden red color, and the sunset scene on the seaside was very spectacular and particularly beautiful. It was unsafe to travel late at night. So Tang Ranran decided to spend the night on this island. After making this decision, Tang Ranran stood above the sea with invisibility, stopping to admire the beautiful sunset scenery. After watching for half an hour, when the sunset completely sank under the sea, leaving only a few streaks of sunset, then Tang Ranran could only say that nature was truly amazing. It was still on the golden red sea. And suddenly, I don't know how it was formed, but the result was a large mirage. A large mirage suddenly appeared. In that virtual illusion, there was also a sea. A golden red sea with sparkling golden light. As the golden sea water rolled, dots of golden fluorescence slowly fell, like snowflakes falling, and the golden light fell from the mirage tower that covered the world. The sky was full of golden light, and the scene was so beautiful that it made people feel like they were in a fairy tale. Below, there was a noisy clamor. People in the building ran out frantically. A large group of people ran to the open space on the island in unison. There were also two S-level psychics, who flew into the sky with their psychic power and quickly headed towards the mirage. And the people who ran to the open space. Hover cars, hoverboards, hover motorcycles, all kinds of transportation also took off and headed towards the mirage. In the chaos, someone shouted, "It's Shang-Chi! Shang-Chi Chow! Shang-Chi Chow!" Tang Ranran was shocked. And the information he had seen not long ago immediately appeared in his mind. This sea area is called Shang-Chi Sea. On the first day of his arrival, Tang Ranran checked the relevant geographical information here on the smart brain. Long Ruishing, Shang-Chi Sea, is famous for the Shang-Chi tide. According to records, every few decades or hundreds of years, a certain area above Shang-Chi Sea, when the sun sets, will have a strange opportunity. That is, the Shang-Chi tide. According to the description, the Shang-Chi tide is similar to a mirage, looking like a golden ocean, and the golden fluorescence it produces is like the most concentrated and pure breath. Taking a breath is like taking a spiritual power enhancement potion and a life extension potion. Those who are lucky enough to bathe in the Shang-Chi tide will either be moisturized and look younger, or their spiritual power will be enhanced. Anyway, there are many benefits. The Shang-Chi tide is definitely a legendary great opportunity. Thinking of this rumor, Tang Ranran immediately turned on the smart brain and aimed at the mirage in the sky. Sure enough, under the camera shooting, the sky was dim before the night. Electronic camera equipment is completely unable to capture this magnificent scene. This is completely consistent with the records in the data. The holy tide cannot be recorded by electronic equipment other than the naked eye, supernatural powers, etc. It is precisely because of this that there are only text records in the data, and no video data. Encountering a great opportunity is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for ordinary people. But for Tang Ranran at this moment, it is not good. Very bad. What if it also has an effect on cultivation? In just 2 seconds, after confirming that this is the holy tide, Tang Ranran's first reaction is to hide in the farm quickly. Although the promotion of mental power may not necessarily promote cultivation, at this critical moment, you must be cautious and eliminate any hidden dangers. Then, Tang Ranran, damn it! I can't get in. I can't get into the farm. It's over. Looking at the golden holy tide in the sky, these 4 words rose in Tang Ranran's mind. She felt that she was going to be finished in all likelihood. When she was in the world of immortal cultivation, Tang Ranran had already verified that when she was locked by some special and powerful skills, including the cultivator's thunder tribulation, or entered a special closed secret realm, her farm would lose connection. Anyway, if the special conditions were triggered, she couldn't enter the farm. And now, it is a special condition. This mirage of the holy tide is definitely a secret realm. And the secret realm is there. Combined with the rumors, this is an opportunity. It is spiritual power. Calm down. Steady. As long as she doesn't absorb it. Then, the spiritual power is flying towards her. As the golden light scattered all over the sky, Tang Ranran felt the extremely majestic and rich spiritual power. That little bit of golden light was the spiritual power body condensed by spiritual energy. Tang Ranran did not absorb the spiritual power. But for some reason, these golden light spiritual powers, like ants seeing sugar, kept drilling towards her. This, no need to absorb. Automatically drill into the body. And, probably because she is the only immortal cultivator here, a kind of magnetic field attraction. The nearby golden light all rushed into her body. This is definitely an automatic increase in experience. If it were in the past, Tang Ranran would have smiled so hard that her mouth would be crooked. But now? Damn it! It's really scary. She wants to cry. Cried loudly. She thought she was cautious enough and stopped practicing when the experience bar was 95%. But she never expected that reality would hit her twice in a row. Two great opportunities. Is God going to kill her? So sad. While feeling sad, Tang Ranran tried to save herself and dived into the sea. Maybe the seawater could separate, huh? The moment she dived into the sea, the familiar yet unfamiliar space instantly changed. The scene changed so much that she appeared in a mirage. In front of her was a golden red sea wave. Countless, completely innumerable golden light spiritual power rushed towards her quickly and drilled into her body. Tang Ranran, finished. It's really finished. It's really the secret realm. After panicking for 0.01 seconds, Tang Ranran continued to rescue, quickly leaving the golden light spiritual power center and heading towards the sea below. After reaching a position more than 1 meter above the sea surface, that is, after the edge of the secret realm, Tang Ranran stuck to the sea surface and rushed all the way to the distance. In the edge area, there is less golden light spiritual power, but they can't stand it and keep drilling into Tang Ranran's body. The experience bar rose at a slow speed. Ah! It's going to be full experience. Tang Ranran screamed like a groundhog in her heart, leaving no room for maneuver and using the fastest speed, going straight to the distance like a meteor. After that, it can only be said that Monkey King can't get over the Five-Finger Mountain. This so-called holy tide is a mandatory gift of experience, and it seems that you have to take it even if you don't want it. Tang Ranran gave up the rescue. She felt that she had 100% full experience, and she only needed one Thunder Tribulation to upgrade. It's already like this. What can I do? Feeling her full spiritual power, Tang Ranran had no choice but to lie down. That's it. The worst is to be struck to death by the Thunder Tribulation again. Don't care about life and death. Just fight if you don't accept it. This time, she has to fight. The whole process of the Holy Tide, from the appearance to the end, is only 3 minutes. And in just these 3 minutes, Tang Ranran was forced to get full experience. When the Holy Tide ended, the first thing to disappear was the golden light of spiritual power. And then the mirage in the sky slowly faded and disappeared in a few seconds. The sky was dark, which was the sky before the night fell. With a tingling scalp, Tang Ranran intuitively felt the approaching Thunder Tribulation and flew away quickly. 2 minutes later, Tang Ranran came to an endless sea with no islands and hung above the sea on the flying sword. Tang Ranran looked up at the dark sky. In the sky, wisps of black clouds were slowly condensing. Sure enough, the Thunder Tribulation is coming. Estimating that the Thunder Tribulation still has a few minutes of CD time, Tang Ranran made a spell on the sea at the fastest speed. The 3 essential elements for overcoming the tribulation are magic weapons, magic arrays, and elixirs. She has elixirs and a few magic weapons, and now she can only make as many arrays as she can. Tang Ranran used all her life's knowledge to condense the defense array beyond her normal performance. When the first lightning fell, she arranged 6 defense arrays against the Thunder Tribulation. Boom! The lightning came roaring. The first thunder was blocked by the array, and the 5 arrays were scrapped. Obviously, the last array could not withstand the second thunder. Tang Ranran quickly wiped the cold sweat from her forehead, and kept squandering her spiritual power without spending money, and put on various defensive spells. With the flash of the electric silver dragon, the last array was immediately destroyed, and the powerful thunder pressure fell on Tang Ranran. Even with all the defenses, Tang Ranran still felt how powerful it was. This is only the second one. She chewed pills, threw magic weapons, and threw Tang Xuanhao out to activate the automatic protection function. Withstand the thunder. Withstand the thunder. Withstand the thunder. When the 16th thunder and lightning fell, Tang Ranran gritted her teeth and held on. Her 10 layers of defense plates had all been scrapped, and the pills had also developed drug resistance. And the spiritual power replenishment became slower and slower. Tang Xuanhao ran out of spiritual stones, because there was no time to control it, and it had already fallen into the sea. There are 18 to 27 Thunder Tribulations for the golden elixir to rise to the nascent soul. It's over. Even if it's the minimum of 18 Thunder Tribulations, she feels that she can't bear it. The lightning flashed, And when the 17th thunder fell, Tang Ranran gritted her teeth and prepared to hold on. In the midst of the lightning, the terrifying power of the thunder tribulation seemed to disappear in an instant. Tang Ranran? Huh? In her previous life, when Tang Ranran was still in the world of immortal cultivation, her fairy mother, after she grew up gracefully and entered the nascent soul stage, tirelessly devoted herself to telling her stories. Among the stories told by her mother, the most repeated one was a beautiful love story. Once upon a time, there was a brilliant and talented master named Tianhong Fazan. This Tianhong Fazan was extremely charming and unparalleled. Not only was his strength top-notch, but his face was also top-notch. So he fascinated a group of female cultivators. Among his fans, there was Fairy Yao, who was the most infatuated. She pursued him for thousands of years, but still failed to get the title of partner. Then that day was the day when Tianhong Fazan's cultivation was perfected, and he ascended to heaven. Under the attention of the public, the Ascension Thunder Tribulation arrived as expected. Fazan Tianhong had made all the necessary preparations for the Thunder Tribulation of Ascension. Unfortunately, man's plans are not as good as God's. It may be that the cause and effect have not been resolved. Or it may be that he had committed some sins. There were so many thunder tribulations, far more than Fazan Tianhong had expected. After bearing hundreds of thunders, even a strong man like Fazan Tianhong could not bear it. Seeing that Fazan Tianhong was about to die in the thunder tribulation, Fairy Yao rushed up. Fairy Yao's strength was weaker than Fazan Tianhong's. But the difference was not big. Just a small realm. In this case, the thunder tribulation would not become stronger. And the subsequent thunder tribulations, although they would double, would not be much left. Even if they doubled, the number would not be too much. It can be said that this is a bug. The thunder tribulation can be helped. But, because the cultivation is lower than that of the tribulation crossing person, the risk is extremely high. Fairy Yao rushed up like that, risking her life for love, and carried the thunder tribulation for Fazan Tianhong. And Fazan Tianhong got time to breathe and recover. In this way, Fairy Yao used up all her magic weapons, elixirs, and cultivation to help Tianhong Dharma Master overcome the tribulation. Fairy Yao died in the end. And Tianhong Dharma Master looked at her affectionately and left a sad tear for her. Then successfully passed the last thunder tribulation, and finally waved his sleeves and ascended to heaven without a trace of attachment. This story of a life for a tear tells us, never help others block the thunder tribulation with a love-brained mind. There is no good end for those who make wedding clothes for others. The story told by her mother is definitely a warning to Tang Ranran that she can't be Fairy Yao. But on the contrary, she can definitely be a Tianhong Dharma Master. Yes, her mother meant, you can't help others block the thunder tribulation. But if you want to find a partner, you have to find someone who is willing to help you block the thunder tribulation. Tang Ranran mother in the world of immortal cultivation definitely taught by example. Her father was able to pursue her mother because he spent almost all of his fortune, almost broke his family, to buy a full-function defensive artifact as a token of love. Her father told her that for this, he was poor for hundreds of years. And during those years, the three of them lived on their parents. Tang Ranran had reason to believe that in addition to the artifact as a token of love, her father's identity as a cultivator for N generations also played a crucial role. I'm getting off topic. Anyway, at this moment, Tang Ranran deeply realized that what her mother said was the truth. When the 17th thunder tribulation fell, although Tang Ranran had been killed by thunder tribulation once and was considered an experienced person, she was always a little panicked and afraid before the life and death barrier. And at this critical moment of life and death, the power of the thunder tribulation disappeared. A defensive barrier blocked all the power of thunder. It's Yin Qian. At this moment, Tang Ranran felt that Yin Qian's handsomeness had been sublimated. He was already handsome, and now he blocked the thunder for her, which was unprecedented and unparalleled. On a normal level, it was just a handsome guy who was already extremely handsome driving a Ferrari with one hand. Yin Qian, surprised and moved, and almost scared, Tang Ranran reached out and hugged him directly. How did the saying go? My beloved is a peerless hero, and one day he will wear a golden armor and step on a colorful cloud to marry me. Tang Ranran's mood at this moment was to replace marry with save. Holding Yin Qian, Tang Ranran felt safe. This broad, solid, powerful chest. Her mother was right. She had to find a man who could help her bear the thunder tribulation. The last time they met, After returning to Su Ping Railway Star, Yin Qian followed Tang Ranran instructions and discussed with Kong Chen. Then, Yin Qian sent Gu Xia and Lu Xiao to Hu Bingxue Star to join the main force, leaving Fu Jingyuan on the planet as a security guard. After returning from Hu Bingxue Star, Yin Qian went to Wu Pingyang to learn about the array. After a busy day and sleeping for 4 or 5 hours, Yin Qian arrived at Longrui Star early in the morning. Although Tang Ranran's strength was more than enough to deal with the Bai family, his eyelids twitched violently when he got up today. He always felt that something was going to happen, so he had to go and take a look. Arriving at the Bai family manor, Yin Qian realized that something was wrong when he released his mental power without receiving any response. Where are the people? His wife is missing. The intelligent brain could not find any signal, and the Tang Qian was not online. Yin Qian immediately looked for someone, guessing that it might be in the signal-free zone in this sea area. After searching with his mental power, he noticed that there was a special and extremely terrifying lightning force in the distance. It was not like a natural thunderstorm on the sea. Feeling the abnormality, Yin Qian came over. Seeing Tang Ranran in the middle of the thunder, Yin Qian did not think at all. His body and brain flashed and immediately became a defensive barrier. Coming back to his senses, he suddenly thought of the last thunder tribulation experience. Just when Yin Qian was wondering if he had done something bad with good intentions again, Tang Ranran rushed over and hugged him. After a moment of shock, Yin Qian felt the fear in Tang Ranran's voice. So he immediately hugged her back with one hand, patted her back gently, and comforted her. Don't be afraid. I'm here. I'm here. Yin Qian grabbed the protective barrier with his other hand, and the lightning sparks that were originally shining on the protective shield were grabbed and condensed into a lightning ball in his palm. Yin Qian threw it down casually, and the lightning ball all smashed into the vast ocean. In an instant, the sea surface below was shining with thunder. The crisis was temporarily resolved, and Yin Qian's previous nervousness, worry, and anxiety were swept away, and his heart was at peace. Then, because he was in his arms, it was the first time he received such treatment, and Yin Qian was overjoyed and full of joy. Sure enough, the hero saving the beauty. Although it is a cliché, but it makes sense. Look, this wave of favorability has risen to an unprecedented high. So, this time, can he get the title of the official boyfriend? When people are vulnerable, they want to have a shoulder to lean on. Tang Ranran didn't think about anything at all, but she entered the vulnerable period because she almost died. So she just wanted to hug him to feel safe. And after the hug, oh, such strong chest muscles. Since I'm hugging him, it's not too much to rub him a few times. Right? Tang Ranran rubbed his face with hers decisively. And then, it can only be said that it felt like being electrocuted. Numb. Oh. Wrong. It was really electrocuted. The 18th thunder tribulation fell, and although most of it was blocked outside the protective shield, a little bit of thunder and lightning broke through the protective shield and attacked in. Because of Tang Ranran's sudden intimate action, Yin Qian was stiff and slow to react. He was the first to suffer the damage. In an instant, Yin Qian's body was full of flashing electric fire and silver flowers. And Tang Ranran, who was close to him, was naturally affected. Yin Qian became a charged body with leakage. Tang Ranran, who was shocked, reacted instantly, let go immediately, and stepped back half a step to ensure her own safety. Bah! Is it time to covet male beauty now? The thunder tribulation hasn't passed yet. Cursing at herself, Tang Ranran immediately looked serious and asked with some worry. How is it? Is it serious? Are you okay? Yin Qian has leakage. Can he bear it? It's okay. Pinching off the lightning power on his body, Yin Qian waved his hand and said, There is definitely no problem with this lightning. Yin Qian felt a little regretful that he didn't have his wife to hug, but he also knew that he was still in crisis. Suppressing the temptation in his heart, Yin Qian was ready, rubbing the lightning quickly, rubbing the lightning, and once again dissolving the lightning power that was temporarily blocked outside the protective shield in the form of conduction. This thunder tribulation passed smoothly again. Tang Ranran looked up at the sky above with worry. In the sky, black thunderclouds covered the sky, and dazzling silver flashed in the black clouds. The 18th thunder had entered the CD countdown. Are you sure about the next thunder? Tang Ranran was worried. If Yin Qian couldn't bear it, they would both be dead today. Woo! She was still young and didn't want to die. Dozens of thunder and lightning. There will be no problem. He looked calm and relaxed. But Yan Qian was solemn in his heart. If there were too many, he would not be absolutely sure. Although he had experienced it once, Yan Qian was still confused about Tang Ranran Thunder Tribulation. After the last Thunder Tribulation, Yan Qian checked the information. But there was nothing to check. No superpower user would be struck by thunder when his superpowers were improved. He, a thunder system, didn't need to be struck by thunder. It can only be said that it was a special case. Yan Qian asked. I feel that the power of thunder this time is much stronger than last time? Tang Ranran replied. Of course. My strength has increased. So the thunder attack is stronger. Yan Qian continued to ask. Can you confirm the number? Well, I don't know. Maybe only a few. Or maybe more than 10. Tang Ranran was not sure, guessing and calculating quickly in her mind, based on her daily donations of money and good deeds. The accumulated merits could not be the 39 Thunder Tribulations of the Hell Mode, which is a full 27. Right? If it was the 39 Thunder Tribulations, she took 16 by herself, and the remaining 11, then double it. It would be 22. 22. Too scary. No. It's impossible. 29 thunders are the treatment of a great saint. She certainly doesn't have it. But she has so many merits. 20 to 22. About the same. So if you deduct the initial 16 and double it, it would be about 8 to 12. Don't worry. If it's more than 10, I can definitely keep you safe. Yan Qian's words were firm. Although he was not sure of winning, he was also full of confidence. Yes. With Yan Qian guarantee, Tang Ranran worries dissipated a lot, and he felt more at ease. After Yan Qian took over the main force of bearing the thunder, Tang Ranran fed him potions while taking the time to recover, secretly calculating the number of thunder tribulations, and taking the time to fish Tang Qian out and replace new spirit stones, not counting the previous 16 thunders. After Yan Qian joined, the count was recounted. 3, 4, 5. For the first 10 thunders, Yan Qian seemed to be at ease and resolved them very easily. But after 10, Yan Qian gradually began to show signs of difficulty. 11 thunders, 12 thunders, 13 thunders. Yan Qian's protective shield can only withstand a limited amount of power. And as the power of the thunder tribulations became stronger, more and more lightning penetrated the shield's barrier and fell directly on Yan Qian. The lightning force that could not be transferred and eliminated in time lingered in the body. And under the huge damage, the pain became more and more intense. Seeing that the silver dragon of lightning flashing on Yan Qian's body became more and more intense and powerful, Tang Ranran was extremely anxious and did not care about anything else. He quickly made a spell to set up the formation. However, in front of the thunder tribulation, her defensive formation can only block 1% to 2% of the thunder tribulation power. Boom! The 15th thunder tribulation. The momentum is rolling, earth-shaking, and powerful. The protective shield supported by Yan Qian was overwhelmed and broke. The thunder attack fell on Yan Qian, and the dazzling silver white swallowed him in an instant. Yan Qian. Tang Ranran was anxious. It's already 15. It's time to end. It's okay. The white burn retreated, and the silver light condensed into a huge electric ball. Yan Qian gritted his teeth and kicked the electric ball to the ocean below with a gloomy face, and then removed most of the thunder and lightning power that was causing trouble on his body at the fastest speed. Ignoring the rest, he glanced at the dark sky that was still shining with silver light, and quickly swallowed a highest level 85 potion. Yan Qian moved quickly and used all his mental power without reservation. With the surge of 5S level spiritual power, the void above the two seemed to be torn apart, showing a black color different from thunderclouds. It was so dark that you couldn't see the bottom, like the black of the abyss, and it looked very much like the terrifying cosmic black hole in the starry sky. The thunder tribulation continued, and the 16th lightning fell straight into the black hole and was swallowed by the black hole in an instant. It was like firewood swallowed by huge waves, and it disappeared in an instant. Tang Ranran was stunned. So awesome? A big move. Looking at Yan Qian's exhausted and slightly blue face, plus the action of quickly filling the potion, Tang Ranran understood in an instant that although the big move was powerful, it was also very consuming, and there might be sequelae, such as the weak period. After the 16th, the 17th thunder was also swallowed by the black hole, and then the 18th thunder tribulation was delayed. The thunder tribulation flickering in the black clouds seemed to be brewing the power to destroy the world. The longer the skill CD, the more powerful it is. Here it comes. The final blow. 18. Tang Ranran quickly calculated that her thunder tribulation this time was a total of 16 plus 9, which is a full 25. Although it is not hell mode, it is also difficult mode. Her merits must be enough. They are bullying her because she is an outsider. I am so angry. As the thunderstorm brewed, Tang Ranran swallowed unconsciously. It was over. This terrifying aura. This last blow was extremely damaging. This should be the last thunder. Are you sure? Tang Ranran asked Yan Qian, while setting up defenses at the fastest speed in her life. Success or failure depends on this one move. Feeling the extremely powerful and domineering power in the thunderclouds above, Yan Qian's heart was solemn. But he comforted Tang Ranran. Don't worry. Leave it to me. Be careful. Yes. After more than half a minute of condensation time, the 18th thunderstorm took shape, carrying the endless and powerful power of destroying the world. And the thunder fell. This time, the black hole obviously couldn't withstand such a huge power. In the flash of silver light, it was shattered like glass. If the black hole is glass, Tang Ranran defense arrays are not even napkins. The lightning silver dragon that smashed the black hole, without stopping, broke through many defense arrays, and fell head-on with undiminished momentum. The Tang Xian, which was blocking the front, did not play a big role. Under the thunder tribulation, it only delayed for dozens of seconds, and then fell into the sea again with exhausted spiritual power. The remaining lightning silver dragon swallowed the two people instantly. Enshrouded by thunder and lightning, Tang Ranran felt that countless sharp knives were running around in her body. And the feeling of being electrocuted was like being cut by thousands of knives. This is too painful. She is not a physical cultivator. As a fragile person, she can't bear it. Is she going to die again? No. I have to save myself and heal quickly. Tang Ranran thought a lot. But in fact, it was just a flash of lightning. Before she could throw a healing to herself, the lightning in her body and around her all retreated, and they all went to the side in unison. The thunder dragon let Tang Ranran go directly, and all gathered around Yan Qian. In the dazzling silver white, Tang Ranran couldn't see anyone at all, but she knew that Yan Qian must have done something to absorb the power of the thunder tribulation on her side. Half of the power was so terrifying, and the full power of the thunder tribulation was simply unimaginable. Yan Qian. Calling anxiously, Tang Ranran approached Yan Qian, but just one step away. With a crackling sound, several strings of silver arcs of lightning from the outer periphery fell on her. Although it was not as intense as before, it was still painful, like countless needles piercing her body. Don't move. Don't worry. I'm fine. Yan Qian's voice came from the center of the silver white. She was extremely anxious. But Tang Ranran didn't dare to move forward. The energy storm generated by the confrontation between Yan Qian and the thunder tribulation was too terrifying. She was afraid that she would fall to the ground if she got close. Tang Ranran was very timid and kept throwing healing spells to Yan Qian from a safe distance. Time was very long, as if several worlds had passed. But in fact it was only 2 or 3 minutes. As the lightning fell into the ocean below, the violent energy confrontation began to weaken. The silver-white color gradually dimmed. Yan Qian's figure slowly appeared. The electric silver dragon gradually faded, and the terrifying pressure of the thunder tribulation was also constantly weakening. This is? Can you win? Come on! Shouting 666 in her heart, Tang Ranran continued to throw healing. After a few minutes, the last trace of lightning was finally caught by Yan Qian like a small loach, and then thrown into the ocean below. It's over. Her thunder tribulation has passed. Tang Ranran was very excited and ecstatic. A few steps away, Yan Qian's body shook and was a little unstable. Tang Ranran immediately came to his senses, jumped to his side, and immediately reached out to support him. At the same time, he used his mental power to build a void platform and created a place to stay. Without checking carefully, Tang Ranran felt it. The last thunderbolt was too powerful. Even Yan Qian barely survived it. And now he has fallen into a state of mental disorder. Don't use your mental power. After that, Tang Ranran threw another healing spell and asked, Are you feeling better? It's okay. Just take some time to recover. Yan Qian answered the question in a roundabout way. The injuries that can be recovered have already been recovered by healing. and the rest are special injuries that cannot be cured by Tang Ranran healing. At this moment, Yin Qian mental disorder is not only serious, but his internal injuries are also obviously serious. In addition, although it cannot be seen on the surface, he can clearly feel that there is thunder power lingering in his body, penetrating into his internal organs and blood, and almost merging into his body. It is definitely impossible to remove it in a short time. However, Yin Qian did not want to make Tang Ranran worry, so he naturally did not say it. In his opinion, as long as he is not dead, the other problems are minor problems, and he will be able to recover sooner or later. Tang Ranran was not fooled by this answer. She knew her own weight, so she was afraid that her basic healing was no longer effective for Yin Qian. Yin Qian had already taken a lot of pills and high purification values, and he might have developed drug resistance. In a day or two, they might not have much effect. Let's go back to Su Pingrui and find the doctor in the institute. Tang Ranran was sure that Yin Qian was seriously injured, so he had to find a doctor quickly. I didn't know whether Gu Xia was in Su Pingrui or Hu Bingxue, but with the space system, it wouldn't take much time to go find someone. Have you finished your business at the Bai family? Nothing. I don't need to do it myself. After saying that, fearing that Yin Qian would show off, Tang Ranran hurriedly said, "Don't use your mental power anymore. I find a place to get a network, and I call someone. I have a network." Yin Qian stretched out his hand with a smart brain, and manually pulled out the smart brain screen with his other hand. "Use my contact." Tang Ranran's smart brain ID number is just an ordinary citizen, but Yin Qian is different. With his authority, he can requisition a private network without the consent of the owner. That's fine. Tang Ranran found Kong Chen with Yin Qian's smart brain, and first sent him the current precise address. Then there was a video call. "Hello?" The communication was connected. In the video, Kong Chen's expression was formal. After seeing Tang Ranran, he immediately turned into astonishment. "Let Zhuozhou come here to pick us up. We talk about the rest after we come back." With one sentence, Tang Ranran quickly ended the communication. Although it is impossible for someone to monitor Yin Qian level, what if? So it is better to say less. "Zhuozhou?" Yin Qian's eyes were unclear. After a little thought, he matched the person with the name. He was a special department, responsible for digging spirit stones for his wife. He looked average, and was not the handsome guy his wife liked. But, since he was called now, it means that Zhuozhou is also an insider. Although he felt that there was no threat, he had to be on guard. Thinking of this, Yin Qian shook his body decisively. Tang Ranran was quick-witted and quickly supported him with both hands, worriedly saying, "What's wrong? What's wrong?" "A little dizzy. A little painful." Yin Qian pretended to be weak, fell on Tang Ranran, and then hugged her in his arms with his long arms. Being hugged so tightly, Tang Ranran's eyelids jumped, and she felt bad. "Here it comes. This guy is going to scam." Sure enough, Yin Qian pressed his chin on her head, as if he was being molested by a young wife, and said weakly, "I have been hugged by you. You can't abandon me after having an affair. You have to take responsibility." Tang Ranran, She knew it. After receiving Kong Chen emergency notice to pick someone up at Longruixing, Zhuozhou immediately followed the procedures. However, Longruixing was the first star system after all, so even though he had been given the green light, he still had to wait for a few minutes. After obtaining the entry permit, he had to go to the space station for a physical examination. After a delay of about 10 minutes, Zhuozhou finally followed the address and arrived near the destination. Looking around, although it was night, the bright starry sky allowed Zhuozhou to see two people hugging each other just a few dozen meters away from the sea. Zhuozhou looked down at the address forwarded by Kong Chen on the smart brain with suspicion, and then compared it with the real-time planet map. "It's here." "That's right." "So, what's the situation?" "Yes, it's really the Marshal. Marshal Yin is holding someone, and judging from the figure, it's a woman. This is really big news. Speaking of which, a few minutes ago, Yin Qian pretended to be weak and a bit rogue, and asked to take responsibility. What can Tang Ranran say about this? She could only remain silent. Her mother said that if you meet a man who can go through life and death for you and block the thunder and lightning, you must seize the opportunity. Yes, that's right. You really have to seize the opportunity. At present, with her strength, even if she doesn't rely on the Golden Finger Farm, she can still thrive. And as long as she is careful and avoids it, Yin Qian can't find her farm. But the most important thing is that she can't bear to give up her fish pond. A tree in a forest. Although there is only one tree, it is a towering tree that can block the wind and rain and is full of security. Although there are many trees in the forest, they are all small trees. And she even needs to water and fertilize them. But, after a long time, she will definitely get tired of facing a tree. She is so rich. How can she keep her moral bottom line? If she cheats, Yin Qian will definitely be very angry. And the consequences will definitely be serious. At present, even if she advances to the nascent soul stage, she can't beat him. After all the contradictions, Tang Ranran finally decided to drag it out. After all, although she was very touched this time, she definitely didn't have to be with Yin Qian. So she still had to observe. So, Tang Ranran, well, I take responsibility. First agreed, then a turn. But I'm still young. Not even 30. She had to live a carefree life as a single girl for a few more years. And then consider whether to accept Yin Qian. Tang Ranran believed that with such a brilliant person like her, Yin Qian would never fall in love with anyone else. I know. Yin Qian was extremely surprised and excited beyond words. He picked up Tang Ranran and spun around on the spot. The legal age for marriage is 30 years old. In response to Tang Ranran's words, Yin Qian thought to himself that they should date now. And when they are old enough, they can get the marriage certificate directly. He finally got the title of the official boyfriend. It's less than 4 years before he can wait for the position of the official husband. Stop! Stop right there! Tang Ranran felt a little dizzy from being spun around. And she had reason to suspect that Yin Qian was pretending to be injured. Overly excited, he realized that he was an injured person again. So Yin Qian hurriedly stopped spinning and put the person down. But because he couldn't bear to let go, Yin Qian still held the person and pretended to put some weight on Tang Ranran. Tang Ranran, it's heavy. I know Yin Qian must be pretending to be weak, but his mental disorder is definitely not pretended. Forget it. Let him hold him if he wants. Tang Ranran resignedly acted as a pillow and a crutch. Before this, he had only held her hand when he traveled through space. But now that he was holding her, Yin Qian didn't want to let go at all. He pretended to be weak and held her until Zhuozhou arrived. Long before Zhuozhou appeared, Yin Qian noticed the space channel where his spiritual power was concentrated. As soon as he arrived, he immediately locked his position. In order to strangle this guy who might become a love rival in the cradle, Yin Qian held him tighter. And then with a gaze that swore sovereignty, his expression was sharp and full of warning. Zhuozhou, who was hostile, instantly felt a chill. A fear as if he was being stared at by a natural enemy and unable to escape. The eyes that seemed to be ready to pounce on him and tear him to pieces at any time made Zhuozhou feel afraid. Swallowing hard, Zhuozhou secretly reflected. Did he come at the wrong time? Did he disturb the marshal's good thing? Is it too late for him to leave now? Yin Qian was facing Zhuozhou, and Tang Ranran, who was hugged by him, had her back to Zhuozhou. The lines of sight were opposite, so Tang Ranran did not see Zhuozhou. But she felt the SSS level's spiritual power fluctuations. Looking back, Tang Ranran's excellent eyesight allowed him to see Zhuozhou clearly. Zhuozhou also saw the person clearly. He had never seen Tang Ranran in person, but he had seen her photo, so he recognized her immediately. She was the rumored rich and beautiful girlfriend of Kong Xingzhu. When he saw Tang Ranran clearly, Zhuozhou was stunned, shocked, stunned and frightened. Kong Xingzhu asked him to come and pick up Marshal Yin and the others. Zhuozhou knew they were not the same person when he saw the word they. But the other one was Tang Ranran? It would be fine if it was Tang Ranran. But in this situation, the two of them were hugging each other. Marshal Yin was trying to steal Kong Xingzhu's girl. Oh my god! Marshal wanted to kill him to silence him. Zhuozhou had no idea how to deal with this situation. He could only stand there stupidly, not knowing how to react. Don't let go. Tang Ranran gritted his teeth, stretched out his hand and directly pinched Yin Qian's waist, twisting it hard. This guy is getting more and more aggressive. He took a deep breath, completely different from the fierceness when facing Zhuozhou. Yin Qian looked down at Tang Ranran with an innocent face. I'm dizzy. Dizzy your head? I think you're fine. Tang Ranran stared and cursed in a low voice. She could only let go reluctantly. Yin Qian was aggrieved and weak. He changed from hugging her to leaning on her. turning to face Zhuozhou. Seeing that he was still in a daze, Tang Ranran shouted directly, Zhuozhou, take us back to Supingrui. Yes. Subconsciously responding, Zhuozhou was stunned again. This feeling. This kind of sincere submission from the heart. In a flash, Zhuozhou understood. It's the boss. Boss Tang Xian. Tang Ranran is boss Tang Xian. When awakening his superpowers, Zhuozhou knew that boss Tang Xian was just a puppet of the boss. But who was the boss himself? He never knew. And now, he finally understood. Boss? Boss? Zhuozhou confirmed in astonishment. Yeah. Tang Ranran simply responded. And picked up the Tang Xian that fell into the sea for the second time and stored it in the space buckle. After verifying that Tang Ranran was really the boss Tang Xian, Zhuozhou understood without thinking too much. Kong Xingzhu, who was also a subordinate of the boss, was probably just a shield. It was used to conceal the identity and to protect the main body as a backer. Don't reveal my identity to others. Tang Ranran gave a direct order, and then said in a normal tone, open a space channel and go back first. Yes. Zhuozhou took action immediately. Since awakening his space power, Zhuozhou has been running around in various spirit stone mines, coming and going, and has become very proficient in the space shuttle technology. Just like when he came, Zhuozhou easily opened the temporary space channel to Supingrui Star. The space channel to Supingrui Star was formed, and out of the professional habit of the driver, Zhuozhou stretched out his hands to the two people. Under normal circumstances, the space tether shuttles people through space. If there are two passengers, it is one on the left and one on the right, and one hand pulls one. In response to Zhuozhou's invitation, Yan Qian immediately grabbed Tang Ranran's hand, took 2 steps forward with his men, and then held Zhuozhou's right arm with his other hand, with a cold and expressionless face of a superior, and ordered, let's go! Although Zhuozhou didn't think so much. At this moment, he deeply felt Yan Qian's jealousy and hostility, and instantly his mind came to him, and he understood that he was regarded as an imaginary enemy. He was really shot while lying down. So miserable. Silently looking at Tang Ranran. Seeing that his direct boss did not mean to speak, Zhuozhou tacitly assumed that this was also Tang Ranran's order, and followed the order and set off with the two of them. Very smoothly, the three returned to Supingrui. Zhuozhou's chosen destination was Fuse Lingjing, which was the entrance of the T1 protective shield. He also covered the three of them with a stealth barrier. After arriving safely, Zhuozhou asked, Boss, are you going back to F1? No. Tang Ranran told Zhuozhou. Take him to the research institute. I'd be there soon. While speaking, Tang Ranran shook his hand, signaling Yan Qian to let go. Reluctantly letting go, Yan Qian opened his mouth, wanting to say that he didn't need to go to the research institute for a checkup. Just take care of himself. But Tang Ranran didn't give him a chance to speak at all. Go see a doctor first, and we talk after the checkup. Yan Qian swallowed the words that were on his lips, and continued to hold Zhuozhou's arm, with a command full of the majesty of a leader. Let's go! Yes! Yan Qian's aura was too strong, and Zhuozhou subconsciously obeyed the order. Once again realizing that Yan Qian was not his superior, Zhuozhou quickly looked at his real superior and said goodbye. Boss, I go first. Tang Ranran nodded. Well, go ahead. After getting Tang Ranran's consent, Zhuozhou took Yan Qian and left in a space teleportation. The two disappeared. Tang Ranran, with the mental power invisible barrier, Tang Shihao and the farm threw Tang Xuanhao into the basement. And then she took the Tang Xuanhao puppet out of the basement. Online Tang Xuanhao. Tang Ranran split into 2 groups. I, with the invisible barrier, entered the fused spirit realm, and flew back to my villa number 2 on the small flying sword. She wanted to practice in seclusion to consolidate her cultivation. She had just survived the thunder tribulation, and was still a false nascent soul. She would practice for 10 days, and a half months before she could truly enter the nascent soul level. I was busy practicing, while Tang Xuanhao turned on the smart brain and pulled out the friend address book. Ignoring the message of 99 Jia for the time being, Tang Ranran called her exclusive self Jiang Qian. Once summoned, Jiang Qian arrived very quickly in 3 minutes. Boss, you're back. Seeing Tang Ranran, Jiang Qian couldn't hide his surprise. He thought the boss would be out of contact for a while, but he didn't expect that he would be back so soon. So, what did he go to do? He was very curious. But he was very conscious that he couldn't ask too much about the boss's affairs. Go to the research institute. Yes. The two arrived at the starship of the research institute in a flash. It was still nighttime in the D4 area where the research institute was located. Because there was no appointment, Jiang Qian stopped at the reception area of the deck cabin open to the public. Yan Qian and Zhuozhou, who had come earlier, were still at the guard post of the deck cabin. Yan Qian was talking to the people inside the post, and Zhuozhou was waiting outside. Tang Ranran walked over and asked, "How is it, boss? Director Gu and Academician Chen are not here. Only Academician Zhu is here, and the marshal is contacting." Yes. After just 2 sentences, Yan Qian and the people in the booth came out together. Seeing Tang Ranran, the security chief's eyes lit up, and he immediately greeted her. "General Tang, you are here." When the security chief faced Yan Qian, he was a little afraid, as if he had met his superior. Although he was trembling with fear, he still followed the rules and went through the process. When he saw Tang Ranran, his eyes were shining as if he had met the god of wealth. Showing his attentiveness, Tang Ranran nodded slightly to the man. "Hello. Thank you for letting me in. Please come in. Please come in." Tang Ranran is an old acquaintance. Coming to the institute is like going home. She is definitely a half non-staff member, so she has special treatment and can pass by scanning her face. Of course, before entering the starship through the sentry box, Tang Ranran generously gave the night watchman at the sentry box a large box of low purification value fruits weighing no less than 5 kilograms. Tang Ranran, everyone has worked hard. Eat some fruit to replenish your spirits. Thank you, Admiral Tang. Go, Admiral Tang. Money makes the world go round. And the group entered the starship of the Research Institute. Zhu Dehai, who received an emergency call, looked sleep-deprived and joined them in the relevant examination room. Tang Ranran, Yan Qian is injured. You check him out. Injured? Let me see. Without saying much, Zhu Dehai used his supernatural powers to check Yan Qian. And then? Huh? Ah. This? What's going on? So serious. Yan Qian tried very hard to wink at Zhu Dehai. But unfortunately this guy didn't get it at all. Zhu Dehai's face changed from calm to puzzled, to surprised, to shocked, to horrified, and finally to a serious expression of something bad happening. Just by looking at the change in Zhu Dehai's face, Tang Ranran could tell that Yan Qian's current situation was very serious. It was completely different from the healthy look he showed. Tang Ranran was anxious and worried. What happened? What did you do? How did you get hurt like this? As he spoke, Zhu Dehai tried to treat Yan Qian, but to his dismay, his treatment was like a drop in the ocean, completely ineffective for Yan Qian. Zhu Dehai's face became more and more solemn, and he spoke out his diagnosis in a deep voice. Mental power is rioting, and it is a very serious mental power riot. My treatment has no effect on this mental power riot. With this severity, I'm afraid. Zhu Dehai wanted to say that his mental power might collapse, but when the words came to his lips, he finally saw Yan Qian's eyes and swallowed the rest of the words. Will it be that his mental power will collapse? Tang Ranran guessed 1 or 2 points. How should I put it? Zhu Dehai pondered for a moment and said, I feel that there is a strange power left in his body. A very powerful and violent power, which is very harmful to both the body and the mind. If this destructive power cannot be eliminated as soon as possible, it will be very dangerous. How to eliminate it? It is the remnant of the Thunder Tribulation. Tang Ranran understood it all at once. I can't cure this. I have to find Siyao. Because Yan Qian took the opportunity to make a scene and look so energetic, Tang Ranran did not think it was a serious situation, but simply thought that he could recover with high purification value and elixirs. Just like the time when Yan Qian fought against King Hailing. Didn't he recover? And now, after hearing Zhu Dehai nonsense, Tang Ranran realized that she was thinking too easily. It's the power of Thunder Tribulation. The power of Thunder Tribulation remains in the body. For cultivators, this situation is not a big problem. They can get rid of this power by retreating for decades. But Yan Qian is not a cultivator. Even if he can get rid of it. 10 years. Decades? This time is too long. After asking a few questions, Tang Ranran asked Jiang Qian to find Fu Jingyuan. And the two went to Lake Ice and Snow Star together to bring Gu Siyu back. The power in your body is so overbearing. Isn't it a special talent attack? Zhu Dehai surrounded Yan Qian and asked about his condition in detail. I encountered a super beast that is suspected to have surpassed the 5S level. Yan Qian took the initiative to cover up for Tang Ranran and made up a reason. It is a thunder beast. Probably a special thunder and lightning with innate supernatural powers. Thunder and lightning power. Don't you have thunder and lightning supernatural powers that can't be resolved? I have resolved most of it. The situation was dangerous at the time, and some thunder and lightning damage could not be discharged from the body in time. So it became like this now, Yan Qian described calmly, without much worry on his face, and said calmly, it is definitely not as serious as you said. It will be fine after a period of rest. Zhu Dehai felt that the situation was definitely not so optimistic. But as a doctor, he could not say that you have a terminal illness and cannot be cured. He could only say with a complicated expression, if it can be resolved, I think it will be no big problem. After sending someone to find Gu Xiao, Tang Ranran looked worried, and recalled the relevant pills that specifically treat thunder tribulation damage in his mind. After thinking about it, he still couldn't put together a complete pill recipe, and even the main ingredients were missing. Alas, as an alchemist with only half-baked medical skills and relying on medicine to treat diseases, Tang Ranran could only pin her hopes on Gu Xiao and ask Yan Qian from time to time, how do you feel now? Are you feeling uncomfortable? Then she fed him a high-purification aqueous solution. After waiting in the examination room for half an hour, Jiang Qian returned with Fu Jingyuan and Gu Xiao in one hand. Following this space crack. What's wrong? What's wrong? Xiao Jiang said you were seriously injured? Are you going to die? As soon as Gu Xiao came back, he looked at Yan Qian, making a lot of noise, and his mouth was a little damaged. You won't die. Yan Qian glanced at him and snorted coldly. TSK. You won't die. What's the hurry? Gu Xiao complained, and then walked towards Yan Qian. Let me check it out. What's the situation first? Tang Xian and I encountered a super high-level suspected 5S level alien beast. We were attacked by the lightning power of the alien beast and were injured. Yan Qian was concise. Gu Xiao feeling. What do you feel now? Yan Qian, I feel my mental power is in chaos, and there is a thunder and lightning force in my body that cannot be eliminated in the short term. Coming to Yan Qian's side, Gu Xiao performed the exploration of the healing ability. Fu Jingyuan, who came with him, suddenly remembered Su Xinrong experience. Could it be that Tang Ranran ability was promoted? Of course, he would not be stupid enough to ruin Yan Qian's stage. Fu Jingyuan walked a few steps to Tang Ranran and asked with concern, are you okay? I'm fine. Tang Ranran shook her head and replied to him, then looked at Yan Qian and Gu Xiao again, her eyes full of worry and tension. Gu Xiao originally had a bit of gloating, but as the ability was checked, the expression on his face quickly sank, becoming more and more concentrated, and his brows were getting more and more furrowed. This, trying to use his own healing to calm Yan Qian lightning power, and trying to continue to output healing for a few minutes. Gu Xiao finally shook his head, his face ugly, helpless. This power in your body is too strange. My healing is completely ineffective against it. What should I do? Tang Ranran asked hurriedly. I can slowly get rid of it myself. Yan Qian was not in a hurry, not worried at all. Gu Xiao nodded and said, indeed, at present, you can only rely on yourself. Or try to find another lightning system? Maybe it can help get rid of this lightning power. There is no lightning system in the 4S level, and the SSS level lightning system. Do you think it is possible? Yan Qian asked back. That's true. In other words, you can only rely on yourself to recuperate? Tang Ranran was worried. The power of the thunder tribulation deep in the body is not so easy to resolve. Yes, that's right. The lightning power in his body is too strong. Gu Xiao, the high purification value in potion won't have much effect now. Right? In the next 2 or 3 days, the medicine may not have much effect. After the 2-day drug resistance period, drink some top-grade potions, eat more high purification value, and then see the situation. Gu Xiao added, giving serious medical advice to Yan Qian. You must not use your mental power recently. And as for supernatural powers, you must not use them at all. Got it. Yan Qian replied perfunctorily. I'm serious with you. Don't take it lightly. If your mental power really collapses, you will cry. Tang Xian, you have to keep an eye on him. This guy is very unconscious. There is a precedent. I will keep an eye on him. Tang Ranran nodded seriously. Wait. Can I live with you too? We take turns watching him. He cared about Yanqian. A little. But Gu Xia wanted to go to Tang Ranran's place for food and fruit. No. Yanqian firmly opposed, with an unwelcome look on his face. Don't bother. And aren't you looking for white crystal grass? Gu Xiao, oh? By coincidence, there was a sudden freezing weather a few hours ago, and the first batch of experimental materials have been harvested. There should be no sudden freezing weather in the next few dozen days. It just so happens that I can discuss the relevant medicines with Tang Xian. Then it's settled. Tang Ranran was very welcoming. Do you need to bring some special medical equipment? No. There is a driver anyway. It's very convenient to go back and forth. That's right. Within 2 sentences, there was one more resident in F1 area. Yanqian was very unhappy. He was already annoyed by eating for free every day. And now he wanted to enter the house. Can't he be a little more self-aware? However, he thought about it again. He has been promoted to a regular boyfriend. He can now deal with the bad peach blossoms who covet his wife openly. A regular boyfriend beats up the mistresses who steal his wife? No problem at all. Oh, I almost forgot. He is a patient now. Everyone returned to the F1 area. According to the doctor's advice, Tang Ranran asked Yanqian to rest in a tough manner, and arranged Gu Xiao to be on the opposite side of Yanqian's room for surveillance. Yanqian was resting, with Gu Xiao watching him, and Tang Ranran called Kong Qin and asked him to come over, because Wuzhou was already an insider. Tang Ranran asked Wuzhou to pick up Kong Qin and discuss the script about the Bai family. In a few simple and clear sentences, Tang Ranran explained what she had done and what she was going to do. Although there were already quite a few insiders, if she could not make it public, of course she would not make her real identity Tang Ranran public. So after a few words of blah blah, Tang Ranran finalized it. She, Tang Ranran, was innocent. Well, innocent little S level. And a fake without real strength. Tang Ranran disappeared because Kong Qin felt that the Bai family had ulterior motives. So he sent Wuzhou to pick her up. After Wuzhou arrived, he confirmed that the Bai family had bad intentions and suspected kidnapping. So he knocked Bai Xiong unconscious and took him back to Su Pingrui Star. Well, that's how it happened. Later, Kong Qin will negotiate with the Bai family on the grounds of illegal kidnapping and confinement and ask for an explanation. Even if the Bai family called the police, they would be right. Of course, this is on the surface. The first galaxy is a bit far away, and Kong Qin's network of contacts can't deal with the Bai family at all. But it doesn't matter. She has 2 guys who only take money but don't work. It's time to play a role. In addition to the Bai family affairs, Tang Ranran herself needs to practice. Although her Villa number 2 is also full of defensive formations, Wuzhou is already an insider, so he can just be her bodyguard. On the surface, letting Wuzhou go to Kong Qin Villa number 1 was actually to protect himself next door. Oh, it's not protection. Just standing guard and acting as a guard. After the 3-person meeting, Wuzhou took Kong Qin back to Villa number 1. With a guard on guard, Tang Ranran can practice more at ease. In addition, after returning to his room, Tang Ranran opened the tracking mirror. The time was still short, and the tracking of Bai Jin and Bai Hongtu was still within the validity period. It's better to come at the right time than to come early. So when Tang Ranran opened the mirror, he saw a big farce. How can you treat me like this? Ah! How did I let you down? What should I do in the future? What should I do? Even if I lost my mind and said a few nonsense words, I can't be so heavy-handed. My mental power has collapsed. Husband, you must make the decision for me. Bai Xiong has destroyed my mental power so cruelly. This matter must not be let go. You must compensate me for the medicine. Without 3 trillion, I will never let it go. Bai Mo has woken up. And when a person wakes up, he will naturally notice his own abnormality. Where is his mental power? Her mental power is gone? Cannot sense mental power. Cannot use mental power. After experiencing incomparable despair and hysterical madness, Bai Mo pestered Bai Xiong, the person who knocked her unconscious, and insisted that it was Bai Xiong who destroyed her mental power. Since it has come to this, naturally, she can only strive for the most compensation. With such a big thing happening, Bai Hongtu of course rushed here as soon as possible. At this moment, Mo was still yelling hysterically, relying on Bai Hongtu as a backer, asking for 3 trillion in compensation. As a playboy, Bai Hongtu had some feelings for Mo, but not much. He married her more because of her S-level mental strength. At this moment, Mo's mental strength was useless, and Bai Hongtu had already thought about divorce. But at this time, of course, the couple united and asked for compensation from his brother-in-law. Bai Xiong, who was bidden, argued and refuted. Impossible. I was measured in my actions. How could my mental strength collapse? You are so arrogant? Why don't you go to Su Ping Ruishing? Find Kong Chen. And find Tang Xian? Oh, you want to blackmail me? I think you had problems a long time ago. Right? Otherwise, why would you talk nonsense? Bai Mo, you must have had problems with your mental strength a long time ago. And then you angered us and put the blame on us. It was very exciting. Anyway, Bai Mo, pay the money. 3 trillion. No negotiation. Bai Xiong, get lost. After a lot of arguments, Bai Hongtu finally used his strength to force Bai Chengyuan and Bai Ting to agree to transfer 1% of Fengshua Fruit Industry shares to Bai Mo for the sake of their youngest son. According to the market value of Fengshua Fruit Industry Group, it is about 1.2 trillion. Bai Mo was unwilling to accept this result, but Bai Hongtu was obviously very satisfied. The two sides reached a settlement, and then they discussed Tang Ran. After checking the traces of the intelligent brain, it concluded that she had returned to Su Ping Ruishing. Bai Hongtu explored the room where she lived and came to the conclusion that no space traces were found. But Tang Ran's disappearance must be caused by the space system. Either the opponent is stronger than me, or he is also SSS level. It is certain that he is from Su Ping Ruixing. It is the same as saying nothing. It's nonsense. After going through such a process, Bai Hongtu, who got the shares, left with Bai Mo. On Bai Jin's side, a group of people discussed again. What should we do? Call the police? It's unrealistic. Kidnap someone again? It's even more unrealistic. Several people talked back and forth, and soon it turned into mutual accusations. Bai Xiong, it's all your fault. Big brother, you are so timid and nagging. If you had listened to me and acted directly, wouldn't you have succeeded? Bai Jin, blame me? Why don't you say that it was because of your poor care that Su Ping Ruishing people took advantage of it? Bai Xiong, didn't you hear what Bai Hongtu said? I can stop the SSS level space system? Bai Jin, oh, you also know that you can't stop it? If we acted, we might be finished now. Bai Xiong, impossible. Special power of hypnosis. No. It might be so easy to be discovered. If we are fast. As long as Tang Ran is on our side. Will she be willing to go back to Su Pingrui? Bai Jin, that's easy for you to say. Bai Chengyuan, okay. Okay. Stop arguing. You say. We won't anger Tang Xian this time. Right? Bai Xiong, this? Bai Jin, we didn't do anything. So we shouldn't. Besides, Tang Xian is so busy that he definitely doesn't have time to care about such trivial matters. At most, he offended Kong Chen. But Kong Chen alone can't stretch his hand that far. On the other side, Bai Hongtu took Bai Mo to see a doctor. Tang Ran clearly saw that while Bai Mo was doing a mental power examination, Bai Hongtu and the doctor were arm in arm. Old Yi, as usual, you will get the benefit. I understand. I understand. The instrument verified that Bai Mo's mental power collapsed and became a useless person. The healing doctor Lao Yi personally went to the battlefield to check. It's difficult, but it's not impossible to recover. Bai Mo seemed to have grabbed a life-saving straw. Master Yi, you must help me. It's all up to you. I try my best. But the price of the relevant medicines. As for the money, if it really doesn't work, I can use the group's shares to pay off the debt. Is that okay? That's fine. Dr. Yi prescribed several medicines, all of which were expensive without exception. After seeing this, what else did Tang Ran not understand? Bai Hongtu, this scumbag, set up a trap with the doctor to steal Bai Mo's newly acquired shares. TSK. They are not good people. The search for white crystal grass on the lake ice and snow planet is still going on. But because of the reappearance of the freezing weather, Gu Xiao got a lot of materials, and the search project he initiated was suspended, and the focus was shifted to the research of ice spirit materials. The fire-type superpower exploration team that cooperated with Gu Xiao to conduct related experiments although still on the lake ice and snow planet, has moved to a relatively safe urban area, which is considered a holiday, because the project was suspended. The next day, Lu Xiao and Xia Yan also came back, after learning that Yan Qian was injured. The two of them visited him with different thoughts. It was a bit like a formal process. They comforted Yan Qian, and then focused on Tang Ranran. Xia Yan, oh my god! Super 5S level lightning endowed beast? That's really too dangerous. Are you okay? No injuries? Lu Xiao, yeah. It was really thrilling. No injuries? Next time you go on an adventure, remember to take me with you. Xia Yan, take me too. As a guard, I have to protect your safety. Yan Qian was disdainful of the two people's courtesy. Huh? You guys? You just cause trouble if you go. Lu Xiao and Xia Yan retorted. Yes. You're awesome. You're amazing. So you're seriously injured. Then you and I were talking back and forth, making sarcastic remarks to each other. Tang Ranran, what can she do? She can only smooth things over. As a wounded person, she can't just deal with the food with nutrient solution. She must eat more high purification value food. The ingredients are ready, and the chef robot is the one who does it. At mealtime, a large group of people are eating for free. After having lunch together, the injured Yan Qian was ordered to take a nap, supervised by the Dr. Gu Xiao. Xia Yan, Fu Jingyuan, and Lu Xiao stayed behind to discuss something with Tang Ranran. Fu Jingyuan and Lu Xiao were going to start cultivating the magic vine. They both made a consistent request to plant it in the D4 area. In the initial stage, they would ask a friend of the wood department to be responsible for the early planting work. Tang Ranran agreed very readily and said generously, if there are any problems with planting in the early stage, find Wu Pingyang and ask him to help. Xia Yan had already drunk the magic fruit mental potion, so he naturally didn't need to cultivate the magic vine. But he was jealous of the newly developed mental potion, Fire Ice Crystal Blue. Gu Xia personally announced that Fire Ice Crystal Blue has an improvement effect on 4S level. He couldn't rely on the magic fruit potion, so at this stage, he could only rely on this Fire Ice Crystal Blue to achieve mental power promotion. However, Fu Jingyuan and Lu Xiao were still there, so Xia Yan naturally couldn't speak. You guys are fine, right? Then I want to tell you something. Tang Ranran began to assign tasks. The evidence of the four people's violations of discipline, Bai Jin, Bai Yang, Bai Wei and Bai Xiong, recorded in this small notebook, was put on the table. Tang Ranran said, if there is a grudge, you see, can you bring them to justice based on these words alone? First, a wave of legal attacks. If the legal attack can't be carried out, she will send Ares, the top killer. As for her sudden attack on the Bai family, the three of them can easily find out that she went to Longruixing. Fu Jingyuan and Xia Yan are insiders. And as for Lu Xiao, Tang Ranran is not stupid. She is now completely sure that she has revealed her identity, and Lu Xiao has known the truth for a long time. It doesn't matter. After a few simple sentences, the three of them said, no problem. This kind of small character can be dealt with a little movement of the finger. After the Bai family incident was over, they sat for a few more minutes, chatted for a few words, and made sure that there was nothing to do. So Tang Ranran prepared to leave. If there is nothing else, I will go to work. You guys are welcome. Leaving this sentence, Tang Ranran went to her underground secret room. After Tang Ranran left, the three of them sat for a while, and after a few simple discussions, they finalized the plan to deal with the Bai family. It would be easy for the three of them to deal with Bai Jin and his men. Not to mention that they had the relevant criminal information provided by Tang Ranran. After discussing the Bai family incident, Fu Jingyuan and Lu Xiao, who were thinking about the magic fruit potion combination, left together, and their destination was D4 area. The size of the 100 magic vine is too large, and the two need to plan and discuss the vegetable field. Otherwise the magic vine will be crowded together when it grows up, and will kill each other. Xia Yan sat alone for a few minutes, arranged some actions to deal with the Bai family with the intelligent brain, and then went out. On the other side, after entering her secret studio, Tang Ranran tried to use the tracking spirit mirror again, but unfortunately, the skill was obviously out of time. Bai Jin and the other three were dealt with by Lu Xiao, Fu Jingyuan, and Xia Yan, so they would not have a good ending. Bai Mo's mental power was wasted, And she went from being an S-level person to a person without mental power, which was definitely like falling into the abyss. What's more, there was a man beside her, Bai Hongtu, who had ulterior motives and was eyeing her shares. However, why did Bai Hongtu get the upper hand? Although there was no direct hatred, Bai Hongtu was obviously an accomplice. And there was also the Special Control Department who participated in the kidnapping. And there was also Bai Zhou, who they were going to invite to give her hypnotic suggestions. There were quite a few participants. Although Bai Hongtu was not the head of the Bai family, his power was definitely among the top 3. His attitude could fully represent the entire Bai family. And the entire Bai family was counting on her to eat this big cake. She couldn't eat this loss. Thinking of this, Tang Ranran immediately called Xie Shihe and said a classic line. The weather is cold, and the Bai family should go bankrupt. Xie Shihe, what? Xie Shihe, Bai family. Which Bai family? After receiving Tang Ranran call, Xie Shihe was originally surprised. But after hearing this nonsense, he was immediately confused. Tang Ranran cut to the chase. The Bai family of Fengshui fruit industry. Ah? After thinking for a long time, Xie Shihe finally thought of this small company like Xiaokalami. They are a small group with a market value of only 100 billion. And they are also a planting group. How dare they offend you? A top planting master? Xie Shihe was shocked. Fengshui fruit industry? Idiot! As a planting group that mainly deals in pure fruits and vegetables. How dare they offend Tang Xian, the leader of the planting industry? Isn't this courting death? Well, let them go bankrupt. Is that okay? Xie Shihe immediately said, no problem. I will kill them right away. However, if you want to bring them down as soon as possible, you need to help. Of course, I will do my best to help you. That's fine. Then let's do this. In the simplest way. Xie Shihe blah blah. In simple terms, dumping at low prices. Targeting the related products of Fengshui fruit industry group. They will sell them at a low price to take away the sales market, so that their products cannot be sold and they can only be forced to reduce prices. Price wars are always like killing 1,000 enemies and losing 800 of their own. But as long as their prices are low enough, the other party will die quickly enough. Well, that's it. As for losing money, Tang Ranran doesn't care at all, as long as they can ruin them. For specific related information, contact Wu Pingyang. I will ask him to ship a large amount. Okay. Don't worry. They will go bankrupt in a month at most. Well, it's finalized. Thinking that the Bai family is about to go bankrupt, Tang Ranran feels relieved. Long Ruishing, Bai family. The old couple by Chongyun have been in a gloomy mood recently. Before, because of Tang Ranran incident, Bai Mo's mental power had problems for no reason. In order to calm Bai Hongtu's anger, they lost 1% of the shares of Fengshui Group. Then, after a few days of worrying, what they were worried about happened. Bai Jin, Bai Wei, Bai Yang, and Bai Xiong were arrested almost at the same time. And the evidence was sufficient. Some were imprisoned, and some were eating peanuts. From the incident to imprisonment and sentencing, the speed was so fast that they could not react at all. It was all settled when they had no time to ask for help. Oh! Even if they wanted to ask for help, they couldn't get it. When Bai Chongyun wanted to use family connections to save his life, he found that the entire Bai family was in a mess. The first star system is definitely a gathering place for major forces and families. Even on Long Ruishing, which is ranked at the end, there are many family forces. The Bai family has neither money nor power. They can only be ranked with such a reputation because they have 3 SSS-level supernatural beings to support them. Economically, the Bai family biggest source of income comes from Fengshui fruit industry. Fengshui fruit industry is definitely the Bai family biggest industry. And now Fengshui fruit industry has suffered the biggest crisis since its inception. Just a few days ago, a fruit industry group under Hengxing Group suddenly launched many new pure fruits and vegetables. And its fruit and vegetable categories overlapped with their products by more than 80%. Except for the fruits and vegetables that are exclusively patented by the Bai family. Hengxing started selling other products with great fanfare. It is common for products to overlap. But Hengxing directly launched a buy one get one free event. In other words, half price. This is definitely a bargain price. For the same thing, half price and original price. Anyone who is not stupid will go to Hengxing to buy it. The sales of Fengshui fruit industry dropped sharply. The senior executives of the Bai family of Fengshui fruit industry immediately held an emergency meeting. After much discussion, they still had no solution and could only wait and see. Pure fruits and vegetables are expensive, but their costs are also high. After considering all the costs, they certainly cannot offer them at half the price. The first senior executive meeting ended in vain. The Bai family could only secretly hope that Hengxing Big Sale was just an advertisement for the opening of a new store, using the gimmick of low prices to attract a wave of traffic for at most 3 to 5 days. And it would not last long. After the meeting, like all the shareholders, Bai Hongtu was worried. Bai Hongtu and the family doctor, Yi Lao, had cooperated very efficiently to cheat by MO of the 1% of the shares. In addition to the 6.65% he had in his hands, it was now 7.65%. Among the shareholders of Fengshui fruit industry, Bai Hongtu was considered a major shareholder because he participated in the kidnapping of Tang Ranran. Bai Hongtu knew more than others, so he also vaguely guessed a little bit. Hengxing is here to steal their business? What a joke. Hengxing is a big family. How could they care about their small business? Why are they suddenly targeting them? Everyone who is well informed knows that Xie Shihe, the new chairman of Hengxing, has a very good relationship with Tang Xian. It was because of Tang Xian's favorable wind that he stood out from the competitors and forced Xie Xinxi to give up his position. So, it was Tang Xian who wanted to suppress them. Tang Xian was backing up his subordinate Kong Chen. Almost on the same day, Bai Hongtu received news that 4 brothers-in-law were in prison. Now, he was completely sure that it was definitely Tang Xian. As a top bigwig system, Tang Xian's network of contacts was absolutely beyond their imagination. Bai Hongtu was very upset. If he had known earlier, he should have stopped his father-in-law's family from targeting Tang Ranran. He really never expected that Tang Xian would go to war for his subordinate's girlfriend. What to do now? The only thing to do is to seek peace. After being economically sanctioned for a week, the current head of the Bai family, Bai Hongtu, and several other leaders of the Bai family, begged and used all their connections to finally get in touch with Kong Chen. Bai Hongtu and his friends had already discussed their excuses. So, we really didn't know anything about it. Taking your girlfriend away was the personal behavior of Bai Qingyan's family. And it has nothing to do with our entire Bai family. Their family has bad intentions, and has done all kinds of bad things. We have decided to expel them all from the clan. I promise to give an explanation to Lord Kongxing. Bai Hongtu even said, Bai Mo and I have divorced. And I have no relationship with their family anymore. Everyone, Lord Kongxing, please be magnanimous and put aside the past grudges. Say a few good words in front of General Tang Xian and ask him to show mercy. In response, Kongchen, ah? What? Against your Bai family? No. I don't know. Don't talk nonsense. We didn't do anything. Kongchen pretended to be confused and didn't admit it. Playing Tai Chi with them. Hengxing used low-price dumping to suppress Fengshui fruit industry for more than half a month. And Kongchen went to Tang Ranran to discuss. For more than half a month, the entire Fengshui fruit industry group was almost in a state of only outflow and no inflow. And the capital chain was close to the edge of breaking. The Bai family, especially the group shareholders who held more shares, were already anxious. As the saying goes, the rabbit will bite when it is anxious. If they really force people into a dead end, and the superpowers of the Bai family sneak into Su Pingrixing to make trouble, what should they do? Tang Ranran thought about it. And it was true. She couldn't kill the entire Bai family. Just teach them a lesson. So she couldn't force them to jump off the wall. Tang Ranran turned around and discussed with Xie Shihe. And finally, the Fengshui fruit industry, which was on the verge of bankruptcy, was acquired by Hengxing Group. The acquisition price was naturally lower than the original market price. But the shareholders of the Bai family would not lose all their money. A good blow, but not fatal, so as not to put them in a desperate situation. The Bai family had no choice but to suffer this loss. And then, they had to lick their faces and send a lot of apology gifts to Su Pingrixing through various connections. Of course, for Tang Ranran, they were all worthless things. She didn't even look at them. She just said to Kongchen, take them if they send them, and deal with them yourself. Regarding the follow-up of the Bai family, Xie Yin was very active in sharing gossip with Tang Ranran. Bai Zhen and the other 4 went in. Bai Xiong and Bai Wei, who had been doing evil on Freedom Star, will have to eat peanuts in a while. Although Bai Zhen and Bai Yang have been in prison for more than 10 years, Bai Zhen's political enemies will never let him go. Once he goes in, he will definitely not be able to get out. Because Bai Yang embezzled a lot of public funds from Fengshui fruit industry. He didn't need others to deal with him. The Bai family would deal with him. And it was estimated that he would not be able to get out. Bai Hongtu, that guy, is a typical example of a couple who are birds of the same forest, but fly away when disaster strikes, and even step on each other to help himself. Bai Hongtu not only used tricks to drive Bai Mo out of the house, but even before the divorce, he once again played a trap, using the excuse of smoothing relationships to save people to cheat Bai Chengyun and his wife of most of their property. When the Bai family expelled them from the family, the remaining property of Bai Chengyun and his wife was divided up. However, after all, a lean camel is bigger than a horse. After being driven out of the Bai family, Bai Chengyun and his wife bought a house in the ordinary residential area of Longruixing with their private collection and lived there. There was no need to think about buying medicines with high purification values to extend life. But it was still possible to spend the old age like ordinary people as long as they saved money. However, within 2 days, Bai Mo, who was driven out of the house, shamelessly moved into the old couple's house. And then, they quarreled every day with complaints. Bai Chengyun and Bai Ting accused Bai Mo of finding Bai Hongtu, an ungrateful person, and letting a wolf into the house. Bai Mo retorted that he shamelessly set his sights on his granddaughter, which led to Su Ping Ruishing retaliation. Anyway, the whole place was in turmoil. Tang Ranran felt that her side quest should have been completely completed. The Bai family has been cleaned up. Fu Jingyuan and Lu Xiao are committed to cultivating the magical vine and are very busy every day. Yin Qian is recovering from his injuries. Gu Xiu is supervising and treating Yin Qian as the attending physician, while studying the relevant materials obtained from Lake Ice and Snow Star and refining them into medicines. He is also very busy. That is Xia Yin, an idle person, with nothing to do. Xia Yin had a little idea and started running to Villa No. 3 in Fu Xianting. Since becoming the head of Hengsheng, Xia has been very busy. So Villa No. 3 is empty most of the time. Xia Yin occupied the magpie's nest and lived in Villa No. 3 directly. After observing for a few days, Xia Yin found that Tang Ranran himself stayed at home every day without going out. He was really a homebody. Even if there was only a wall between them, he had no chance to get close to people. What can I do? If the mountain doesn't come to me, I can only go to the mountain. At dinner time, Xia Yin decided to sneak to the next door, use a beauty trick, and try to climb into bed. Gu Xiu has already produced several potions, and he is greedy. Action is worse than thought. With an invisible mental barrier, Xia Yin went directly from the balcony of Villa No. 3 to the balcony of Villa No. 2 next door. The two balconies are only tens of meters apart. And then he was stopped in the middle, just over 5 meters away. A space defense shield with mental power concealment? He didn't feel the mental power fluctuations even though they were tens of meters apart? Wasn't Yin Qian recovering from his injuries? That was. Xia Yin felt it carefully and was surprised. SSS level mental power fluctuations? It's only SSS level, but it can escape his 4S level distance perception, which is quite amazing. Who is it? Xia Yin didn't need to guess at all. Zhuozhou appeared in a flash. The space defense shield is like a huge spider web. Once an insect falls into the spider web, the spider squatting there will notice the movement at the first time. Zhuozhou came to check at the fastest speed. He didn't see anyone, but because of his special ability, Zhuozhou could vaguely sense Xia Yin's position and said to him, "Sir, please show up." In terms of strength, Xia Yin is definitely stronger than Zhuozhou, but they are on the same side and cannot conflict. So he moved his mental power and covered the person in his own mental barrier. General Xia. Seeing the person clearly, Zhuozhou greeted him formally and asked, "What are you doing?" "I have something to discuss with her." When Zhuozhou appeared here, Xia Yin immediately realized that this guy was also an insider. However, he didn't take it seriously. Although he was handsome, his appearance was not high enough. Tang Ranran's eyes would definitely not look down on this kid. "General Xia, the boss has ordered that no one can disturb her. If you have something urgent, please contact her first with a smart brain." Zhuozhou naturally didn't let him go. "What's the big deal? Why do you stay at home every day?" Muttering to himself, Xia Yin gave up and returned empty-handed. "Okay, I go find Tang Xian." Tang Ranran himself didn't work. So Xie Yin could only save the country in a roundabout way and chose to start from Tang Xian. Then, he was scolded by Tang Ranran, who received the report from Zhuishou. Tang Ranran. Fierce. Be honest. If you dare to find me again, I will apply for a change of guards. Xie Yin could only admit his mistakes and strive for leniency. Don't. I was reckless this time. I know I was wrong. There will definitely be no next time. Tang Ranran couldn't get through. So Xie Yin turned to stare at Gu Xiao. Gu Xiao, get lost. Don't think about the fire ice crystal blue. My share is not settled yet. Xie Yin thoughts were written nakedly on his face. Gu Xiao was not blind. He called it I supervised Tang Xian. But he was actually thinking about the fire ice crystal blue. At first, there were about 1,000 fire red osmanthus. But this time a total of 200 were converted. With a conversion rate of about 65%. 3 materials make 1 potion. And because there is a failure rate in the refining process, Gu Xiao estimated that there would be at most 40 fire ice crystal blues in this batch. 30 to 70. He only has 12. And Tang Xian himself is still 4S level. It is impossible for him to give up his share. Gu Xiao himself is secretly anxious. Give it to Xie Yin? Dream on. With Xie Yin watching him closely, Gu Xiao is extremely worried. He has to keep an eye on it. Xie Yin is a man without moral integrity. He might use a honey trap. He must keep a close eye on him. Tang Xian promised before that if he succeeds in getting promoted, he will give priority to selling any extra fire ice crystal blue to him. Xie Yin must not be allowed to cut in line. Then, every time Gu Xiao met Tang Ranran, he would always say a few words to her alone. Has your mental power been promoted? Has it not been promoted yet? How many bottles of fire ice crystal blue have you drunk? Tang Ranran, In fact, she didn't drink any. 20 days after the Thunder Tribulation, when the Bai-family affairs came to an end, Tang Ranran, who had been practicing in seclusion for more than half a month, finally entered the nascent soul stage. She's getting stronger. Stronger? After impatiently using a few skills in the farm, Tang Ranran was frustrated to find the fact, her attack power is not as strong as Tang Xuanhao. But think about it. Although Tang Xuanhao is a puppet, he is a sword-cultivating puppet with high attack power. And as an alchemist, she certainly can't do as much damage as a sword cultivator. Thinking on the second thought, 1 + 1 is greater than 2. Tang Ranran felt that with Tang Xuanhao as her bodyguard, she would be able to fight even if she encountered a 5S level monster. As for a 5S level superpower, Tang Ranran's mind immediately emerged with the scene of Yan Qian carrying the Thunder Tribulation for her. Yan Qian, a 5S level, could not be beaten by her and the puppet together. But she should be able to beat someone like Lu Feng. Right? I should. After all, she was not familiar with Lu Feng and had never seen Lu Feng in action. However, Tang Ranran thought of the big tree scorpion that Gu Xia mentioned. Since Lu Feng was able to get the fruit of the tree on the big scorpion from the Black Stop Star, he must have a high fighting power. There are still many masters. Her strength is not enough. Tang Ranran hurried to the basement of the farm and found her treasure. The Good Fortune Pill. Divination. If she takes the Good Fortune Pill, good luck. Well, very good. Tang Ranran, who believes in metaphysics, took the Good Fortune Pill decisively after getting this good divination result. Without refining or even chewing, the Good Fortune Pill turned into a stream of power and flowed into her body. The Yuaning man that had just condensed in the Dantian gradually solidified. In a few minutes, the power of the Good Fortune Pill was all transformed into Tang Ranran power. Her strength went directly from the early Yuaning stage to the late Yuaning stage. To put it in a more vivid way, the experience bar went from 0% to 80%. After carefully feeling her own cultivation that had grown several times, Tang Ranran screamed like a groundhog in her heart. Oh my god! She is in the nascent soul stage. Nascent soul cultivation. How can the nascent soul stage increase so much? Taking the creation pill. Directly advancing from a mortal to a golden pill. It is really not a legend. After making great progress in cultivation with the help of a Good Fortune Pill, Tang Ranran calmed down a bit and turned her attention to her own mental power. These days, Gu Xia kept asking her, "Have you been promoted?" It was like he was urging her to hand in her homework. If she didn't get promoted again, she would be annoyed to death by him. The great leap forward in cultivation did not bring about a great improvement in mental power. Tang Ranran's mental power was still at level 4S. and compared with before, she didn't feel much stronger. Good fortune pills are for cultivation, so it's normal that they don't boost mental power. Thinking of this, Tang Ranran took out the Fire Ice Crystal Blue potion. During this period, Gu Xiao has been refining Fire Ice Crystal Blue, and more than a dozen finished potions have been produced. So the first wave of distribution has been carried out. Of the 10 potions in the first wave, Tang Ranran got 7 and Gu Xiao got 3. Fire Ice Crystal Blue, which is made from the main material transformed from Fire Red Osmanthus, not only increases mental power, but also increases cultivation, but only a little bit. Since her current experience bar was 80%, Tang Ranran drank it without hesitation. After taking a bottle of Fire Ice Crystal Blue, she felt it carefully and estimated that her experience bar of cultivation had increased by about 0.5%. As for how much her mental power had increased, not sure, but her mental power had become a little stronger. With the divination suit that had not been put away yet, Tang Ranran began to predict. If she drank the 5S level C spirit potion at this time. Success. 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 Oh my god. So high. 100% success? Strike while the iron is hot. Tang Ranran took the 5SC spirit out of the basement and drank it directly. After drinking it, Tang Ranran waited for the effect of the potion. In less than an hour, she felt it. Her mental power was in a very excited state, like a carp swimming against the current. Struggling forward, Tang Ranran quickly drank the sugar water solution and ate a handful of pills in one breath. It may be really useful, or it may just feel useful, but in the end, the carp successfully crossed the dragon gate. A feeling of breaking through a barrier. Her mental power has been promoted. The ordinary version of the mental power detection instrument for home use is only up to 2S level. Tang Ranran bought the most expensive advanced version, but the upper limit of the measurement is still only up to 4S level. She has to go to the hospital to test it with a medical-specific mental power instrument. Of course, there is no need to be so troublesome. Just go to Yan Qian to verify it. After leaving her secret room early after get-off work, Tang Ranran connected to the Sky Eye system of her F1 area with her smart brain. After searching in the monitoring screen, she found Yan Qian in the electronic eye of a robot. Yan Qian was in an office study on the second floor. The power of thunder tribulation is not so easy to resolve, but Yan Qian has the advantage of thunder, relying on high purification value and related medicines. When the mental power riot was controlled, Yan Qian began to think of ways to eliminate the thunder and lightning power that was causing trouble in his body. The power of the thunder tribulation has penetrated deep into the body, the internal organs, the blood and the bone marrow. After finding that it could not be removed, Yan Qian tried to digest and absorb it with his own lightning ability. And then, he succeeded. As the thunder and lightning power in the body was gradually absorbed, Yan Qian's mental state became more and more stable. At this time, he was allowed to use his mental power for 4 or 5 hours a day. At this moment, Yan Qian was working remotely online. When Tang Ranran locked onto the person through the robot's electronic eyes, Yan Qian seemed to have sensed something and looked back. Tang Ranran connected to the robot in the study room with her smart brain and said, "I have something to talk to you about. I come over now." Yan Qian, "Okay. I wait for you." Tang Ranran had just stepped onto the second floor and was about to go to the study area where Yan Qian was, when she passed by the pharmacy laboratory on the second floor. Gu Xiao, who heard the noise in the room, saw her through the open door and immediately ran to the door, shouting, "Tang Xian, help me. My blue bar is at the bottom and I have drug resistance. And I have a few pure plants. I'm in urgent need." Ever since Gu Xiao moved in, Tang Ranran has been forced to grow vegetables many times, and she has become accustomed to it. Tang Ranran, wait a minute. I need to go find Yan Qian for something. What is it? Gu Xiao came over directly, as if he was afraid that she would run away, and followed her. I go with you. That's fine. Tang Ranran kept walking and asked, "Is he okay recently?" "No problem. I feel that the lightning power in his body has weakened a lot, and he will be able to jump around in half a month at most." Tang Ranran was secretly happy. That's good. By the way, I have refined 8 Fire Ice Crystal Blues. Let's work hard today. You plant the materials, and I refine the medicine. Try to get 10, and then divide the spoils. Gu Xiao said excitedly. No need. Ah? Gu Xiao was puzzled. What do you mean? While they were talking, they had already arrived at the door of Yan Qian's study. Tang Ranran stepped into the room, stood at the door, tilted her head, and said to Gu Xiao, I have been promoted. After that, Tang Ranran walked into the study. Gu Xiao was stunned for 2 seconds, and then his face was suddenly full of surprise. Tang Xian, you have been promoted. Really? You are not lying to me. Gu Xiao excitedly trotted into the room, and he looked so happy, as if he was the one who was promoted. As early as when Tang Ranran arrived at the door, Yin Qian stood up and left his chair to greet her. When he heard her words, he was also surprised, and then looked proud and proud. Promoted? Well, if I feel right, it should be. If you are in good condition now, check my mental fluctuations. Yin Qian nodded immediately. No problem. Tang Ranran released mental fluctuations. Indeed, it's 5S level. Yin Qian confirmed, smiling happily. Congratulations. Fuck. Gu Xiao widened his eyes and said excitedly, I didn't feel it. I couldn't detect the mental fluctuations. It's really 5S level. Tang Xian, you are so amazing. Tang Ranran was modest. Just lucky. Gu Xiao occupational disease was a bit recurring, and he rolled up his sleeves eagerly. Come on. Let me help you check. No need. Tang Ranran waved her hands hurriedly. She was a puppet. Could he check it? No. Don't be polite. We are friends. You just got promoted. No need. I'm sure it's 5S level. And the state is very stable. It's definitely a real 5S level. Yin Qian interrupted him to cover for Tang Ranran, and his words were very sure. Seeing Yin Qian's angry look, Gu Xiao was stunned, thinking of the ambiguous relationship between the two, and immediately understood. This jealous guy is really strong. He won't even let me touch him. He is a straight man. Is it necessary to guard against him like a thief? Even if Tang Xian is the god of wealth, he is still a man. He won't be as shameless as these guys. Gu Xiao was speechless about Yin Qian, a jealous person who attacked indiscriminately. He didn't understand, but he respected. Mental strength examination is just as occupational disease as a doctor. Since both of them objected, Gu Xiao naturally stopped insisting and turned to the main point. Is it because of drinking fire ice crystal blue? Tang Xian, how many did you drink? Tang Xian has been promoted to 5S level, so the remaining fire ice crystal blue. Give him priority. All 7 were drunk. Tang Ranran said nonsense. And, because of Tang Ranran hesitation, Gu Xiao asked impatiently, what else? Tang Ranran glanced at Yin Qian, thought about it, and finally did not reveal it, shaking his head and said, nothing. The secret to promotion to 5S is right in front of him, and Gu Xiao is extremely anxious to break the casserole and ask the bottom of it. Don't tell me. Although we are not brothers, we are definitely better than brothers. Is there anything I can't listen to? Did you drink other special potions? The precious ones? Or is it a high purification value? Above 90? Or even 10? 0? Because of Tang Ranran's eyes, Yin Qian understood and asked, is it the Sea Spirit King potion? Yin Qian took the initiative to bring it up, and Tang Ranran did not hide it and admitted, yes. Sea Spirit King potion? Sea Spirit King. Gu Xiao was shocked. Where did it come from? Gu Xiao guessed the answer after only asking half a sentence, and looked at Yin Qian with a shocked face. You were seriously injured last time, because you killed the Sea Spirit King single-handedly? Yes. Yin Qian admitted frankly, and then 2 words. Keep it secret. You. Gu Xiao was stunned. His face was horrified for several seconds, and then his face changed like a book, and he looked at Yin Qian eagerly and said, hey, cousin, we are relatives after all. Your cousin, have given you free treatment many times over the years. Right? So do you have any more? Do you think King Hailing mass-produced it? Yin Qian poured a basin of cold water on him. Humph. If you don't have it, then you don't have it. After being disappointed, Gu Xiao snorted angrily, and turned to Tang Ranran and said earnestly, Tang Xian, we agreed before that if you get promoted, the remaining fire ice crystal blue will be supplied to me first. I used the remaining potions first, before Tang Ranran could speak. Yin Qian said unhappily, what if you never get promoted? You won't get all hers. Right? How is that possible? How can I be so bad? I estimate, at most 50. Really? At most 50. Hurrying to argue for himself. Gu Xiu glared at Yan Qian with gritted teeth, cursing in his heart. Tang Xian didn't say anything. Why do you care so much? Bah. Plastic cousin. He's really not a good guy. It turns out that he is a far cry from his appearance. Yan Qian continued with his murderous gaze. Only 50. 3 of which you take. Isn't it enough? Which you only converted part of it. This first batch can produce at most 40 potions. Even if there is a second wave, it is impossible to convert all of them. It takes time. But I'm anxious. The hope of promotion is just around the corner. Gu Xiu is anxious. A delay of 1 second is a loss. After expressing his urgent desire to be promoted, Gu Xiu blamed him righteously. It's all because of you, my cousin. If I wasn't afraid that your mental strength would be a problem, why would I stay here? I must be waiting for the freezing weather on the lake ice and snow star. Who am I doing this for? Didn't I say it long ago that I just need to rest for a while? Yan Qian defended himself. But his tone was a little weak, and he lacked confidence. After all, Gu Xiao, the attending physician, was really busy because of his condition, and delayed a lot of things. Damn. Do you still have a conscience? Has your conscience been eaten by a dog? Okay. Seeing that Gu Xiu was about to curse at Yan Qian, Tang Ranran quickly stepped forward to be a peacemaker. Since I have been promoted, I am not in a hurry for the fire ice crystal blue. You can use the remaining potions first. But according to the current situation, the more than 1,000 fire red osmanthus plants can produce more than 200 fire ice crystal blue. Right? After hearing Tang Ranran words, Gu Xiu's volcanic expression instantly exploded, and he obtained the priority use of the remaining fire ice crystal blue. Time dissipated, and he nodded with a happy face. Indeed, there should be more than 200. Well, you use it first, and then give it to me later. If you are promoted beyond the quota of 1/3, I can also give you some. But too much is definitely not okay. I understand. Don't worry. 50 or 60 is definitely enough. Gu Xiu was full of joy, and couldn't wait to urge. Okay. It has been confirmed that you have been promoted, and your condition is extremely good. Let's hurry up. You grow herbs, and I refine medicine. I will strive to get promoted as soon as possible. What's the hurry? Yan Qian felt distressed. His wife had just been promoted, and she hadn't even had a break. Urgent. Of course I'm anxious. I'm so anxious. Tang Xian. Hurry up. Tang Ranran could fully understand the desire to get promoted. So at Gu Xiu urging, he went to the alchemy room with him, and Yan Qian followed. Then, Tang Ranran was responsible for growing vegetables. Gu Xiu made medicine, and Yan Qian helped. LV Xiao and Fu Jingyuan, who were busy cultivating the magic vine, were either at the magic vine planting site in D4 area or left the planet to hunt monsters on the neighboring free stars in recent times. They happened to be away from here these days. That is, Xia Yin, who had nothing to do, served as a planetary safety inspector. After patrolling several important areas on the planet, after making sure there was nothing unusual and no unfamiliar S-level or above, Xia Yin came back from get off work and went straight to the pharmacy laboratory where Gu Xiu was. Xia Yin was very greedy for fire ice crystal blue. So Tang Ranran, the real owner, didn't care. But Xia Yin, the bodyguard, was afraid that Gu Xiu would embezzle 1 or 2 of them. After work, he stared at Gu Xiu's supervisor. When he came to the pharmacy laboratory and saw the 3 people inside, Xia Yin smiled and greeted them. Are you all? Looking at Tang Ranran, who was planting vegetables, Xia Yin was stunned. Didn't feel the mental power fluctuation? Hallucination? Not sure. Take another look. Release mental power to feel it carefully, and confirm that there was still no mental power fluctuation. And Xia Yin eyes suddenly lit up. Xia Yin Hu, promoted to 5S level. Tang Ranran nodded. Yes. Xia Yin, it's fire ice crystal blue. Tang Ranran continued to nod. Yes. It was just a theory before, but now the theory has been put into practice, proving that fire ice crystal blue can indeed assist in the promotion to 5S level. Xia Yin was immediately excited and ecstatic. I thought I could only stop at 4S level in this life. But now, Xia Yin immediately rushed towards Tang Ranran. But just as he moved, he was blocked by Yan Qian when he was 2 steps away from Tang Ranran. Xie Yin is a shameless guy and looks good. Yin Qian is on guard against him, and doesn't give him any chance to get close to Tang Ranran. Unable to overcome the big obstacle of Yin Qian, Xie Yin can only stand where he is, and shout to Tang Ranran anxiously. Sell me some fire ice crystal blue. As long as I can be promoted to 5S level, you can let me do anything. Before Tang Ranran could speak, Gu Xia jumped up first. Get lost. He hasn't been promoted yet. Don't even think about cutting in line. Because she had taken it before. Tang Ranran roughly knew that the effect of fire ice crystal blue on 5S level was probably negligible. It was ineffective upward. But it would definitely have a huge effect downward. She estimated that even if Kong Chen, who was a fake product that was pulled up by medicine, smashed 50 fire ice crystal blue, he might be able to enter the 4S level. So for Xie Yin, with the limited number of fire red osmanthus, Tang Ranran certainly would not give him any. Tang Ranran had no intention of giving it to him. And Yin Qian and Gu Xia were watching. So Xie Yin could not get close to her at all. Even if he wanted to sell his chastity, he had no chance at all. Xie Yin could only watch Gu Xia slowly drink 9 fire ice crystal blues. He was so greedy that he was tickled. But he could do nothing about it. After a lot of noise, all the finished fire ice crystal blues on hand went into his stomach. Gu Xia was satisfied. And the work was done. Everyone was off work. As soon as he got off work, Yin Qian, who was in good condition, quickly used his space ability to throw Xie Yin, who was in his way, back to the side yard. Xie Yin, who was forcibly repatriated, damn! After a few more words, Tang Ranran, Yin Qian and Gu Xia went back to their rooms together, and then went back to their rooms. As soon as they entered their rooms and closed the door, Tang Xuanhao on this side immediately went offline, and Tang Ranran on the other side became active. After more than 20 days, Tang Ranran, who lived in Wanyantai, finally stepped out of his room. While going downstairs to the living room on the first floor, Tang Ranran poked the protective net of Zhuozhou, the bodyguard, with his mental power. Although it was dark, there were still 2 or 3 hours before the bedtime. Zhuozhou, who had not yet rested, felt Tang Ranran call and responded with a mental power, which was equivalent to asking, "Boss, what do you want? Come over." Tang Ranran replied with mental power. In less than 10 seconds, Zhuozhou appeared in the living room on the first floor of the villa. Well, wait a minute. Tang Ranran crossed her legs and occupied the largest sofa like a big boss, sending a message to Kong Chen through the smart brain. After a few words of communication, Tang Ranran looked up and said to Zhuozhou, "Kong Chen is now in T2 area. You go over and pick him up. Remember to hide your whereabouts when you come." "Yes." Zhuozhou took action immediately after receiving the order. While waiting, Tang Ranran decisively instructed the robot to serve the fruit plate and make tea. She hadn't eaten for a long time, and she was greedy. After about 10 minutes, Tang Ranran, who was holding half a melon and eating enthusiastically, sensed the SSS level fluctuation. After a mental power exploration, Tang Ranran saw a mental power invisible barrier. In a short breath, Tang Ranran concluded that with her current strength, breaking Zhuozhou mental power invisible barrier was as easy as breaking a glass. Level advantage. With a wave of his hand, he set up a large privacy barrier. Tang Ranran swallowed the melon in his mouth and said, "Okay, come out." Hearing this, Zhuozhou withdrew his hiding and the two of them showed up. "Sit down." Tang Ranran glanced at the sofa next to him. The two of them were very conscious. One on the left and one on the right, each occupying a small sofa. While the robot was in the tea room, Tang Ranran dug a few spoonfuls of melon, which was considered a treat, and ordered, "Come on. Both of you give me some blood." "Boss." Zhuozhou's face was immediately full of excitement. He hurriedly took out a container and a weapon from the space buckle, and impatiently stabbed his arm. Kong Chen also quickly bled. Both knew that whenever Tang Ranran wanted to distribute special rare potions, he would use blood as a medium to test a success rate. If the success rate is high, they will naturally take the potion, and then be promoted. They are all SSS level, and the next level is 4S level. A year or two ago, the 4S level Yin Qian was still something they could only look up to, and he was the first war god of the empire at the top of the cloud. And now, they didn't expect that they would have the opportunity to reach 4S level, although the top of the strength list has been updated to 5S level. The 4S level is also exciting. Kong Chen and Zhuozhou both put a large bowl of blood in front of Tang Ranran. And then, they looked at her closely with burning eyes, full of desire for upgrades and great expectation. Don't be nervous. Eat some fruit. I calculate it. Tang Ranran used the blood sample again to perform immortal cultivation metaphysics divination. 2 4S level sea spirits were purchased from the military at the beginning, and Yin Qian gave her 1 sea spirit king and 3 4S level ones. So far, due to the success rate problem, only Aries has consumed a 4S level sea spirit. She still has 4 in her hand. It's time to show off my strength. Although Zhuozhou is a treasure hunter, he is not as important as Kong Chen and Tang Ranran heart. So naturally he will test Kong Chen first. A 4S hailing. Failed. Failed. Succeeded. 10% success rate. 2 4S hailings. Failed. Succeeded. Failed. 30% success rate. 3 4S hailings. Failed. Succeeded. Succeeded. 40% success rate. Ah! Tang Ranran sighed and glanced at Kong Chen. That look was definitely a look of disappointment. Kong Chen. This guy is so disappointing. Just one glance. Kong Chen felt cold all over, as if a basin of ice water was poured over his head. It's over. He's probably hopeless. The originally straight back was bent, and Kong Chen was hit like he was deflated. He curled up on the sofa and fell into a depressed state. Tang Ranran ignored him and turned to test Zhuozhou. 1 4S sea spirit. Failed. Failed. Succeeded. 20% success rate. 2 4S sea spirits. Failed. Succeeded. Failed. 40% success rate. 3 4S sea spirits. Failed. Succeeded. Succeeded. 50% success rate. Ah! Tang Ranran sighed again, looking at Zhuozhou with the same disappointment and regret. This time, the treasure hunting mouse was not good enough. Only 150% out of 3. This data is really too ugly. After being judged as a failure by Tang Ranran eyes, Zhuozhou was also instantly discouraged and fell into the same cold state as Kong Chen. The two people were just frustrated and ashamed. Don't be discouraged. I tested again. Tang Ranran cast the hexagram again, and still chose to test Kong Chen first. After taking a fire ice crystal blue, take a 4S sea spirit. Well, 2 assumptions make the hexagram a bit messy, and the result cannot be interpreted. That is, the divination level is not good enough, and it cannot be measured. If you can't measure it, just drink it directly. You too. Release your mental power. Let me feel it. As if they had found a way out of a desperate situation, and saw the hope of promotion again. Kong Chen and Zhuozhou immediately cooperated and released their mental power. Although she is not a healing system, Tang Ranran has been with doctors like Gu Xiao for a long time, and some basic mental power skills of doctors that do not involve healing abilities. She also has some basic mental power skills. One of them is to distinguish the strength of others' mental power under the same level. After checking the mental power of the 2 people with her own mental power for 7 or 8 minutes, Tang Ranran came to a conclusion. In her intuitive feeling, Kong Chen mental power is a little stronger. They are the same, but Kong Chen is 8.1 ounce. A little more. So, choose Kong Chen. Intuitively, Kong Chen mental power is stronger. So Tang Ranran naturally gives priority to Kong Chen. Zhuozhou, who was not selected, had a bitter face and felt very regretful. But he was not jealous. After Tang Ranran made his choice, he kept watching quietly. Tang Ranran took out the fire ice crystal blue potion and handed it to Kong Chen with mental power. What is this? Kong Chen, who had never seen the fire ice crystal blue potion, took the potion and stared at it with some confusion. A new potion developed by Gu Xiao. Tang Ranran lowered his voice and said, the potion that directly enhances mental power is also effective for 4S level. Kong Chen's eyes lit up instantly. Directly enhance mental power? After being overjoyed, Kong Chen suddenly froze when he thought of something. He looked at the potion reluctantly for several seconds, and then turned to Tang Ranran and said, since it is also effective for 4S level, of course you should focus on yourself first. I have entered 5S level. Tang Ranran's tone was flat, but his behavior was really showing off. Kong Chen, what? Boss, you have reached the 5S level. Zhuozhou was also shocked. If Tang Ranran had not deliberately revealed it, the two would not be able to feel the fluctuation of Tang Ranran's mental power due to the level difference. So, They really didn't know whether she was 4S or 5S. When they heard the news of Tang Ranran promotion, they were shocked. After being stunned for 2 or 3 seconds, they congratulated one after another. Congratulations, boss. Congratulations, boss. You are awesome. Too awesome. If you don't count Xie Xinxi's fake 5S level. Boss. You are the third in the empire. Boss. Lu Feng is definitely not as good as you. Definitely the second in the empire. Yes. 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 If you work harder, it is possible to be the first in the empire. Under the compliments of the two, Tang Ranran was very proud and complacent. But the first in the empire, that was really too arrogant. Okay. Okay. Stop bragging. Hurry up and try this new potion. Yeah. Since Tang Ranran has been promoted, Kong Chen is of course the one who takes the lead and immediately drinks the potion. Fire Ice Crystal Blue is a potion that takes effect immediately after taking it. It can be transformed into the user's power in 3 minutes at most. After waiting for a minute, Tang Ranran asked, "How does it feel?" The feeling of getting stronger. Kong Chen was full of excitement, and his face was full of hope for promotion. Can you self-evaluate and estimate how many are enough for promotion? This, Kong Chen was embarrassed, and felt it himself again, and finally shook his head and said, "I can't be sure about this." Oh! Kong Chen couldn't be sure, and Tang Ranran didn't force him, and gave him 2 more. Drink them all, and then I tested again. Under Zhuo envious eyes, Kong Chen drank 2 more Fire Ice Crystal Blues, and then put in a small bowl of blood again, and then waited anxiously for Tang Ranran to announce the final result. After updating the blood sample, Tang Ranran did divination again. 1 4SC Spirit. Failed. Succeeded. Failed. 30% success rate. 2 4SC Spirits. Failed. Succeeded. Succeeded. 50% success rate. 3 4SC Spirits. Succeeded. Failed. Succeeded. 60% success rate. It really changed. Tang Ranran was completely sure that the success rate of the Sea Spirit Potion had a certain relationship with the experience bar. Although the success rate of the Sea Spirit Potion was not entirely determined by the experience bar. The higher the experience bar, the higher the success rate. Look! The 3 Fire Ice Crystal Blues increased Kong Chen experience bar, and the success rate increased a lot. Tang Ranran quickly calculated. Fire Chi Yu produced at least 200 Fire Ice Crystal Blues. Even if Gu Xiao consumed 80, there were still 120. The number of Fire Ice Crystal Blues was much more than that of 4 SC Spirits. So, Tang Ranran waved his hand, and gave all the remaining 3 Fire Ice Crystal Blues to Kong Chen. After another 3 doses, Tang Ranran waited for 10 minutes, and updated the blood sample again. And then he started divination again. And this time the divination data was very good. 1 4S Hailing. Failed. Succeeded. Succeeded. 50% success rate. 2 4S Hailing. Success. Success. Failed. 60% success rate. 3 4S Hailing. Success. 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 80% success rate. This success rate is really high. So, give it a try. 1 4S Hailing. While waiting for the drug to take effect, Tang Ranran did not waste time, and paid attention to the recent situation of the planet, the recent major projects, and the future major projects. 2 hours later, Kong Chen failed very disappointingly. In self-disappointment, guilt and sadness, Kong Chen, who failed to be promoted, was like a dog who had done something wrong, lowering his head and feeling extremely depressed. Tang Ranran wanted to scold him a few words, but he couldn't bear it. What can he do? He can only continue to smash. The second 4S Hailing. This time, while waiting for the medicine to take effect, the atmosphere was a bit tense and depressing. Obviously not as relaxing as before. An hour later, Kong Chen's face suddenly changed. I feel it. The feeling of breaking through the barrier. I may have been promoted. Let me see. Tang Ranran's face lit up. After feeling Kong Chen's mental state, Tang Ranran confirmed that he was at level 4S. This successful promotion. Kong Chen was excited. Zhuo was envious. Tang Ranran was very pleased. After being excited for a while, Tang Ranran said to Kong Chen, "Don't be proud. Keep working hard." To Zhuo, "Don't worry. There are still potion materials. It's just a matter of time." Then she assigned tasks. She had to measure her control range. Tang Xian. The two of them couldn't beat it together. So Tang Ranran brought out Tang Shi. Zhou Zhou and Kong Chen joined forces. And they could definitely crush Tang Shi. After giving a lot of instructions, Tang Ranran said, "Let's go. The first stop is a free star in the 4th galaxy next door." Tang Ranran, oh, it didn't get disconnected. That's cross-galaxy control. Continue the experiment. And try the 5th galaxy next door? Tang Ranran, oh, she's still there. The 6th galaxy. The 7th galaxy. After trying to run farther and farther, Tang Ranran was overjoyed. She could run all the galaxies in the Empire, including the 13 galaxies newly included in the territory. As for the Federation and the Free Alliance, I wonder if it will work. Zhou Zhou has never left the Empire, and Tang Ranran didn't try it because she was unfamiliar with the road. Anyway, the Empire is enough for her to run. Today is a good day. Happy. After being promoted to 5S level, because the experience bar has been increased by 80%. Tang Ranran was afraid of another sudden thunder tribulation. She didn't dare to practice at all. Just simply reviewing. That is, consolidating her cultivation. She has progressed from cultivation to the late stage of nascent soul, which is really too fast. In just a few years, even the VIP among the geniuses in the world of cultivation. The youngest nascent soul is 33 years old. The 33-year-old nascent soul is the ceiling level among geniuses. She is really too fast. So Tang Ranran knows without divination that the nascent soul will be promoted to God. And the thunder tribulation will not be passed even with Yan Qian. Tang Ranran temporarily suspended cultivation and turned to focus on scientific research. Tang Xuanhao mechanically builds vegetable growing plate 1.0 every day. And she continues to improve the vegetable growing plate, striving to produce version 2.0 as soon as possible. Strength. The eternal pursuit. In order to be promoted to 5S level, Lu Xiao and Fu Jingyuan were busy planting magical vines, while Gu Xiu worked overtime to refine Fire Ice Crystal Blue. For the time being, there was no need to give Tang Ranran her 70%. Gu Xiu would refine one and drink it directly. Just like that. Another week passed, and the first batch of materials produced a total of 41 Fire Ice Crystal Blues. Except for Tang Ranran 7. The rest all went into Gu Xiu's stomach. Unfortunately, there was no miracle. And Gu Xiu was still 4S level. Just a little bit. I'm really just a little bit, Gu Xiu vowed, believing that he would be promoted soon. Gu Xiu was very loud, and did not lag behind in action. He hurriedly prepared to go to Lake Ice Snow Star again, intending to stay there to transform the second batch of Fire Red. However, before Gu Xiu set off, Yan Qian had a problem. Just like a ward round. Although Yan Qian was almost well, Gu Xiu had to check him twice a day, once in the morning and once in the evening. Before going to bed that day, Gu Xiu routinely made a ward round, and Tang Ranran watched and learned. Then, Gu Xiu urged impatiently, "Spiritual power. Release your mental power so I can check." Yan Qian was stunned and said, "I used it." "Bullshit. You used your mental power. How could I not feel it?" "Hurry up. Don't waste time. I'm very busy." "Is it because the level is not suppressed?" Tang Ranran reminded. "No." Yan Qian frowned, showing a puzzled look. "I have suppressed it to 4S level. It is impossible not to detect it." "Huh?" "I didn't feel your mental power fluctuations either. Both were 5S level." Because Yan Qian was obviously stronger than her, Tang Ranran could hardly detect his mental power fluctuations under normal circumstances. But if she used mental power detection methods, she would definitely be able to capture it. But now, her mental power exploration absolutely covered the entire room. And the result was no. No! Yan Qian was even more surprised. "Did you really use mental power?" Gu Xiu was suspicious. "Really? This?" Gu Xiu looked puzzled, then stepped forward and grabbed his wrist directly. "Don't resist. Let me check it in depth." "Okay." Gu Xiu used his supernatural power to explore. And as he explored in depth, his face became more and more solemn. And finally he burst out with a swear word. "Fuck. I can't find where your mental power is. You really didn't hide it. This is not a joke." "No." Yan Qian denied. "Impossible. In your current situation, you have no mental power in your body. You are a person without mental power. Damn. Your mental power is not collapsed. Right?" When Gu Xiu said this, Yan Qian looked at him with a cold look. and directly use mental power to deter. Ah! Gu Xia begged for mercy in an instant due to the sudden strong sense of oppression. No. I said something wrong. I felt it. Yan Qian stopped immediately. The sense of oppression disappeared, and Gu Xia took a deep breath, looking confused. That is to say, I can't detect your mental power, but you can use it normally? Yan Qian explained. I feel that there is no problem with your mental power. As for why you can't detect it, I don't know. This situation is too weird. I haven't encountered it. I'm sure there is no such case. Tang Ranran boldly put forward a hypothesis. Could it be that you are being promoted? Promotion? Promotion? Above 5S? Gu Xia looked horrified and swallowed his saliva. How is the lightning power in your body? Tang Ranran asked. It's almost absorbed. Only the last few traces are left, and it will definitely be completely removed within 3 days. Yan Qian answered, then frowned and thought carefully. A little uncertain. As for the promotion you mentioned, but I don't have the feeling of sprinting against the current and trying to break the level barrier. No feeling of promotion? Well, no. How could this be? Tang Ranran turned to look at Gu Xia. Don't look at me. I don't know. There is no precedent. Gu Xia shrugged helplessly and spread his hands. He is good at medicine, but he is not a miracle doctor. Tang Ranran was very nervous. What should I do? Just leave it alone. We can only observe for a while. Seeing Tang Ranran worried, Yan Qian, the person involved, comforted her. Don't worry. It should be fine. I hope so. Because of Yan Qian's situation, Gu Xia could only postpone the plan to go to Lake Ice and Snow Star. But he was eager to be promoted. After discussing with Tang Ranran, Gu Xia decided that with Zhou and Li Zheng, plus Xia Yin who was in charge of security, would go to Lake Ice and Snow Star to join the special fire search team and be responsible for the ice spirit transformation of Fire Red Osmanthus. Currently, only Gu Xia could successfully refine Fire Ice Crystal Blue, and he was not afraid of Xia Yin corruption. Not to mention that with Zhou and Li Zheng, 2 of Tang Xian men, were also traveling with them. So Gu Xia was completely confident in them. After carefully handing over the Fire Red Osmanthus, Gu Xia gave a long speech and organized all the relevant points of attention into detailed information, which he distributed to each person. Before leaving, fearing that they were not doing their best, Gu Xia did not forget to make a big promise. You will definitely be ranked behind me. But if you take at most 30 more Fire Ice Crystal Blue, I will definitely be promoted. There will be at least 130 left. Keep going. 130. Xia Yin remembered the medicine deeply in his heart. Li Zheng and Zhuozhou were also worried about it. Relatively speaking, Zhuozhou's mentality was very stable. After all, Tang Ranran had promised him privately that he would be the next after Kong Chen, with the hope of promotion and a lot of red and blue bottles stuffed by Tang Ranran. The 3 set off for Lake Ice and Snow Star. After the people left, Gu Xia focused on Yan Qian's situation. However, his situation was completely unprecedented, and Gu Xia could not observe anything. He checked every morning and evening, and spent the rest of his time researching new materials. Last time, in addition to the red hue, several other materials were produced. Among them, the raw materials given by Tang Ranran, the Xianling dragon fruit and the Zuanhuowa, were both transformed into ice spirits. Ice spirit transformation, the changes of the original fire raw materials after rapid freezing. Gu Xia was busy refining medicine before, and had no time to study. Now that he has time, he naturally started to study these new materials. Tang Ranran continued to be busy, devoting himself to making and improving the vegetable plates every day. And at the same time, he did not forget to care about Yan Qian's situation. This morning, Tang Ranran went to the next door to care about Yan Qian at the right time. Gu Xiao, the doctor on duty, had been here since early in the morning, but his face looked like he had lost his parents. Not good. Tang Ranran's heart skipped a beat, and she felt that it was bad. It was over. It was over. Something had happened to Yan Qian. What's wrong? What's wrong? What's wrong with your mental strength? Tang Ranran hurried to Yan Qian's side, extremely anxious and panicked. I'm fine. Don't worry. Yan Qian waved his hand, then pointed at Gu Xiao. He's in trouble. Tang Ranran breathed a sigh of relief, then looked at Gu Xiao strangely. What's wrong with you? This face looks like his parents have died. Could it be that someone really died in the family? There was no death in the family. The opposite was true. It was a great joy. Gu Xia cousin, Gu Jiejia, was getting married. Her marriage partner was Lu Feng. When Gu Jiejia and Lu Feng made their relationship public, Gu Xia was against it with all his might. But his cousin's opposition was useless. Among the young talents in the empire, Yin Qian was Gu Jiejia's cousin, and they were close relatives, so it was impossible. And Tang Xian, whom Gu Xia liked so much, got married early. Who else? There were only 4SS in their Gu family. In addition to him, there were 2 middle-aged people who were older, and they were all married. The last one was his grandfather. As for the 4S level single young talents from other families, although there were a few, in principle, the big families pursued self-production and self-sales. Gu Jiejia could not marry out, and young talents from other families could not marry into the family. This was a dead end. Therefore, Lu Feng, who is at level 5S, has strength, financial resources, and good looks. More importantly, Lu Feng is a lonely man, under the condition of marrying into the Gu family. Everyone in the Gu family, including his grandparents, his second uncle, and his second aunt, all agreed with both hands. The elders all agreed, and Gu Jiejia herself was willing. In this case, Gu Xia was alone and his opposition was invalid. Gu Xiao, who has a bit of sister control, was so angry that his eyes turned red. When Tang Ranran asked about it, Gu Xia complained about Lu Feng endlessly. To sum up, Gu Xiao, I don't like Lu Feng. Why did he marry Jiejia? As a qualified spectator, Tang Ranran agreed in a standard way. You're right. Yes. Yes. Why does Lu Feng deserve that? Well, I don't think he deserves it either. It's like a flower stuck in cow dung. After getting up early and eating a melon, and confirming that Yin Qian was fine, Tang Ranran went to work contentedly. Tang Ranran usually studied her vegetable plate. And then that afternoon, she received a visiting card from Lu Feng, who was going to visit her. When the raw materials for the marrow washing potion were auctioned, Tang Ranran and Lu Feng had met. And as both were from the Great Wood Department of the Empire, they added each other as friends. Although they were friends, they didn't have much contact. Lu Feng, who was also from the Great Wood Department, didn't need to buy vegetables at all, so they didn't contact each other much on weekdays, and only exchanged a few words occasionally when there was a new potion. Isn't Lu Feng going to get married? Why did he suddenly come to visit her? In doubt, Tang Ranran suddenly thought of the custom. The red bomb wedding invitation has continued to this day. If the guest is important and high-ranking, the host will personally visit the door and personally present the wedding invitation to invite the guest to the wedding banquet to show sincerity. Tang Ranran guessed that it was probably to send her the wedding invitation. Reply. After a few words, the two finalized that tomorrow, at 8 o'clock in the Imperial time, the driver of the space department would bring Lu Feng. After get off work, after dinner time, during the rounds, after Gu Xia checked Yin Qian, Tang Ranran simply mentioned it. When he heard that Lu Feng was coming, Gu Xiao immediately cursed. Humph! That bastard is coming? Let him go. Don't mess with the sister control, who fell into menopause because of her sister's marriage. Tang Ranran decisively perfunctorily said 2 words, retreated, and returned to her room. Early the next morning, Tang Ranran went to Xinghui Pavilion. Xinghui Pavilion, under the D15 protection zone, in the T3 protection zone. Although the new district of Ruili City is newly built, it is getting newer with the development of the planet, especially under the condition of more and more abundant funds. The new district seems old-fashioned and backward. So Kong Chen invested heavily to build the capital of the planet, Xinghui City, which is the D15 protective shield area. In the center of Xinghui City, there is a T3 protection zone, which is full of high purification value and spiritual plants. It is the number 2 place with rich spiritual energy on the planet, right behind Tang Ranran F1 zone. Xinghui Pavilion is the center of the T3 protection zone. It is the place where Kong Chen entertains important guests, equivalent to a state guest house. Because Gu Xia dislikes Lu Feng, and because of the vigilance and alertness in his heart towards the strong people of the same level, Tang Ranran chose the address in Xinghui Pavilion. As for Tang Ranran meeting with Lu Feng, although Lu Feng was about to get married, Yin Qian was still cautious and determined to go with him. And he had a good reason. Lu Feng is now 5S level. Who knows if he has any special abilities? What if he sees something? Tang Ranran, okay. Let's go together. The next day at about 7:30 p.m. the Imperial time, with the driver Jiang Qian leading the way, the three arrived at Xinghui Pavilion, entered the highest reception room, and waited. At about 50 minutes, Tang Ranran received a message from Lu Feng. After giving a precise address and opening the relevant permissions, a space crack appeared in about 2 minutes. There were only 2 people, an SSS-class driver, and then Lu Feng himself. The driver had a common face and was ignored by Tang Ranran. Lu Feng, standing next to him, looked even more handsome in contrast to the common driver. He wore a retro Chinese-style robe in bamboo leaves and gold-rimmed glasses, and looked gentle and elegant, like a nobleman in the Republic of China. With a graceful bow, Lu Feng started with a polite speech. Sir Tang Xian, I apologize for the intrusion. Tang Ranran was also polite. No, Sir Lu Feng. Long time no see. Welcome. Please take a seat. Sir Yanqian, I didn't expect you to be here too. What a coincidence. It saved me from making an extra trip. Lu Feng turned to greet Yanqian. Well, long time no see. How are you doing? Not bad. Thank you for your concern. After a few polite words, Jiang Qian, acting as a temporary guard, led Lu Feng and the other man to sit down. The ordinary-looking driver waved his hand to refuse and stood behind Lu Feng as a bodyguard. After sitting down, a high-purification spiritual tea was served. After a few polite words back and forth, Lu Feng got to the point. As expected, as Tang Ranran guessed, the other party was here to send wedding invitations. Lu is getting married at the end of this year, and I sincerely invite you two to attend my wedding. The red and gold wedding invitation looked like it was made of rare metals. It was exquisite and grand. It was probably made by a well-known designer. It didn't look cheap. Lu Feng took the wedding invitation, left his seat, and walked forward in person. He held the wedding invitation with both hands and handed it to Yan Qian carefully. Sir Yan Qian, I sincerely invite you to come. Congratulations. Yan Qian stood up, took the wedding invitation with both hands, nodded slightly, and said that he would go. Mr. Tang Xian, we sincerely invite you to come. Congratulations. Tang Ranran also stood up and took the wedding invitation. After a polite word, he smiled and promised, I will definitely come on time. Lu Feng, I will be waiting for you two to come. After sending a wedding invitation in a very literary way, Lu Feng did not mean to leave. He returned to his seat, took a few sips of tea, and started a conversation with the pure plants used to make tea. Tang Ranran was curious about the big scorpion with a black stop star that Gu Xiao had mentioned. Now that he met him in person, he naturally asked a few more questions. The two of them chatted enthusiastically. As with Thai people, Tang Ranran and Lu Feng had a lot to talk about. Seeing the two of them talking happily, Yan Qian was unhappy. Finally, when Lu Feng hinted that he wanted to cooperate and proposed to visit the relevant planting areas on the planet, Yan Qian finally couldn't help it and started to make troubles secretly. Yan Qian coughed twice, and a hidden discomfort was revealed in his voice. What's wrong? Tang Ranran's attention was immediately drawn to him, and he asked with concern. Nothing. Yan Qian said nothing, but his face showed a slight discomfort. Tang Ranran thought that his mental power was acting up again, and he immediately lost interest in continuing with Lu Feng. Between the lines, Tang Ranran also heard that in addition to sending wedding invitations, Lu Feng came here this time to achieve cooperation between Lu Feng Group and Su Ping Ruishing, and visiting the planet planting area was equivalent to an on-site inspection. For Tang Ranran, making money is a small matter, and it can be handed over to Kongchen. Of course, Yan Qian's side is more important. Tang Ranran started to refuse. I'm really sorry. I suddenly remembered that I have something else to do, so I can't accompany you. Lu Feng looked at Yan Qian with an inexplicable look in his eyes, and said generously, It's okay. It's okay. Business is more important. Your Excellency Lu Feng has come from afar, so we must fulfill our duty as a host. How about this? I let Kongchen accompany you and take you around the planet to taste the specialties of our planet. Then I bother you. At present, in the Empire's strength ranking, Yan Qian is undoubtedly the first, and Xie Xinzi, a fake 5S level, has fallen in level as early as last year. Because of the lack of medicine, her mental power has fallen to SS level. because Tang Ranran has not yet announced the promotion news. The only 5S level Lu Feng occupies the second place on the list. Lu Feng's level is naturally received by Kong Chen himself. And considering that the Wood System and the Wood System are more talked about, Kong Chen brought Wu Pingyang and a small S-level Wood System under his command. Kong Chen arrived with the reception group and received Lu Feng. Tang Ranran and Yan Qian returned to the F1 area and then found Gu Xiao. After checking, it was still the same. It didn't look like the state of promotion, but he could use his mental power normally, because he received Lu Feng's wedding invitation. Tang Ranran was inevitably dragged by Gu Xiao to complain about Lu Feng, and he cursed him a few words. A decent person, a scumbag, a smiling tiger, a hypocritical guy. After that, Tang Ranran slipped back to the room under the pretext of jet lag. 7 or 8 hours later, almost in the early morning of the next day, Tang Ranran received a report from Kong Chen. Lu Feng and his driver wandered around the various planting areas of the planet for 7 or 8 hours and had already returned. Then Lu Feng's special assistant added Kong Chen as a friend to make relevant connections. Yes, that's right. Lu Feng Group wants to establish a long-term cooperative relationship with Su Ping Ruishing. Specifically, the secretary and Kong Chen will meet first. After they reach an agreement, the two big bosses Lu Feng and Tang Xian will finalize it. Tang Ranran doesn't care much about Hengsheng, a super partner, but Lu Feng, as an old-fashioned Wood System, has many exclusive patented pure plants under his Lu Feng Group. In addition, as a 5S level, Tang Ranran suspects that Lu Feng has some special and rare high purification value hidden in his hands. There are only benefits and no disadvantages in reaching cooperation and exchanging resources. So, Kong Chen will talk first, and we will talk about the follow-up. The current date is October 6th in the Empire, and the wedding time on Lu Feng's wedding invitation is December 18th, which is more than 2 months away. It's still early. Lu Feng's visit did not cause much movement, and Tang Ranran continued to live as usual. Oh, there was still a little aftermath. When Tang Ranran met Lu Feng, she did not use her mental power, so Lu Feng should not have noticed that she had been promoted. But Kong Chen, a 4S level, naturally could not escape Lu Feng's eyes. Master Kong Sheng has reached 4S level? Congratulations. With Lu Feng's words, the news of Kong Chen promotion to 4S level spread. And then Kong Chen was pulled by Gu Xiao for a physical examination. Kong Chen explained his promotion because of the Great Gathering Spirit Potion and the 4SC Spirit Potion. No one suspected that he also drank the Fire Ice Crystal Blue. However, the other brothers were envious and their eyes were red. One by one, they showed their presence in front of Tang Ranran every day. Even Qi Xingyuan, who was in the Galaxy Command Center, ran back. One by one, they were looking forward to it. Tang Ranran still had 2 4S level and 8 SSS level C Spirit Potion in his hand. Although Tang Ranran had promised to leave the 4SC Spirit to Zhuozhou, Qi Xingyuan ran back, so Tang Ranran simply tested him. Then, as always, he was disappointing. 1 was only 10%, and 2 were only 20%. Well, I'm not doing my best. So don't blame her. You have no chance of promotion. So don't even think about it at this stage, Tang Ranran said. But don't be discouraged. There will definitely be opportunities in the future. After sending the people away with a few words, Tang Ranran simply tested her SS-level brothers. This time, Tang Ranran also included Yin Xing. After Jiang Qian ran around to collect blood samples, Tang Ranran began to divination. Then, among the SS brothers, Wu Pingyang was the most competitive. 1 has a 20% success rate, 2 have a 50% success rate, and 3 have a 70% success rate. As long as they are not too unlucky, 3 SSS level can be promoted to SSS level. In addition to her, the big boss, the only wood type that they can show off in Su Pingruixing is Wu Pingyang. So, focus on cultivating him, thinking that the higher the experience, the higher the success rate. Tang Ranran did not directly give Wu Pingyang the Sea Spirit Potion, but stopped him with a lot of dejuling pills and a few chrysanthemums. For nearly half a month. Eat. Eat hard. Perhaps the success rate will go up. After dealing with a wave of his younger brothers, the small storm of Kong Chen promotion passed, and Tang Ranran began to do scientific research again. 3 days passed peacefully. That night, Tang Ranran was fiddling with the array in the room. Suddenly, something was wrong. The originally peaceful aura in the room suddenly surged as if it was summoned, and rushed madly to the next door? Tang Ranran confirmed again. Yes, it was the next door. At this time, her next door was like the most powerful range hood, and all the aura was sucked away. What's going on? Even a cultivator with excellent talent does not have such a large oil suction power. What's more, Yin Qian is not a cultivator. Tang Ranran immediately came to the door, but stood at the door, and was a little worried, and didn't dare to knock on the door. What if Yin Qian is really at the critical moment of breakthrough, and she disturbs him rashly now, causing him to fail? Absorbing spiritual energy is more likely to be a good thing. Tang Ranran didn't dare to disturb him rashly, and Yin Qian in the room was obviously in an abnormal state, and didn't feel any movement. Tang Ranran stood at the door, and paced back and forth. After about 3 minutes, Gu Xiao also noticed something unusual, opened the door, and leaned out to check. Seeing Tang Ranran, Gu Xiao strode over. Tang Xian, did you feel it too? Yeah. What's going on? Such a strong and pure breath? I don't know. Wait. Okay. The two waited at the door for more than 10 minutes. After the spiritual energy became thinner and thinner, finally, there was movement. The door opened. Looking at Yin Qian who opened the door, Tang Ranran noticed it all at once, and felt a little different. The person is still the same person, but how to say it? An invisible change. That kind of feeling of awe without anger. Or it can be said that the aura is stronger. So, got stronger? What's going on? Promoted? Breakthrough 5S level? Gu Xiao rushed to him, looked left and right, up and down, and even stretched out his hand to touch, using a mental barrier to cover the entire area. Yin Qian, who had done a good job of privacy, glanced at Gu Xiao and stopped his next move. Hiss! Gu Xiao couldn't help but gasp. What a terrifying feeling! It was like a mouse being stared at by a cat. After a moment of shock, Gu Xiao widened his eyes in astonishment. Damn it! You must have become stronger. Come in and tell me. Yin Qian stepped aside and made way. Gu Xiao hurried into the door, and Tang Ranran followed him in. Gu Xiao asked, tell me quickly. I'm not sure, because there was no precedent to refer to. Yin Qian didn't know what his situation was. Not sure? Then let me see. Gu Xiao didn't believe in evil, and checked Yin Qian again, and the result was the same as before. Nothing was found. Not even the spiritual power. What's the situation? Gu Xiao asked with a big question mark. Gave up the check in frustration, and asked directly, tell me yourself. What do you feel? Just now we all felt the rich pure breath. It should be absorbed by you. Absorbed? This is too exaggerated. Pure breath. Take a breath. Refreshed. But the real effect is the same as oxygen. A deep breath can only absorb a tiny bit. So only living in an environment full of pure breath for a long time can have an effect. Just now, Yin Qian absorbed most of the pure breath. Gu Xiao had never seen or heard of this before. I don't know either. Yin Qian explained slowly. Just now, I absorbed the last bit of lightning power in my body. And then I felt a force constantly gathering. I don't know how to describe it. It's like an instinct that comes from birth. The body absorbs energy. In addition to the pure breath, I also drank a lot of high purification value in potions. And then, as he spoke, Yin Qian stretched out his hand, and a trace of golden light condensed above his palm, just like catching the sun in his palm. As he moved, Gu Xiao and Tang Ranran immediately felt a strong sense of oppression, a fear from the bottom of their hearts, and a sense of submission that could not resist. As a cultivator, for Tang Ranran, it was just a vague feeling, and it was not difficult to overcome it. Tang Ranran analyzed it carefully. This feeling was different from the pressure of high-level cultivators. More like long-lost memories emerged, and Tang Ranran remembered it all at once. Back then in Danzong, I watched the ancestor pass the tribulation. After the thunder tribulation, thousands of golden lights fell, illuminating the world. That highlight moment when the ancestor attained enlightenment and ascended to heaven. That complex feeling of fear, awe, worship, admiration, and submission. It is the suppression of immortals who have escaped the category of cultivators on humans. Bloodline suppression. Tang Ranran, damn. It really is ascending to heaven. No, This suppression is not from Yanqian, but the suppression of her mental power by the gold in Yanqian hand. So it is the bloodline suppression at the mental level? Tang Ranran is still relaxed. But as a pure mentalist, Gu Xiao is not feeling well. Under the strong mental suppression, not only does he feel a little bit of submission, but he also feels like he wants to make a pilgrimage. His legs are weak, and he wants to kneel. Even if he propped up the mental barrier at the first time, Gu Xiao still had to grit his teeth to resist. Tang Ranran was definitely Yanqian's first concern. Seeing that she was not unusual, Yanqian did not pay much attention to her. He just turned his eyes and fell on Gu Xiao. Yanqian immediately waved his hand, and the sunlight in his palm disappeared. The suppression disappeared, and Gu Xiao was relieved. He raised his hand to wipe the cold sweat on his forehead, took a deep breath, and recovered. Scared him to death. If he knelt down to Yanqian, how could he live and face people in the future? Tang Ranran, who was in a relatively relaxed state, asked, "What is it?" I absorbed a lot of high purification values, and my spiritual power condensed into substance in my body. When I looked at myself, it was a ball of gold. The same gold as before. Ah! Spiritual power. Substantiated spiritual power? Gu Xiao shouted. As we all know, only when spiritual power is transformed into supernatural power can it appear in the form of supernatural power, such as fire, water, etc. Spiritual power is invisible. Any spiritual power skill is invisible and has no substance. Yeah, I also think it's very strange. It's different from the power of mental power. How should I put it? Maybe it's the source of the spirit? I feel a bit like pure golden glass crystal, or the source of the beast. It's quite similar, Yanqian said with a little cold humor. Maybe one day when I die, I can dig out this source. Gu Xiao stared at him speechlessly. Don't joke around. Don't say it. It's really possible. Tang Ranran was thoughtful and expressed her opinion. The qualitative change of mental power. Maybe it can be resurrected by this spiritual source. Powerful monsters can take over the body through the demon pill. As a cultivator, you can take over the body after condensing the golden pill. As a famous and orthodox sect, although the big guys of the Dan sect say that taking over the body is a crooked way, their bodies are very honest. After reaching the golden pill cultivation, they will practice one or two methods of taking over the body to prepare for emergencies. Tang Ranran is no exception. So she thinks that mental power may also be able to take over the body. Resurrection? Gu Xiao smacked his lips. Yes. Just ignore what I said. Because it was a precedent. The three of them talked back and forth, but ultimately did not come to any conclusion. Anyway, under Gu Xiao inspection, the thunder tribulation power in Yanqian's body really dissipated completely. The injury of the thunder tribulation was completely healed. And because of this qualitative change in mental power, Yanqian blue bottle stock was almost emptied. Tang Ranran simply took Yanqian to dig sugar powder. Until today, Tang Ranran, who has many top-grade spirit stones, no longer looks down on sugar powder. So she did not hide it, and did not avoid Gu Xiao. After witnessing Yanqian digging sugar powder, Gu Xiao said, "Damn it! Tang Xian is indeed worthy of being the god of wealth." This wealth scared him to death. So, throwing away moral integrity seems to be okay? For various reasons, Yanqian was not prepared to disclose his situation to the public. So the qualitative change of his mental power did not cause any movement. Only Gu Xiao and Tang Ranran were aware of it. Obviously stimulated, Gu Xiao worked hard and produced a research result 3 days later. After discussing with Tang Ranran, the two started clinical trials. The preliminary conclusion came out soon. The top-level medicine Pure Ice Crystal Blue made of white crystal grass is still a legendary existence. After the Fire Red Osmanthus is transformed into Ice Spirit, the Fire Ice Crystal Blue refined is equivalent to the low-end version of Pure Ice Crystal Blue, which can improve the mental power of 4S level and help promotion. This has been verified. Then, after the Black Fire Flower is transformed into Ice Spirit, Gu Xiao also produced a medicine named Black Ice Crystal Blue. According to Gu Xiao's judgment, the power contained in the Black Ice Crystal Blue is less than that of the Fire Ice Crystal Blue, which is equivalent to the low-end version of the Fire Ice Crystal Blue. A total of 2 were produced, and Gu Xiao himself had one, which had no medicinal effect, and could only be said to have a negligible feeling. The other one went into the stomach of Jiang Qin, the little white mouse. Jiang Qian, I feel my mental power has become stronger. But only a little bit. Jiang Qian couldn't describe how much a little bit was. But it wasn't much anyway. Preliminary conclusion. Xianbing Jinglan is not suitable for 4S level. And is only useful for SSS level and below. After the Xianling Pitai was transformed into Ice Spirit, a potion was also produced, named Lingbing Jinglan. The effect of Lingbing Jinglan was even worse. Jiang Qian didn't feel anything after drinking it. But Wu Pingong felt a little stronger after drinking it. That is to say, it is effective for SS level and below. As for the first discovery, the fire snow crystal flower produced by the collision of the fire power of a 4S level psychic and the extreme cold. A snow ice crystal blue was also produced. And its effect is at the same level as Xianbing Jinglan. Suitable for SSS level, but a little worse than it. In addition, there are some other materials that have been transformed into ice spirits. But because the quantity is not enough, Gu Xiao has not researched anything. Because he has already released several models, he is too lazy to continue researching other ones. The X Ice Crystal Blue series has the miraculous effect of directly increasing experience for different levels of spiritual power. It is definitely a spiritual power potion with a miraculous effect. But their cost price is also very beautiful. The Fire Red Osmanthus is non-renewable. And there is only this batch. As for the Black Fire Flower, Tang Ranran took out the seedlings, but let alone planting. It is extremely difficult for the seedlings to survive in ordinary environments. Gu Xiao was exhausted from busying with rescue. And expediting growth? It is impossible. The volcanic magma is too difficult to grow. It is impossible. Even if it can be planted. The purification value of more than 90. And the price starting at 10 trillion per unit. SSS level psychics can only stop at a glance. Xianling Pitai is not difficult to grow. It only needs a high temperature and high sun environment. Gu Xiao level is not a problem at all. However, with a purification value of 72, there is still a failure rate in the process of ice spirit transformation. So, if we calculate it, not counting the labor cost, the material cost alone is at least 200 billion for one Lingbing Jinglan. Except for the rich. Ordinary people can't afford it. According to Gu Xiao estimation, 30 to 40 SS level with better qualifications can be promoted, while those with poor qualifications may cost more than 100. The total price of promotion is stressful for the rich with a net worth of 100 billion. The final snow ice crystal blue. The raw materials for refining are cheap. Less than 1 billion. But its main material is only 4S level top fire system. Under the freezing cold wave, the collision of supernatural fire system and extreme cold can only produce a little bit. Gu Xiao has calculated that the full power of 4S level fire system can only produce half of the amount of medicine with one wave of mental power. In summary, the X Ice Crystal Blue series of medicines are very practical. But 99.9999% of people can't afford them. After Gu Xiao submitted this report, the bosses above held a meeting. After a heated discussion, all the bosses unanimously focused on the fire red tree. Then the problem went back to Tang Ranran. At the beginning, the parties who discovered the fire red tree were Tang Ranran, Zhuozhou, Li Zhang and Xie Xingyan. The original intention was to record special species. Xie Xingyan had relevant videos and pictures. So Xie Xingyan, who was still studying, submitted a detailed information. Then Tang Ranran also submitted a detailed information, hiding the factors of cultivating immortals. Tang Ranran wrote a very detailed report. However, it was useless for her to write it in detail. Was there a fire red tree in the Lingshire mine? That was a random event. After digging so many mines, there was only one. After the report was submitted, the next step was, if you want to find the fire red osmanthus, you have to find a spirit stone mine. But if you find a spirit stone mine, no one will take it. You have invested all the manpower, material resources and financial resources. So you have to get some money back? The big guys from the military-related units among Tang Xuanhao intelligent brain friends kept saying, collect the energy stones. Please. Tang Ranran could only. I've been busy lately, and really don't have time to grow vegetables. She dealt with it this way. After dealing with it for a while, knowing that it was likely that she would have to look for a spiritual stone mine again, Tang Ranran avoided Gu Xiao and found a time to talk to Yan Qian alone. How are your energy stones collected? Tang Ranran had already revealed the matter of growing vegetable plates to Yan Qian in early September. Although he was recovering from his injuries, he could definitely work online. It was mid-October now, and more than a month was enough time to deploy the operation. Among the energy stone mines discovered so far, those on Freedom Star or those that were auctioned and belonged to private ownership have been taken by our Yin family. And we also got a batch from the Federation. Speaking of this, Yin paused and continued. Those collective shares belonging to the official or military are to be charged to the military treasury and local finances. And I didn't touch them. Well, do you still want to continue collecting? No need. The sale of energy stone mining rights will be discovered even if it is done in secret. Our current actions have already alarmed other families. So many eyes are watching. We will look for mines ourselves in the future. By the way, we have held several meetings. It is likely that we will look for mines again and look for fire red osmanthus. Are you going to make the vegetable plate public? Yes. I plan to use the vegetable plate to exchange for high-grade energy stones. Although there are many spirit stones, more is fine. Especially high-grade spirit stones and top-grade spirit stones. What's more, the emergence of the vegetable plate will also benefit the public. That's good too. Don't worry about me. Yin agreed. The use of energy stones is definitely a good thing for the Empire. Yin added. However, the announcement of the vegetable plate still needs to be considered in the long run. It is best to keep it confidential and only let some senior officials know. We will strive to exchange energy stones from the Federation, the Zerg, and even the aliens. I understand. I understand. Tang Ranran nodded repeatedly. She understood that it was buying oil from other countries and taking advantage of their non-renewable resources. The vegetable plate has realized the use of energy stones as energy to grow pure fruits and vegetables. This is definitely a major event that benefits the country and the people, and is a groundbreaking initiative. Yin had been thinking about getting energy stones from other places outside the Empire. As soon as Tang Ranran announced the vegetable plate, he took action. Because it is a serious matter, and because seeing is believing. Yin had to go back to the first star system and bring the vegetable plate to the meeting. Tang Ranran cooperated with the work and first conducted a quantitative statistics. Here, she had to shed a handful of sympathetic tears for herself. Tang Ranran did not expect the younger brothers, including Kong Chen, and the younger brothers, to learn the most complicated engraving array. But, a bunch of noobs. After studying for so long, they can't even make a basic array plate. That is, a white version of the array plate. Simply, a dead wood brain. She can only work hard alone. Not only to create the vegetable plate 1.0, but also to research the improved version 2.0. Really busy 48 hours a day. Of course, hard work always pays off. Look, she has developed the 2.0 version of the vegetable plate. The 1.0 version of the vegetable plate, 5 low-grade spirit stones, can work continuously for about 100 to 120 hours. It can only grow pure plants with a purification value of less than 9. The highest cost effectiveness is 560 million pure plants for 5 spirit stones. Oh! This is when the output of goods is calculated according to the market price. The 2.0 version of the vegetable plate improved by Tang Ranran consumes more energy, but has higher efficacy. 5 low-grade spirit stones can work continuously for 60 to 80 hours. According to the current preliminary data, it can ripen pure fruit trees with a purification value of 16. The highest economic value is 1.02 billion. Of course, this is also calculated according to the market price of the commodity. If it is based on the purchase price of the military, it will be 20% off, about 800 million. Tang Ranran feels that he can still work hard to come up with a 2.0 plus version to achieve a planting purification value of 20 and get higher economic benefits. Of course, this is a follow-up research work. At present, her first-generation vegetable tray, including the one given to Yin Qian, has a total of 62, and there are only 3 vegetable trays 2.0, 2 of which are with Wu Pingyang, and she has one in her hand. Before leaving, Tang Ranran gave Yin Qian 10 vegetable trays 1.0 and the remaining vegetable tray 2.0. The first to be unveiled is of course the vegetable tray 1.0. As for the vegetable tray 2.0, it is definitely a private item for Yin Qian, so keep it hidden for now. After all, you can't play all the cards at once. In addition, how to sell the vegetable tray? Not for sale. Only exchange with level 3 and level 4 energy stones. and the exchange price is based on which mine produces more. Tang Ranran and Yan Qian held a small meeting and said what they meant. And then Yan Qian returned to the first star system to attend the meeting. The matter was of great importance, and Tang Ranran thought that Yan Qian would hold a meeting for at least 3 days. But unexpectedly, he came back after 5 or 6 hours. Tang Ranran was stunned. So fast? Yan Qian. Well, the rest can be discussed online. Yan Qian returned to the first star system mainly to show the vegetable growing plate, so that others can witness the vegetable growing plate to realize the utilization of energy stones. As for the subsequent discussion, an online meeting will do, or at least holographic participation. There is no difference between holographic participation and on-site participation. If he can come back, Yan Qian will of course come back. Although Fu Jingyuan and Lu Xiao are busy cultivating the magical vine, Xie Yin is on Lake Ice and Snow Star. But he is still worried because of the vegetable growing plate. The big guys worked overtime for 2 days and 2 nights. And then the results came out. First of all, keep it secret if possible, and try to get resources from the Federal Zerd foreign race. In addition, since it takes more than 10 hours to make a vegetable growing plate, Tang Xian is too slow to make it alone. So the big guys hope that she can teach the technology. Of course, it's not for nothing. The exchange conditions are the first 50 mines discovered by the official, including the military and the government, and with the official mining rights. All the output of the 3rd level energy stone and the 4th level energy stone will belong to Tang Xian. The 3rd level and 4th level energy stones of the 50 mines can be exchanged for the production method of a dish, which is very cost effective for Tang Ranran. And it is also beneficial to the country and the people. But the problem is that they may not be able to learn it. What if they can't learn it and then cheat? So, hold a meeting. Tang Ranran took Kong Chun and Wu Pingyang to attend the online meeting and bargained with a group of bigwigs from the government and the military. The back and forth was no less than the bargaining scene in the vegetable market. After wasting more than 10 hours of saliva, finally, all the rules and regulations and related details were finalized. From now on, the output of all the 3rd level energy stones, superior spirit stones, and 4th level energy stones, superior spirit stones, of the energy stone mines discovered by the official, a total of 60, will belong to Tang Xian. In addition, Tang Xian and the Research Institute will jointly research the special byproducts in the energy stone mine, excluding the red fire ash, and other special outputs, each accounting for 50%. Gu Xiao is the boss of the Research Institute. On the surface, it is 50-50. But if Tang Ranran really needs something, she can ask Gu Xiao to do some secret operations and take it all. Tang Ranran is very satisfied with this, because only the 1.0 version of the vegetable tray was taken out. What Tang Ranran has to do is to teach the apprentices seriously after they arrive. As long as Tang Ranran is open and transparent, and does not miss a step in front of the apprentices to create a variety of vegetable trays on the spot. Even if there is no secret, if the apprentices still can't learn it under her full demonstration, it has nothing to do with her. In other words, only discipline, not guaranteed. In addition, Tang Ranran needs to donate 100 vegetable trays for free, pay in installments, at least 10 per month, and complete the 100 quota within 10 months. With both numbers in use and one pointed effort, Tang Ranran can produce 4 vegetable growing plates in 24 hours a day. Even if there are not 4, 3 will definitely do. Of course, it is too tiring, and Tang Ranran is not happy. Anyway, 10 a month is easy. The relevant contracts are a thick stack. After the finalization, several big guys were anxious. It has been negotiated. Can you give me a few vegetable growing artifacts? Growing vegetables is definitely a superpower. And now, superpowers are equipped, which is simply a miracle. The development of science and technology has been stagnant so far. The last great technological takeoff was due to the development of star diamonds. Star diamonds, a new energy source, replace the old energy and realize the great reform of mech equipment. The comprehensive combat effectiveness of mankind has also increased several times. And now, with the development of energy stones, a new energy source, the realization of superpowers is equipped. A major epoch-making discovery. This is a key. The key to open a new era. It is still late October, and the relevant cooperation will officially take effect in November. But Tang Ranran is always generous. So the 3 vegetable growing plates 1.0 that Yanqian sent over before can be regarded as advance payments for November. The remaining 7, of course, will be discussed when the time comes. Tang Ranran did not forget to remind Kongchen. We have to keep the vegetable growing plates in our hands hidden. And we can't pay too quickly in the future. Otherwise, they will have the illusion that vegetable growing plates are easy to make. Kongchen, yeah, I understand. Tang Ranran. Also, how are you learning? Can you build a basic array? Kongchen immediately lowered his head and kept silent with guilt. Being called on for questions is not scary. What is scary is that he can't do anything. Tang Ranran, hey. I don't know if the first batch of carefully selected apprentices can do better next month. It's time for dinner. Gu Xiao, who suddenly went on a business trip 2 days ago, came back and brought back a big melon. Today's big news. 2 5S level people were born in the Empire. As a qualified melon eater, Tang Ranran was full of interest. Wow. Tell me more. 3 days ago, I was still sleeping. And suddenly I received an urgent task, asking me to pack up and go to Heizei start quickly. Gu Xiao shared vividly. In addition to Fu Jingyuan and Lu Xiao, among the known 4S level people in the Empire, there are Chen Tiandong and Yuan Wei who have not taken the magic fruit potion package. Yuan Wei sold himself to the military, while Chen Tiandong chose to rely on his family. And both of them stepped into the 5S level strength. Yuan Wei, who used the resources of the military, must have just been promoted yesterday, because the number 5 potion was still made by Gu Xiao. And he was at the scene and witnessed Yuan Wei's promotion with his own eyes. And Chen Tiandong of the Chen family may have been promoted some time ago. But the news was concealed. Anyway, after the military officially announced the news of Yuan Wei's promotion, the Chen family also released the news of Chen Tiandong's promotion. Now, the ranking of the masters of the empire. No 1. Yanqian. No 2. Lu Feng. No 3. Yuan Wei. No 4. Chen Tiandong. Oh! This list is not factually rigorous, but was made by amateurs. It is mainly arranged according to the order of promotion. After being on the list, it will be rearranged according to the relevant voting results. The list does not represent the real combat power. In addition, Tang Xuanhao ranked 7th on the list. After eating the melon, Tang Ranran returned to the room and contacted Wu Pingyang. While eating the melon, Tang Ranran thought of Fu Jingyuan and Lu Xiao. The two were busy cultivating the magical vine. They hadn't seen each other for a long time, and they didn't know how they were doing. Although Lu Xiao and Fu Jingyuan each asked the wood system in the family to take action. Sometimes, when the wood system had something to do, they would ask Wu Pingyang for help. Wu Pingyang knew the planning progress of the two very well. When Tang Ranran asked, he reported it in detail. It took nearly a month and a half. The most recent magical fruit test of Lu Xiao's magical vine was 76. While Fu Jingyuan progress was far behind him. Only 68. Tang Ranran couldn't help but smack her lips. So slow. Why? Why is the progress so slow? When asked again, Wu Pingyang said, because they are both poor. Because he was already familiar with the two. Wu Pingyang blah blah. Exposing the two's past in detail. In addition to the wood system, the two major elements of cultivating magical vines are exotic blood and high purification value. For exotic blood, Fu Jingyuan and Lu Xiao are very smart, working together, and taking the sustainable development route. Lock on the high-level exotic beast. Then beat it. Not kill it. Just cripple it and bleed it. And then release it. After an interval of 3 or 4 days, Fu Jingyuan will track it. Catch up with it. Beat it again. And bleed it again. The recovery ability of the alien beasts is very strong. In 3 or 4 days, the wounds are almost healed, but not completely healed. It is easy to fight and can bleed. I have to say that this wave of operations is very good. With this operation, the blood of the alien beast is enough. What makes the two people embarrassed is the high purification value. More than 30 must be reserved, and more than 50 are almost only available at auctions. So the two people feed more than 30. But as the purification value of the magic fruit is increased to 50 or more, the pure plants with a purification value of 30 are like a drop in the gap for the magic vine. The magic vine does not eat a lot, but a lot. So the wallets of the two people are drying up at a flying speed. Wu Pingyang has data in his hand. As of now, Fu Jingyuan has invested 45 trillion yuan. At this time, he is already bankrupt and is begging for money everywhere. Lu Xiao invested 60 trillion yuan in high purification value. And now he is penniless. He really spent all his money and his pockets were empty. Oh! Not only his pockets were empty, but he also had a foreign debt of 20 trillion yuan. He was absolutely bankrupt and in debt. After learning about the current situation of the two from Wu Pingyang, Tang Ranran could only say, too miserable. Since the subsequent requirements for pure plant purification value will become higher and higher. These two poor guys can definitely not afford it. So Tang Ranran decided to take action. A mature magical vine. -1 magical fruit and number 5 potion. The remaining magical fruit can be sold for about 80 to 100 trillion. So overall, she doesn't need much subsidy. What's more, her high purification value is all for farming. The next day, Tang Ranran took the time to go to the D4 area, threw a wave of the most cost-effective fairy grass to the 2 magical vines, and then promoted the planting. The difference between the 5S level mental power and the 4S level mental power is a world of difference. It was still a bit difficult for Tang Ranran to plant the magical vine before. But now, it's so easy. It only took half an hour to get the 2 magical vines done. Oh! It's not planted. But because the alien beasts don't have enough blood and lack the growth conditions, they can't be promoted. After explaining a few things to Wu Pingyang, Tang Ranran went home. That evening, Lu Xiao and Fu Jingyuan came back. They heard from Wu Pingyang that Tang Ranran had been here, and they also received the news of Yuan Wei and Qin Tiandong's promotion. They were very consistent and cried bitterly when they came to Tang Ranran. Originally, the two planned to grow to 80 and then asked Tang Ranran for help. But now, on the one hand, they are really poor, and on the other hand, they are stimulated by the 2 newly promoted 5S level people. They can't wait and are anxious. Shameless. Only strength is needed. In this regard, Tang Ranran was very straightforward. I will be responsible for the high purification value in planting. But you can only handle the blood of the exotic beasts by yourself. Lu Xiao and Fu Jingyuan, no problem. After going to D4 area again, Tang Ranran planted another wave of magical vines with the blood they had. Lu Xiao's plant increased to 82. And Fu Jingyuan plant increased to 77 at once. Seeing victory was just around the corner, Lu Xiao and Fu Jingyuan didn't waste a moment, and immediately headed to Freedom Star again to find their mobile blood cans, as if they had been injected with chicken blood.